you.
Zuma to you, yeah. Look at his back! What the? Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship, day number 2. We are back for probably another incredibly long stream yesterday. I think the stream was up for maybe 12 hours. The stream, the actual games themselves, the main event, so to speak, was 11 hours. It was a very, very long day. We had 5 best-of-5 series between a number of players, and we'll perhaps talk about some of our favorite games from that as well. But how are you feeling? Day number 1 out the way. It was pretty long, but I had a really good fun. I hope you guys did too.
Yeah, I had a fantastic time. I mean, when I wasn't casting, I was watching all the games, just a lot of action. Upset City, right? Yeah. All sorts of upsets, and today's got a ton of great games lined up too.
We had some really high-profile matches today. And we'll talk about why they've sort of cropped up as well because of the GSL format, which is a lot of fun. How are you doing, Cossack?
Yeah, really well. I'm actually quite glad it was a long stream yesterday, as it just kind of a testament to how close a lot of those series were. We did have one series which was maybe a bit of a steamroll, but 3 of those series were quite close, and it obviously extended the length of the stream, yeah, but it gave us a lot of really exciting games to both cast and watch, so I really enjoyed yesterday.
We got some comments on the forums, on Discord, saying, I hope you're done by sunrise. I'll tell you what's not done by sunrise, though. The VOD, we uploaded it to YouTube. Like, we exported it from Twitch ASAP just to get it up so people who don't use Twitch, I don't know who they are, but you guys can watch it. If you're probably watching it in 360p if you're on YouTube right now, because YouTube, they don't like these really long videos, and the quality will come, but it's kind of funny that that's taking so long to process. But we did see some really brilliant games yesterday. I think to start with, LordRaphael versus Tabin. That series was pretty fun, right?
Yeah, that series was really intense, and one of the things that I really enjoyed was that game on Pampas. I think that I'm talking about the right game right now. There's so many games happened yesterday. Pampas, yes. Yeah. The Russia versus India game, where there was just so much pressure on Raphael in the early game and the mid game, and there was a couple chances where I thought for sure like he was just going to get totally sandwiched and collapsed on, but Tabin just did a great job of knowing exactly when to push, exactly when to go back.
Tabin's jacked, man. I've said it before, and we saw it yesterday twice. He then went on to defeat Hazza in the final game of yesterday as well. Game number 5, did really well there, and he's now qualified for the semi-finals. So we'll see him on Saturday. But actually, we will see him today as well. He won't be playing. He's got a day off now, so lucky him. He can do what he wants, have a few beers, hang out with everyone here, the community. Everyone is here from ESOC actually. Like, it's so many people. It's really wonderful, and I'm hoping, probably not today because obviously probably going to have just as long of a stream, and the games may even be closer because now we're starting to pair players together that are perhaps even more evenly matched in theory. But I'd really like to get Garja, Eagle Mark, Comic K, Edie Holland, all of the people that put so much time and effort into making Age of Empires 3 happen. I'd really like to have a chat with them at some point. And you guys in the chat and on Discord have been saying that you'd like that as well. So we'd like to make it happen, but probably not today, as I was saying. But yeah, Tabin's through. We'll see him in the semi-finals. But there were other good games yesterday, a few really good series. We saw Snow versus Hazza, Kaiser versus PrinceofKabul, and Mitoe versus Diarouga there. Any favorites, any favorite games at all? Yeah,
well, for me, so there were 2 main storylines yesterday. The first, which you already touched on, is Tabin pretty much commanding straight through into the semi-finals. But the other player which seems to be looking really strong is, of course, Kaiserklein. So he was in that series against PrinceofKabul, where he 3-0'd, and none of those games look particularly close at all, and he's just looking in absolutely flying form. So I was wondering if I could maybe change my prediction for who's going to win the tournament, because I'm leaning towards Kaiser. He's looking very, very impressive yesterday. And even though he's only played one series, things can change between days, of course. But he's looking like my favorite for the moment.
Yeah. Any favorite games, Ryan?
Favorite games, geez, I think the China versus Japan game that was played on New England between Mitoe and Diarouga was an incredibly good game. There's so much back and forth. You know, we had like multiple frigates in the pond. You thought like, oh, Mitoe ever be able to break out of that, and somehow he manages to push through. Yeah. 3 TCs are up, but somehow Diarouga still has 48 vills. Like, it was just one of those games where so many things were happening all game long. We saw fishing on the side, right? I mean, it's 4 TP stagecoach. We saw everything in that game.
That's a great game. Yeah, he just didn't seem to be able to push in at all. It was just trying all game to get on to take down these stagecoaches. Diarouga did a great job on the pond and holding that. I think my favorite game was also from that series. I really enjoyed the Baja, California game. With that really crisp build, Mitoe, that China fast industrial pushed into Diarouga attempting the Kinesi style bastion and all of the fishing and all of that good stuff. That was a lot of fun.
Fantastic, yeah. I heard that there was a lot of good control from Mitoe in the early game on that one, like using 9 pikes really effectively and 2 caravel to kind of stop the Kinesi from going out of control.
Yeah.
So, really cool.
Shall we take a look at the brackets then? We've talked about some of our favorite games. Let's see who won what. Let's have a look at the brackets. So these are the ESOC qualification brackets. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, it's cool to see, how they got here, I suppose. But this is what matters today. And as you can see, LordRaphael defeated Tabin there. He's moved. Tabin is moved on through. I got that the wrong way around. What stands out to you here? Okay, we shouldn't lean in too close. No more leaning in. Right. So that humming sound was us getting our mics too close.
Yeah.
And it's still there. Okay, and we'll also show you the schedule for today, which will be a bit easier to pass because we have coming up as our first match, as you will see in just a moment on the schedule, LordRaphael versus Snow, and that's going to be happening as you can see at the top there. Afterwards, Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul. So I should probably preface this. LordRaphael versus Snow. The loser here is eliminated from the tournament, and the winner will play against Hazza to determine who goes through as the second qualification.
Yeah, we have some possible rematches coming up as well, actually, which could be really interesting because there are a number of close 3-2s which could have gone either way. And I believe it was Hazza versus Snow is one of them that I think we're likely to see a potential rematch of. So I'd be curious to see if the players have sort of developed any new strategies based on the games yesterday, and maybe come up with a new plan for today.
We saw Raphael and Snow play in the qualifications to actually come to the event, right? And now they're playing again, I guess, to qualify for the semis. Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul, and
so that's another match where the loser of that will be eliminated. So the first 2 matches of the day have a lot riding on them.
Yes.
At this point, every match means something, and you can't afford to be losing at this stage.
Yeah. Then Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. So that's quite a high-profile matchup. 2 very, very strong. The seed 2 and 3. And you think, well, how did that get there? And that's because the winner, qualifies for the semi-finals, and then the loser will play the winner of the 2 losers that we saw yesterday. So whoever out of Kaiserklein and Mitoe loses, they will be playing against the winner of Diarouga and PrinceofKabul for a qualification spot, so to speak. But yes, those are all the matches coming up. But before we get into LordRaphael versus Snow, I think we're going to show you a quick interview that we did with Snow on day number 1 when all the players arrived. We're going to get some of his thoughts, what it's like to be at a LAN, and what's going on with him. So take a look at that, and then afterwards we'll get into the games. Hello everybody, I'm joined by Snow, aka Koenig Eric. Eric, can you tell us a bit about yourself and, how come you've got 2 names?
Yes, my first account was König Erik, and I actually liked the name. I was pretty young, and I liked the name of König, means king in German, and of course my name, Erik.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was actually a player called King Eric. I think. Do you remember Big Thunderman?
Yeah, I heard about him.
Did you ever get any confusion? Did people?
Yeah, it really was. Many people were messaging me, or I was seeing on YouTube.
Oh my God, I love your
videos. Is it Snow? Is it König Erik? And I was like, no.
So how come you switched from König Erik, I'm sorry, I can't say it, to Snow?
No problem. The reason was because I was banned.
Oh.
The account. And so I had another account.
Yeah. So Eric, can you tell us a bit about your sort of Age of Empires history? I think, the franchise in general means a lot to us. Mm-hmm. What in particular brought you to Age of Empires, and what kept you playing Age of Empires 3 for so long?
It was actually very funny. I started to play AoE3, and I know it from the school. Like, we had 3 days a week, 9 hours, school hours, and 1 free hour between there. And we had a PC room where we were able to play games, and there was AoE3 on the PC. And I just found the game, and I really liked it, and played it like 1 year offline. After I realized there's even AoE3, started to play that. And also 1 year like offline, and 2010 I started to play the online modus.
What are your favorite and least favorite civilizations in Age of Empires 3?
To play with or to play against?
Both.
Okay. Well, I think I like to play the most with the British, because you can do so many different stuff. Like you could also rush, but you can also like half boom, or you can do semi. There are so many possibilities, and that's what civilization makes so important and different to the other civs, I feel like. Probably the most boring civ might be, I don't know, maybe Otto or China, because you just do the same, I feel like.
Yeah.
And it's like bot civs.
So my follow-up question is, you mentioned yourself, you sort of played a lot of vanilla and stuck to those civs. Do you avoid the Asian Dynasty civs? Do you think that, and perhaps the War Chief civs as well, are you less experienced with those? And do you think it will be a problem for you in this tournament?
I could play with them. I actually play them pretty good, I would say. But even though they are very strong, like the TVC civs or the Asian civs, but you also need a lot of practice with them. And I just feel better using my civs, which I play since I started to play AoE. So I know AoE build, I know the timings, and I prefer to play the civs.
You mentioned China and Otto being a bit boring. If you could go back in time and tell the developers something, or make a balance change, one change, what would you make?
It's not about Otto or China. I think it's able to beat them. But what I what I don't like is just the walls that they are getting built up so quickly. Like.
Yeah, walls are really, really fast building. They have a lot of hit points, especially on the official patch.
Yeah. Like yesterday, I was seeing a game where Kaiserklein were playing against Hazard, and he was just building quickly a wall between the blockholes so Hazard couldn't get in with his cuff. And he was able to win the game, but because of the walls, he lost the time window, and so he didn't.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that, because currently you are the reigning champion, so to speak, the previous winner of the most recent ESOC major tournament, and you defeated Kanisi, who is, as we know, a big fan of walls, among other things. And sometimes it looked like you struggle against that particular style. It's interesting that you mentioned walls.
Yeah. In the finals against Kanisi, my advantage was there were 5 land maps and 4 water maps. And I knew I don't have to win on water maps because there are the land maps. So I wanted to keep my energy and save it a bit to have it on the land maps. So I didn't do everything I could maybe do on water maps. like I was not 100% try-harding.
Right. Just the land maps you were.
Yeah, I was just focusing on that because I knew if I win it, it would be 5 for me at the end.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, I hoped it, but.
And it was. You won that one. But do you feel confident being the reigning champion, so to speak? Do you think you'll do well in this event?
I think you really can't say it here. Here are really eight strong players, and I feel like everyone can do it.
Were you expecting to make it this far when the tournament was announced and when you signed up? Did you think to yourself, "Yeah, I'll be at the LAN," or what were you thinking?
I was hoping it, but to be honest, I wasn't expecting it because I can't even say why. I just. I thought like LAN, that's too insane, too cool. It just can't be happen for me, and I hoped it very much, and now I'm here.
Well,
so that's cool.
And now that you are here, which players are you afraid of the most, and who do you expect to see in the finals?
I'm the most afraid of Hazard because he's my opponent, and I'm just looking one by one. I would, like 2 months ago, I would probably have said LordRaphael would make it, but I'm not sure how good he is right now. He seems to be pretty rusty because of uni stuff. So I'm really not sure. I could not.
It's an open playing field. Yeah, Raphael has been sort of not active. I know he's been very busy with his studies, so I think this is a wide open playing field. But thank you very much for your thoughts, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New World Championship Day number 2. We're back with match number 1 between LordRaphael and Snow, aka Koenig Eric or Eric. Many Erics. In fact, there's 3 Erics here in our audience of 40 people. So all of the Erics, yes. But this is going to be a really fun match. And I'm joined by the Toe.
Hello. Yeah, it should be a good match. Really looking forward to it. I think it'll be pretty close. These players played before, I believe, in the qualifier bracket. That's correct.
That is true.
And it was a very close 4-3 series, I believe. So could go either way. And
Yeah, they played to qualify for this event. LordRaphael ended up winning that 4-3 and obviously qualified. Snow was dropped down to the lower bracket, and then he qualified in the lower bracket. But they've both made it to the event all the same, and where you qualified in the qualification tournament actually does not matter. So now that they are here, the slates are wiped, so to speak, and all is good. Everything's yes. So looks like we are very, very ready to start in a moment. LordRaphael and Snow are in the lobby, but before we can begin, obviously we must draft a map pool.
So while the players do that, maybe we'll talk a little bit about what this match means for the players. Obviously, the winner of this match is going to play against Haza for a chance to get into the semifinals. The loser, however, will be eliminated, so a lot at stake here in this match, and again, it should be pretty close, and I hope that Raphael has maybe been a little bit unrusted from yesterday. We saw he played Tabin, and he was the favorite to win the tournament, the #1 seed, stuff like that, and he ended up dropping pretty convincingly to Tabin, but hopefully he can bring it back, and we'll have another close series today.
Yeah, I think he still is a favorite to win the tournament, I would say. Having been defeated by Tabin, Tabin's done very, very well, and I'm looking forward to seeing him play more in this tournament, going straight through, being the seed 8, absolutely phenomenal. But LordRaphael and Snow still very strong opponents, and LordRaphael in particular being the #1 seed, and being, having had, a chance to get used to the LAN PCs, and having spent some time this morning figuring out his settings and just being absolutely very comfortable. In fact, both of these players doing that. If you were watching the timer, they are ready for this now. And I think LordRaphael, perhaps now is the time to really show us what he's made of, and start getting the wins on the table and start proving that he really is that #1 seed. He really is the favorite to win the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Snow, on the other hand, he had a pretty close series against Haza yesterday, looking to get that rematch with this series here. If he manages to beat Raphael, he will get that rematch against Haza. And again, it being as close as it was yesterday, it could go either way. So really, any of these three players could make it to the semifinals. Yeah, and then I think...
yeah.
What was I going to say? Yeah, later on today, just while we're waiting for them to draft the maps, we've also got PrinceofKabul versus Diarouga coming up next, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's after this one. But looks like LordRaphael has picked his first map. He selected High Plains. This will be in the pool and cannot be vetoed out. Let's see now what Snow will pick. I'm sure his selection will come through very shortly. But yes, just to reiterate what you said, you know, the winner of this series does actually play Haza, and whoever wins that will go through to the semi-finals. The loser eliminated both here and in that series. Looks like Kamchatka been selected by Snow.
Yep, and I've seen him practicing a few games on Kamchatka already today, so makes a lot of sense for him to pick that. High Plains from Raphael's an interesting pick, because I don't really see Raphael as playing many of those ATP civs all that often, like Portuguese or Spain, or maybe like another high TP reliant civ like Ottoman or something like that. So I wonder what he's got up his sleeve there. But I guess we will find out later on.
Yeah, maybe he's got something ATP related. He clearly wants the map. Who knows? That's an interesting pick. But Fertile Crescent is banned by LordRaphael there. He doesn't want to play on Fertile Crescent.
Yep, one of the more non-standard maps, I think a lot of people would say, in the pool. Not a lot of resources inside your base. You have to be very aggressive, and is very raid heavy. And, you know, Eric is a very... he's very well known for his raiding and how frequently he does that and how well he controls that and keeps an eye on everything going on all over the map. So it makes a lot of sense to ban that kind of map away from him, just to try and avoid that as much as possible. You know, maybe that's part of the reason for the High Plains pick as well. You have a lot of resources inside your base with those big bison hunts and those 2 starting gold mines, and you can really avoid falling behind in the early game thanks to those raids.
Don't have to deal with his raiding so much. You know, pick a map that will not make Snow as effective as at what he likes to do. He's going to ban New England, though.
Yeah,
that's also a fairly non-standard map. I think you can say that about a lot of the maps in the pool. It's just a selection of 9 fairly interesting maps.
It's a very diverse map pool, for sure. You do have a couple of more standard maps like Kamchatka and Florida. You also have a lot of really crazy maps like New England and Deccan. And then, you know, the non-TV maps, Star Desert and Pampas Sierras, also leave some room for some creativity and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a very, very diverse pool. It's been a lot of fun, really, to see which play styles people prefer to go for in this tournament and how creative they can be. So, yeah, definitely been pretty good so far. Looks like Raphael going to be selecting Florida as the next map. I don't know if we've even seen Florida yet in this tournament, at the LAN at least, so far. So, that's... an interesting pick for sure.
That is interesting as well. I wonder what the strategy is when picking and banning, because, you know, the final map that neither of you pick or ban will actually end up in the map pool. So if you're feeling confident, like Florida's a fairly standard map, you say, right, and you think like your opponent won't pick or veto it, and you want to play it, it might end up in the pool anyway. So I wonder if there's any consideration of like Raphael there. He wanted to play on Florida, which is why he's picked it, but he was taking a while to decide, and perhaps his thoughts were, well, I want Florida, but I also want this other map, and I'm not going to pick Florida and just hope that it ends up in the pool anyway. But I don't know. Just speculation there. It's interesting that, you know, that you do have that final map that's no one picks or bans.
Yeah, and Florida as well. It's actually pretty similar to High Plains. You have a lot of resources inside your base. You can sort of get that vision around the map to avoid getting raided very early pretty easily. And so he's kind of going for the same thing as he did with the High Plains pick. And, you know, it's interesting because Raphael as well, I think, would consider himself an aggressive player. And but he's going for some of the less aggressive maps this time around. So maybe he believes that he can just outplay Eric in those more standard maps, even though it's maybe not exactly his preferred playstyle.
Yeah. Looks like the map pool has been selected, though. LordRaphael banning Deccan. And Snow, aka Eric, banning Pampas Sierras there. Baja, California will be the final map that no one picked or banned. So, as you can see now, the map pool is finalized. It will be Kamchatka, followed by Baja, California, Thar Desert, High Plains, and Florida. The ones darked out are not going to be played here. Next, we'll select the civilizations and then get into it. But we are actually the sub-goal is doing very, very well. So for those tuning in today that perhaps didn't see yesterday, we're aiming for 500 subs by the end of the New World Championship, and we're at about 300 now. So, you know, this come a long way, and I think, you know, I'm really pleased with that, everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely really exciting to see all the support for the channel, and everything that Escape is doing for AoE3 is really, really good right now, so good to see that for sure. But looks like we have actually selected a matchup. It is going to be a German mirror for these two players. Germany, of course, being a civ that both these players are really comfortable with. It'll be interesting to see what they go for. And I feel like this is a matchup we've seen a lot on Kamchatka in particular, just in general throughout, I guess, the recent tournament history.
Let's go into this then. LordRaphael versus Snow on Kamchatka, a German mirror. And I feel like I've been here before. It feels like home. And I really, really like Kamchatka as a map. I'm very pleased that we put it in the pool. It has a lot of memories from previous tournaments. And Kamchatka, I think, out of all the ESOC maps, has been around sort of the longest. But let's start with LordRaphael in the north of the map here in the color blue, playing as the Germans. There's a 100 wood start. Of course, it is for both players. So this is going to be a German mirror where they're not going to get TPs sort of super early on there. Villagers straight onto the food crates, and of course gathering the hunt, and the explorer going to head straight towards the middle where he will look for some animals there. But Lord Snow, yes, here he is in the top of the map in the color green, also playing as the Germans. You can see he's doing something very similar. His explorer in the center of the map, not found any animals just yet. And
yeah,
this will also be playing as the Germans, as we said.
This time around, actually, the center of the map is a little bit more barren than you normally see on Kamchatka. Not super uncommon, but definitely not what you usually see. Only 2 goats also spawning in the middle, not really in either of the bigger treasures, and both the players just kind of... No hits being done yet. No one's shooting each other. Raphael just going to be going into melee combat, just chasing Snow back to his base. He's going to want to scout this part of the map anyway, so no reason not to follow him here. And does actually pick up those 2 goats. And he can actually, now that he knows that the explorer is here, he could potentially actually even scout part of the map with those goats if he really wants to. We'll see if he does do that later on. But for now, he has chased Snow back to his base. He's not really getting much done underneath the town center here, aside from picking up a very small food treasure that will help him out. But Raphael's going to pick up the 40 wood as a sort of a victory there.
Yeah, and another victory is he's got 6 goats. He's off to an absolutely flying start here. The macaque are doing him absolute wonders. He's even going to find another goat. That's 7 goats there. And Snow sort of back in his base, picking up a 35 food treasure. He's sort of forced all the way back home because he knows his opponent had the duba or the macaque or whatever it is. And as a result, he's not able to start looking for as many animals. But there's only 2 left. LordRaphael, what a brilliant age 1.
Yeah, doing very well so far. You can see, like, if you just look at the mini-map a little bit with the Fog of War on, it's kind of hard to tell which player has done what, but you can see that Snow actually hasn't scouted a whole lot. He just took this little path from his town center into the middle of the map, then walked right back and stayed under his town center for a long time. So Raphael has scouted significantly more than he has, and walking up to the top side of the map, he does spot a pretty good treasure, but it's going to be one that takes a long time to get, this 5% coin discount. So thankfully for him, Raphael's on the other side of the map and is probably going to want to build a trading post during transition. So actually, maybe Snow's going to be able to get some compensation here with this treasure as that crack shot recharges later on.
Yeah, that's going to pay off in the long run over time on most coin costs. And when you're playing as Germany, most coin costs is a pretty good thing.
Yep, German is one of those very coin-dependent civs, especially in this matchup. Where your go-to units in the early game are those Ulans and Doppelsoldners, which are just significantly more coin-heavy than any other H2 unit in the game, I believe. So,
Yeah, so particularly good treasure there, but he'll have to work on it, and it could still be stolen from him. But I think Snow got his eyes on that. It seems pretty important. Does find himself those last 2 goats. There is one final goat, though, so LordRaphael going to pick that up, and he's had an absolutely brilliant Age 1. That's going to be 7 goats in total, and a 90 wood treasure, which is going to get his TP up during transition much, much sooner. And even a 50 wood treasure in his base. He's on fire. This is an absolutely phenomenal Age 1. I think he's going to be very, very pleased. But ultimately, both players are up at very similar times, so they will be hitting the Colonial Age pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, so just wondering what the players are going to go for in this matchup, because you have a couple of options, right? You can go for sort of the standard Ulan semi stuff, gives you some map pressure, get some scouting done with those Ulans as well, and it's kind of a very neutral, safe thing to go for. But you could also go for Doppelsoldners or something like that, which is something I've seen Snow do a lot in this matchup in the past.
Ooh,
and it does give you a lot of extra pressure. Oh, putting a Vil up there. I think that's just to keep an eye on the treasure while he builds that trading post. That's a really big treasure, and he really doesn't want that going over to Raphael while he's away. So that's actually a really clever move from him. But he could also use that villager potentially to build a forward base, which I think is what you're alluding to. We'll see if that is the case, but it could also just maybe wall off this choke point, give him a little bit more control over what kind of paths Raphael can take through the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's off to the side. That's not where you'd expect a forward base to be, so you're probably right. And whilst he's there, yes, the choke is much more, might as well wall it if you're sort of there. But Snow up to the Colonial Age first. Has got his market down during transition, as well as the TP there, and has researched hunting dogs, which is coming in now, and 400 wood. Let's see sort of what he does with that. Will this villager build something? Probably not. It seems to be going home now. Looks like it was just guarding the treasure, but he's going to come in, kill that last fugitive dacoit, and then take on the macaque, which will be really, really easy. And that's going to be a really, really nice. I wonder if he can get it before he, before he cues his first Ulan or something like that. Probably the plan for him. But LordRaphael, here he is on the bottom. He's got a market as well as the TP, as we alluded to. Now getting steel traps. He's also squeezed in placer mines there, and is also going for a stable. Let's switch on over to units in queue. Ulans will be coming out very, very shortly. First shipment for Snow. 3 settler wagons, Mitoe.
Yeah, and it looks like, as you mentioned, both players are going to be going for the stable start, so it's going to be a pretty neutral start for both players, maybe just testing the waters with this first game and see what see how it feels against their opponent. And yeah, this just gives them a lot of freedom to adapt into other things as well. Both the Ulans going to be walking past each other here in the middle of the map, though, but ultimately not too much going to accomplish. Actually, Raphael, seeing the 2 Ulans walk into his base, is actually going to bring his own back. Doesn't want to risk losing any villagers there. But yeah, so at this point, I guess both players just going to be looking to just make some cavalry, do a little bit of raiding and scouting, and then get up to the Fortress Age. And that's where we'll really start to see the action take off in this game.
Yeah, both playing that sort of very standard German semi-FF. I think the real interesting thing here will be, how many batches of cav they might want to do, or how. Oh, here we go. It looks like there's quite a number of green cav there. Snow off to a good start, but LordRaphael trying to get on out of there. Does lose 3 of the cavs. Looks like Snow, having got a batch out and grouped it with the other 2, gets a nice pick there, and that's a good start for Snow in the Colonial Age here. Yeah,
some Ulans as well underneath Snow's town center now getting caught here. Unfortunately, I don't believe they killed any villagers. And yeah, they're going to be going down pretty quickly. So yeah, not off to a great start for Raphael. He's not out of it yet, but he's definitely going to be on the back foot for a while. He's going to have to be defending with his Ulans. No more raiding for him. And he's also not going to be able to scout to see exactly what Snow is up to, probably. But, one thing about a German mirror that's a little bit different from many other matchups in the game is how quickly that can change. That disadvantage can turn into an advantage, just because the units that you make as Germany are just such high DPS units that like one mistake can cost you a fight very quickly. So Raphael definitely not out of it, definitely has some opportunities to maybe get back into it if he can take the right fights at the right time. Yeah,
but so far he's lost 6 Ulans there and the Duba, which is not ideal. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll see how this unfolds. But looks like Barracks now coming down for Snow in his base there. He sent 700 wood, going to add that in. And now only just getting his steel traps in off of the 700 wood there. So a little bit late on steel traps, whilst Raphael has had it a bit longer. But he too has constructed a Barracks and gone for 700 wood.
Yeah, actually, it looks like he's got Doppelsoldners in queue as well. I mean, Snow just queuing up a Doppelsoldner himself, probably just to keep that safety open in case there is a push from Raphael coming. But I feel like Raphael, yeah, he's committed to this. 3 Doppelsoldners being trained there. He's got another one in queue. So it looks like he's going to wait for maybe one more batch and then try to go for some kind of timing while maybe Snow is aging up or something. 700 coin coming in now. We'll see if he uses that to age up himself or if he's going to just use that for more units. Seeing him push out now, I think it is going to be more units. Snow is actually saving to age, though, so this is the opportunity for Raphael to get back into it after that those disadvantageous trades early on.
Yeah, he's going to have a window here where Snow is aging. He spent lots of resources. He's coming forward now with a good number of Uhlans there and a few Dops, and he's got 5 more in queue. They'll be popping very shortly from the barracks, and that appears to be what he's waiting for. But a big fight in the center of the map there. Snow getting caught. He does have a few Dops mixed in, and it looks like Snow trying to disengage those 2 Dops, trying to zone the Cav off so that these Cav can get away, but sacrificing them ultimately, and is going to escape with the majority of the Uhlans there. But LordRaphael getting a few nice picks, trading back from what we saw earlier, now coming forward. Dops have been trained now. They're halfway across the map and going to be entering Snow's base. He's nearly up to the Fortress Age, though, but this is going to be a tough couple of minutes for Snow as he defends this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of infrastructure on the front of the base and the side of the base as well that's really exposed to these Doppelsoldners. He could potentially go for some siege. Of course, he's going to go for the villagers first, get some idle time, try to see what's up. He does see this age up now coming in, so he's going to go for the stable first. That is probably the most important building to go for. And Uhlan's going to come in, try to just do a little bit of damage, but ultimately Raphael looking to be in a very good spot right now. But we do have to remember that behind this, he is not aging just yet, and there is a shipment on the way now for Snow. He just clicked it, so it's going to come in around 10 minutes. So that's a lot of time for Raphael to do some damage.
Stable does go down there, and now onto the barracks. 600 coin coming in for LordRaphael. He's going to keep this production up or perhaps go up, depending. Looks like, though, we will see a shipment come in just a moment, but Dop's getting into combat there whilst the Uhlans were sort of a little bit away. Nicely done from Snow, but ultimate Minutemen being called, and I think now the shipment will arrive as well. Big fight. Lots of green units going down quickly with the high damage. Big mass of blue. No shipments. And if it does arrive now, it's going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, it's going to arrive in about 5 seconds or so. Both the military buildings are down from Snow, so this military shipment is the only thing he has to save this base here. It is the 3 war wagons. These can probably deal with everything pretty effectively here. He's got to be careful not to get caught by those Doppelsoldners. Does pull that back in time. But yeah, this is a rough spot to be in. Still being idled by all the units here. And those 3 war wagons have a lot of work to do if they want to clear out this army. And now he's just sieging the town center. It looks like he's actually changed his mind. He's going to be moving off to some of these houses on the side, or maybe just retreating as he is now aging up himself. But yeah, a very successful push from Raphael. So as we were saying before, even though he took those bad trades early on, he did manage to come back very convincingly with a catch himself. So yeah, looking to be in a very good spot.
Yeah, and behind this is going to get 600 coin and go up to the next stage. Looks like, though, Snow, 8 skirmishers on the way and lots of vills on wood. He's frantically trying to chop to replace those military buildings that were destroyed there. But Raphael, he is nearly up to the Fortress Age. He's got a shipment and a half ready, and saving those resources, 500 food and almost 600 coin just to make units in the Fortress Age. I think Raphael's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like, these 3 war wagons aren't really going to be able to do too much here. And he knows that there's no units coming from Snow either. He did kill both the military buildings. So really anything else that Snow could be throwing at him for the next couple minutes, he's not too concerned about. He's just going to work on getting his macro up, get those upgrades in on maybe those Uhlans or something like that. And yeah, just look to take a very convincing lead here. The 8 skirmisher card now coming from Snow. Finally rebuilt that stable as well. No barracks for him, though, so he's not going to be able to get up a kind of skirmisher mass or anything like that with the sort of early advantage that he had in getting to Fortress sooner. Sometimes that is something you can do when you get to Fortress sooner. You get that head start on training that skirmisher mass, and that can give you a big advantage. But, of course, losing that barracks, not going to be happening. And so, actually, Raphael now shipping 8 skirms himself and training some skirmishers and looking to be in a good spot. Also leaving his Doppelsoldners just on the gold mine there. He knows that's very exposed and going to keep those villagers nice and safe.
Yeah, I like that he got great coats just as he was pushing out with the vills to go onto that mine there. But looks like the LordRaphael skirms, pardon me, the Snow skirms, targeting some of those Doppels. But in terms of skirmisher count here, LordRaphael is ahead. He obviously has a barracks, as we know, and with that 8 skirm shipment, bringing him up to 13 here. So ahead in the skirmisher count at the moment. Some exposed vills, though, Mitoe.
Yeah, Raphael just keeping up the pressure with the Uhlans on the side here. He's going to get at least 1 villager. We'll see if he commits for another one. Looks like he's going to leave 2 Uhlans do that. It's pretty low HP, so he is going to get a second. No, he actually cancels it at the last second, so that villager does escape. So not too bad from Snow there. Or, yeah, only losing 1 villager, but definitely still not the best, and he does get some idle time there. 3 war wagons coming out from Raphael now, so he's got a decent, massive anti-cavalry with these 7 war wagons and the skirmisher lead that he's already accrued early on in the Fortress Age here. So he's going to be looking to push out probably as those war wagons arrive with the army, and we'll see what Snow can do to deal with this. He's probably got another military shipment coming up soon. He's almost got the XP for that. But what can he really send that can really get him back into the game? I mean, it could be 9 Ulans, but he doesn't have the veteran Ulan.
Looks like Snow is saving up 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
He's going to be going for Jaegers, possibly Black Riders. Let's have a look at the deck. Both are available to him there. And he hasn't got a barracks, so Jaegers would make a lot of sense there. Looks like the Raphael Ulans coming in to try and get some builds, but these war wagons really nicely placed, and it looks like all of these Ulan, or a lot of them, are going to take damage and go down. He's lost a number of units there. I think Jaegers at the moment is what he needs. He's quite far behind in military unit population here. LordRaphael really running him ragged, causing Vils over here to go inside. The war wagons, they can't be everywhere. He's going to need to send that shipment. I believe, though, it's on the way. And once it arrives, that could be what gets him back.
Yeah, the Jaegers is definitely going to be something he really needs to deal with this skirmisher war wagon mass from Raphael. Raphael himself as well, no veteran Ulans yet, so just looking to make use of that skirmisher advantage that he knows he has. And yeah, possibly the Jaegers could get Snow back into this, as well as that pick he got on those Ulans earlier. That's exactly what he needs to get back into this. And dropping a barracks now, so he's going to start training skirmishers himself. And yeah, I mean, he's definitely behind, but he's doing the right things to sort of get back into it. And we'll see if the Jaegers are going to be enough. They have now arrived, and Raphael going to be pushing into the side here. He knows the villagers are on this gold mine. Here we go.
Yeah, pushing in. Does get a volley on a war wagon here. Let's switch on over to the military units here. We see 8 skirms plus 13 Jaegers, and that is going to more than match the 21 Jaegers of LordRaphael. And you can see he's going to get back here. Doesn't want to push into that, cannot do that any longer. And losing a few units on the back, having grouped all of the units together there. A couple of Ulans do go down, taking more damage as he's trying to retreat away.
Yeah, he is taking not the best trade here. Going to pull those skirmishers away with the war wagons at the end there. But yeah, that's exactly what Snow needs to get back into the game. 9 Ulans, though, coming from Raphael now, and they are now veteran Ulans, so not a lot of anti-cav from Snow here at the moment. This could be dangerous, but he has to push. So he's going in. He knows he's behind in villagers. He can see the score gap. He needs to do something to get back into this game, but this is a lot of Ulans, and I don't know that he has enough to deal with this. And here they come, Raphael looking for the catch.
Yeah, he's coming in. They are going to initiate a fight. That's what they want to do. They want to get on top of it. And there we go. He gets the first swing in, and the Ulans are on top of the skirmishers. The war wagons, they're mixed in as well. But it looks like this is pretty good for LordRaphael. There's still lots of Ulans, 13 left in this fight. Only 2 war wagons for green, and it looks like it's going to be a cleanup and possibly a GG right there.
Yeah, another reinforcing batch of Ulans coming in to seal the deal, and all the Jaegers are going to go down here. There's a 9 Ulan shipment coming from Snow as well, but it's only colonial Ulans. I don't think that's going to be enough to deal with it. And yeah, once this fight is over, Raphael will have free reign over the map with that cavalry, be able to deal with the villagers on the gold mine, which just ran out for Snow as well at the most inopportune moment. Some war wagons coming, going to be able to possibly scare away the Ulans, or at least finish them off. But yeah, Raphael looking very, very strong in this game, and there's the GG from Snow.
GG coming out, and that is what we expect from a German mirror. Usually a very explosive game in one way or the other, and LordRaphael taking the first victory there in this best of 5 series. You can see the score being updated on the screens there. LordRaphael looking pretty good. Snow, considering. That was a fun game.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we get to see why Raphael is considered one of the best players here and why he's a favorite to win the tournament, even though he was behind significantly in the early game, losing about 4 or 5 Ulans almost for free. He did manage to pull it back, so well done from him. Very well played.
Yeah, let's take a look at that military unit population there, just to sort of recap those fights in this last one, really not going so well. But LordRaphael, he did lose a couple of Ulans in the early game. I guess this was it here when they got caught. And then lots of units coming out as he reached Fortress after that successful push. Snow not able to keep up as he was building his barracks and replacing things. Jaegers did come out, though, a nice spike, but ultimately wasn't enough That was game number 1. Let's head on out and figure out game number 2, which will be on Baja, California. What do you think of this map, Mitoe?
I like this map a lot. There's a lot you can do with the water and the trade line, and the different choke points. You can wall them off, sort of restrict your opponent a little bit. But neither of these players are really big, heavy water players, right? So I'm interested to see if they try to do anything different, or if they try to stick to their strengths on the land, try to do something a little bit more aggressive, which I think both players are sort of known for. Raphael does have to pick his Civ first, though, so we'll see what he goes for here. This was a map that neither player selected. This was sort of the one they left open, right? So
there's Chrissy in the middle, Hazard on the right there, Riot Coke on the left, and La Castete. Yes. All right, let's see what the matchup will be. Baja, California. Neither are water players.
Yeah.
And Snow, I'd almost call the opposite of a water player. It's a style he really doesn't like at all, or is, we've seen him have this perceived weakness where he doesn't do very well against water. But LordRaphael, I don't think we'll be expecting that, from him. It is Baja, California, though. There is that option, but I think they'll mostly treat it as a land map. But, It is a land. Perhaps they've been preparing. I doubt LordRaphael has anything funky. He's been, writing that master's thesis that we mentioned. We'll see that interview with him at some point over the next couple of days. But they're considering their civilizations. Raphael must pick first since he did win the previous game.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note, too, just the bottom of the screen there, you see neither player actually selected Baja, California. This was just kind of the map that they left open in the draft there. So neither player necessarily having a very specific plan for this map, so this is going to be something that they're going to have to adapt to on the fly, and we'll see how it goes.
We will indeed. Raphael has been told that he can pick, but he's not given an answer. It's been good minute, 30 seconds. He's really thinking here. So I think your point about this not being a map that he's prepared or picked, and that he's typing.
It looks like it might be the Sioux. He's selected that in the game lobby at least.
The admin's asking him if he's locked into Sioux. He has selected the Sioux. Let's see if he's locked. He does have to confirm that. Of course, we don't want anything. Everything has to be very clear. It is a LAN tournament after all. The Sioux on Baja, California, though, potentially.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. They're not the best on water, but they do have a very strong presence on land. The opponent can't really leave their base very safely. Then you have to leave your base pretty early on this map, too, for resources. Yes. There's not a lot of hunts or mines really safe anywhere in your base. So it seems like a good pick. However, that being said, there are some chokes you can wall off and stuff like that that can kind of restrict Sioux's movement a little bit.
That's right, and the Sioux is locked. It took Raphael a couple of moments. He really didn't seem sure. It wasn't like it was a fast pick, but then again, maybe he's playing the long con, right? He's pretending to not be sure what he wants. But he has selected the Sioux. That will be the civ that he plays. And in response, it looks like Eric, aka Snow, has gone with Brits. Now we'll ask if that is locked for him. He's greened in, so it seems that the matchup will be Sioux versus British, as you can see there. But ladies and gentlemen, let's actually take a look around Baja, California, because we haven't seen around it yet. The video is ready, and then we'll get into this game. Baja, California is an arid, peninsular region where colonies are divided by a mountain range. Players must control the wide central mountain pass, or sneak through narrower backdoor chokes as they vie for control of this land's winding trading route. Other options include spreading one's influence to the oceans, where there is potential to become a naval powerhouse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. Game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between LordRaphael and Snow on Baja, California.
Are you ready?
Brit coming out here from Snow as a response to the Sioux. This is probably an expected pick from him, I would say. Brit being as he mentioned in the interview, his favorite civilization and one of the ones he's known for playing quite well. So we'll see how it goes. But of course, this map is a little bit maybe unfavorable for British, at least with the way that Snow likes to play them off of the water on, land focused, and against Sioux, a civ that likes to apply a lot of pressure all over the map. Could be difficult for him, but we'll see if he has a plan in mind.
Yeah, but you did mention those chokes as well. I wonder if that will be something that comes into play, an advantage for British perhaps. But starting with the Sioux player, here he is, LordRaphael, playing in the color blue on the right-hand side of the map there. The Sioux war chief going to pick himself up a 10-coin treasure. No, he's not. Oh, he is going to go back for that, actually. And then going to race out onto the map and find what treasures that he can there. But Snow, spawning on the left-hand side in the color green, we do have his explorer. He's picked himself up 20 coins, so not much better, and now about to come across 2 stray sheep. I'm not particularly sure. Yeah, he figures out what it is, decides that he doesn't want it, and then is going to sort of move on there. First mana coming down, but those are the starting positions.
Yeah, and it is a coin start. British can use the coin start sometimes, build that market, convert it into wood to get that early hunting dogs as well as the early manor, but looks like Snow opting to just leave that crate on the floor, make sure that he gets that age up in as early as possible, as sometimes going for the gold can slow you down just a little bit. So he's definitely looking to have units on the field early enough to defend some of those early raids from Sioux. And having seen Raphael play Sioux a lot in the past, I know that I know that Raphael likes to go for that early for Axe Rider shipment a lot of the time, sometimes even with a fast age up. So I definitely like that decision from Snow, just to keep all the bases covered. I mean, your economy is going to be better than Sioux anyway, right, as the British, so you don't really need to go too greedy in the early game.
Right. But LordRaphael off to a really flying start. 150 coin there, as well as a native scout. Some really, really big treasures. And now being harassed. And he might pick up this 60 wood treasure. The scout is nearby. Thankfully, the cougar is still alive there. But it is going to be a contention for 60 wood. And the bear is nearby. The native scout is nearby. Eric's explorer could have some real issues here. He's trying to finish off the cougar. Let's see who goes in. I think it was Raphael there. No, Snow does get the 60 wood. A nice consolation, but now going to be mauled by a grizzly bear. Honcho, I believe his name is.
Yeah, well, he does manage to crack shot that down, and he will manage to escape, it looks like. Well, actually, maybe not. Raphael coming back in with the war chief there. He's down to 70 HP, so this is going to be a close one. If he gets back to the town center, he could potentially garrison and save that explorer, but this is going to mean no more scouting for him for the remainder of the early game. No more treasures or anything like that.
Does pick up the scout,
yeah,
though,
that's
with the
pretty
TC
big.
fire. That's going to be a good consolation, but it is going to delay his age up slightly, but worth it looks like, putting the Vils in the TC. You can see only now just getting them back to work. That's the price you pay to make a move like that, but he's going to be up faster than his opponent, or at least click the button. He's almost got his 800 food, and now I'm sure we'll see those villagers switch over to wood. There it is, going to be going up with the governor for an outpost and 200 coin. So LordRaphael continuing to hoover up, vacuum up all those treasures across the map, and he too will be aging up very, very shortly.
Yep, definitely a good start for Raphael, though, with all the pressure that Sioux has in the early game with that war chief. He's definitely got himself a nice lead. Snow just confined to the back of his base with the explorer, picking up a 30 coin and trying to scout in the safer region of the map where he feels Raphael's unlikely to be, so that explorer doesn't go down. But if he wants to scout the base of Raphael for potentially any military buildings or trying to find out what's going on, he's going to have a hard time, as that explorer could go down to even potentially just villagers. Yeah, but here we go. Putting some villagers out on the map, going to be building some manors for some line of sight to avoid that raiding as much as possible. So he's definitely still in a decent spot.
Yeah, and that explorer, he's looking for what's up. You know, maybe some war hut in the middle of the map, something unexpected. He can't just stay in his base with his explorer, even though it is sort of really low HP. But LordRaphael, he is now going up, and it looks like it will be with the chief for some wood. In the meantime, they're going to gather in transition. He's gotten down a trading post, which we can see he's constructing, and also some TPs, not trading posts, TPs. He's only got the 2 there, but perhaps more is on the cards. Market going down, so going to get a couple for that extra boost and then get those researchers in.
Yep, looks like it's going to be the tower age up for Snow. Going to be dropping that down on top of this gold mine and these 2 hunts over here, it looks like, just to give him a little bit more safety with those villagers. And we'll see if he...
SuperWalk44 subscribed in time for the first pass. Thank you very much for the support there. That one's one of the Easter eggs, one of the rare ones, so you did get that. Congratulations. Tower going down though, Mitoe, sorry.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, we'll see what kind of military building goes for. Looks like it is going to be that barracks, so... hasn't actually gathered the gold just yet. He is actually sitting on a lot of gold from the treasures already, so I guess that's no big surprise there. But we'll see what he chooses to go for. Probably going to be the Musketeers for now. Meanwhile, back in Raphael's base, a stable going down, so going for pretty standard stuff. Not going to be any crazy Ford War Hut, set and bow aggression or anything like that. And so pretty standard stuff so far from both players. Raphael just going to be looking to apply some pressure to the resources here, try to keep Snow inside his base as much as possible, and then age up. Actually, I'm completely wrong. This is totally non-standard. There is a dock on the north side of the base from Raphael here,
wow.
So he's actually going for water behind this as Sioux.
2 bow riders in queue, 2 fishing boats in queue. LordRaphael, what is going on here? Perhaps he's tapping into that perceived weakness that Eric, doesn't like playing against water, and LordRaphael just gonna go water, or at least add some fishing boats in. Maybe he just thinks it'll be so unexpected they may not even ever get scouted, and he'll just have a slightly better eco, just gonna pump out 70 wood fishing boats. This is really interesting.
Yeah, and it could definitely pay off for him. He's even if you look at his deck too, there's like no indication that he's going for anything water related. So. This is definitely not going to be expected for Snow. And as we know already, Snow was kind of restricted from scouting early on, having lost a lot of HP on that Explorer. So Raphael knew that he would be unlikely to scout that dock and decided to just try and get an advantage with that way, I suppose. But anyway, now starting with the Bow Riders and coming in from the side, going to be looking to pick off a couple of villagers. Does get spotted by the market and the manor house there, so likely not going to be too much of a threat. Those villagers do get back in time. To garrison in the town center safely. But yeah, second trading post going down for Raphael as well. So he's playing this very, very greedy with fishing boats and potentially a stagecoach coming in behind this. He's already got 4 teepees up in his base as well, giving him that little bit of gather aura on those villagers. So yeah, I think he's sort of anticipating that Snow is going to play this very passively, not going to try to leave his base super early. And hopefully that means that he can get away with all this early greed very safely.
Yeah. I mean, he's coming for. He's still got bow riders. He's coming forward with them. It looks like Snow's going to see that, but I don't think he's going to realize sort of anything's up. Yeah, this is his perspective. Musk's coming to meet the bow riders, but you can see on his black map he's got no indication that there's a dock, and this could be, over the long run, a lot of extra resources for LordRaphael. But going to get away from those Musks. They are going to be enough to scare away, but no problem escaping with the extra speed, especially with the War Chief.
Yeah, but looks like Snow is actually not going to be sticking around in his base. He's not going to be playing this super passively. He is going to be pushing in. He knows that he has no indication of what Raphael's really up to, and he wants to confirm exactly what's going on and try to get a little bit of pressure in here, as Sioux usually likes to age up around this time, and as we see Raphael's resources, that is exactly what he's doing. So he's going to be clicking up with that, likely with that messenger politician any moment now, and these musketeers just going to do a little bit damage on that market there. Force some villagers to idle in the town center, and he will see that there's no additional bow riders to this mass just yet. Just seeing the 6 bow riders and the war chief there, just like he did a moment ago. So he knows that the age up is coming from Raphael. Yeah,
meeting with some longbows now, and then going to sort of head back in. But as you say, suspecting it, and let's see what work he can get done. You know, he's got an opportunity here to do some damage. Bow riders coming forward. One does go down. Longbows get a bit of a volley onto the others. Let's see what he can do. Let's finish off that market.
Yeah, that's going to be a good start for him. And we ought to remember, Raphael investing so much wood into this greed actually means that he doesn't have a war hut up right now as well, which is going to make defending a little bit trickier, especially in the Fortress Age here. He's not going to be able to train any of the Wakina, which is going to be sort of the key unit to deal with these musket longbow units here. Although I guess he could maybe go for rifle riders. There's not a lot of longbows to really threaten them too much. But the age up is in now. Yeah. Another batch of bow riders popping out. And with the teepees here, actually, he should be just fine. Yeah. Does lose one villager, but I don't think he'll be too concerned about that, as Snow Looks like he is not going to be able to continue pushing this, but he's going to try anyway, it looks like, with the reinforcing batch of muskets.
Let's switch into LordRaphael's perspective. I'm sure he's got a shipment on the way and some units in queue. I want to see that. And we can keep an eye on his defense. 3 dog soldiers coming in there, but it looks like he's okay with just the bow riders. The villagers are working, he's doing okay. He's got 10 vills in the TC shooting at those musks. Looks like Snow's going to back off there. And just in time, those dogs arrive, and he's not going to be under the TC. He's going to be safe there.
Yeah, dog soldiers are a really interesting card to be sending there. I mean, they do have that multiplier against infantry, including musketeers, so they definitely do a lot of damage, and that snare would be very helpful as well, perhaps more so than the rifle riders coming in with, you know, potentially longbows being added in behind that. So that's definitely an interesting choice from him, and one that I like a lot.
He's coming back in here. Looks like Snow has constructed a dock, and he too is also going to be adding in a few fishing boats, the first one of which has just entered the board there. So rifle riders do arrive for LordRaphael though, and we do have a fight underway.
Yeah, this looks like a tricky fight for Snow. His musketeers dropping very quickly to the rifle riders there. Still one dog soldier up now. And it looks like this whole army is going to get cleaned up. The musketeers going into melee there. They are going to kill that war chief off, it looks like. No, actually not going to be able to do that. And yeah, going to be a very convincing cleanup from Raphael. And behind this, Snow is looking to age actually with that 700 food shipment coming in. He's almost got 1,000 gold, so he is going to be aging himself, and this gives Raphael a really big window to counter push potentially.
Yeah, and you know, being up to the fortress age already. British going to lose 5 more musketeers as well. Caught out in the open, they're coming to reinforce, but didn't get home in time. Those cavalry really, really fast. But LordRaphael, yeah, he's already up right to the fortress age, and Snow, there's no fast aging politician for British. This, you know, could be troublesome for him without any military units right now. They've all been killed. He's already gathering berries here in his base. It's hard to have any map control, especially when you're aging. Thankfully, though, the boats might add in a bit of extra food for him there. He does have that going for him, but going to be challenging. LordRaphael coming in again as he's aging. That seems to be the story of this series so far.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's got enough units to sort of hold on here with those 10 musketeers, the couple longbows, and potentially Minutemen. But this is definitely a very tricky situation to be in as Snow. And he is, yeah, out of resources, as you mentioned, already on berries, looking to make that transition to water for his food. But that means that he's not going to have an easy time trading additional units to hold this kind of pressure. And the 9 Wakina shipment coming from Raphael almost in Snow's base now. And there's not really any good answer to those Wakina at the moment.
No, they seem quite challenging, especially with muskets, right?
Yeah, for sure. Here they are. They're now in the base. A couple musketeers going to drop to them already. Some more being trained from Snow behind this. He is almost up. Another 30 seconds or so, and he will have the 7 longbows from that age up, but potentially going to be losing this tower, maybe losing the rest of these muskets actually as the Axe Riders get in to snare them. Minutemen being called.
Yeah, Minutemen are called here, but the longbow age up is still quite far away, and now there's even more cav coming in, and if these muskets can't handle the cav, and it doesn't look like they will, those longbows will be really, really vulnerable, and it looks like all these villages will have to go into the TC as well. The age up about to come in Q, does have some muskets and hussars. Let's switch into Snow's perspective. We need to see, can he manage this? He's cancelled the muskets. He's going to get a batch of four hussars do come out here. But the longbows, the cavalry on top of them.
Yeah, it looks like he might just stabilize, though, here. Fighting with a couple of the villagers, too, underneath the town center. Looks like the rest of the units have been cleaned up with the town center fire. He is actually going to survive, but just barely. And there is a war hut frantically going up in the middle of the map behind this for Raphael, so he's looking to continue the pressure. And 5 Axe Rider shipment coming as well from this. So 10 more Axe Riders heading off to the base. He knows that Snow's been garrisoned for quite a while. He's scouted the map as well, so he knows that he's potentially out of resources, and he's going to look to apply some more pressure to that as soon as possible.
War hut is up. 10 Axe Riders on the board here. But LordRaphael, I don't know if he did too much lasting damage. He cleaned up some units. It was a good trade, but British still has a lot of villages here, although many of them gathering wood and berries.
Yeah, that's true. And we do actually have quite a few fishing boats from Snow out now. He did actually construct a second dock as well, so he's sort of well established on the water at this point. He's actually got about the same number of fishing boats as Raphael, nearly, or possibly more at this point. So looking to be in a pretty good spot, actually, yeah, all things considered. It was looking bad, but he's recovered well. Not a lot of military units at the moment. He's got a handful of muskets and hussars, so he's not out of the woods yet, but yeah, he's definitely held on.
Yeah, I'd like to see LordRaphael build that final middle TP and perhaps get the stagecoach upgrade as well. He's got 200 wood and 9 vills on wood, so it's definitely something he's considering there, unless he's about to drop 250 wood on another war hut there. We'll keep an eye on that. But big raid, or these vills quite far from home? Is there any? Doesn't look like anything's nearby to defend them.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of Axe Riders coming in now. It looks like that we're going for a raid themselves. Possibly going to be able to deter these hussars. However, Snow just takes the fight there. I think Raphael will be just fine though with the villagers helping out as well. And oh, actually another reinforcing batch of hussars coming, but the Wakina and the Axe Riders on the way to defend that. But this is something that Snow needs, or maybe feels he needs to get back into the game, just because of how scary the army was when it was in his base earlier. He feels like he needs to get something done. He is going to lose a couple of hussars here, get the rest of them out of there, but yeah, behind this, he's pushing on the front base here with near the warhut with this big mass of musketeers. There are some Wakina here, but not a whole lot. He could potentially just try to go all in for this warhut, but it's pretty risky. That's what he's doing though, as they are committed. The warhut's below half HP.
Going to try and hammer that down, splitting off a few musks to force the skirmishers to kite away from him. But yeah, losing a lot of muskets for this war hut. What do you think it's worth it?
Yeah, it was a pretty costly trade, but I mean, it does sort of free up the map a little bit. There's some resources in the middle there, that gold mine and that hunt, namely. So it could potentially be looking to get onto those resources pretty soon once he reestablishes that military mass a little bit. And I mean, it does sort of limit Raphael's composition moving forward a little bit as well. Having to rebuild that war hut back at home means that there's not going to be, like, he's missing a couple batches of Okina, right? So you can expect the composition to be mostly cavalry focused for the time being, which means he can continue committing to this musketeer mass pretty comfortably.
Big raid in the top though does pick up four or five villages there, quite a lot. But counter raid down in the bottom. It's just raid city here. Snow are going to get some, but going to be met by Axe Riders. That's a good number of hussars that have been caught there. Are going to try and escape some of them, but not ideal.
Yeah, but at the same time, catching a couple Axe Riders at the top of the map from that first raid that Raphael went for. So overall, pretty even trades coming out here for both players. But the Falconets are out now. And this could potentially be go time for Snow, or he could at least move some villagers onto these resources and use those Falconets to defend them. We'll see exactly what he has in mind at the moment, not seeming to want to push out.
Yeah, it could be go time, but he's staying at home, and I think that's rightfully so. We're reaching that time in the game where the Sioux big button is going to become quite relevant, and we're going to see perhaps a 19 minutes, or is it 18 minute, where the next mark where you get an extra dog soldier is relevant. But he's gathering a lot of food, and it looks like LordRaphael will be pressing that button to get the dog soldiers very shortly, and we'll have a big push coming in from the Sioux player there. He's been behind in eco most of the game, but one of the Sioux, I suppose, civ bonuses is that big button timing, and is going to become relevant. He's gathering all that food. He's got 1,500 food nearly, and he's going to click the button, and he's got both cav combat and cav hit points as well, only missing the colonial attack for cavalry upgrade. Yeah,
this definitely could be a very scary timing. Those Falconets are quite a big advantage for Raphael in this matchup, but there's not a lot of Wakina out, really. It's mostly going to be cavalry focused, especially once the dog soldier comes out, so I don't know how relevant they're going to be. And as we already mentioned earlier, those dog soldiers do bonus against musketeers as well, so it's going to be a hard timing for Snow to hold as for sure.
Yeah, it does take out the TP, though. Going to use his army a little, but whilst he's up on that side of the map, LordRaphael knows he's not at home, and these cavalry racing in, charging in, looking for some villagers on the gold mine. They don't see any, and now going to head back by the looks of it, but trying to get work done whilst his army is obviously away. Cavalry damage coming in now, and it looks like we will see that 19-minute big button. It's going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, I believe at 19 minutes, it's maybe it's 19 or 20 minutes, it's up to It's probably at 20 minutes. He's probably going to wait for 20 minutes maybe. Then it comes up to, I believe, 7 dog soldiers. Something like that, which is pretty scary, especially when you have 3 cards in them. A few musketeers getting picked off in the middle here as well. He is going to get a little bit of information, at least, for losing those musketeers. He's going to see the Wakina and the Axe Rider composition. There's not a lot of bow riders or rifle riders around, so he'll get a little bit of compensation in that regard there. And it looks like he's actually feeling pretty comfortable to maybe look for a fight in the middle of the map here with this big Musk Huss Falconet mass.
Yeah, he's posturing in the center.
Oh, take a look at the north of the map, though, as this is going on.
Oh,
2 docks for
damn.
Snow going down. I think he's sort of figured out that, or maybe actually he doesn't know that Raphael's on water. Maybe he just wants to start booming on this side as well.
Yeah,
get control over both sides.
He's going to run out soon. He probably, whether he knows or not, he's going to be met by Blue's fishing boats, and he's already sort of depleted the ocean there. But there are whales to fight over, I suppose. But Snow posturing in the center of the map. Cannons set up. He did build an arsenal at home as well, and has switched villages over to mills. So his transition is going quite nicely. But villagers up in the top going to be met by some hussars. But equally, villagers going to be met by musketeers in the bottom. Snow and Raphael, a lot of raiding going on here. Still posturing in the center of the map there.
Yeah, Snow just doing what he's good at, keeping pressure up all over the map, all over the resources. Unfortunately for him, a little bit, that top side raid is actually scaring the villagers down towards the dock. So he did actually spot that there is a dock now from Snow.
Here we go.
Yeah, fair fight potentially. Good volley, gets a couple of Wakina there as well as a lot of damage. And only 1 TP up here, that second one not being finished. But it looks like this is going to be go time. The dog soldiers are out, but they're not joining the fight just yet.
Cavalry coming around the side, going to find their way onto a falconet there, going to be able to take it out. And now, without those, the Wakina are going to be a big problem for those musketeers.
Look how quickly the army's melting. The dog soldiers aren't even fighting. He doesn't even need them. He's just war dancing his way to victory. The dog soldiers just standing by and watching. And Raphael looking to be very, very strong now.
Yeah, 2-0. Very well done from Lord there. Some crowd applause. And yeah, Raphael going to be feeling much better about today, I think, than yesterday.
Yeah, he's looking much stronger.
Forgot the dogs,
sure.
and he still won. BM. All right, better make that clear. But let's take a look at the post game there and have a look.
Yeah, just kind of all game long. Aside from the very short window where Sioux is aging, it looks like Raphael just had a very convincing military lead, and Snow wasn't quite able to catch up. You know, he had to make that awkward transition into docks while he was being pushed. Then he had to transition into mills, get those mill upgrades and everything, and just never managed to find really the mass that he needed to get himself into a winning position.
No, it didn't look like it, right? Let's head on out, though, into the lobby. Raphael on match point, 2-0 so far.
Yeah, looking to be in the shape everyone expected him to be in going into this tournament as the #1 seed, looking to reclaim that spot as the favorite to win the tournament. So we'll see if Snow can bring it back, though. It's definitely not over. He is down 2-0 at the moment, but he can certainly make a comeback.
Certainly can. The next map will be Thar Desert.
Yep, which is a map also that Snow did pick himself, so maybe he's got something planned for this map. We'll have to wait and see, but it certainly is a map that lends itself towards his strengths. Even in that last game, we saw his strengths being just fighting all over the map in different places, raiding all the time, and Thar Desert is definitely a map that lends itself to that sort of playstyle.
And this is one of his picks, so perhaps Eric will be better positioned here, maybe something planned. Maybe something in mind.
Yep, we will have to wait and see.
Lord Raphael will pick first. Let's see what civilization he chooses to go for on Thar Desert here. India and Russia seem to be his go-tos for this map.
Mm-hmm. Those are 2 civs he's very well known for playing, and they are 2 civs that are very good on this map, so definitely would not be surprised to see either of them. I don't know if we've seen him play Russia, if we saw him play it yesterday, I mean. So India may be a little bit more likely. It is also the more versatile pick. Yeah, I would kind of expect him to go for that for sure. But no, actually looks like he is actually going to be picking Russia after all. And
I feel
Yeah.
like this is something he does a lot. He seems to like Russia on this map. But we have seen him play India as well. But Russia seems to be that civ, in previous ESOC tournaments that he's done very well with. Looks like he's going to have a quick lavatory break, fair enough. But Snow coming out with Russia as well by the looks of it. We'll see if, LordRaphael's locked Russia. New subscription, JD Dis, thank you very much. Didn't get a treasure pick, but thank you for the subscription all the same. So LordRaphael locked in with Russia. Let's see what Snow goes with. It looks like
could be a mirror.
a Russian mirror. And Snow likes those vanilla civs. I think, a Russian mirror, who's got the most muscle?
Yeah, it's definitely a very aggressive matchup for sure, and could potentially end quite quickly. I feel like I haven't seen Snow play nearly as much Russia as he has other civs, but maybe he just doesn't have anything that he feels comfortable picking into Russia on this map, and he just feels that he has to mirror it.
Potentially. But it's interesting, given that this was, his choice.
No.
Maybe he likes it. These, big, your villages end up quite far away. That raiding style of his, it's going to pay off more on a map like this. But equally, we have seen some very long Russian games as well. Admittedly, not on Thar Desert very often, but perhaps we will see something today. Shall we, though, have a look at Thar Desert?
He hasn't confirmed that he's locked Russia, though, so he's still thinking about it. It's definitely not a guaranteed Russian mirror yet. What else could he really play into this? He does dabble in a little bit of India, which is a matchup that I think has been considered good for India traditionally, but I think recently has maybe not been as successful. So he could go for that. Maybe could stick to his strengths with the British or the French or something like that.
Yeah, and he's saying, Russia locked, and he says, no, it's not locked. So it might not be a Russian mirror. So as you're saying, very relevant. We'll check in with him. But first, let's take a look at the Thar Desert. And then when LordRaphael is back and Snow's made a decision, we'll get into this game. Shifting sands and rolling dunes cast long shadows across the Thar Desert. This vast open landscape is far from barren, though. Gold is plentiful, and although food is not scarce either, the wild elephants are not easily controlled. Settlers will quickly find themselves out in the open as they venture away from their town in search of food. There's also no passing trade in the desert, and the native Udasi offer little by the way of alliance, acting mostly as an obstacle, which makes controlling the center of the map much more difficult than it would first seem. Alright, welcome back everybody. We'll be getting into game number 3. LordRaphael on match point. The score is 2-1, but the civilizations have been selected. We asked Snow if Russia was locked. He said no, but then after some consideration did decide that he would lock Russia after all. So it will be a Russian mirror Mitoe on the Thar Desert.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know. Like I've seen Raphael play quite a few Russian mirrors in previous tournaments, and I don't think it's a matchup that he's been as successful in as some other ones. So maybe Snow latching onto that a little bit could potentially get back into the game as a result of that, or back into the series, sorry, as a result of that. We'll see how they choose to play it, because this is a very aggressive map. Both players are probably going to be going for that forward blockhouse. I don't anticipate seeing anything defensive from either of them, most likely, so it's going to be an explosive one for sure.
Yeah, those resources, just taking map control and being aggressive is just rewarded a lot on the Thar Desert, and expecting to see that from both Russian players. But they've checked their decks. Everything is all in order, it would seem, and we will be getting into this quite shortly.
Yeah, for sure. I don't really know what to expect from Snow here, to be honest. I just haven't seen him play a lot of Russia. I know that he's played it a lot in team games and stuff like that, and it's definitely a civ that he's not uncomfortable on, but how he's going to play out of Mirror, not really sure. Maybe we're just going to end up with the sort of standard like blockhouses on top of each other, you know, skipping villagers, trading musketeers, shipping Cossacks, all at once, and both players sort of slamming their armies into each other. But having played a lot of team games with Russia, maybe we'll see something a little bit different. Maybe he's got some other build orders up his sleeve.
Okay, well, we'll see how it pans out. LordRaphael, though, spawning in the bottom of the map in the color blue, playing as the Russians there. 100 wood and a coin start, and in his base, you can see a 20 coin treasure there. Behind his base on the minimap, there is a 30 XP treasure, but he is going to pick up the coin all the same there, and we'll see what Snow is up to. Here he is in the top of the map in the color green. Same crates, obviously, picking himself up 40 food, turtle soup, and on the front of his base has a 30 food treasure. And nothing super interesting. Let's check in with LordRaphael's Explorer. Here he is. He's next to the 85 wood treasure. That's what he wants to find. So that's, you know, big treasure number 1. And traditionally, we always find 2 big wood treasures here. So LordRaphael are going to be quite pleased that he's found that. Let's take a look around the map, Mitoe, before we talk about the players. 50 wood over on this side, but it's that other big wood treasure I'm looking for, 60 food as well. That's a pretty good one. And here it is up in the top of the map there.
Yeah, pretty close to Snow's base, so he could potentially find that himself as well. But looks like for now he's content to go for that 30 food back at home. Russia, of course, being one of those civs that tends to have a lot of idle time in the early game compared to other civs. Any food treasure you can get is going to help speed you up a little bit in the early game, so can't fault him for that. But looks like he's actually going to be walking away from that potential treasure. Is going to pick up 60 food, though, which is going to even further accelerate that age up time. So this could be actually pretty good for him. His blockhouse might be a little bit more difficult to get up compared to Raphael, who's going to get another wood treasure here. But aging up that little bit sooner can mean you get those units a little bit sooner, and it all sort of snowballs a little bit. So we'll see how relevant that ends up being.
Yeah, he's going to pick that up now. But it's not like that wood treasure that he didn't initially sort of go for is going to be taken by LordRaphael. The Blue Explorer on pretty much the opposite side of the map there, though he is finding some nice treasures too. 55 coin. I think he's got his crack shot available here, so unless he used it on the Tiger to pick up the 50 wood. But both players nearby, they can see this one. Neither going to contend for it. But Snow now moving into the area that LordRaphael scouted. He's not going to find anything here. LordRaphael's already sort of been and gone and taken the good picks, so to speak. You often don't want to be scouting in where your opponent just came from if you can avoid it, or if you know that they just came from there. Now changing direction, but that wood treasure now looking more likely to go to LordRaphael.
Yeah, he's going to be walking across that first potentially, but 55 coin getting picked up for Snow, and that wood treasure does take a long time to go for as well, so probably not going to be too much of an issue. It looks like he's not even going to be walking towards it just yet. He's actually going to be walking towards the south side of his base, maybe spot out another one of those hunts that he could try to bring in. But yeah, so far, nothing unusual from either player at the moment. Wood trickles coming in, both looking to age up with 14 villagers. Both looking to start herding that hunt as soon as possible. And Snow now clicking that age up button, switching some villagers to wood, gathering up that gold crate that he did leave on the ground initially. And we'll see if he chooses to go for a forward base. Forward villager is probably going to be leaving pretty soon if that is what he intends to do. And Raphael, in turn, now aging up himself, actually dropping a market as soon as he starts aging up there. This is going to slow down his blockhouse a little bit, but he did get a lot of wood treasures, so this is something he can definitely go for. And only one villager coming up for Raphael. I don't know if that's just a herd or if he is actually going to use that for the blockhouse. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, here's the 90 wood getting started up by Raphael, but going to immediately abandon that idea upon seeing Snow's Explorer.
And it will remain up for contention. Got some sound bug.
That's too bad.
That's the trouble with the VSync. Need that on to avoid.
Either way, though, looks like there are 3 villagers out in the middle of the map from Snow, so he is going to be dropping down that forward blockhouse here next to this hunt. That's kind of a interesting position for the blockhouse, just because there's this big, like, sort of wall and choke point with the native settlement and the gold mine in front there as well. So he would have an easier time defending his blockhouse if Raphael also chooses to go for a forward blockhouse. So it looks like Raphael is actually going to be going more defensive this time around, which is a little bit unusual for Russia and in the Russian mirror.
Yeah, that's going.
But
perhaps he saw that 60 food treasure from Raphael and thought, I don't know if that would be enough to make you want to build your blockhouse further back. But here it is in his base. But Snow will be playing traditionally, this is quite far forward, guarding a coin mine and some hunts just behind it.
Yeah, well, I mean, just looking at Raphael's base, he does actually have a lot of hunts in his base. Did a very good job of herding there. So maybe he doesn't really feel that he has to be out on the map right away. He can sort of play that little safer style, not risk just losing to an all-in from Snow on top of his forward blockhouse or something like that. And just going to play a little bit greedier, a little bit slower, and make use of the fact that he's going to be safe with his villagers for the time being. And second blockhouse is going to be dropped down immediately with that 400 wood, so he's definitely going to be playing this defensively to start.
Yeah. Looks like Snow did get that wood treasure after all, though. And now 5 Cossacks do come out with the first batch of 5 Musketeers. The Explorer mixed in as well. Going to push forward here. His first shipment being military unit. Snow is coming. LordRaphael, as you said, 700 wood. Going to build a second blockhouse.
Yep.
And he's done a good job of bringing all this hunt under the TC. Maybe he's having PTSD from Tabin's back herding in earlier series and has decided that actually he's going to just get all the hunts under his TC and play defensive.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really good for him moving forward. Getting that steel traps upgrade already as well. Snow just sitting on the hunting dogs. That's a result of that early 700 wood shipment. Going to be enabling Raphael to be pretty greedy here. No stable or anything for him just yet. Looks like he's content to stick with the double blockhouses for now. Snow, on the other hand, though, is going for a stable. And I imagine we'll be following this up with 700 wood. There it is. So that's going to help him get some more infrastructure out, get some of those market upgrades himself, as he is getting his own steel traps in now. And basically the name of the game at this point is, I guess, just in a mirror like this, you kind of just want to wait a little bit until you really need to make something happen. You get the most out of those resources you have at home, and then you try to push out. And it looks like 700 coin going to be coming in for Raphael now. I don't think that's going to be for an age up or anything. Probably just going to be continuing to fuel Musketeer production here. He's also sitting on quite a lot of wood still, so we could still see a stable go down at some point here.
Yeah, lots of villagers on food. He's got the steel traps, although place of mines is coming in as well. Coin's just the more efficient thing, but using it to make musks can be a bit. Food is obviously more useful there, but gold goes longer in the long run, and that's sort of what he wants, the villager seconds, I suppose. But Snow does have the superior army, trading volleys back and forth. But now that the Strelets have arrived, he's going to have to get back here. Explorer is going to go stay up.
Yeah, it doesn't go down.
Let's switch into LordRaphael's perspective here and see how he's handling it. What does he have on the way? Is he going to call Minutemen?
Yeah, looks like doesn't really need the Minutemen there.
No, it looks like he's okay.
But still, he's sitting on a lot of wood still. No stable or anything going down. So this is really surprising, because I know, having seen Raphael play Russia in the past, that he really likes the Cossack with Russia usually. And it's a unit that you would expect to be quite good in the mirror. Russia having a little bit of a weakness to cavalry and having quite strong Cossacks just makes them sort of a go-to unit in this matchup normally. But no, just continuing with the infantry production. So maybe he just wants to go with a really big massive infantry, now dumping that wood into Strelets, it looks like. And hopefully it doesn't bite him, but here we come with the Cossacks coming in.
Let's go to player one's perspective and see how he handles this. Strelets, 700 food on the way to maintain production from both buildings. By the looks of it, though, Snow going to retreat on out of there. And this seems to be working out for LordRaphael, right? He's just sort of getting away with being greedy, building steel traps and sending all of the, getting the market upgrades, all these things.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's actually being even greedier. Look at the resources and that 700 food shipment coming in. He's actually going to age up behind this. And he's still got the resources in base to do this. He's got, over half a mine left, still like quite a few animals at home. So he's okay to defend and actually age up and maybe use those falconets or something to get some kind of advantage here in this matchup. And we'll see what Snow does about that. For the moment, Snow is also stacking resources himself. We'll see if he ends up spending that, but he could potentially also follow up to the Fortress Age if he feels like it is necessary.
Shall we take a look at LordRaphael's deck then? Inside there, he's got, perhaps a few extra shipments, Fortress Age shipments. He's got 6 Cossacks in there. You don't always see that.
Yeah, that's considered to be not the best card in the world. You've got 5 Cossacks already in Age 2, right? And then you've got 6 in H3. It's only another 150 resources. It's not great. But I mean, you take everything you can get in this matchup, I guess. I mean, Russia doesn't really have the most, like the largest selection of good military shipments in H3. So, yeah, you kind of have to go for it, maybe. But
Snow, though, I think, has recognized that that's what Raphael's up to.
Yeah,
and,
it seems like it.
In turn, is also going to start saving to age there. Not going to send a shipment to get up. Instead, just going to macro for it. He knows Raphael doesn't have a big army, and he's got the time to just gather his resources and just sort of go up like that. But going to follow him up to the next stage. LordRaphael already there, though. And he's going to be preparing to push out. Can we see player one's perspective again? I wonder if he's sending falconets. Yeah, confirmed there, and getting his veteran musketeer upgrade in. So that's what's going to be happening.
Yeah, and Snow will have falconets of his own coming once he does age up himself. But this tempo could be enough to give Raphael an advantage here. We'll see if he actually wants to push out as soon as that comes in, though. I mean, he'll know that potentially if Snow's been continuing to train units, that he could have a lot of extra Cossacks and stuff like that. And he doesn't really have a whole lot of musketeers out, so he might not feel super comfortable in pushing out immediately, but looks like that is what he's going to do. The falconets have arrived. He is now leaving the base, and having not seen Snow push into his base at all upon his age up, which is what you would normally expect maybe if your opponent was staying in the colonial age, he maybe can anticipate that Snow is going to be aging himself. Also, I really like this wall segment that he's placing down on the side here. He knows that Snow has been going for Cossacks, and if he can just deny like how easily he can get flanked, this could help him win a fight for sure. But it looks like the Cossacks can be getting right up under the falconets.
Straight from behind, and he's going to lose the 2 falconets right away. And this is a big part of what makes LordRaphael going to the Fortress Age strong. That's going to go down, and there's just so many extra green units here. This is really not good.
Yeah, that's a disaster for him for sure. And like his Strelets also not being in the best position, getting caught underneath the blockhouse here. He's still got the veteran upgrades. And I don't think Snow has a military shipment on the, or actually I think he does have a shipment on the way. Here we are, it is the Falconets. It's going to arrive, those Musketeers going to go down, and this has been turned on its head very, very quickly as Snow takes a decisive lead in the fight there. And he could push right into the base now from Raphael if he really wants to. I mean, there's a stable finally going down for Raphael, but he's not really going to have a good answer to these Falconets until he can get some units out from that stable.
Damn.
And he's just a ways off of that. And the resources back at home now running out. The gold mine just ran out. There's only one animal left. And Snow looking to potentially make a comeback in this series. But here's the 6 Cossack shipment. He's going to be going in. He knows that he needs to go now while the military mass is still relatively low. This is looking pretty good for him, bringing Minutemen and villagers into the fight as well. One Falconet very low already. The second one also getting pretty low. And actually, Raphael actually coming back right away.
Yeah, chucking the villagers in there. Did manage to get the cannons quite quickly. Going to soak up a lot with the vills, and he has got those veteran musketeers. His opponent doesn't have that upgrade in yet, so these musks doing really well. And yes, he's managed to get back into the game off the back of that. Though I was watching his face cam when he lost the Falcons. He looked pretty pissed, but all is well now, it seems.
Yeah, that was, like I was just saying that he was in a pretty bad spot, and he just immediately turned it around, recognized that he had the military lead, that Snow really just didn't have a lot on the field, and yeah, killed off the Falconets, cleaned up the army pretty well, and now he's got himself into a really solid position. And all these villagers on the right side, super exposed, a blockhouse going up to defend that. I don't know if Raphael really has that scouted, but Snow is moving his army over there. He knows that that's his biggest weakness right now, and he can't afford to lose that position.
20 Strelets coming in from LordRaphael here. And he's got the veteran upgrade on them as well. He's looking pretty good in terms of military population. They're 62 to 38. I wonder if he has seen this. We could actually check, I suppose, player one's perspective and see if... no, he's not got that scouted Mitoe. He doesn't know there's any gathering going on up there at all on the black map there, but he is sort of walking into it now, and he could well come across those units should he travel further. But back to the third-person view, we can see green units. Perhaps he's trying to bait him not to go that direction.
Yeah,
with having units nearby.
He did see earlier that Snow was trying to posture in that direction, so he probably has some idea that there was some reason for that, right? So he's probably aware that there is something up here. Does see the blockhouse there, which is definitely going to be a big giveaway that there is resources being gathered up here. And seeing Snow fight such like an uphill battle with so few units in this location is definitely going to signal Raphael to go in here for the kill.
There is a raid on the side there. A couple of musks do come out of that blockhouse, and ultimately not too effective. But 5 Oprichniks coming through, which is going to turn the tide there. And the Opries are going to be enough to take down that blockhouse. This is going to warrant a response from LordRaphael. He's going to have to send something over there.
Yeah, but meanwhile, it looks like this blockhouse is going to go down on the top side of the map. You're actually stop sieging it for a moment. Going to clean up the Strelets first. But I don't know that Snow has enough to deal with this. He doesn't have a shipment on the way. He almost has one available, but holding this blockhouse is going to be difficult. Yes, Strelets in queue at the blockhouse, but it's really low HP. It's going to go down before they pop. And that's going to be potentially game losing at this point. All these villagers are going to have to run away from this location. Now, to be fair, most of the food is gone from here, so he's going to have to move soon anyway. But that's going to mean that he's not going to really be able to train many units as they move all the way to the other side of the map. And yeah, Raphael looking to be in a very good position now. More Strelets coming across the board, just going to keep pushing into Snow's side of the map. He knows that he's dealt a heavy blow in denying those resources. But some Oprichniks too as well, looking for some villagers. Looks like he is going to find it.
Yeah, they're out for blood. These things are nasty. They're very good at killing vills. But Snow, quick to respond. He had 2 Cav Archers on standby. They're coming in, and that will be enough to handle the 2 Oprichniks there, though. Looks like he is going to kill a number of villagers before they sort of go down. Back to the middle here. Looks like... let's switch on over to military units. It looks like there's a lot more green, and blue is sort of heading away from this mass. Doesn't want to be getting involved just yet.
Yeah, Snow has to push the issue, though. Like, he's moved to this hunt on the top side of the map, not realizing that it was only one animal. And more Oprichniks coming in, too, at the same time that the fight's trying to go on. But the main thing I was trying to say here is that Snow really has to get out on the map, and that's what this push is doing. He has to get control over these elephants or something if he wants to remain in the game. He can't afford to be passive, and he's losing so many vills on the top of the side as this goes on, but he has to keep going. He can't afford to send something back to defend that. Minutemen being called now, they're going to be enough to scare it away. And it looks like he is going to be pushing in. Not going to spot Raphael's villagers yet, though. Just going to keep chasing down the army. And actually catching some Strelets of his own with the Oprichniks in the middle. So, I mean, this is what Snow needs to get back into the game. But the Cavalry Archer is going to get there in time to dissuade that. And I'm not sure that Snow is really accomplishing enough here. His villagers now moving out to the west side of the map, going to be getting onto that hunt. But the fight has started in the south here, and Snow's committed.
Yeah, it looks like 43 blue Strelets. There's a lot of extra blue Strelets here, though they're not all in the fight, but it's going to be enough to force Snow away. He's not going to be able to push the issue here. Up in the top of the map, he's trying to place down a town center. There are some annoying LordRaphael Oprichniks, but they will be dealt with quite easily. And just going to try and now... I guess he feels like the game's even enough, or that he can sneak in a TC. How do you feel about the TC? I
think the town center is just... It's more safety than a blockhouse. I mean, it's higher hit points. You can garrison more villagers in it. You know, you have Minutemen and a shipment point and stuff like that. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't actually placed it just yet, and it takes a very long time to build. So I'm not sure that it will actually go up before Raphael's army arrives here. And there's just... Look at the military population right now. Over 40 units ahead. Raphael is, and losing even more Strelets in the middle now. Villagers even walking into the fight, and there's the GG well played from Snow. And Raphael taking a very convincing 3-0 victory.
Does come out ahead there, and appear getting up for the handshake. A 3-0. LordRaphael looks like he's back on form in this game. Going to be much more pleased with his performance, I think, today than compared to yesterday.
Yeah,
really nice game
better
from him. 3 really good games, and certainly this one as well.
Yeah, pretty clean games all around from him, and just really well played. And yeah, he's looking like the #1 seed everyone expected him to be, the favorite to potentially win the tournament. So he's going to move on to play Haza for a spot in the semifinals. Unfortunately, Snow is eliminated, but we had some great games for him anyway.
Yeah, he is now at the tournament. But, you know, for him, he does now get the rest of today and indeed tomorrow, the semi-finals and the grand finals, to hang out with all of the ESOC crowd, all of the Age of Empires 3 fans, and just have a good time. And good showing from him. We saw some good games from him yesterday. Very close series yesterday. But ladies and gentlemen, if you could give it up for Snow. He's eliminated from the tournament, but a really nice showing from him. LordRaphael will progress through. But up next, we do have Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul. So stay tuned for that. That will be the next series. But before we get into it, I think we're going to have a short break and an interview with LordRaphael over on the couch. So that'll be coming up shortly. But we'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the New World Championships. We're here with Raphael just after his victory against Snow in the group stage here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling obviously pretty happy, pretty good. Yeah, I was pretty nervous because I really didn't want to go out without a serious win. So I'm already pretty happy that I won't be the last.
Yeah, that's good for sure. It seemed like you were a little bit rusty yesterday. Do you feel like you're a little bit less rusty today, more in form?
I think the biggest thing, I managed to install my mouse drivers and
Keep the microphone a little bit.
I managed to install my mouse drivers, which helped myself enormously because I could fine-tune the mouse settings, and also I played like 10 games yesterday, which definitely helped a lot.
So you're also feeling pretty good about your game against Hessa?
I wouldn't say pretty good, but I'm definitely feeling more confident than yesterday. So yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, so and let's talk about a little bit about the games we just saw. There were two mirrors, a German mirror and a Russian one, and there was the Sioux versus Brits. Well, obviously Snow is known for his Brits, right? So was Sioux kind of a matchup you expected, and the whole water play, was that something you prepared, or how did that go?
I didn't prepare anything. But I don't know, I kind of knew he would pick Brits, I guess, and Baja, California is not a really good Brit map, I guess, and Sioux, it's a big map, it's very open, so Sioux can excel there. And I've done the water build with Sioux before, and it's not something people expect usually, so I don't know, I guess it gives me a nice little eco bonus, so to speak, and it's really easy because Sioux doesn't get housed and you basically can spend all your wood onto boats, so it's kind of okay, I guess.
Yeah, it worked out in the end, and you at some point you forgot your dog soldier big button. Did you send it like 6 minutes later, which meant you had a huge puff of dog soldiers?
No,
which may actually won you the game, or not?
I didn't send the dog soldier earlier on purpose. I mean, I didn't have the food, and I really kind of wanted to play the long game because I had the boats, and yeah, but then he wasted like all his army when he pushed my TC, and so I tried to do some damage, which didn't really work out, but it also didn't cost me the game, I guess, because I mean it were kind of slightly favorable trades for me, I guess, but he had a big eco lead, so it evened out. And then I just decided I would send 3 Cav cards and just watch Sioux Cav go to town, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that worked out fine for you. And then later in the Russia mirror, you decided you didn't want to go for a colonial aggression. And well, at some point the chat was saying, well, if you don't go aggressive in this Russia mirror, you're just doomed. But for some reason you held out and you won it in the third age. Was this something that you want to do a lot? Or?
I saw that I could hurt in 2 hunts pretty easily with blockhouse, with a little bit forward blockhouse. And I don't think if you go with a defensive blockhouse, I don't think 5 Cossacks can do much. Like 5 Cossack, 5 musk pressure can't do really anything. So at first I wanted to do a timing push, but then I saw I really have a lot of hunts in my base, and so I just decided to go H3 and try to timing there. I really didn't see his Cossacks and lost the cannons, so which was bad, but I think I had like for almost the whole game wet units versus his H2 standard units, which pretty much helped a lot, so yeah, I guess it was fine.
Yeah, it was an exciting game definitely to watch. So, okay, Mitoe, do you have any more questions? Maybe about the German mirror, after all it's one of your favorite civs, right?
Well, I guess only thing to really mention in the German mirror is you actually fell behind a little bit in the early game there. You lost a few Ulans for free, but you still managed to come back. You went for that timing push, and you seemed to be pretty comfortable with it and pulled out the win pretty cleanly. So what was the thought process there, I guess?
Yeah, I really like mirrors in general, I guess, especially German mirror. I guess the only player I wouldn't be that keen on playing German mirror would be Kaiser, I guess. But apart from him, I am happy to play German Mirror versus anyone, I think. And I don't know, I was feeling pretty sad when I lost those Ulans for free, but then I looked at the score and I don't know, it was still even, I guess, and then I okay, it might be alright, and I don't know, going for like a 5-dop push or 8-dop push is usually pretty good because you can just test the water and usually you won't get caught, and if you notice he has only Ulans or very little dops, you just commit to it. Like, it's basically, I didn't plan on going that aggressive until I saw his army, and then I just made more dops and more Ulans, and then I think I won from there.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thanks a lot for playing, and congratulations on your position here now. Good luck against Hessa, and we will see you later.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to series number 2 of the day. We have 5 series coming up today, but now will be... I should know this. Who's on the stage?
Diarouga and PrinceofKabul.
I saw it a second ago. Oh god, I feel so unprepared. How embarrassing. But yeah, Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul, and the winner of this will play against wait, that's not right. Before it will be. So the loser of Kaiserklein versus Mitoe will play against the winner of Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul here. So whoever's going through is going to have a tough opponent either way, it seems like. But this should be a good series all the same. Diarouga and Prince are ready on the stage. Looks like that is LordRaphael's previous... I hope they're not starting on 3-0. That would be a short series, wouldn't it? But yeah, we'll fix that in a moment. They're just as unprepared as I am, as you can see there. We had a bit of a longer break. We're just fixing some issues with the keyboard, making sure the players are set up and all that good stuff. But new subscription coming in. Hazza has been gifted a subscription by How to Talk, Please Help. Thank you very much for that. You've been selected, Hazza. And speaking of subscriptions, we're now, I think, past 300. That bar will update at some point during the day. And as I've been saying, our goal is 500, but we're well on our way to reach that there. I think currently on about 600 viewers. Our goal is to sort of have 1,000 once, each day sort of gets underway. And we're aiming to beat or have 2,000 or sort of beat 2,000 by the end of the event. That would be really, really good. But Diarouga... looks like he's very seriously prepared. Look at that.
Yeah,
that
looking a bit nervous. I mean, it is a elimination game after all. So going into it, it's going to be a bit more tense than the previous games.
Yeah, he's looking very tense indeed. Perhaps Tabin. Of course, I'm joined by Tabin, as you've probably realised from the voice. Tabin, you've sat there twice already. What is the nerves? What is it like being up in that seat?
The nerves are mostly when you're waiting for the game to start. Like, when the game starts, you're not nervous anymore. You're just focused and trying to perform your best. But when you wait for things to start, that's when you're being nervous. And thinking, like, what matchup to go for and stuff. Like, there's a lot of things to consider and a lot of stuff going through your head.
Yeah, do you feel like, when you're thinking about matchups that you're taking it more, seriously than usual? You're really putting a lot of thought into these things?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you have like it's a short 2 minutes to make a big decision that will impact the next game in the series.
All right. Looks like you're having trouble deciding which city to play. You don't have a lot of choice. Of course, we've got level 10 home cities for anyone wondering.
Yeah, we're big noobs.
Yeah, we don't need them, so it's okay. But, the admin there, he gets a 1-3-1. You guys can't see this, but it looks like Diarouga and PrinceofKabul, they have got civilization selected. Roga on British, Prince on India. I don't know why I'm talking about this, though. But it is always interesting to see what civs they pick going into the lobby, just to sort of mind game your opponent a bit, even if you don't intend to play them. But let's forget about civ picks, because the first thing that happens, as we know, is that map draft, which we can see happening on the screen now. Looks like Roga has picked Kamchatka, and Pampas has been picked by PrinceofKabul. So he's going for that non-TP map there. I wonder what that's about. But Diarouga vetoing Deccan. What do you think of these picks so far?
Yeah, interesting to see that Diarouga didn't pick Baja, California first. He picked Kamchatka instead. And
now he's lost it. Look at that. It's just been updated. He's PrinceofKabul vetoing Baja, California. And doesn't look like Roga will get to that map to play on.
Exactly, and I feel like maybe since Mitoe beat him on that map yesterday, he's less likely, or that's why he didn't pick it today.
But he does pick New England, so he does have a water map.
Yeah.
What do you think of the non-TP map pick from Pampas Sierras from PrinceofKabul there?
I like it. I think he has maybe India in mind or something like that.
Do you think he'll pick another non-TP map? Well, I think that one was an obvious ban, right? It looks like a Thar Desert being banned there by Diarouga. and PrinceofKabul vetoing High Plains. That will appear on the UI as well. So Florida going to be the final map of choice there, and the map pool is selected. It will be Kamchatka, followed by New England, Pampas Sierras, Fertile Crescent, and then Florida at the end there. So there will be 2 water maps in the map pool, but New England in particular is the one to watch out for, and that's going to be the second map in the series. You know, that's quite a way into that list of 9, but somehow ending up second.
Indeed.
Kamchatka will be the first map, though. I didn't realize Diarouga had such an affinity for that. I wonder what he's got in mind.
Yeah, but I think he's very comfortable with going French, and that's like a very safe first pick, like going into the first matchup. French is like always a safe choice, because they don't have like any super bad matchup.
Yeah. So looking to see France, and that does appear to be the civ that he's selected. So we're in the lobby. We're looking at Diarouga on France, Prince on British here. Let's see if they agree to this matchup. I feel like this is a pretty fine matchup. You'd have to be... I can't see why anyone would have any problems with this. I would expect to see this go ahead, British versus France. No, he's switching.
It looks like Diarouga not totally comfortable going against Brits on Kamchatka.
Doesn't want to play the mirror there. Not mirror, the matchup that was offered there. Gonna switch to Russia by the looks of it. So Diarouga, I feel like this is in his nature to just try it on a bit, try a few different civ switches, maybe get himself a better matchup, and then maybe we'll see him go back to the France versus British if he can't,
Yeah, this is usually what we see like going into game 1. Players civ dancing a bit, trying to get an edge in the first game.
Yeah, of course, in the first series of every best of whatever it is, they do get an open civ pick, and they may change as many times as they like until they land on a matchup that they're happy to play. There is a mechanism in place for a blind pick, though, but we've not needed to enforce that, and we don't intend to enforce it because it's almost, I think, it is never really actually come down to it like that. That's a 4-head stream right there. PrinceofKabul leaning into the camera. Do you think he'll take British versus Russia?
No, it looks like Prince is considering picking Aztecs. But then it seems like Diarouga doesn't want to click into Russia versus Aztecs.
Looks like PrinceofKabul does need some help, it would seem. Apparently the mouse is playing up again. We want to make sure that everything is all good for the players.
Of course.
That's really important, isn't it? So we might not start on time, but at least we will have a fair matchup where the players are comfortable with the setup. Not playing from home is quite different. What is your experience playing, on these PCs compared to your usual?
First few games were a bit different. Like the feeling was, it took a few games to get into it, but since then I find it like close to what the experience it is at home.
Right.
Yeah, except for like the extra pressure.
And having lights on you and people sitting in front of you.
Things like that.
Yeah, all of that stuff. I guess that's just kind of to be expected at LAN.
Yeah, of course.
But the best way to the players they bring photos of the control panel where the mouse settings are, so the pointer speed and all of this good stuff. So just gonna get that fixed for PrinceofKabul, and then we can get this underway. I wonder though if he'll actually play or accept a British versus Russia here.
I doubt it. I think he will switch and go for another matchup.
Aztec mirror Diarouga is suggesting. I have a feeling
that seems very much like a bait. It's
can
probably
do, says PrinceofKabul.
Oh, bait taken, maybe.
Or maybe he's. So you agree? I agree. Okay.
Oh wow.
Aztec mirror.
Yeah, it looks like they had to rehost because it wasn't allowing TAD civs or something.
Yeah, there's a button on the UI for that. So, okay, let's get back into this. By the sounds of it, could be an Aztec mirror, but obviously that's not locked in until the players actually select the civs, but I see no reason to go back on that. What do you think? I think, Diarouga, one of the best Aztec players in all of Age of Empires 3. And Prince of Kabul, I don't know if I've seen him necessarily play Aztec.
I've seen him play Aztecs, but I haven't seen him play too many Aztecs Mirror. And I do believe it's a matchup that Diarouga feels very confident in. So I hope that Prince has something in mind for this.
Do you think, a bit of an odd question then, who is the better Aztec player? Diarouga or
It's
Gargia?
neither. Oh, I mean, I thought you were asking Diarouga or Prince. So it's Gargia, of course.
Gargia, the one true G.
Yes.
Did you see that post on the forums where he says, best Aztec player on the left, and Gargia replies, the selfie camera's mirrored.
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was brilliant.
That was a good G moment there. There's an Aesop G in the chat, that's right. Okay, Aztec Mirror coming up. The flags have been updated, so I suppose that's what's going on there. That is a glorious looking flag.
Yeah, and it's hosted, but we should maybe wait a few seconds.
Yeah. And then we can get this underway. The first map, though, will be Kamchatka. Shall we take a look around Kamchatka? For those that may not have seen the map before, if you're tuning in to this your first, or you're not so familiar with Age of Empires 3, let's take a look around Kamchatka, and then we'll get into game number 1 here. In Kamchatka, a watercourse divides the region and forks in the center to form an island. Shallow crossings offer passage, but only in predictable locations where a keen awareness of your opponent will be rewarded, as they can only approach you from limited angles. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're now in the lobby. Aztec has been selected for both players, and we'll get this underway very, very shortly. New subscription coming in from Squam. Thank you very much. So tell us, Tabin, in your experience, how does the Aztec Mirror usually play out then?
Usually you see forward war hut from both players. And you usually see a lot of coyotes being trained, with maybe some supporting shipment of Maysaltin and Puma Spearmen.
I guess we're about to get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Game number 1 in a best-of-5 series between Diarouga and Prince of Kabul here. Let's start with Diarouga in the north of the map. I don't know why I said that, actually. I have no idea where he is. In the color red, actually. God, I hope he's in the north of the map now. That would be brilliant. He is! Ah, there he is! Let's take a look at Diarouga there. 300 wood starts, and by the looks of it, a wood treasure in base as well. He's going to be quite pleased with that. It is, I can tell you, a 50 wood treasure. GLHF coming down, and this is going to be nice. We'll be able to get his trading post market, all of these good things, fire pit, whatever it is that he elects to do there, especially with the wood treasure, perhaps even something extra. But the first thing that will happen is he'll convert the tiger, and he's going to use that to gather up some of the extra goats and get his explorer over to the middle of the map. But his opponent, Diarouga, Prince of Kabul rather, on the bottom of the map in the color yellow. It looks like Diarouga is actually in blue for those that saw his perspective. He's got the Friendfo colors on. I guess that's just what he's used to, so fair enough. But going to have the same crate starts here, but in the middle of the map, each player's got a pretty good guardian there, a tiger and the snow leopard. The tiger is better by the looks of it, more HP and hand attack on it. But Diarouga is going to get the first couple of goats here, the first advantage.
Yeah, and Prince also has a macaque in his base that I hope he has noticed, and that's usually a very, very helpful addition in the H1 scouting.
Yeah, really good treasure, right? You know, it's got a surprising amount of damage versus treasure guardians.
Yes, you can pick up treasures super fast with it.
Yeah, and save a lot of HP, although that's not usually something... Score, sure, we can reset that. Thank you very much. Yes, there, I was distracted. But comes across 80 coin. We'll see if he picks that up. He's going to wait for the time being next to it. I guess he's got his nature friendship ability recharging, and yes, is going to go in there. But the macaque's still very much in the treasure. He's not picked it up just yet.
Yeah, it's looking close at the moment with the treasures. They both found a smaller wood treasure each, and Prince is finding a second one as well.
Yeah, that's going to be quite nice for him there. So far, though, goats are pretty even. 3 to Diarouga, 2 just picking up the second one here to PrinceofKabul. And not too much to say. Pretty even age 1 sort of from both players, especially once Prince does go and get that, that macaque. Although, by the time he gets it, all the big treasures will have been eaten up, and perhaps it won't actually be so useful, and all of the goats will have been scouted. So, you know, the only real thing left on the map for him to use it for is this perhaps 75 food up in the top.
Yeah, and we see a small deviation so far that Diarouga actually chose to build a market already in H1, but I don't believe he researched hunting dogs. Oh, he did actually, so that's actually quite a big advantage in a mirror to have hunting dogs in so soon.
Yeah, that 50 wood treasure he found probably really useful. And of course 80 coin as well. That must have been, you know, what was enabling him to get that.
Yeah, for sure.
Prince going to pick up 35 food in the center of the map there. And now Diarouga going to find that final 75 food. But now going up to the next stage, Diarouga switching his villagers over to wood and going to get that war hut down in the middle of the map, presumably send a villager out soon, but first has to gather for it. We're both going to go up with the messenger, which is usually what we see with Aztecs. There's not so many good age 1 politicians for them. Going to get up nice and quickly. And the same from PrinceofKabul as well. He's now sending a few villagers forward here into the center of the map.
Yeah, but Diarouga, if you look at his fire pit, he's actually started dancing with quite a number of villagers. So it looks like we're gonna see some Ruga disco dancing. That's he's famous for.
The disco dance Aztec strategy. I think that should be a name. If I ever write a guide, that's what I would call it. But this PrinceofKabul, look at him. He's put that down as fast as he can. He must have scouted all these villagers dancing. He knows Roga isn't going to be doing a war hut. Not going to play out the way sort of you said that it might. Oh, God, look at this sort of skirt. It's like the Pokemon armies in the middle here.
Yeah.
They're about to duke it out here. Who's got the best army? I think Diarouga's got slightly stronger guardians there, but doesn't want to fight under the TC, so Prince going to sort of get on out. But War Hut is up. 3 warrior priests coming in, and it looks like that Diarouga is going to dance for warrior priests. We're going to have, you know, a bit of a warrior priest boom going on here. So Diarouga going to be looking to get up to 10 warrior priests as quickly as he can. There's the first one being trained, and then he's going to have some, you know, very strong advantages off whichever dance he wants. XP, the military dance, and possibly the fertility dance if it comes down to that, needing to replace units or something like that. But PrinceofKabul, his job, would you say, Tabin, now is to come in with units and try and do as much damage, make this as difficult as possible for Diarouga to pull off.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to train 5 coyotes just to harass a bit. And I think then maybe he's either looking to...
Look at these warriors coming out. This seems really effective, actually.
They're really strong, actually. And together with the Guardians tanking.
Yeah, they're like Minutemen. They got 26 ranged attack, 200 hit points, although it does go down just like a Minuteman. That's going to hold. Those warrior priests are going to be enough to just spawn warriors. Mind you, how does it affect the progress of the warrior priests being spawned if you switch the dance to creating warriors? Do you cancel any progress on a warrior priest?
I'm not entirely sure, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Perhaps he just created one or something like that, or maybe he wasn't too bothered because, you know,
yeah,
defending is important.
I don't think you cancel it, but I can't be 100% sure.
TP going down in the center of the map there for PrinceofKabul. And he's got 700 followed by 600 wood. Just going to use that to spam units by the looks of it. And now maybe he'll just get the whole, you know, the whole route, or as much of the route as he can here with that wood.
That's a bit tricky though, with the third one being so accessible for Diarouga.
Yeah, that's true. You can never really get this final TP. That is for sure. Coyotes are though going to come down and check what's up. if there's anything here. Try and sneak around the back. Maybe they can find some villagers to kill. Doesn't look like they see anything there. But as I say that, Diarouga does bring a Vill out to start herding that in there. But Prince gonna miss that.
Oh, wow, yeah. That could have been a villager kill for sure.
Yeah, not gonna kill any villagers today, it would seem. How do you feel like this is going for Diarouga? It looks like if we, I guess we'll switch on over to, I think it's an economic unit, yeah, 10. Although the 10 warrior priests are also counted for in this graph as military, so this is skewed off slightly, bear in mind. But he's now up to 10 warrior priests. That was really fast. He's done it at 7 minutes, and those villagers that were helping are going to get back to gathering food. So he's lost quite a lot of resources to get these warrior priests out, but it's going to be worth it, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got away with the boom already, and I think he's in a good spot. But yeah, we see Prince, his transition to a somewhat more economic build with the 5 villager shipment. And maybe we'll see him start dancing for warrior priest himself. But actually 10 mace halting coming in, so he's gonna go for another push.
He looks like he's setting up a timing here. Thought like, okay, I see what you're doing. Sent 700 and 600 wood, got the stagecoach, 5 vills after that, and now going to start shipping military and really piling on the pressure, it might seem. But I don't, is this, too late? He's already got all 10 warrior priests now, and Roga looks like he's sort of set up. I really feel like PrinceofKabul has some balls going into this matchup. Diarouga, well known for being strong with Aztecs, and playing it the mirror, just that seems like a ballsy move to me.
Yeah, I wonder if Diarouga is gathering to age up to Fortress. He's stacking a lot of coin, and it's not. I don't think he's gonna start spamming Pumas in Colonial. So I think he's gathering for an age up.
Yeah, he's not got anything in queue at the moment, and I think you're right. He's just gathering resources here. Those warriors are going to get killed there. He's built a couple of walls. Does have a 10 mace Halton shipment arrived though, but there's a gap between the TC. But maybe that's okay. There's enough units there to hold the breach, so to speak. It's not like he can rush through there. But he's got a lot of stuff. PrinceofKabul, let's switch on over to the military units tab here. He's got 26 coyotes, roughly similar mace.
Yeah, and he just has coyote combat in, so he's going to be looking to force a fight.
Yeah, this looks like where he's trying to get some damage done and make Roga pay for the strategy that he elected to do. Let's see if he can hold this. He's losing a couple of Villi HP, but ultimately this fight in the middle seems to be
really hard to tell who's winning this.
Yeah, seems to be going the way of Prince, though. He's still got 20 coyotes here, with not all of them. There's 5 coming into the fight. Only 4 left now, but 4 Pumas are in that fight as well, and that's going to be really helpful. And remember, he's constantly spawning warriors at this, although I think that may have stopped. No, it looks like there's villagers still dancing there. So the constant warrior spawn looks like it might be enough, and I think it is. Only 9 coyotes for yellow, 8 now, really dwindling down. I think Roga's held it.
Yeah, with the Pumas mixed in as well, I think he held it successfully.
Yeah, and the warrior priests are obviously, quite tanky as well.
Yeah,
they've got 300.
but the question is now, at what cost did Roga held? Because I think he lost quite a number of villager in that fight.
Yeah, the units lost. 9 villagers went down for Diarouga there. You are right. That is, quite a number of villagers gone. And now we're looking at a 10 villager lead for PrinceofKabul. Though he does have, by the looks of it, obviously 10 warrior priests. So I suppose they're not villagers, but we shouldn't forget about them. So sort of even, but yeah, less villagers. And you're going to lose more here as well. 1 more does go down to the final volley of stones from the mace.
Yeah, looking at their compositions now, Diarouga has almost only Puma Spearmen and the warrior priest from the fire pit.
That one is survive. And one of those warrior priests is going to get garrisoned, doesn't quite go down. This is, I'd say, Prince is doing a good job.
Yeah, this is starting to look really good for Prince, actually.
Second Warhawk going down next to the original.
And if Prince can identify the migration of villager that Diarouga just did to the right side of the map, I think that's where he's gonna push next instead of the base of Diarouga.
Let's switch into PrinceofKabul's POV. No, it's GG.
GG.
And it looks like PrinceofKabul there, just in time to see his reaction, taking a swig of Ayenbru in his victory there. That's really impressive.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Prim's performance. That was really strong.
Very well done. You know, Diarouga, the Aztec expert, so to speak. Where is Isoc G? I want to see his thoughts. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah, it seems like Prince maybe had some private lessons from Garja before the series began.
Perhaps he read the Isoc, the Garja Bible.
Yeah, and maybe Diarouga didn't. He skipped his homework.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, that was a good game. I really enjoyed it.
I wasn't expecting that. I honestly thought that Diarouga just had the...
Yeah, it was super hard to tell who was winning, like the big fight in the base with all the warrior priests or the warriors coming from the fire pit.
That was really impressive. All resources gathered there. You can see PrinceofKabul, just so many more. He's, you know, obviously Diarouga's dancing here for warrior priests, and then that fight, he's just fighting or belled up, and just nothing for, you know, good portion of the game there.
Yeah.
And then that fight, you know, convincing from both sides, but obviously he lost a lot of villagers to hold. So Diarouga ultimately, if we look at that villager population, really suffers there, right? And PrinceofKabul does take the first game.
Yeah, he was able to hit that really strong timing with the Coyote combat as well. So yeah, that was very nice from him.
Absolutely. Let's get into game number 2, though, which will be on New England, of all things. That's a Diarouga pick. So that map, Roga, I think, going to be confident. And he can still play Aztecs. Pretty good water sieve. Maybe he will. But we'll see. PrinceofKabul does
I think he'll go for something more traditional, maybe something like Spain or Ottomans that we've seen quite a number of times on New England.
All right. Diarouga always looks like a man in deep thought when we see him on the camera.
He's praying.
There was a really good photo of him with praying.
Yeah.
Actually, on the forums. I enjoyed that. But yeah, New England coming up next.
But yeah, Prince with the first pick.
Yeah, Prince does have to pick first.
I know that Prince plays a bit of Ottoman, so maybe it's something he considers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play it, this is a great map.
Absolutely.
Lots of TPs down the middle.
Yeah, and especially with like controlling the ponds as well, since you have the Abbas men as Ottomans.
Yep, Abbas guns very strong against boats, as we know. They negate basically all resists. I feel like there should be a siege resist in this game. That'd be fun.
Possibly, yeah.
I wonder how hard it would be to add more kinds of resists. Wow, I'm going down a tangent very quickly here. But Prince, he's still not picked a civ. I guess he's really considering it here.
I'll do Spain, he says.
Ah, just as I was saying. Okay. He's going to play Spain. Diarouga now gets to pick his civilization. China.
All right.
Okay, and we've seen him play China on this map before, so he must have done some homework, or he's, you know, done some theory crafting, and he thinks that China, you know, does well on this map. Perhaps does it's something he played against Mitoe.
Yeah, I think he had a strong performance in that game versus Mitoe, so I can see why he's comfortable going China again.
That will be the matchup then. China versus Spain on New England. I'm looking forward to a bit of Spain action.
Yeah, Spain's a fun civ to watch. We don't see it too often, but yeah, on New England it's fun to see some Spain.
Spain is a bit of a tournament civ. Really only comes out for those TP maps where you know what the map's going to be. Not something you take into quick set, right?
Exactly. Unless you're Piroshiki.
Hold it up again. Yeah. The Spain pain train. Let's go hover up the GoPro on top of the trussing, and we'll switch over to it. I want the stream to see that. It's the Spain the other way. Turn around. Yeah, there it is. Get a bit closer. Oh, you can't really see it. Yes. So it's a train with the Spanish flag. Brilliant. Cheers, Duck. Yes! So we could be seeing the Spain pain train coming in, although I don't actually think Iron Horse will be researched on the stagecoach. We very rarely see that upgrade.
Yeah, true.
I feel like the train upgrade should just be more effective in general. It doesn't really add all that much extra speed compared to the horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, it's for like very late game.
But it seems like, it seems like it's a fucking train. Like,
Yeah.
it should be. Actually, I tell you what I should have done. I should have had Duck bring that photo in front of this camera, but oh well. Whoopsie. All right, let's get into this. It looks like the lobby has been hosted. The players have checked their decks, and we can get into this next match, which will be China versus Spain on New England. Let's take a look at New England, and then when we return, we should be ready to go into it. So we'll see you in a moment. On the shores of the New World, players begin surrounded by dense forest, lakes, and beautiful, unspoiled wilderness. This classic Age of Empires 3 map boasts some unique naval options where warships can play an important role in influencing the mainland and controlling the central trading route. An island just off the coastline offers an excellent strategic position for anyone casting an eye to the surrounding fish stocks. Alright, welcome back everybody. We are now about to launch the game. This will be game number 2. The score is 1-0 in favor of PrinceofKabul. He just took a very impressive victory actually, given that it was an Aztec mirror, and we all know Diarouga, his opinion on who the best Aztec player is.
Yeah, but well, we saw that Prince was quick to agree to the matchup, so
that's true.
Yeah,
perhaps he's played it a lot.
He seemed confident.
That's true actually. That's a good point. Let's get into this then, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Diarouga playing as the Chinese in the color red, spawning on the bottom of the map there. Obviously standard resources and the goat. I don't see any treasures next to his explorer, or indeed in that starting line of sight there, but I do expect to see the disciple and the hero move out into the middle of the map. There are lots of sheeps to be found. In fact, he is going to come across, by the looks of it, no treasure just yet. Nothing just yet. Okay, we'll check in with him later. Let's go over to PrinceofKabul on the top of the map here. Wardog does scout a 90 coin treasure immediately, and Prince actually going to go behind his base, and he does find a couple of sheep. He's going to be rewarded by that, but it does indicate he's looking to stay on his side of the map and pick up those treasures. He's not aggressively looking to go find that China monk, and I totally understand that, so not in a hurry to go over there. But Diarouga is going to be building a trading post, and he does actually have sheep behind his base too, so he'll come back and get them later, I presume, but didn't scout them immediately like Prince did. Trading post. Will it get up in time for the first pass, though? No, he's going to miss that.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Did he miss it? No, he's definitely missed it. But it is Spain, right? It's not going to be long before he gets his villain, but misses the first pass, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm a bit, so Prince choosing to go for the treasures instead of going for hunting down the enemy explorer. So yeah, that seems like an okay choice. He's finding a food treasure, which might help him age sooner.
Yeah, PrinceofKabul does get 80 food, pretty good.
But that also means that he's allowing Diarouga to pick treasures on his side freely. So it's kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of good treasures up on this side where the China monk is, and obviously China monk is very strong, and they have a disciple as well. He's currently going for 90 food, and just below this there's 80 food as well. The score is 1-0, not to Diarouga. There we go.
But yeah, New England usually has a lot of native warrior treasures, but so far we haven't seen any of the players going for them. They're just trying to go as greedy as possible, picking up as many resources as possible. to speed up their H1s.
Yeah, China's going to get 2 big food treasures here, as well as that juicy wood treasure.
Yeah, I was going to say that we were about to see some contention, but it looks like Prince hasn't scouted the food treasure, so he's going for the native warrior instead.
Yeah, he's going to get that warrior. He's lost a lot of HP, but which could make it challenging to get down, you know, trading posts. But at least he's got his war dog, and this native tomahawk will be quite useful for, you know, fighting next to a TP should the China monk decide to harass him as he builds that. Let's switch on over to shipments sent. Both sent, you know, very expected shipments there. Zero Empire's discovered 2 stray sheep with the emoji. Another one of the Easter eggs. Well done. Do you think he'll go for ATP though? Is that on the cards?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. We should have a look at their decks and see what they have in mind.
Okay, looking at the Spanish deck here. Stradiots in the deck, and has some warship potential. Not really any upgrades, just the the 2 boats. Obviously, that seems quite important. And interestingly enough, no Spanish gold in this deck.
Yeah, and no schooners either, which is something we could see for Spain on this map.
Yeah, doesn't look like... Oh, ATP just coming in, and the Explorer is going to start dropping those down. Doesn't look like any villagers are going to come out to help. He's just going to leave the Explorer to do that.
Yeah, and he's bringing his dog and tomahawk to the last trading post on the map, or the very left one, to make sure that Diarouga can't grab a second trading post.
Yeah. Going to use those scouts to cause some problems, although the China monk is quite beefy, and Diarouga found a tomahawk of his own, and actually 2 war dogs as well. So,
oh, wow.
you know, yes, Prince has got a little army to help, but I think this Pokemon from Red is going to be much better. That's a lot of stuff there. Yeah, the dog and the tomahawk going to get out, and this is actually a big deal, right? Because Prince is probably not going to be able to build that 3rd and final.
I wonder if Prince is going to train more dogs to fight this small army of Diarouga.
That is actually an interesting consideration that only Spain can sort of do.
Yeah.
It seems important, right? Because ATP is a big investment, and he needs to make it work. And here he's like, oh shit, and he's going to try and no powder that. He's got a lot of low hit points. Do you think I don't even think he could get a batch of dogs out even if he wanted to.
I think he's training dogs right now.
Let's see if they pop out. Let's go into PrinceofKabul's perspective. There they are. Maybe we don't need to after all. Yeah, he's called 5 dogs, and that's going to be enough. And he's going to be able to build that final TP, but the Explorer is down. He's going to have to wait for it to get back up again. So it's going to be delayed by a bit. So this is still pretty good for Diarouga. He's achieved what he wanted to, and it was for free, right? He got the 2 war dog shipment, he found a tomahawk, and basically forcing Prince to train a number of war dogs. He's had to make him spend, actual resources, a lot of food to do that.
But we saw that Prince actually went for the 500 food H-up, so it wasn't as costly for him to do so compared to if he had gone up with the 200 coin and the tower. So yeah, I really like the food H-up from Prince, because China usually isn't super aggressive in colonial, so you kind of don't need the tower for any protection, unless you want to go for some very aggressive build with a forward tower or so.
Yeah. Gonna start sieging this down. The dogs can't siege, they can't bite things.
Unfortunately, no.
But some treasure guardians can.
Yeah,
so.
bears can start punching at the buildings.
Diarouga, though, does have the Fortress Age in queue. We forgot to really check in with his strategy, but clearly that China FF that we know they like to do, 700 gold, followed by 700 wood, that's signature fast fortress style.
Traditional China stuff, and he's going up with this Skirm Wonder as well, which is quite standard in this matchup as well. Sometimes, like in other matchups, we usually see the Porcelain Tower, but the Skirm Wonder is a bit more common versus Spain.
And having to train some musketeers as well. Explorer is up, that's now going to build the TPs, but a couple of musks, or quite a few musks actually, a couple of batches there, 10 musks coming out to siege the TP down. But this is good, the trading post, is buying a lot of time, he's going to get up without any kind of harassment at all, and I think Diarouga ultimately is going to be okay, he's going to be quite pleased. PrinceofKabul though, this FF, is ATP, 5 villagers, as well. So, it's quite eco-focused here. He's got a pretty good economy behind this.
Yeah, for sure, and he's got a lot of infrastructure down as well with the 700 wood, so he has a stable and a barracks down already. And I imagine he'll have Stagecoach in queue, or will research it anytime soon.
Yeah. We can't tell on the UI, but we can go into his perspective. Shall we do that? Player 2's perspective. And he's going to be aging up, by the looks of it, with the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. So going to get that Caravel, but doesn't have Stagecoach in queue just yet. But we can see now coming forward, he does have eyes on a villager there. But he's going to be met, back to my perspective, by Arquebusier and some Chokanus. And that's going to put an end to that Tomahawk going down there.
Yeah, I wonder if you just sack the dogs here and escape the musketeers, because otherwise you might lose even more. But yeah, it looks like he's getting saved by the obstacle.
It's going to be okay. Spain's flag for the water remains solidly in the ocean. I expect to see it move to the pond. He ought to do that before he hits up, but Caravel is on the way. And he's got 2 shipments saved. One for Khan coming in.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. I wonder what Diarouga has, what the plan. Oh, it can actually reach at least 1 trading post.
28 range.
So yeah, he's going to be able to clean up at least 2 trading posts.
That's why this boat is good. It's just able to siege down the trading post. It's obviously going to be able to get this one as well. This is, you know, a very good answer to ATP.
Yeah, and also having like the extra production facility in the middle portion of the map helps a lot.
That is true. It can train units.
Yeah.
That's a really strong shipment. It's probably why it costs some coin. Gonna start sieging down this trading post, and Diarouga, very confident, right? He can just be out here, there's a boat to garrison and doesn't need to be afraid of positioning at all. And intervention, now the muskets are on the way. China's looking pretty good. Lots of units there. Spain now up to the Fortress Age though. 400 wood on the floor, and the Caravel was never moved. I don't think he'd want to put it in this pond, fair enough, but gonna head on down to the coast. No dock just yet. But at least he
might be able to kill a villager, at least, that's hunting near the coast.
That's true, and he's got access to this coin mine here, 480 XP, although I don't think he'll go for that. So he's got transport and things available, but this is not so good for PrinceofKabul now. He's starting to lose his TP route.
Yeah, but at least they've bought him a lot of time to get up to Fortress safely, and I believe he has even 2 shipments stacked already. So I think he's going to wait for at least 2 shipments in, and then he's going to have a scary army.
Yeah, now coming out with 2 Falconets, 5 Lancers there, a number of muskets, and red. Looks like the unit's on the way down to the south. The Furkan's probably seen that. I mean, you can rebuild these trading posts. They're quite cheap. Those cannons out in the open.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful, especially versus the meteor hammers from China.
And that boat that's very close by. This doesn't look like a great fight, if I'm honest. Does get 1 banged, and the other Falconet going to be dispatched quite quickly by the Furkan. Both Falconets down, and all of these masts are toast. Not a good fight at all from PrinceofKabul. Out in the open here, going to lose all of these units, and I think handing a big advantage to Diarouga.
Yeah, that didn't go quite so well for Prince. I think he underestimated the strength of the, what's it called, the ship again?
Yeah, the Furkan.
The Furkan, yeah. It's really super strong.
It's very strong. 750 gold and 450 wood boat. Much stronger than a frigate.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Prince, because we see on the top of the south pond, we see he had so many reinforcing lancers that could have helped him in the fight.
Yeah, all these over here now.
Yeah, and they're going for a raid, but as we know, they're not the strongest against villagers.
No, they're only really good against what they're designed to kill. And that is infantry, light infantry. A couple of skirms coming out, going to take some volleys. But Diarouga, he's got a lot of stuff here, and now pressing forward with hand mortars as well. PrinceofKabul's going to need an answer.
Oh, a frigate.
Sends a frigate into the pond here. Has, remember, taken a volley of damage from the falconet here. So the frigate has got, I think he's actually going to win this fight. We'll check in with that in a moment. But hand mortars blasting their way through the barracks there. And no units in queue for PrinceofKabul. He needs an answer very quickly to these hand mortars, or he's just going to lose all of his stuff. Back in with the frigate and the Fukan there, bringing the lancers in. Is going to get a few extra bits of damage, but spawning a war jump just in time.
Only one.
But moves his boat out the way for it to spawn. He needs to get down. He's standing in range of all the lancers. If it just goes down, if it had taken out the frigate, then it would have made a lot of sense. But yeah, only the one again. You're right. It was supposed to be 2.
It was really jammed in close in the corner.
And that's the second time this tournament Diarouga has fallen foul to that. You thought he would have learned his lesson in the previous series.
Yeah, they're really fighting hard for the control of this pond.
He's going to lose all the lancers there, though. And these hand mortars and the flying crow quickly going to clean up the frigate. Diarouga only gets the 1 war junk, but I don't think it's too concerning for him at all. He's got a very strong army here. And is looking like he's very, very convincing at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking dire for Prince. He's gonna have to pull something incredible to come back into this game, I think.
I think, yeah, short of a miracle at this point. 67 military units to 25. Though having said that, it is a quite even economic population, although...
It is, but we see that Prince is gathering not very safely right now. He just moved some villagers of the hunt near the trading post line.
Yeah, they're quite far out. And Diarouga has 2 TPs. His opponent only has the 1. In fact, a 3rd going down. So, and here Lance is being caught by meteor hammers. This fight looks pretty good for China.
Yeah, that being said, there are some Rodilleros mixed in for Prince that's going to help take out the cavalry from China. But I think China just has too much stuff for Spain to hold here. And yeah, we see that this fight is going heavily in favor of Diarouga.
GG.
Yeah.
And Diarouga does take the first game there. Nice boat bug. I don't know if I can call it a bug, Diarouga. You know how this works. You've been playing for a long time. But ultimately doesn't really make any difference whatsoever.
Yeah, I felt it wasn't really decisive in this game.
Okay, Diarouga. Perhaps the speakers can be turned down then by the looks of it. We'll do that.
Yeah, or maybe the noise cancelling should be increased.
Yeah, check that. Yeah, we can turn that up as well. Let's head on out. PrinceofKabul shaking his can. Pointing at it. Well, you, get me a beer. It's not a beer, by the way. It's kind of like, I don't know what it is, really. It's not... It's a soft drink. Iron brew. Well, iron brew, if you're from Scotland. It's the native drink of those lands. Of the Scottish lands. But, yes.
But yeah, Diarouga evening out the series to 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Yeah, but that was a solid performance from him.
There were 2 actually quite convincing games. The first one from Prince, the second one from Diarouga.
Indeed.
So we're going to check...
Oh wow, I joined
Kaiserklein's game. Okay, we're going to check the speakers and all of that good stuff. And then we will be back very shortly. So also it's an opportunity for me to go to the bathroom. So stay tuned. We'll be back with game number 3 in just a moment. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. This will be game number 3 in a best-of-5 series between Diarouga and PrinceofKabul. The score is 1-1, and it looks like it will be an Indian mirror on the next map, which is Pampas Sierras. This map picked by PrinceofKabul on his second Iron Brew. Is that a third one behind, or is my camera playing tricks on me? This man is ready, caffeined up. Let's go into the India mirror. I think he'll be happy. This is a map he picked, and probably the civ he wanted to play on this map.
Yeah, it's actually his counter pick, and he's choosing to go for the mirror. So obviously a matchup he feels confident with.
Yeah. Diarouga picked first, he picked India, and then, yes, went war with India for the mirror. He chose the mirror.
Yeah, he's once again taking the bait for the mirror, so to say. Or it wasn't as baited this time, maybe.
This one was deliberate. This one. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. Spawning in the color red, we do have Diarouga on the top of the map in the color, well, red, as I said. Playing as the Indians there. Has an XP treasure in base, 40 XP. And to the left, as you can see on the minimap there, a 30 food treasure. But expect to see both those elephants. Just ignore those treasures, not particularly interesting. And we'll see those head off at an angle to indeed get those elephants. But looks like we will have an admin re. Prince is missing a mine.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And let's get into this again then. But it's okay, like everything's selected now. We just get back in the lobby, green up, and get it underway.
Yeah.
You seen much India from Diarouga?
Not super much, but he's played them once already this tournament. So I think he's quite comfortable with them. And it is a strong civilization on Pampas Sierras as well, so it makes sense.
Yeah. So much easier to play when your mouse is not teleporting all over the map.
Yeah, it looks like Prince has finally been able to get his setup, get control of his things.
Yeah, there was some issues yesterday, I guess being the first LAN they've ever gone to, indeed the first LAN we've ever hosted. But everything is, all underway. Thankfully yesterday, I guess those issues were affecting both players. But
yeah,
that's obviously not ideal. Everything is okay now, and we will continue this. Diarouga versus PrinceofKabul, the rehost underway. Let's see where they spawn this time. Those starting treasures are interesting. You rarely want to get them, it seems, just because of the livestock on the western side of the map. But sometimes you do get tempted to pick them up, especially if you can convert the Guardians. Not that we'll see that today, or if they're, not guarded by any Guardians, like those Muskrat treasures.
Yeah, sometimes we see players like racing towards the middle of the map to take a treasure quickly and then move on to securing a few llamas. But yeah, it's kind of a decision you have to take.
In this case, Diarouga is just going to go straight to the middle of the map again. And Diarouga missing a mine. What the fuck, guard you? God damn it, E sub G. All right, let's try again. Let's easy game, someone said. Yeah, let's move into game number 4. Nice win there from.
Yeah, seems like players didn't pray enough to Guardia before the game started. But hopefully third time lucky.
Third time lucky. AoE pray. That's right. Let's see those in the chat. All right, let's get into this. Third time lucky, spawning into Pampas Sierras. Let's see this time if we can actually get the game underway. But it's really good that we do have the admin team able to make calls on the map, and then the players can have the confidence that the map will be fair. Was that in the back of your mind in your games, Tabin?
No, I wasn't thinking too much of it. It's always a bit annoying when it's rehosted, but it's for the better to have a fair game.
That's right. I guess that's doing its job then. If you're not thinking about it, that's kind of like, it's just performing. Like,
yeah.
It's kind of what we want. But looks like Diarouga in the north of the map there. In the color, you can see blue, but he's actually going to be playing as red on our screen. Finds himself a 70 food treasure, but the other elephant going to go into Prince missing a mine again. PrinceofKabul wants to play on.
Yes.
Prince wants to play this one on then. What's he got in his base then that's made him think that that's what he wants to do? 60
I think
food.
maybe he's just thinking it won't have too much of an impact, and that he'll have like enough gold to for the start of the game. So yeah, I think he doesn't think it's going to be too impactful in this matchup.
All right, fair enough. He's going to convert the llama and escort it home there. Diarouga keeping close just in case the yellow elephant goes out of range.
Yeah.
And he's able to pick that up.
We see Diarouga actually using both of his elephants, and looks like he's... No, he wasn't able to grab the very south one.
But there are others on the map. Looks like Diarouga will be able to pick up 2 here. And that's going to put him in the lead. He's going to go up to 4 and then 5 llamas. And that is all of them there. So Diarouga off to a slight advantage in this early game. They're picking up those llamas. Nicely done. And in terms of treasures there, he's just picked himself up 70 food, which is going to even PrinceofKabul's 60 food there.
Yeah, and actually if we look at the right side of the map, we see there are some pretty good treasures to grab. So I bet that's where both players will be heading right now.
Yeah, 120 XP, particularly for India. That's quite a good one to get, quite easy to get. 90 coin, only guarded by 2 wolves, another good one to get. This one a bit more difficult for India, 80 wood, but still a good treasure. And we also have the 135 wood treasured there as well. Have you spotted on the map at all the Inca homunculus?
I'm not sure he spawns every time, but there's actually even a 90 food treasure to the left of Diarouga's base, but it seems like he hasn't scouted it.
No, it doesn't appear to be the case. Currently Diarouga going for 2 stray sheep, which is actually not too bad when you're playing as India. Going to pick that up, but does have 90 food tucked away in the back of his base somewhere. I don't think he'll be able to get it in time to speed up his age up or anything like that, but it is there.
Yeah, and it looks like Diarouga's trickle coming in slightly sooner than Prince, but it's their first shipment for both of them.
Both standing in the area, 120 wood, although I doubt we'll see the elephants fight each other, or if they do, not for long. It does seem a bit pointless when you do basically no damage.
Oh wow, and if we take a look at
oh
the
my
middle
goodness,
of the
look
map.
at that. 2 aggro forts right next to each other. Okay, we're in for a game here. That's quite fun.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I wonder if we'll see some walls going down, or if they're both gonna prefer to age a bit faster.
PrinceofKabul going to go for the 120 XP.
Yeah, actually a few wall segments going down in the middle of the aggras.
From Diarouga there. What is this going to achieve? What does it do? Oh, right, I see what it does.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
But meanwhile, Prince picking up the XP treasure, so I think he's going to be quite pleased with that.
Yeah, that was a pretty good treasure there. He's going to start attacking the walls, getting a head start here. Do you think the villager will have time to fully wall this aggro fort up? That's... I see, he's not going to fully do it. This is just going to force the units to spawn on the bottom.
Yeah, it's just going to make the pathing very awkward. Like, if you set a waypoint towards Diarouga's base, they're going to spawn very awkwardly, I think. So I think Prince will have to be a bit careful. so units don't get stuck between the aggro and the walls. And
yeah, then they're just going to stand there and they're sitting ducks to any units that are, big in mass from the other player, or you have to siege the wall down to get them out, and that takes some time, something like that. But yeah, nice wall from Diarouga. We'll see how effective it is or is not in this game. But both players going to be up to the next stage very shortly. Normal India stuff for the time being, though, distributivism from both players there. But in terms of Age 1, I think Diarouga slightly more goats. He got the 2 sheep treasure as well. So going to have good XP income from that. Not so much for Prince, although he did get 3, so it's not like he didn't get any. But now up to the colonial age. Let's see what their first shipments are, and we can see what is going on in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if Diarouga has scouted the 135 wood treasure to the right side, because that's something you definitely can pick up as India with just a few sepoys.
We'll see if the villagers head on over there, the sepoy rather.
But an early consulate going down from Prince, and no market, while Diarouga has a market and is building a consulate in base.
Okay. Looks like then a forward consulate. Let's take a look at text being researched. British consulate coming in there. Not looking to be economic. Not going to get that Ottoman.
No, British consulate, then we know what we're in for. We're in for some aggressive timing of some sort. Either with an additional 5 sepoy shipment, perhaps, or with a 4 sour shipment.
Right, and we know for sure it'll be with the king of musketeers, so to speak, PrinceofKabul, the SKG. There it is, 4 sours coming out. That villager there are going to go back into the aggro. 4 elephants here as well, and there's not, a couple of Gurkha here. Going to be met by those Sowa. Going to call the Ottoman Minutemen to hold this. Foreign logging coming in from Diarouga, but the Minutemen's might be enough to detract him from. But you think it's bad fighting under the blue aggro fort, but he's actually also fighting under his own aggro fort.
That's true, and the redcoats coming in, and some additional sepoys. So this is looking really good for Prince.
He's got a lot of stuff there, and yeah, he's just cleaned it up. Not for free. If we take a look at units lost, he did lose a number of units and 3 sepoy, but that's nothing compared to what he forced from Diarouga.
And I wonder what Prince is thinking now. It looks like he's going to siege down the aggro, but he could also be heading straight towards the base of Diarouga that doesn't have that much protection.
The Soas going to look for some villages over here, I suppose, clearing up the black map. Not going to get this one that's on the way back, but yeah, he's just going to try and siege the aggro
This
fort
aggro is going down very quickly.
It is. A couple of Gurkha do come out. Will that be enough, though? The sepoy and the muskets have been slightly distracted by it. He's just going to use the Gurkha to try and kill as many as he can. So Diarouga now going to get some good trades in here. He's going to kill some units whilst these are sieging, which is really nice for him. But those Sawa now on the way back. Stomp does come in, and ultimately, I think, once the Soa arrive, the aggro fort is going to go down as well. And Prince, this is looking beautiful for him.
Yeah, he's got a lot of momentum now, and I do think he's going to keep the push going.
Yeah, he's going to push forwards. So far, he's lost 9 sepoy and a musket, but still a reasonable army. They're 4 sours, they're still all alive. What has Diarouga got at home? A couple of sepoy, some Gurkha.
Yeah, he does have a barracks up at home, and he shipped 5 sepoys to try and hold this.
3 hussars do pop out though, and they're running straight into the fray when perhaps he wasn't ready, and calling the Minutemen's and Centuries. But PrinceofKabul just going to walk away from that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The Minutemen call just as Prince decided to back off.
Yeah, and now, Diarouga, the defensive tools that he needs are, running out. They're going to go down to 1 health and really not be all that effective. It looks like PrinceofKabul is looking, quite strong here. Shall we take a step back then? So far, so good. PrinceofKabul has destroyed the aggro fort, pushed forward there, forced the Minutemen pops. He's got a lot of work done. He managed to kill a villager as well, and it's just going to finish up these walls. But Diarouga, despite all of that, he does have good upgrades, not got his imperial bureaucracy, and he's quite even in vills. He's 2 behind. I think actually only 1. There it is, it's gone back up. So his economy's quite even, and the military unit counts are quite even. So seems like it's not lost yet. It seems reasonable, but given that he went with the Otto Consulate and was trying to boom and get ahead, he is at a disadvantage without that aggro fort.
It seems very close still, but the thing that Diarouga had to give up was the map control, and that's what's going to be very much in favor of Prince the longer the game goes. So I like the idea of Prince to try and secure his lead by adding the wood trickle as well. So they're kind of on equal terms in economy, and he's starting to add some more architects as well.
He's starting to get those in.
Yeah, but Diarouga had some of them for a bit longer.
Yeah, but Imperial bureaucracy coming in for Prince of Kabul there, and Diarouga hasn't gotten that. Hotkey issue, okay. Fair enough, needs to fix that, I suppose. What do you think of the game state?
It seems very close, and I would say slightly favored for Prince because of the map control, but it's still very, very open. Oh, and Diarouga able to revive his both of his explorers with 2 gardeners, so that's really nice for him.
Yeah, can I bring them home? What's the game plan then?
It's in India Mirror. You can age up, but usually we see. I think map control plays quite a big part.
An important role.
Yeah, so I do believe we're going to see colonial battle. And we see that Prince is gathering a lot of coins, so I think he could be trying to macro for a Tiger Claw shipment or something like that.
That is right. Prince does have 600 coin there. And counting. He's got a number of coin on the floor still.
Yeah.
Looks like the units are posturing next to each other. Could see an engagement when Zambarak goes down.
Yeah, I wonder if Diarouga maybe has slightly better composition with the Zambaraks mixed in as well. And more Gurkhas than Prince has, but we're gonna have to see.
22 Gurkhas, and Diarouga has 22 Gurkhas, which is looking pretty convincing. But there are a lot of Soar in there for Prince of Kabul.
Yeah, but they're not really where they need to be. They were fighting a Gurkha near the house instead of fighting the larger Gurkha mass.
Yeah, and there are 8 Zambaraks for Diarouga as well, which will be, it seems like what he needs to handle the Soars, but more coming in from the side, and a few Gurkhas as well. But ultimately, Stomp does go off. He does need that, but I think it'll be okay for Diarouga. Prince is going to get a reasonable trade, but I think ultimately Diarouga coming out on top here in this fight.
Yeah, this is looking good for Diarouga. I think he had a great positioning in the fight, and as well as a better composition as well.
Nicely done. Diarouga, it looked like, was in a in a bit of a sticky wicket. I don't know why I chose that terming, but yeah, when he lost the aggro fort and the map control that comes with it, and a couple of villagers, didn't look so good. But I think Diarouga, he's recovered from that. He's looking pretty good now. He's got almost all of his upgrades. Just waiting on Imperial bureaucracy still. But 4 sour shipment, there it is. He's got an upgrade in for his cav. He's looking all right.
He is. I wonder if Prince can come back in this game somehow. But yeah, it's looking good for Diarouga now. And it looks like he's going to feel confident enough to secure some more map. Even adding a second barracks.
Yeah, now Diarouga, there's the second barracks, pushing the yellow aggro fort here. And there is a villager garrisoned inside it. Not that that's super relevant, but he's getting a lot of siege done here. Yellow does have a number of Gurkha. Let's see if he can use them, the range, to do some damage. But big batch of Soar coming forward, and that's going to spook Diarouga away. He's not going to stand under the aggro fort any longer. Doesn't want to get trapped by a unit shipment, but is going to force the issue. Diarouga going to chuck, pardon me, Prince of Kabul not going to chuck The Soar in there, going to disengage. But the Agra Fort is no longer under siege. And reasonably even military pop. It is favoring Diarouga by a bit enough to be relevant, but Prince is not out of the woods. He's still very much in this game.
The problem for Prince is he has so many sepoys and Red Coast mixed in his Gurkha group, and they don't really get to fire at the opponent's Gurkhas and just end up getting picked off.
That's true. So if he wants them to be useful in that group, he needs to just, you know, commit to a fight and get stuck in.
Yeah.
It's hard to poke with them mixed in there. It's hard to get stuck in though, you know. That's what Diarouga wants. He's knocking on the door here, really trying to bait a fight. Camel attack coming in for Desertera rather for Diarouga, camel attack for PrinceofKabul.
Yeah, Diarouga has both the cavalry upgrades, so I think he's going to be very comfortable taking this fight.
Gonna get stuck in. 26 Gurkha for Diarouga. He's got a lot more there, and there aren't really enough Sour to, you know, make those Gurkha be punished. I think Diarouga has just the better units.
Yeah, that being said, Prince is getting some decent trade with a few sepoys in melee mode that connected with a lot of the cavalry.
But now all of the melee units are gone. Diarouga just going to kite back away from that, and those sepoy that are mixed in with the Gurkha are going to have a hard time. And ultimately, Prince going to disengage back to the Agra Fort here. Let's take a look at the ecos and where they're positioned with their villages on the map there. Quite even economies. Diarouga slightly ahead by 3 villages there. He's gathering quite exposed from a mine on the left-hand side. I wonder if Prince can send his Sours there. It looks like, you know, that might be an opportunity for him now. They've decided that the fight in the middle, they're not going to continue pushing. Diarouga doesn't think he can continue moving units into it, so going to take a different approach. A couple of Redcoats are going to be met by the Soar here. But there are enough Gurkha nearby. This will be a good pickup for Prince.
Yeah, that's a really good pickup for Prince, and I actually thought he was in a really tough spot like a few minutes ago, but he's been able to come back into the game really nicely.
Yeah, he's definitely in this, you know, especially with that pickup there. He's very much evened out the military pop.
For sure. I do still favor the composition of Diarouga.
Yeah, he's going, you know, Skum Gurn, what the hell? Skirm Goon, basically. He's got lots of Gurkha and
but we see that Prince also has the second cavalry upgrade, so that's gonna make his Sours more efficient against the Gurkha.
Yeah. Looks like though Diarouga are going to build in a wall here with those exposed villages. Going to protect them. In fact, going to build a couple of walls, and he recognizes that the Yellow Army is posturing on this side and wants to make sure those villas are safe. But, you know, Prince has some exposed villas as well. Not quite so many, adding in a few. He's going to gather these hunts out here. I think both players have good access to resources, though Diarouga's is, you know, a bit more out in the open, which I would say. That's where it seems like a lot of the fighting has happened. Diarouga would need to shift the focus of the combat onto, you know, across the river, and that's where Prince is gathering.
Yeah. And we need to remember that Prince had imperial bureaucracy for quite a long time now, that Diarouga didn't. So that's really in favor of Prince. And
that is true.
Diarouga poking a bit near the Agra, and Prince engaging. I think this is going great for Prince.
Yeah, a lot of Sour on top of the Gurkha, which is what he wants.
Yeah.
Now let's see if he can get all those Sepoy and melee infantry up close. That's what he needs. If they can close the gap between the Gurkha, they're going to be really effective. Diarouga recognizes this though and doesn't want that to happen. Going to get back, trying to kite as best he can. Now all of the cavalry are down, and now it's his time to try and get out of here. But the gold mine in the village is causing a little bit of issue. All the Sepoy up close, they're able to fire. This is what he needs. Gonna disengage.
Yeah, it's really close, but we see the strength of Diarouga's composition with the Gurkha Sam, and the carded Sambaraks just pick off Sour so quickly.
Perhaps we'll see a switch then. No, it looks like Prince gonna continue training from 2 stables.
Oh, he's maybe looking to go for a big raid, but it's gonna be deflected by the walls of
these villagers
Diarouga.
trying to mine.
Yeah, the walls are even limiting like the number of vills that Prince can put on the mine.
Maybe they can mine their way through the wall.
Yeah.
Gonna have to siege down that wall so his villagers can get back to
10
work.
tiger claws for Diarouga.
Okay, this could be unexpected.
Oh, and Prince doesn't have the tiger claws actually, so
Not going to be able to match
No.
that. But I think he's going to scout them here with the Gurkha they probably saw. And now he's going to get back, but these gold villagers not going to be able to gather, and there's not so many vills on this side of the map to compensate for the time being. His gold income, a couple of vills being picked off there. But he's being forced off the mine. Diarouga coming forward with the Gurkha Zam composition. Tiger Claws mixed in. Dravidian martial arts coming in for PrinceofKabul. But not going to be super relevant just yet.
yeah, Diarouga just pushing forward and forcing all these villagers to be idle.
Yeah, a lot of villagers idle at the moment. Going to try and chop some wood. I don't think they were scouted there, but just going to try and gather something for the time being.
And this choke is going to be so good for Diarouga as well. It's going to be super hard for Prince Sours to get on top of Diarouga's army.
Let's see how this goes. 54 Gurkha in there for Diarouga. And PrinceofKabul has a lot of Sepoy in here. I'm not feeling so good for him. And the Sioux are having a real hard time pathing towards trying to get on top of those Gurkha, which is, you know, the one saving grace he has with his army composition, and none of them really being very effective at all. In fact, the last one being killed there are no Sawa in this fight.
And this looks like the final stand for PrinceofKabul.
Every engagement Diarouga's taken, is, except for that first one where his aggro fort died, has been very successful.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the scores now, it's looking very much in favor of Diarouga. And he's forcing all of the villagers to migrate to the right side of the map, but they're gathering on the same mine as well, so Diarouga will know where they're heading.
They are next to a castle. A lot of blue stuff here. Diarouga's got full map control. Just going to siege down the aggro fort now. He doesn't care. And behind it, he's got all his vills on gold and food. Everything's pretty safe for him. PrinceofKabul, though, his vills now being approached by some muskets, but he will be able to pick off these sepoy here. So that's not too bad, but I don't think that's going to be enough. The aggro fort does go down. Not looking so good for Prince anymore.
Yeah, he's doing what he can, but all of the villagers are located, and that's where Diarouga is heading right now.
Yeah, this is going to be it.
Yeah, this could be the final push.
The one thing holding Diarouga's army back is this castle, and it's not going to last long. Oh, that's a lot of Gurkha there. And that's it, the villagers now on top of by the Gurkha.
Yeah, that's a lot of Gurkhas. That's like 50 Gurkhas.
Guarded by some sepoy. I don't think the sepoy can do that, but there is.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of Soa out of nowhere. And they are now on top of the Gurkha there.
Yeah, he's getting a good flank, but the Zamburaks are in such a good position, so I wonder if it's going to be enough.
16 Soa remaining, but there are 16 Zamburaks in there. They're really tearing through these. I don't think that's all of, you know, a lot of the Gurkha are not in the fight. And that's worked out quite well.
Yeah, that went about as good as Prince could have hoped for, but we see that it's still not going to be quite enough for him to come back into the game.
No, he's very far behind economically speaking there. A nice last stand, but GG is called by PrinceofKabul, and Diarouga does pull ahead in the series up to 2-1.
That was an exciting game.
That was a really nice game, actually. There was a lot of stuff happening there. That start looked really convincing for PrinceofKabul, but just kept going with the sepoys. The king of muskets, I suppose, has to stick with them. Diarouga did make a really good switch into just making, Skoomgun. Fuck me, Skoomgun. We all know what I'm trying to say, though. And that composition...
The famous Skirmgoon composition.
Kind of won out in the end there. Diarouga, every trade just seemed to go really well for him.
Yeah.
And finally took the game.
Yeah, but Prince was off to such a good start with the early aggression, taking down the Agra. But then he just lacked a little bit of a follow-up, it felt. And Diarouga did great to stay calm and rebuild his stuff in base. And yeah, he did a solid performance.
Yeah, really good game. PrinceofKabul slightly ahead in resources, I guess. Imperial bureaucracy most of that time really paying off.
Yeah.
That was a really good game. The score is 2-1. It's match point now. Diarouga here might well progress through. And they will play the winner of Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. Sorry, the loser of Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. If Diarouga can win here, he may well get a rematch versus Mitoe. Or maybe he'll end up playing against Kaiserklein. I don't know what's going to happen in Mitoe versus Kaiser. That's
really going to be interesting.
Really no clear winner there.
Yeah, but oh wow. Oh, I really like this. Both players are so confident in the mirrors. Like they don't hesitate at all to accept them.
Yeah, you guys on the can't see it on the UI just yet, but it looks like an Iroquois mirror is on the cards. A nice clean game, or a nice clean series, I should say. A lot of mirrors.
Yes.
This is what the format really does discourage, but we're seeing it anyway.
And are those 3 cans or 2?
Yeah, I think
it's 3 cans.
It looks like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that shot too. 1 can per game. This man's drinking a lot of sugar. He's Hey! That's Snow on the left, Harrison in the middle, and Callan. Hey! I'm not sure who that is there. Yemshi, possibly. But everyone's having a good time.
Yeah.
Iroquois mirror. That's the first time I've seen that flag. No, it's not. I saw Iroquois yesterday. Mitoe played them. But it is gorgeous all the same. That's really nice. I like that a lot. Let's get into this, though. Iroquois mirror on fertile Crescent.
Yeah. I think players might be making some last-minute changes to their decks.
Diarouga's all hosted up. He's ready. But yes, it does appear that Prince is decking for the time being.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can go into his perspective and see if what deck he's building.
Yeah, I think he's being extra cautious after the game where there wasn't a deck ready for to select.
Yeah, he went with the... So I had all the players basically install level 131 home cities, and it looks like Prince checked all the decks for most of the civs and thought, yeah, these are just fine.
Yeah.
And it's fine because a lot of those decks were, from top players who are, who have played a civ for a very long time. For example, France and Germany, those decks were made by Kaiserklein. And I think we got India off of Mitoe, China off of Mitoe. So I think Prince, when he went into an India game, into a game, he was expecting a deck, and there wasn't one. So does need to make sure he has a deck.
Someone in the chat is saying that Snow looks a bit sad, and we should tell him that he played really well. So GG, well played to Snow.
If you can hear us, Snow. GG, well played. Had some tough opponents though. LordRaphael is a pretty pretty tough man to go through.
Yeah, I feel like those games were quite close still. He could have won at least one or two.
There's Hazza getting a few beers in.
Okay, not looking so sad anymore.
He's joined by his buddy. It's all good. Crisp Sav is back.
Yeah, and it looks like we're good to go.
We're good to go.
Players are ready.
Iroquois mirror on Fertile Crescent. The score is 2-1 in this best of 5. Match point to Diarouga. Should he win this game, he will progress through. And he will play against the loser of Mitoe versus Kaiserklein. So either of those opponents very strong, but
yeah.
at least he's not out the tournament. The loser of this series is eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting. Like, this is an elimination game, and it's match point as well. So a lot of tension going into this fourth game.
That's right, game number 4. 2-1 to Diarouga. Let's start with him on the bottom of the map in the color red. Playing as indeed the Iroquois. Say just the 100 gold there. Of course, Iroquois on the EP. They start with less wood. They cannot go for that trading post like they always can on the RE patch. They're going to send his Explorer forward. And is going to come across 65 coin right away. Going to convert one of those. Not a great Guardian, but get the ability recharging all the same.
Yeah, also providing a bit of extra scouting early.
That's true. He does have that extra unit there, but Diarouga, I mean PrinceofKabul on the top of the map in the color yellow here, coming across 95 wood. That's a much better treasure and
That's
Guardian
a winner treasure.
to be converting. Going to be pleased with that find, I expect. Going to pick that up nice and quick. And I wonder, what has he done with his woods? Has he... Well, he didn't start with any woods because obviously Travois. He's going to place a longhouse there. So, house going down. PrinceofKabul, though, Vils remaining firmly on food. I wouldn't expect him to transition them to wood and get a TP or something just because of the wood treasure there. But if he started with 100 wood, maybe, but not the case. Are we going to see treasure contention? 50 coin in the center there. Roga just trying to batter it down, but Prince does pick that up and steal it.
Yeah, that's an incredible start for Prince.
Yeah, he's got basically a full HP Explorer there. And a Tiger, which is really good. Got 2 treasures, stole one from Diarouga. And to boot, Diarouga's Explorer less than half health.
And Prince been able to find the 50 wood close to his base as well.
Yeah, that's a really nice
so
treasure.
he's almost working up towards trading posts, while Diarouga is still on 0 wood.
I think Prince going to be very happy with this start, especially being behind in this series. That's going to be a bit of a confidence boost going into this game, and he needs to win it, otherwise he is eliminated from the tournament here.
So, did Diarouga build a market of his Travois, or
yeah,
he must have done it.
I did see him place that down with the Travois briefly on his POV, and he must have chopped then, I guess, for that house. But having his wood treasures stolen, that must have made hunting dogs really, really irritating to get.
Possibly, yeah, but we still see he had it in quite soon at 1 minute 19.
So it wasn't perhaps banking on the treasure, my mistake.
So that's quite good for Diarouga.
Three villagers coming in for both players here. And both the scouts very nearby, actually. Tiger and the low HP Red Explorer. These things coupled together, and Roga's going to have to get on out of there.
Yeah, at least on this map you don't have some dangerous outlaws or anything that can totally decide H1.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. What treasures are left on the map? I think we've sort of spotted all the good ones. Nothing particularly influential then. Shall we talk about the matchup a bit? They're both now aging up. This seems like a good time. The game is going to get underway pretty quick. The Wise Woman, PrinceofKabul, is going up, and so is Diarouga. How does this usually play out, Tabin?
Sometimes it plays out with like colonial aggression, with either 1 or 2 players aging fast. Is something we've seen in previous or recent Euro mirrors. But it looks like both players going for a bit greedier build with the Wise Woman age up.
Yeah.
And both of them gonna add a trading post as well.
Yeah, we can see Prince there doing it in transition. And Diarouga will be placing his as well, as we can see there.
But yeah, it could still be like colonial agenda for both players. But we could also see like some fortress or semi-fortress play.
So options on the table. Of course, we're not going to know if there's aggression. It's not like you see forward vills. Obviously, the travois, when you age up, is the building you would place. We'll see where they sort of head to. But both players gone for that trading post, obviously, during transition, which Iroquois very much likes. And now up to the colonial age. It's actually really nice to be seeing Iroquois being played, you know, at the LAN, given that they are so strong on RE patch and...
yeah.
Oh, wow, look at this Tiger.
Same for Ottomans, of course.
True, so despite the nerfs, they're still, you know, very much viable. But 2 war huts going to go down in the center of the map here.
Yeah, very mirrored so far.
Yeah, very, very even game, actually.
And I wonder, this hunt between the war huts is likely going to be a point of contention.
It would seem. And then the rest of the food is on the sides of the map, which is... That's what I think makes this map quite interesting, actually, because as the video... Oh, we didn't get to watch the Fertile Crescent video. We'll have to do that at some point. But your villagers... You can't really be everywhere with your army, but perhaps later in the game. Big button tomahawks coming out for PrinceofKabul. He's also got his 4 cannon shipment here, and is going to be coming forward. Nice mass.
That's what they both did already.
Text complete. You're right. Both have gone for big button. Very even fight here. Tomahawks trying to get onto the cav, but those yellow cav being pulled away to make the move around a bit. Almost all the cav gone down now, but Aena coming out of the blockhouse, you know what I mean, from Diarouga, but actually Tomahawks from PrinceofKabul there.
Yeah.
I think the Aena, now that all the cav are down, are the stronger unit there. And 7 Aena shipment coming out as well, and that's going to shut down PrinceofKabul. He tries to get out, and he shipped 7 Aena as well, which is going to put him back into this. But Diarouga has 12 Aena here. 17 Aena now with a big batch coming out. And PrinceofKabul very much going to have to get back. I wasn't expecting, you know, so quickly from Diarouga to get an advantage in this game. And now this looks pretty good. Crackshot coming in and successful. Oh, so strong.
Yeah, it looks like we might be in for a quick one.
Yeah, but a batch of Aena do come out, but it's 17 versus 10. This is looking very Diarouga favored. He very quickly got an advantage in this game, and it looks like he might be taking the series.
And that War Chief still going, trying to dodge the War Hut firing at him.
And 5 more Aena coming out. Whatever happens here, PrinceofKabul is losing that War Hut.
Yeah, and we see that he can safely stand under the War Hut with so many Aena because he knows that there aren't any Kanya horsemen popping anytime soon from a stable or anything.
I was expecting, after the games we saw so far, something a bit closer. 6 Aena do come out, bringing up the count to 10, but Diarouga literally has double, and any fight taken, they're just going to get annihilated. And that is what we're witnessing here.
Yeah, it's just been snowballing ever since Prince pushed under the War Hut of Diarouga, who was able to get additional units a bit faster than Prince.
And now a few Tomahawks coming out as well. He doesn't want to get caught off guard by a big cav switch. And the Tomahawks do have the extra siege, just going to finish that off now. And this is Longhouse out in the middle of the map as well, which I expect Diarouga to clean up whilst it's here.
Yeah.
You know, what might as well.
We see that Prince is desperately trying to get the wood he needs for a new War Hut. He has the wood for it right now, and he's building it in base.
Yeah, does go down. 3 villagers on that. Gonna try and get it up, but 24 military population to 4. This is scary.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Looks like Diarouga might have cut Vils very early on just to get a couple of extra Aena out, and that seems to have worked out. You know, that early fight was sort of so important, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Trying to pull that Tomahawk to safety, but the Aena, they're locked on. And now he's at the door, he's at the TC here, but thankfully Prince did get his Warha up. Let's switch on over to shipments sent. Just military shipments after military shipments. Nothing but military.
Yeah, it's interesting because we see that Prince sent all of the 4 military shipments, while Diarouga only sent 3 of them. But he still managed to come out so much ahead in the military.
600 wood, I think, coming from Diarouga. He knows he's quite far ahead, so can sort of slow down perhaps and finish up those upgrades, get his placer mines in. Yeah, add a corral in with that wood. Maybe we'll even see him get the TP and possibly a stagecoach.
Yeah, that would probably be the safest approach from here. But he might even feel confident to just push the base of Prince.
Either way, though, he can just do what he wants, and that is exactly what he's doing. Doesn't look like he is going to push.
I like this from Prince, though. He knows he has to do something to come back into the game. So he's going for somewhat of a desperation raid, like bring all your units and see if you can try get some good catch and escape. But it looks like Diarouga on point and bringing back his army in time.
Yeah, and Kanya there. The base as well. There's a few Tomahawks mixed in there. Doesn't quite pick a Vil up. Oh, it does go down, but now he's surrounded by Kanya horsemen, not going to be escaping, and all of the Aenas back of Diarouga here. These yellow units not going to last long. Going to try and escape, but only Aena left now, up against 2 Kanya there.
Yeah, and that's looking rough for Prince.
And Diarouga sending 5 villages behind this as well. 5 villages from Prince to match it. And that's all of those units cleaned up. Damn.
Yeah. Looks like Prince going to fight a bit longer. I mean, it is elimination game after all. So you want to make sure you're really out when it's how do you call this upgrade? Just coming in for conservative tactics, or
coming in for Diarouga there, starting to stack those upgrades and really, improve his units and get ahead here. Prince, though, I don't know, frantically trying to do something. And as you said, it is an elimination game, but he sees the units turn up at his base, and that does mean the end. GG Gratz coming out there, and it looks like Diarouga will pass through and will play against either Kaiserklein or Mitoe. The handshake, there it is.
Yeah, a good battle between Diarouga and PrinceofKabul.
It was a really good series. Game 1 and 2, trading blows, but very convincing victories from both. That India game was really, really great to watch.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with Prince's performance after his series versus Kaiser yesterday. That wasn't maybe as close, but this one was really close, to be honest.
This one was quite close, for sure. And I think Diarouga, I'm looking forward to that match.
Yeah, some nice games, and I think Diarouga played really solid overall.
He did. Damn, we've got so many big matches coming up. Kaiserklein versus Mitoe, and then after that, the loser plays Diarouga.
I feel like I like both of those games, like Kaiser and versus Mitoe, and then the loser of that versus Diarouga. Those are gonna be super hard to predict. You're gonna need some really good inside info if you're gonna predict those games.
Yeah, and that's coming up next, Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. So stay tuned. But any concluding thoughts on this match we just watched? I think it was pretty simple, really. It was
a big brawl in the middle, and yes, some early reinforcing units from Diarouga, and then snowballing into getting better trades.
And that's the story of that game.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for PrinceofKabul. He is eliminated now, but a good showing. Thank you very much. And good luck to Diarouga. But let's get Diarouga's thoughts on those games. We're going to do a quick interview with him. But first, a quick break whilst we get ready for that. And we'll return after the break with Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After the break, as you can see, Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. But first, I'm joined by Eddie Holland and, of course, Diarouga, the man of the hour, defeats PrinceofKabul.
Thanks.
Give it up for Diarouga.
Thanks.
How do you feel about this? Because you've just won, great, but now you've got to play. I don't think it matters who loses that, Kaiserklein or Mitoe. Which would you prefer to play?
I probably prefer to play Mitoe.
Have that rematch.
Because, yeah, Kaiser was really strong yesterday. So I think I would have a hard time beating him. But I think that Mitoe definitely can win because he's really good at countering Kaiser. They've played a lot together. And like Mitoe really knows how to beat Kaiser, so that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be interesting. But let's talk about your games versus Prince. There was a few really good ones in there. That first game, Aztec Mirror. You in the chat, I was reading your comments. You were like, Aztec Mirror, let's play it. Are you sure? And that you really baited him into it almost. And I thought, this man, he knows what he's doing. He's good with the Aztecs. And I thought PrinceofKabul was making a ballsy move to play you, who I think you've titled yourself as the best Aztec player on the left.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I was quite confident going into this. I was like, there's no way I can lose because I've played it a lot and I've beaten almost everybody, H2O, Raphael. And I think that this strategy, the 10 Warrior Peace Broom, is pretty good in this matchup. But yeah, I couldn't defend properly and he played really well. So yeah, I was actually surprised to lose, especially this way because it wasn't even close. Yeah.
Right, and then in the third and fourth game we saw more mirrors and
PrinceofKabul
yeah.
was actually picking those mirrors.
Yeah.
Was it something you expected?
Yeah, of course, because you know there are two kinds of players: the mechanical players and the strategical players. PrinceofKabul is definitely a mechanical player, a guy who's going to outplay you with reds, a good micro and stuff. While I'm rather someone who relies on strategy and build orders. So yeah, I think it was a good choice from him because I'm not really good at mirrors and he's definitely better at it overall.
Yeah, and the third match especially was really close. And
yeah.
Hold on, I want to talk about on the New England match there. Can you tell us about China, your pick on that map? Because you played that versus Mitoe as well. You seem to like China on New England. Is there a reason?
Well, I think that China overall is like a defensive, but it kind of struggles in some matchups like against France, Germany and Brits, because eventually they're going to get more stuff and probably win the game. But on New England it's really different because you're going to get the huge boat, I don't really know the name, and you're going to dominate the water, which is really important. So I think that China is really good against these Thieves, and it's also really good against ATP Thieves too.
There's a really good point you made about dominating the water. The Fakan seems to be an absolutely incredible ship.
Right, the 28 range instead of the 26 that the Falconet has.
And it's a really good answer. Well, it's not only a stronger boat, so it better matches anything the European Civ can ship.
Yeah, and also
but also it's got all that range. It's a really good answer to the ATP.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and the mortars definitely helped as well, sieging down the buildings. And well, in the end, your China FF was just, you had way more stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even on a normal map, China definitely wins this matchup. So clicking into this, I was like super confident. There's no way I can lose this.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like you've learnt your lesson with the war junk shipments.
Yeah.
You do realise you have to put them in a big pond of water.
Yeah, but I don't know, like it never happened to me. And like now it's 2 times in a row. So yeah, I don't really know how to overcome this. I'm definitely going to practice it.
Right.
Yeah, definitely want to take a might.
Either way, it didn't look like it mattered in that series. That China game was so convincing. It was very, very well played. But moving on to the India Mirror.
Oh wow.
That one was a very close game, and it looked quite dicey for you to start with.
Yeah.
That Agra fort. I love the walling. That was really fun to see. But it didn't work out. You lost your Agra fort, and it looked like Prince had a really good start.
Yeah, because actually I saw that we both had the Agra fort in the middle of the map. So usually the meta wants the players to rush and try to take down the Agra fort. But I was like, hey, I'm going to wall and he's probably not going to rush me. But he still did that anyway. And it just didn't help at all. So yeah, I got wrecked. And then the game was kind of over. But I know that Prince liked to go for Sepoy and Sour, which is actually really bad in this matchup. And I remember a game between H2 and Fluky and Deccan.
I remember
a great
that game.
Where H2 also lost his Agra fort and was like really far behind. But eventually he won thanks to Zamburex, which control Sours really hard. So I thought, hey, I'm going to do the same. And well, it worked, but yeah, I was definitely losing in that game.
Yeah, definitely. And I was like ready to type GG in the chat, but
Yeah.
you kept on playing even after your greedy start and came back. Yeah, due to the decision making after all.
Because of it.
So
Yeah.
it really shows your strength in this matchup.
That was a glorious game, actually. And then we saw that final win, nice and quick, a dirty win with Iroquois. Just looked like he couldn't field enough stuff. Were you skipping vills early on just to get extra shit out?
Yeah, I skipped like 3 or 4 vills, something like this. But actually, I didn't really understand why he got so few units. Because, I mean, he should get as many as me. There's no reason for this.
Yeah, he had really good wood treasures as well. So maybe I have to watch back the game at some point and see.
I didn't really understand how it went.
Yeah. Was a good series, though. Well done. Congratulations. We'll see Diarouga later on. He will play the loser of the next series, which will be Kaiserklein versus Mitoe coming up next. The winner of Kaiserklein versus Mitoe goes through to the semi-finals, first in their group. And then, of course, the loser will play Diarouga, and the winner of that series obviously will go through to the semi-finals as well. So, looking forward to these matches coming up. Stay tuned, everybody. Lots of high-profile games, but we'll be back in about 4 minutes with the next series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. Up next, we do have the game that will decide who qualifies first place in their bracket. Kaiserklein versus Mitoe coming up next. The sub goal is over 300 now. That's looking really, really good. Thank you for all the support, everybody. But as you can see, the previous outcome was 3-1 there. Diarouga does go through versus PrinceofKabul. And you can see the match history. It was really good series, actually. But coming up next, we'll wipe it clean because we do have, as you can see in the chairs, Kaiserklein and Mitoe. This is going to be one hell of a series. I am joined by Wicked Cossack, although actually, there's the handshake. Nice to see. I will be replaced by H2O very shortly. I'm going to do the map draft. And then it will be Ryan and Wicked Cossack taking this underway. But how are you doing? This is going to be your first series of the day, and this is such a great series to get stuck in with.
I'm really glad to be casting this one, actually. I've been looking forward to this one since I arrived at the studio here this morning. Kaiserklein and Mitoe, for those of you who don't know, these are two players who know each other extremely well. I believe, actually, they even paired up in a couple of ESOC team tournaments. Perhaps not to much success, so their sort of team synergy isn't quite there, but their 1v1 play is absolutely up to par, and so we'll be curious to see how two players go up against each other who know each other really, really well. So they know each other's strengths and sort of ins and outs. And so it'll be interesting to see if that makes a difference here in this series, and if we see some civilization picks based on their sort of prior knowledge of each other.
Yeah, it's always interesting when two good friends go up against each other because they know their styles so well, they know what to expect so well. And it's funny that you mentioned you can't just pair the C2 and 3 in a 2v2 and expect them to win. They're very much 1v1 players, but they are very, very good at it. But as you can see, the map draft is about to start. And it looks like we will start seeing the picks and bans coming in here. This is going to be quite interesting. So, New England was the first pick from Kaiser there. That's very interesting.
Now that is very interesting.
I think that's not to do with that Kaiser is good or has prepared New England. Maybe he has. We'll have to see. But Mitoe really does not do well on New England, it seems. It's not a good map for him. He's not great with Spain on that map. He's not practiced it very much in the tournament because he never got to play it in the qualification. So I think Kaiser's exploiting that.
Yeah, and it also doesn't work to Mitoe's Civ strength, so he doesn't particularly use Spain or Ottoman, which, as we discussed before, are probably the two strongest civilizations that you can pick for New England. However, I do seem to recall Mitoe saying during his interview after he qualified, actually, that he was definitely going to have something prepared for New England. I mean, he has to know it's a very strong possibility that someone else can lock in New England against him. So I'm sure he's got a civilization and a strategy actually prepared for it. But it's very curious to see Kaiser going for that, though.
Yeah. I think, as you said, Ottoman, that's a really good civ on that map. Abbott's Guns, he's actually very strong with Ottomans. I think he probably wants High Plains as well. I'm expecting him to try and pick that, but we'll see if Mitoe disallows it. There are bans coming
I'm really
in.
excited about this veto. Finally, someone's decided to veto Kamchatka. Which certainly makes a change. I feel like most of our series today have started off with Kamchatka, just as the general standard map that everyone seems to like.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? Kamchatka is like the perfect map for Germany. I mean, they're good on other maps as well. Yep. But if there's a civ if you're going to play Germany on a map, it's going to be Kamchatka, and then you've got the rest of the civs that you can play open to play on other maps. So, gonna get that out of the way. But it's interesting because Mitoe obviously very good at Germany too, so he doesn't really want that. Let's talk about Mitoe's other pick, Pampas Sierras.
Yep, so I think he's just trying to stop the TP civs from Kaiser. Kaiser is well known, obviously, for playing Germany, France. I've seen him practicing a lot with Portuguese lately. Every civ that he's really good with relies a lot on trading posts. So Mitoe's just trying to ensure that the map pool has a significant number of non-trading post maps. So I think that's why he's chosen to lock in Pampas Sierras there.
Yeah, that seems like it. And also remember, Mitoe is very skilled with China, India, and indeed Japan as well. And Kaiser not so. And I think that a good angle to take in this series will be Mitoe exploiting the fact that he is very comfortable with those civs and that perhaps Kaiser is less so against them. So Pampas Sierras, a good India map, and I wonder if we'll see Thar Desert or something like that come out as well.
So Kaiser definitely does have one civilization for non-trading post maps, which I did neglect to mention. He's got a very, very strong Russian gameplay, so he can certainly use that on one of Thar Desert or Pampas Sierras, but we can see that Mitoe has actually selected, he's chosen to lock in both Thar Desert and Pampas Sierras. So it's possible that if Kaiser was to win with Russia on one of those maps, then on the other map he's going to have to pull out something something that he's not so used to playing with, and something that he's perhaps not as experienced with. So I really like the strategy that Mitoe's gone for here in the map veto and ban portion.
That's very interesting indeed. But there is the map pool. Kamchatka is banned, so
Finally.
is Baja, California.
So the first map we're going to start with then looks to be Deccan, the only map that neither player chose to veto or ban. So that one is left in the map pool there, and then it's followed by Thar Desert, New England, High Plains, and Pampas Sierras. There you can see all in the middle actually. So it's the first two and the last two maps there which have been vetoed.
Yep, does seem to be the case. That's the 5 maps we'll be playing. We get to see a game on Deccan. Didn't get to see that in the Diarouga series, or indeed LordRaphael's first series as well. But that is the map pool. First map will be Deccan. And now the civilization picks going to come out, but gonna hand it over to H2O, aka the Water Boy, Ryan Mankel. He'll be casting this series. The map pool has been selected. Let's take a look at Deccan, and then we'll be going into game number 1. On Deccan, players start on opposing sides of a closed central plateau containing abundant wildlife and natural minerals. Your home city has taken an interest in the wealth of this region and its valuable trading routes, so has supplied your colony with additional starting resource crates to jumpstart your influence in the area and put a wider array of strategic options at your disposal.
All right, we are back, and we are waiting just for the players to get ready here. Kaiser seems to be clicked in, and Mitoe, I don't know, getting ready.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So you might have just missed the map vetoes and bans, but I was really excited that Kamchatka actually got banned.
Who banned it?
I think it was Mitoe. So Mitoe actually went for a really interesting strategy. As you can see there, he's actually locked in both Thar Desert and Pampas Sierra, so he's going for those non-TP maps. But
wait, we talked about this yesterday. Kaiser.
Yeah. But from the viewers can't see, but the players seem to have chosen their 2 civilizations, and it looks like it's going to be a German mirror, which I thought with the Kamchatka veto we were actually going to avoid, but no, it seems no matter what map gets selected, we're going to start every series here off with a German mirror.
Well, there you go, right? I think with these 2 players, it's pretty unsurprising that we're going to see a German mirror. And Kaiser's got to play Germans at some point if all the non-TP maps are going to come later. Here we are. We're getting into game number 1. Kaiserklein against Mitoe on Deccan. It is a German mirror. And we have Kaiserklein spawning in the bottom of the map in the color red, playing as the Germans.
Yes.
And he's just collecting all those crates, going for a 50 coin treasure here, and we're going to see exactly what he's going to go for. Probably just opening TP, opening market, like we always do. On the other side of the map, we do have Mitoe spawning in the color teal, doing the exact same thing as we often see in German mirrors. Only he did not go for that Kaiser treasure that he usually gets, but these were both quite bad. So his TP is going to be up a little bit faster, and I wonder if that's going to convert into more of the cows coming his way.
Yeah, and one thing we do have to consider with these two players is this is not the first time these two will have played a German mirror against each other. They've probably played, I would say, probably at least hundreds of German mirrors specifically against each other, so they're going to know exactly how the other person plays. So we could see some extra sort of mind games being utilized in this match that will make it look slightly different to a conventional German mirror.
Yeah, that's definitely on the cards. I know both of these players have figured out how good doppels are in this matchup, and I'm wondering if we're going to see either something that's hidden to hide the doppels, or if someone's going to go for that like cheeky 700 gold straight to fortress kind of counterplay that only really works against in-base doppels because of how slow it can be.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw yesterday just how good Kaiser's micro was against Doppelsoldners in the sense that he was incredibly skilled at avoiding the Doppels while still taking fights and killing off loose units. Yeah. So we'll have to see if Mitoe can kind of live up to that, or also display the same level of skill there in micro to match Kaiser's.
Absolutely, and already we're seeing some of Kaiser's favorite things, like just gunning down the Explorer with every frame, and that's going to actually convert into him being able to get these two yaks down here, because Mitoe got zoned out a little bit there. And there's two more yaks. Where are they?
Yeah,
they're up here. Okay.
Kaiser's just picked up a couple more yaks, so it looks like it's going to be, is it a 4-4 split? I see Kaiser has 4.
It's a 4-2, and there's still 2 on the line, which Kaiser will get actually here. It's funny, these two players both know each other so well, both aging up in the meanwhile, but just so interesting to watch the Explorers just, on top of each other all game here in the beginning.
Yeah, so we should probably discuss the matchup a little bit as both players head up to the Colonial Age. So I'd say there's probably a couple of things you can do. There is the sort of just the standard Ulan semi-FF, and which gets you up to the 4th stage, maybe around 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes. However, I'm more anticipating that these players are going to look to add in a barracks, or potentially even start with a barracks and play out an extended colonial play with some doppels, some Ulans, before trying to see if one can find that window to get up to the 3rd age, or maybe they'll find that the window there doesn't exist, and then we'll see the game finish in H2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what's going to happen as well, but only time will tell. There's already a slight deviation just in the macro balance. Mitoe's going like 8-7, and Kaiser's going 5-10. It's like he's going a little bit more gold heavy, and I wonder what that's going to indicate.
Yeah,
but otherwise, totally mirrored, right?
I was just wondering, does that help us decide which gold-heavy unit the Germans will be building there? Would it be the Doppelsoldner or the Ulan?
Right, it's impossible to tell.
But yeah,
it's not the crossbow, I can tell you that much.
It's not the crossbow or the pikeman. Yep. So both players have just aged up to the Colonial Age. So
instantly the Settler Wagon treasure or Settler Wagon card coming out.
Yeah. So we're going to be on the lookout here to see if what they're going to drop down. I kind of expect that both will start off with the stable, but then oftentimes we see them adding that barracks with the 700 wood at a later point.
Yep, actually, just going for more TPs. This might be one of those things where it's like, who can be the greediest, because they've just gotten so good at reading each other's aggression, right? There's a sneaky second TP coming out from Kaiser, and he's going 700 gold. I bet you he's going for the straight FF on yeah. I bet you he's going to do it. He canceled the shipment.
Wow.
He's going 700 gold.
And this is
because he saw the in-base racks, maybe?
I don't know.
He couldn't have.
I don't think he's seen it, but it's really perfect for Kaiserklein. So Mitoe's going for the in-base racks, and as you alluded to earlier, that's kind of actually it's a very safe build. You're not going to take damage from early Ulans. But what it is it's slow. So if you wanted to put on some early aggression, Doppelsolders, they're not the fastest of units. Even pikemen are faster. So if you wanted to head over to Kaiserklein's side of the map, it is going to take a very long time. So if Kaiser is going for the straight fast fortress, which he absolutely is, then Mitoe's not really in a position to punish it. And Kaiser's got 2 trading posts, so really nice strategy here coming out from Kaiserklein.
Yeah, and I love they're also totally as far away from each other as possible. So like we said, like if the doppels come out, where do you go with them? And he's queued 0 dops actually. Mito's just going to straight age with 3 settler wagons overpopped.
Oh, right. So
look at these reactions back and forth.
Yep, and so that's
like a meta play to the 700 gold play if I've ever seen it. He's going to age only a few seconds behind, but with like a typical economic situation, and Kaiser's 3 settler wagons come behind it.
That's a fantastic adaptation there coming from Mitoe. If Mitoe had chosen to build any doppel soldiers, then that would have slowed his age up down immensely, and as we discussed, he wouldn't have been able to get much damage done with them. But he's obviously identified the build coming out here from Kaiserklein, and the reaction there is perfect in that he chose not to train any doppel soldiers, so he's going to hit up to the Fortress Age.
And look at this.
Afterwards.
This is really significant because both players are on. It's Deccan, so both players have no Fortress shipments despite the fast age up time. And this is going to mean that when Mitoe gets up, he's going to have a shipment. 320 XP is a huge deal here with only like 101 to go until he's got another card in.
Yeah, and I mean this completely negates the second trading post.
For basically forever, right?
We can see that actually the other benefit of Mitoe's build is that he was able to ship in that 700 wood. Kaiserklein had to go for the really fast 700 coin as he wanted to make sure he could hit up to the Fortress 8 as soon as he could. But the issue here is that actually he's not going to be able to drop as much infrastructure. He's possibly going to have to wait for a 1,000 wood shipment, or he's actually had a few villagers on wood, so he was gathering to try and put down the odd house, but he's not going to have the infrastructure that Mitoe will have.
He's going to have to go wood after 3 war wagon card, I think, because when you get up this fast, you kind of have to go like war wagon and 3 war wagon card. Otherwise, you're just not taking advantage of the time that you're ahead in the age up. But you look at this, he's going 8 skirm and training some more wagons, so he will still have that aggression, but it's going to be a fully blended army. And I think Mitoe's going to be totally happy to see that, because by the time the army gets over there, he'll have his shipment in, and he, like you said, won't need to worry about housing or anything. I mean, he's well set up.
Yeah, I think Kaiserklein's going to actually maybe be a little surprised just at how fast Mitoe has followed him up.
Did he slow up with 6 skirms? No, he's made 5 skirms. No,
I can't.
That's 6. He's slow up with 6 skirms. Gosh, I totally missed that. But tons of Ulans coming out here. I don't think they can really get in, though. The settler wagon should be enough to jam the choke here. And these trees really helping out.
Yeah, and we can see
one build hanging, though. Kaiser's going to pick that one up.
So that's handy for Kaiser that he was able to get something done. Now we can see the skirms.
But 9 Ulan coming out of TC right now is going to end this game, right?
Depends on what Mitoe's chosen to ship. So Mitoe actually had 2 shipments stacked as soon as he reached the Fortress 8. So the first shipment's already on the way, which is
here. They kind of got to be 9 Ulan, right?
So he's popped at 74 out of 80. So it's definitely a huge military shipment coming in. 9 Ulan is a good call. If he focuses down these war wagons really well, then he can certainly clean out this army.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be trying to fight. The Black Riders, holy cow, that is a really powerful shipment here. And with only 8 skirms on the board, I think these Black Riders are going to make Kaiser have to run away.
Yeah, Kaiser definitely can't take this fight now. His composition is okay to fight the Black Riders, but it's just the raw strength and power of these Black Riders are too much and would certainly overwhelm. So nice use of the pull trick by Kaiserklein. Mitoe isn't actually chasing him down there, but Kaiserklein's taking no chances, and he wants to make sure that his skirms get out of there. So he did a couple of pull tricks there on the right. He knows he's safe now, so he's just going to head home. And I think he'll be actually quite relieved that he didn't get pounced on there by the 9 Ulan shipment, as you said, and perhaps the Black Riders weren't really able to kind of chase Kaiser down there and really try and wipe Kaiser's army off the board.
Yeah, I mean, like if he didn't do the pull trick, I think Mitoe could have probably hunted him down with the Black Riders and still done pretty significant damage. But as it stands, you know, Kaiser's now been able to weave in the 1,000 wood to kind of counteract the 700 wood, and you know, but at the same time, that means, like we said, Mitoe's able to send one more Fortress Age shipment. That's, you know, basically military units, essentially.
And so Kaiser, throughout the past couple of minutes, so he's been macroing for his own mercenary shipment. So he just gathered the 1,000 coin. We got a mercenary shipment of his own on the way, and he knows why that's on the way. He is to be really safe, so he can see his army in his base. And then he's got a couple of villagers out here on the left-hand side. He does have a bit of line of sight protection. We've got 3 houses on the left, so they might be able to spot this raid coming in from Mitoe.
But it's coming in at a great angle, right?
However, Kaiserklein, with the really nice house positioning, is able to see the line of sight.
Over there? If he sees these villas, isn't he gonna get a whole bunch of them?
I think he can maybe get down. What do you reckon, 3 or 4 there? But I think
he's trading all these. These Ulhuns are all dying in order to kill 5 villas, I think, and that's huge. There's 2, 3, 4. And I think you were right with the 4.
Yeah, and then Mitoe's actually going to try and save these last 2 Ulans. He just does get a token 1 away there. And a nice little army movement here from Mitoe. Why he noticed that Kaiserklein's whole army was engaged there on the left-hand side of the map. He's just kind of rotating his army around on the right-hand side of the map. There's actually not too much here. We just have 1 trading post from Kaiserklein that he's going to take down. But it's just always nice to see good army movement. I mean, if there had been any loose villages there from Kaiserklein, that's the kind of army movement that you're looking to do to pick up anything you can get. And what he can get is the TP here.
Yeah, what's interesting is the villager counts are so even. Mitoe actually lost a vill, and because he aged up with that slower... Let me confirm that before I say that out loud. Text complete. If he did age with a different guy, right? Yeah, the marksman. That costs you 2 vills, right? Because you have to be idle TC longer to age. So that small raid actually just evens up the economies. And right now we're seeing Mitoe getting hunted down a little bit by this huge army, and the Jaegers threatening a lot of poke damage here.
Yeah, so I think the Jaegers are much stronger than the Black Riders in this situation. We might get to a stage where both players actually have both the Jaegers and the Black Riders out for themselves. But the Jaegers as a skirmisher unit actually counter the Black Riders. So even though both players do have that strong mercenary unit shipment, Kaiserklein mercenaries are the superior ones in this sort of unit composition. So Kaiserklein's able to gain some ground on the right. And there's actually two settler wagons just on the right as well as settlers and settler wagons being taken out on the left by the Jaegers.
Yeah, but there's a raid happening down here. Mitoe's killed like 5 or 6 vills right now, and he's also raiding over here and killing more. Look at the villager counts. Kaiser's down 7 vills. I think he's just going to slam it in here, and he has to fight now. But at the same time, Mitoe does not want to fight a bit right now. He can't afford to lose the Black Riders with how many Ulhan are out there. So, yeah. But his Jaegers did come in as well while we were gone. I thought those might be on the way. So he can actually now stand and fight. Kaiser's really got to take this fight, right? I think he's waiting for this. When this comes in, he's going to slam all his units in there and hope to win now.
So he does pick up a couple of 2 loose settler wagons here on the right, so that will help to even up the recalculated population just a little bit. We can see it's 29 to 32. So Kaiser doesn't necessarily have to commit to this fight, and he has a huge Ulan mass. I don't know how many that is, but
you know what he's waiting for? How much you want to bet it's Ulhan combat right now? If you look, the TP lead that we talked about is finally coming back just a little bit, and he's had a shipment on the way, whereas Mitoe hasn't gotten his yet.
Yeah, that would be a great card to send in now. And we can see just more Ulan reinforcements joining this already huge mass. I mean, pretty soon he's going to need a second control group for those hand cavalry.
Yeah.
Mitoe, seeing this though, Mitoe's probably going to choose where the engagement happens very carefully. He's probably going to choose to take the engagement where there's a lot of trees, a lot of choke points. And that's really going to cause issues for Kaiserklein's unit composition.
Yeah, I think he's going to get forced out here. He kind of has to take the fight right around here. And combat's in, and this is it.
It's in quite an open area, maybe? I mean, Kaiser's choosing not to go in, though.
I think he's going to go in right now. He's going in on this really hard. There's nothing that Mitoe can do to protect the skirms now. And Ulhan's flanking from the back, even getting on the Black Riders. 9 Ulhans from Mitoe coming out, though. Those might be able to get on the Jaegers if things get choked back here enough. And then there's just some Black Riders left, but so many Ulhan from Kaiserklein. Military pops are pretty even. Those vills are soaking. There's just a lot of war wagons in here, and the 9 Ulhan really coming in big. There's more Ulhan coming in, too. I think, is Mitoe going to come out ahead on this?
I think Mitoe's just gonna come out ahead.
More Ulhan's coming. He has double stable going right now, and he's barely going to hold on to this one.
Yeah, so
Holy cow.
I think the defender's advantage came in clutch
What
there.
a hold.
Both players are having pretty similar armies, but just the fact that the fight occurred right next to Mitoe's base meant that he had those 2 extra Ulan batches. I think maybe one was sort of from 3 Ulans from a shipment possibly, and then another batch from the stable there.
No, he's got 2 stables. It was double stable, 10 Ulan, yeah. I think what really did it there was the 9 Ulan getting in there on the Jaegers, so they couldn't just get free shots in on the goons. And
oh wow, and that's enough. To call
wow,
GG.
what a game.
Yeah, so the first victory going here over to Mitoe, and he's gone 1-0 up in a German mirror against Kaiserklein, so he's going to be feeling really good about that. I think that's just taken Kaiserklein's, that was probably Kaiserklein's best civilization. Mitoe's also probably I would say Germany is one of his best civilizations as well, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, it was really, you can tell that these guys play all the time. I mean, a lot of those mind games in the early Age of 1, like they didn't even need to build a unit or scout, and they just kind of read each other all the way through, and Mitoe was able to sneak in a little adaptation there to get one more fortress card in, essentially, right? Because the 1,000 wood didn't have to come in, and I can't believe he managed to hold on through Cav combat with that many Ulans in there, but what a hold.
Yeah, I think that's why also Kaiserklein just chose to resign. He knows with the experience against having played against Mitoe, even though the scores were still quite even towards the end of that game, he could see the cavalry army bearing down on this coin mine, and
yeah.
he's obviously been in this position a lot against Mitoe and just knew that a comeback wasn't actually feasible. It wasn't on the cards, so he chose the right time to resign there for himself.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing with the German mirrors is when you lose an army advantage, all your vills are definitely on that 1 gold mine, right? So it's not too hard to find out where to go.
Yeah. So the second match is going to be played on Thar Desert, and it's going to be up to Mitoe to pick his civilization first, and then Kaiserklein will be able to attempt a counter pick. However, I get the impression that Mitoe will know that Kaiserklein is probably going to be leaning towards Russia, so I think Mitoe's pre-anticipating Russia coming out from Kaiser, so he might know what matchup he can choose.
Yeah, we might be seeing
click into.
Might be seeing our favorite matchup of the tournament, right? Almost every time India comes out, Russia comes out to follow, right?
Yes. So Mitoe's locked in India, and it's now up to Kaiserklein to try and react to that. So we're kind of anticipating Russia, but Kaiserklein does have to actually bear in mind that Pampas Sierra is still in the map pool. So if he wins with, say, Russia at this point, he would then have to play a different civilization on Pampas Sierra. So he might choose to delay Russia to the Pampas Sierra's map and go for a different civilization, which we can see here he has actually done, and he's locked in Dutch. So we're going to have a Dutch versus India on Thar Desert.
Yeah, Dutch versus India coming up. Looks like all the players are ready to go, and we're about to jump into this game. Maybe we can take a look at the map before we get started, though. All right, we are loading in. It's India versus Dutch here on Thar Desert. Again, this is a no TP map, so both these civs very strong on a non-TP map. Not a very surprising matchup. We have Kaiser spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, playing as Dutch. I did see him practice this matchup earlier in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was playing against the man himself, Garja. and
how did it go?
I did not actually see the end result, but I know that there were halps being made at one point. So I think there's anything could happen in this game. So yeah, but he's picked up 30 coin, just starting to gather towards that age up, and his scouts are out on the board looking for those 80 wood treasures that we so often look for in the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Mitoe spawning in the top left-hand corner of the map as India. He's doing maybe a 10-10, actually. He's chopping 0 wood right now, and it looks like he's got no intention of doing that at all. Would this be like it's not a 9, it's a 9-10.
It's a 9-10 because they started off each with a coin crate. And
The 9-10.
Yeah, so the coin crate is a really big deal in this matchup, actually. Oftentimes, both civs can kind of benefit from it in similar ways, but obviously Dutch benefits greatly from the coin crate, whereas India has almost no way to spend that coin crate until the colonial age. So actually, that's Kaiser's going to be feeling pretty good about spawning in with that coin crate there, and Mitoe perhaps not so.
Yeah, I wonder too if Mitoe was hoping to find like an 85 or a 90 wood here just to close out the last vill, and he's just waiting for it, but really not happening for him. 50 wood is coming up, but those are easy for the European explorers just to crack shot and take, so you got to kind of keep looking. There is an 85 wood that both players have not yet found in the back corner.
Yeah, so the other major wood treasure is hiding right at the bottom of the map. So we got the 90 wood right at the bottom and the 85 wood right at the top.
Oh my gosh! And Kaiser's right here to steal the 55 coin.
Yeah, and so Mitoe knows that he can't actually attack that Mongol rider. I believe it takes the best part of like 40, 45 seconds to try and kill that. So instead, he's actually going to just try and stop Kaiserklein from scouting and getting his own sort of treasures.
Yeah, do you think that he knows it's a 10-10? That's the big question on my mind.
So yeah, I think that's part of the reason why Mitoe was content there to just sit and attack Kaiserklein's Explorer, in that he knows there's a good chance the Envoy is going to come over as well, which we can see that it has done. And he knows if he can see both Kaiserklein's Explorer and Envoy by keeping them occupied by attacking them, that, well, one thing he's not doing is scouting his aggro fort and his incredibly fast strategy. So I actually quite like that decision from Mitoe, just to sit there and attack Kaiserklein's Explorer, even though it seemed at first sort of like a futile exercise, since he was never going to kill his Explorer at any point.
Yeah, exactly. It turned out to be quite a nice. Even this treasure is quite a nice issue. He's just going to start it, which I think he has to do. I mean, I get it. Someone can just come over here. Kaiser can just come over and kill the Explorer and cause a lot of havoc. But he kind of has to bank on this treasure going well for him. Like there's just not enough resources. Oh, who got it? I think that's Kaiser, but maybe Stomp. Nope. And Kaiser picks up 85 wood, so this continues to go Kaiser's way. And about a 9-10, you really need that, like at least one treasure, right? I mean, Mitoe's gotten pretty much nothing, and
I'm just sticking to the Kaiserklein rule, as in whenever both explorers bend down to pick up a treasure, if Kaiserklein's involved in the contention, just assume it's him, and you'll be safe.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. And now the 10-10, it hasn't been spotted before, has definitely been well established. Couple punches on that Envoy, and he knows the aggro's about to finish, so he's about to leave. Still obviously as Dutch, you commit to the bank in transition, but I think the adaptation we'll see is probably a Rax on 400 instead of a Rax on maybe 700.
Yeah, so Dutch, to defend this really aggressive push from India, they're going to have to consider their base building as a really, really prominent factor right now. So we might even see the odd wall segment go up. The barracks here is being put right next to the bank to try and create a few more choke points. But Kaiser's going to have to be position every single building now really, really carefully to try and defend.
Because I don't think there's any pressure coming. There's no units in queue. Didn't send 5 Sepoy or 4 Soar. I think he's going to, because he got scouted,
it's a fake out.
More mind games, he's going to have to do a fake out, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, so this is actually really nice. And we can see Kaiserklein, he's not aware of it at the moment. He's just getting up the wall. I mean, it's not too much.
No skirms in queue, though, so I think he's just not going to train a skirm until proven otherwise. Mitoe must play, these guys must play so many mind games. One skirm finally in the queue.
Yeah, and we can see the 2 Sepoys coming over. I always wonder whether you should sort of show these 2 Sepoys, as I feel like revealing the 2 Sepoys kind of indicates that there's actually not
only 2 Sepoy coming.
Yeah, there's only 2 Sepoy coming. So when Kaiserklein sees this, he's going to sort of be wondering, well, hang on, where are the other Sepoys? Perhaps you're not making any. And that's actually going to give an indication to Kaiserklein of what was going on.
Yeah, he's finishing the batch, though, and going to take a volley on the Sepoy here, but not kill it. And then he's going back to height, so he still seems scared. I wonder if you think he's just confident enough that, 10-10 hurt streak goes so bad, all I need to do is just definitely not die here, even though you're showing me nothing?
Yeah, I think he wants to play it safe as well. I mean, for all Kaiserklein knows, that could have been a super clever double bluff.
The double fake out, yeah.
From Mitoe, there could have been a 4 sour shipment there, and so Kaiser, I think just playing it safe, standing behind his walls. I mean, he's got the units with the longer range. If Mitoe wants to push in, he's going to get the first volleys on that. So I'm happy with that decision there from Kaiser, just to play it safe.
Yeah, and Mitoe's been continually sitting on these treasures in the corner, doing both players doing everything they can to try to scrape ahead a lead here. And 90 wood will be a nice little pickup for him. He did go foreign logging first, and he's teching Imperial Bureaucracy, so he's really going as greedy as you can, which is exactly the opposite of a 9-10, right?
Yeah, so Mitoe's economy, despite cutting villages early on, is going to be in fantastic shape, as you say there, with the wood trickle, Imperial Bureaucracy. And it'd be interesting to see what he does now. Is he just going to look to try and hit a timing at, say, the 9 to 10 minute mark, which will be about the time you'd be expecting Dutch to hit up to that Fortress Age? And Dutch often has that weak spot when they try and get up to that Fortress Age. They've obviously invested a lot of resources in teching up, and that leaves them a little bit exposed. So Mitoe might be trying to create a timing around that mark to try and exploit Kaiserklein's weakness there. So we'll see what he does. But you could also go up to the Fortress Age himself. You've got a couple of options when you have a strong of an economy as Mitoe does now have.
Yeah, and Mitoe's just picking up a few treasures here, really just all over the map. Just trying to set up his economy as best as he can for that timing push that we talked about. Look, we're watching him tech Ottoman consulate here on 100 export, so he's not even sending 300 export to get the villagers, which I'm guessing are now on their way. And with that training time, actually, if he booms hard enough, I mean, that 10% training might be pretty relevant. It might mean like one or two extra batches of units when the fight starts. And Kaiser still is, I think, if those pikes came out, which they probably will, he's reacting pretty heavily to in the way Mitoe wants, because Mitoe just wants to, not have Dutch age.
Yeah, I mean, and Kaiserklein...
Gating going up, everything's happening.
He's giving no indication that he wants to age. We got the market, free banks, stable. He's produced a full batch there of 5 hussars. He's even teching steel traps himself, so we can see he hasn't really banked any resources to age. So we got, even the pikemen coming out. So I wonder if Kaiserklein himself might choose to maybe make a push. I mean, he's made a gate at the front here, so he's giving himself some sort of poking potential. It looks like he might want to move his skirms out and see what he can start shooting. Yeah, but Mitoe doing the right thing here, going Sepoy Soar. Dutch does have a very tough time dealing with Muskas, and Sepoy Soar is definitely not too far away from that as far as effectiveness goes. Sepoys are so strong. That's not the first time I've heard that, and it won't be the last time. But Kaiserklein's base building so far is looking pretty great. I mean, the issue with the Sepoys is the short range, so if he was to push in, he's going to suffer. But we can see Kaiserklein's feeling confident now. He's got a huge number of pikemen, actually. The 8 pike shipment came in, so he's feeling that he's got enough anti-cavalry. They also provide a bit of siege there. And as I mentioned earlier, he's got a gate that's nearby, so if he does get into trouble, he can pull back to that. But he's just going to push on in. I think he's going to get flanked really hard here. I think what's going to happen is there'll be some minutes of shipment. Everything all at once is going to go quite hard on him. There's 2 batches of units here. I think Mitoe's going to sell anything he can to get a full batch out of the stable. Here it comes. And the Sepoy are about to pop out. There they are. And Minutemen probably in queue as well. Kaiser kiting away here, doing everything he can to reposition his army after getting totally flanked here. Still a lot of hussars up on the field, but the Soars and elephants are still at full HP too. Sepoy count is beginning to thin out, but 4 Soars come out as well. And just total India timing here. He has a whole other batch in queue too, so if he can survive just long enough here to clean up these pikes, I think he'll be in a reasonable spot. But still, like we said, tons of hussars and pikes still left. Yeah. 2 more Soar pop out. The pike's going back to sieging somehow here. I guess he wants to finish the aggro before 5 more Sepoy come out, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Yeah, I think what happened there was just, even though Mitoe had the pop potential there, so he popped out the Sepoys, the Sours, the double production facility, Kaiserklein just had so much more army. I mean, the fight started at 50 military pop, so I think it was about 14. Yeah, so that was just the more stuff principle, right? Exactly. But he does have another shipment probably on the way. I think a bunch of XP got exchanged, so there might be another 5, maybe another 10 Sepoy rally here. It's going to be really close, whatever happens. But a couple pikes dying here might buy him the time he needs. He's counting the seconds here. Are more units going to make it out or not? Looks like he knows his shipment's not going to make it. And gosh, that must have just been so close. And now Mitoe just resigned. So game number 2, they're going to Kaiserklein. He ties up the series. 1-1. We have ourselves a series here. Yeah. And Also, like the number of banks that Kaiserklein chose to build, so he restricted himself to 3 banks only. I've seen a number of Dutch players often going up to 4 or 5 banks, and sometimes it's just 1 bank too many, and that really reduces the amount of army that you can actually pump out for a certain timing. So we saw that just because Kaiserklein restricted himself to 3 banks only, he was able to get a huge military unit population spike, as you can see there. So yeah, he was at 50, and even though we can see Mitoe, sure, he spiked a little bit with the population, it still only got up to about half.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't matter if it's stronger. If you literally just have half the units and it's on an open field, which it was next to the aggro, I mean, the fight's only going to go one way.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely shows how strong that composition is, though, and how hard of a timing that is to find. You know, given like 1 more round of units, that probably wouldn't have been stoppable, considering, you know, Kaiser had double the army, but he also lost the same amount of units.
Yeah.
So, really nice by Kaiser finding the timing there.
Yeah, and I quite like this Civ picking from Kaiser in the sense that he still now has Russia available to use on Pampas Sierras. Which I was a little worried, as I mentioned at the start, in the sense that Kaiserklein's strongest civilizations are those ones catered for the TP map, so France, Germany, and that he has less civilizations available on non-TP maps. But if he's able to win as Dutch and then still have Russia available to him, he's going to have no issues at all when Pampas rolls around.
Yeah.
But, however, I believe that was our final map, so we might not actually get there. The next map coming up is going to be New England.
Yep, so on New England here, we've already got an early indication of auto from Kaiser, waiting for him to confirm that before we put it up on the board.
Yeah, so I don't think that's too surprising. I think in almost every qualification series I saw in the qualification event, Kaiserklein picked Ottoman on this map, and I think he had pretty good success with that. Oh, it's not true, actually. I believe he did try and play Brits versus Chinese's Portugal on his final qualification series, which didn't go quite so well. So he's actually gone back to Ottomans, which I believe the games he did pick Ottomans on New England, he won. So
it's not a bad map for Ottoman. I mean, you got the stagecoach, you've got fishing if you want it.
The galley, also the galleys are really powerful when you ship them into the pond, because as soon as you ship them, you get to use the broadside, and the broadside on the galleys is incredibly strong. Yeah, I think it almost like just one shots. If you have 2 galleys firing, it almost just
does one shot a caravel.
Just nukes the caravel, which is incredible. Was that the first time we saw Dutch actually picked in the tournament? So I haven't seen every single game of this event, but as far as I'm aware, that was the first time Dutch got picked.
I'm just trying to think if Raphael played Dutch at all, but maybe it is the first time it's been picked in an actual game in the tournament.
Yeah, because I think that's the last civilization that we haven't seen in this tournament. So I think up to this point now we would have seen all 14 civilizations picked in the tournament. So it's just a nice example of how strong the balance currently is, in that all 14 civilizations are viable and they all have a good opportunity to win.
Yeah, I think the game being rebalanced has helped a lot. I mean, with the maps and the balance, it gives us the ability to do things like this where there's all sorts of strategies and opportunities. It's never boring to watch a game.
Yeah, so as you said, Kaiserklein, it's looking like he's selected the Ottomans there. How do you respond to Ottomans as Mitoe here? I'm just wondering.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was confused. Someone kept saying color.
Okay.
That's be hard to find a color that I could use. There we go.
So it looks like Mitoe is going to respond to this Ottoman pick by Kaiserklein by selecting the Aztec civilization, which is that's interesting, and possibly one of the civs that do quite well actually against Ottomans, and can certainly. They've got the capability of getting lots of army out very early on, which means they can contest that TP line. So occasionally against Ottomans, if you're not quick enough, they can just quickly build up those 4 trading posts, and then you sort of feel just behind the whole game. But with Aztecs, he's going to have that capability pretty early on if he wants to contest that TP line.
Yeah, and I've seen, like on RE, this matchup's quite hard to play as Aztecs. Now, that means nothing when we're talking about EP, where Ottomans are a bit weaker. And also on this particular map, right, where, I don't know, maybe Aztec is just in the middle of the map and you can deny the TPs from the Ottoman. And that could very well be enough, right? If you if you can keep them off the TP line, they don't really have much of an economy.
Yeah, so the one weakness that Aztecs might potentially have on this map is to do with building boats in the pond. I believe we might have discussed this yesterday at some point, but the Aztecs do have a free privateer shipment available to them, which they can send and kind of act as a strong 2 caravel shipment. But the issue with that is once they're dead, you can't replace privateer ships, and then you're only left with canoes, which don't really
Mother F %
command the same sort of
all the way from NW
presence that a big frigate or 2 caravels in a pond would.
Yeah, exactly right. And but at the same time, if the 3 privateers get in there as like the second card to go into the pond, you get to clean up their ships for sure. And it's quite hard. I believe privateers actually don't take much damage from building fire.
Oh, really?
I think there's something special about them where they don't take much damage from building fire.
Oh, right. I did not know that. Learn something new every day.
Maybe the chat can fact check me on that one, but
yeah, no, I'll trust you on that one.
Really interesting matchup here. Ottoman versus Aztecs. Looks like Kaiser's done checking his decks, and we're almost ready to go as soon as I change my color again.
All right, and just have to select the right map here. So it's going to be Ottomans versus Aztecs on New England, and I think Kaiserklein he's pretty experienced with the Ottomans. I've seen him use it quite a lot. Mitoe less so with the Aztecs. It's probably not one of his top tier civilizations, but Mitoe has a pretty deep civ pool, which allows him to make counter picks like this against the Ottomans. But it'll be interesting to see if he actually does have the experience in this matchup to know exactly how to counter the Ottomans.
Yep, and we are getting ready here to launch into game number 3, Mitoe versus Kaiserklein. It will be an Aztec out of Mitoe and an Ottoman out of Kaiser. And in the top right-hand corner of the map, we have Kaiserklein spawning as the Ottomans in the color red. We haven't seen a lot of Ottoman, really. I guess maybe from Hazza we've seen it, but looks like we're going to see all those wood crates being gathered up. Kaiser, as usual, grabbing some treasures on the way over to his first TP. Doesn't seem too worried about the first pass, but you know, from there, I'm guessing we'll be kind of just gathering for the age up here. Ottoman trying to get up as fast as they can because their villagers continue to train while aging. On the other side of the map, we have Mitoe spawning in the color teal, playing as the Aztecs. He is going for that typical fire pit. Sometimes you can do weird things where you don't build a fire pit and use the warrior priest to build treasures. We didn't know how aggressive he was going to be, but looks like a pretty normal build coming out of him.
Yeah, and Kaiserklein choosing to build his trading post actually closest to Mitoe, which it's the quickest one to build, so normally that makes sense, but I was wondering if he might choose to build one of the ones which are further away, just in case Mitoe wanted to put on the early aggression. It would force Mitoe's army all the way over to the left of the map, which might buy the Ottomans, which are normally a fast civilization, but unfortunately Aztecs are probably the fastest aggressive civilization. So I wondered if Kaiserklein might have wanted to buy some time by choosing a different TP placement, but he's gone for the one closest to Mitoe's base, and I also wonder if that signifies that we can expect some Age 2 play from Kaiserklein as he'd be looking to defend that trading post rather than the fast fortress play.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. I have no idea who wins the race, but is he going to go for the Tomahawk over the Vil is a big question, actually. Mitoe's already seen both a Vil and a CDB, so there's a lot riding on this Age 1. 80 food coming in from Otto just to speed up his age up, and he's not aware of the villager treasures yet. So Mitoe does have a nice little window here where he can squeeze out either the Tomahawk or the Vil. I think he's probably going to do the Tomahawk, right? Because he just thinks, you know, one extra Vil isn't going to make or break this game, but if I can deny a forward base here with my Tomahawk, I'm in a great position.
Yeah, well, I think his thinking is here that if he picks up the Tomahawk, then he can kind of hunt down Kaiserklein's Explorer and ensure that actually Kaiserklein doesn't pick up the Vil, which will leave the Vil for Mitoe to pick up later on. So by picking up this Tomahawk first, he's actually going to secure both treasures for himself, as he's going to have a big presence in military in Age 1, which you don't normally get.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kaiser is picking up the Tomahawk of his own, and Mitoe's just going to tank a bear into this. This is clearly the play, was he thinks he can tank a bear into this and just kind of use his army to get the Vil anyway. And that seems to be the case, as he is still valuing HP on his Explorer over HP on the Wolf there. But he is going to pick up both the Vil and the Tomahawk now.
Yeah, so that's a fantastic start by full Mitoe. And I mean, there's even potential to go for this Courrier de Bois treasure as well and gain himself a 2 CDB lead.
Yeah, it's very, I don't think he'll go for it until he ages up, but when he does, it should be pretty easy to get because it's kind of hidden away in the back. But his Explorer is quite low, and he did get double XP on almost every one of those bears, so he's already got his first shipment obviously ready to go, and he's well on his way to his second. Chopping wood on his way up, going for probably a war hut. It's just a matter of where it's going to be placed.
Yeah, and we can see pretty standard here from Kaiserklein. Looks like he's going to go for that second trading post. I see them do this very, very often in that he doesn't feel that one trading post is sufficient for the Ottomans. If you can pick up a second trading post, then he will absolutely do it. And so we can see that's on the way, and he's pulled every villager now off of wood. So I'm curious to see if that means we're going to see a 700 wood first, or if we're just going to see a straight FF with 2 trading posts. We'll have to see.
Wow, what's going on here? He's timing something, maybe? I'm confused. 3 Vils have walked forward, but he's overpopped. Jaguars? I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that is.
Oh, but ships are coming in the pond already. This could be such a wild game already could be happening.
Oh, wow. Can Mitoe actually see this flag here?
Because yeah, you can see the flags because of their player.
So Mitoe's going to have to be a little bit careful. I don't think Kaiserklein will necessarily be shipping the boats right off the bat, but if he is, they might actually arrive in time to take down this war hut. So we're going to.
I thought he might be. Why not? Well, he's going TPs and no. Oh, I guess Raxon base. Probably not.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because if he does, then he can certainly take down this war hut. But it seems that, no, it's just a 700 wood, and actually he's going to go for the safer play, maybe try and take all of these 4 TBs in the middle. We can see that Mitoe chose actually not to try and steal any of those. So Kaiserklein has a great opportunity here to get an uncontested stagecoach with 4 TPs, which is going to put him in a great position.
Well, he ended up going for actually just 5 Vil straight out the gate. Turns out that overpop was just like an economic-based overpop. I was very confused by that overpop because I thought surely it wasn't 5 Coyote. He does pick up the CDB, so he's actually got shipped 5 Vil first and rescued 2, putting him up by 10 villagers in the Ottoman, and their stagecoach still isn't in. Coyote on the way, so I guess in that regard he's not going to lose anything. 4 Vils as well. Gosh, his eco is huge. And is he going to see the Explorer? He is. He's going to get a quick pickup probably on this Explorer because he's quite far away from home.
So Kaiser does have some Janissaries out, and since the Explorer has a high number of hit points, he might just be able to say that. It's actually going to be close. Mitoe pulls back. He had a rogue Tomahawk there in Kaiserklein's base that got taken out, so he saw the Janissaries, didn't want to take any damage on his Coyotes, and is going to go back. But I'm curious by this sort of slightly slower play by Mitoe. I wondered if he'd be a bit more aggressive to stop the trading post, but
I kind of like it.
But yeah, no, he seems to have sussed out that actually Kaiserklein wouldn't have the resources to go for stagecoach, so he didn't need to immediately get in on that and could actually spare a couple of cards on eco, and now that's going to ensure that he's going to get a really stronger timing. Maybe a couple minutes later, but that's going to hit the timing that he wants.
10 mace are on the way, and one of the problems I've always had when I play Aztec is it's hard to really get your war hut rolling at full speed.
And we got
2 galleys out.
The 2 galleys out.
They're going to trade 3 Coyote in already, so that's a great start for them.
Yes.
This could be a really strong timing because Kaiser does have 5 Abyss and 3 more Jans reinforcing.
Yep. So Kaiserklein, he's not quite ready to push in yet. Well, he might do. He's going to stay close to this pond on the bottom, but he's not quite next to his galleys just yet.
you see that? He pulled the Abyss and then canceled the Janissary regroup, so they kept sprinting a little bit. That was really cool. Galley's going in. Looks like he is ready to take this fight. Gonna just immediately start shelling down that Warhut. The arrows that come out of that, not always hitting and doing half damage, I think, of what a cannonball shot does. So these galleys are just going to shred this Warhut.
Wow, Mitoe's frantically trying to build another Warhut just behind it as well, but I don't think it's going to go up. He's going in with the Coyote runners. They had a chipping through the angle on the Abyss gun. Some of the Abyss guns were there in the front line. There's still a few on the back, but Mitoe can't take this fight within range of the galleys, and Mitoe's actually losing the vast majority of his army, and he's trying to retreat back into Kaiser's reinforcements. So that's not going to work either. And pretty much all the Coyotes going down, all the Maysword Tins going down.
Yeah.
So Mitoe's lost every military army there. He's lost the second Warhut that was going up as well. So it's a huge, huge win for Kaiserklein there.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much do whatever you want after you kill your army, your opponents, all their military production facilities and all of their army. And you've lost like 1 Jan. So if we look at units lost, I bet you lost like 3 Jans or something ridiculous. You have 3 Jans, 2 Abyss. So Kaiser's just going to walk in and end this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mitoe doesn't even have a Warhut built there. He's frantically building one on the left. We got 4 vills on that, and a second one going to go up as well. But I mean, it's only just now gone up, and so that means he can only now start training units from there. But Kaiserklein's army is just completely uncontested.
He does have a huge economy. I mean, maybe that's why that push was so effective. Mitoe was pretty far extended, and also, going 5-vil, 4-vil as an opener is a little bit slower.
It's possible that the 4-vil was one economic card too many there, and perhaps he wasn't expecting Kaiserklein to be so aggressive. Perhaps he thought that Kaiserklein would actually stay back a little and get stagecoached, but that was not to be the case. Kaiserklein was actually using those TPs to fuel crates and early push.
Yeah, I just wonder what direction Kaiser's going to take it in now. Is he going to age? Is he going to keep massing? It looks like he's going to keep massing.
Yeah, I think that's probably the safe thing to do. So he's actually tech stagecoach behind this. So if we add on the extra 16 economic unit population for the stagecoach.
Oh, wow.
And so one of the galleys does go down. But yeah, I was just going to say that the eco is actually now very, very similar between the two players, except, of course, Kaiserklein has map control and he has the far superior military.
There's a lot of vills out here somehow. Looks like Mitoe snuck a few more out of there. And he's also building a dock now that the sheep might scout. Also, one thing to point out, there's a dock started here from Kaiser to repair his low HP galley. He almost lost water control because of how far this Warhut was shooting at him.
Yeah, and I mean, Mitoe's running dangerously low on hunt. He only has one safe hunt, which is right next to his dock at the bottom. But at some point, he's going to have to push out. But perhaps that's why he's going. Perhaps that's why he's going on the water. He's actually committing even harder towards it. We can see a second dock going up. He knows that he's going to be contained, and he knows he's going to need access to food and coin resources, which he's decided he can only get from the fish and the whales.
Yeah, and Kaiser's just going to cycle around the map a little bit and clear out any of those hidden vills, at least he thinks, but there's some chopping wood that he's not aware of before he starts to work his way into the base here and put on pressure. I also think that by adding in the Hussar, it's going to make it very hard for Aztec to disengage at all, so he really wants to press the issue. Without that snare, it's possible Mitoe can just kind of run around and avoid him, but with those Hussar, it's going to be very difficult, and those 3 Jags are not going to be enough to stop one more batch of cav.
Yeah, so Kaiserklein kind of got a good read on the size of Mitoe's army there, and he's confident enough that he can actually sit here and still siege the Warhut while simultaneously going up to age 3 behind this. So he's just feeling super confident, and he's doing pretty much everything here.
Yeah, I mean, he's raiding, and he's killing and he's pushing in, and he's aging at the same time. So, yes. What more could you ask for?
So, if we look at this from Mitoe's perspective, I mean, how can he possibly get back into this? He would need a really nice flank, maybe some miscontrol on the Abyss guns. If he can get the Coyotes onto the Abyss guns and get that countdown, perhaps the Maysword Tins could clean up the Janissaries. But it's hard to see what he can do from this situation to give himself an opportunity to come back into this.
Yeah,
have you got any ideas?
I mean, honestly, I don't. I mean, it's the galley there. It's really hard to ever get a catch, right?
Yep.
He can just go and put him in the ship. Maybe if somehow he kills all of Kaiserklein's villagers here, he has a chance. Like that's the only thing I can think of. He could probably win with just the TP eco, though.
Yeah.
He's in a really commanding position. But Mitoe is fish booming. We can't count him out yet. He's fish booming, and he did not lose that many villagers.
Yeah.
So.
And Mitoe's going to try and do something here on the top right. We've got a small coyote raid. Going to see if they can find some villagers. Doesn't look like they're going to come across anything just yet. At the same time, we can see a raid coming in from Kaiserklein as well. So both players trying to look around for loose villagers. And actually, Mitoe is going to catch the free husk. So Kaiserklein was preoccupied there by something else going on the map.
Well, these coyote, if they check that hunt on the left, they did manage to sneak by all of Kaiser's vision. So he does have a chance to actually get a surprise here on a few vills, which is not easy to do when they're so far back. But it looks like he is not aware of the hunt and is just going to instead push into Kaiser's base from behind here, looking for a few vills straggling behind.
Yeah, so now Kaiserklein's up to the Fortress Age. I fully expect to see 2 Falconets as the first shipment coming out. And I think he's just sort of been a bit passive the past 2 minutes, and he since he knew he was aging, I think he was just waiting for those 2 Falconets to push in and try and seal the deal with those 2 artillery pieces that will be really, really hard for Age 2 Aztec units to counter.
Yeah, and he's got a galley out in the water to start slowing down the fishing, which means Mitoe's going to have to invest quite heavily now. I wonder if a frig isn't even going to come on the way and just plop down right in front of these docks, just try to end this water game. And he's probably going to attack quite soon, too. There's the 2 Falcons, so he's going for the land play.
Yeah, those 2 Falcons were almost rallied into these coyotes at the back, so that was very quick save. But the coyotes, for their troubles, will pick up possibly 2 villagers maybe. But I don't think Kaiserklein wants to give Mitoe too much more time, and he's going to push in immediately with these 2 Falconets.
Yeah, you wonder if, how is Kaiserklein going to get rid of these things, because he doesn't have a lot of fast units. He's not training anything new as far as like cav archers go. Look at these canoes getting out here though. They hunted this boat down, and they're just going to look at the nice micro there, moving around, denying the ability for that to shoot, and trading 1 canoe for one basically caravel is a really good trade.
That is a very, very good trade. So the one thing Mitoe does still have going for him in this game is a huge economy, basically. I've just had a look at the recalculated economic unit population. There's a huge difference. But Kaiserklein will know this, so he's going to try and push immediately and then try and end the game before that actually does become a factor, and before Mitoe can actually put that huge economy that he's now built up to use. And this is going to be incredibly hard to hold. I mean, Kaiserklein's straight up on the fire pit, so there won't be any additional help from attack dance. And I mean, Mitoe's army is just really, really small here, so I don't see how he clears out these 2 Falconets. Kaiserklein's just going to park his Falconets in Mitoe's base and then just slowly take everything out.
It was a really good timing by him. I mean, Mitoe was going for the age up there, and he walked and the wall up, and he just walked in just in time to deny both of those things. There's 12 vills in this TC, and Mitoe is actually still not training any vills. I think he's committed to building a TC on the water and trying to age with that.
Yeah, he has so many resources banked, because as you said, he was planning to go up to that Fortress Age. But now the TC's gone down, he's popped, all the bills are going down. And, I mean, there's just no way for him to spend his resources, and he's just lost another 12 vills.
Yeah, but he is getting out on the map and raiding, although I thought these were vills. Looks like he is going to call GG here.
GG with the sad face. So game 2 there goes to Kaiser. Yes, sorry, 2-1 to Kaiserklein. So yeah, that
really well executed. He was like all over. He was all over the different parts of New England, and we keep seeing lots of interesting strategies. You know, boats can come out, TPs, like we said, anything can happen on New England. So.
Yeah, Kaiserklein used his too early galleon shipment there to create a really good fight for him around I think it was maybe the 7-minute mark, maybe the 8-minute mark actually a bit later, and he just carried on that momentum throughout. Yeah, I mean, you can see on that military graph that's just Mitoe lost everything there thanks to the support of the 2 galleys, and Kaiserklein never let up on that momentum. He used that military presence to take the stagecoach and then just fuel his getting to the Fortress Age, sending those 2 Falconets coming in, and that was that. There wasn't really anything Mitoe could do at that point.
Yep, and we still have at most 2 more games. Yeah, we have 2 more games at most here.
Yep. So I believe
Mitoe can kind of make a comeback here.
Yeah. I believe game 4 here we're going to have High Plains is the map coming up, and who gets to choose their civilization first at this point?
So Kaiser won, so he'll be picking his civ first.
Okie dokie. So, yep, we can see that Kaiserklein has, unsurprisingly, selected the Germanies. The Germanies. The Germanies. Yep. And he has played them once before in this series, but that was in a mirror on game 1 against Mitoe. So he did lose that, which means that he still has them available to him. So High Plains is a great map for Germany. And so Mitoe is going to be considering what sort of counter would be appropriate to Germany on High Plains. I'm thinking maybe I know he likes Japan and possibly Sioux. I'm thinking Japan or Sioux he might choose to go for. What do you reckon? No?
I was thinking other civs. I was thinking,
Yeah.
I was thinking he's not going to do Spain, but Spain is great on this map. And then
Yeah, of course.
Port as well is another thing I was thinking. Port ATP is quite strong, as we saw earlier yesterday. But those 2 civs you mentioned make a lot more sense to me for Mitoe. Maybe China.
Yeah, I was thinking of in particular what type of civilizations that Mitoe plays. I mean, I know Spain and Portugal. Obviously, we've seen them very, very strong on this map. But yeah, so we can see that Mitoe's actually chosen to counterpick, I believe, with Japan. Yep. So he says there he's going to lock in Japan. So the matchup that we've got coming up for you is going to be Kaiserklein playing as the Germans against Mitoe playing as the Japanese on ESOC High Plains.
Yeah, that's going to be a really nice matchup. It's one we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, so I mean, Germany is going to be pretty happy with the sheer number of trading posts on the map. But I have seen Mitoe, when he plays Japan, he's very keen on taking trading posts himself. So I wonder if that's something that he's going to look to do, maybe try and take away 1 or 2 trading posts to prevent maybe a stagecoach there from Kaiserklein. Or if he's going to do that more traditional shrine boom that we see and invest all the wood that he's gathered into making shrines around the map. As High Plains is quite a wide open map, so you can put shrines in lots of hard to reach locations that mean your opponents having to spend a lot of time running around the map sieging rather than attacking you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also wonder if there's going to be like clubs or something coming out, because some of the boomy strategies of Japan do put a lot of siege damage out early.
Yeah,
so
I think we've seen a bit of a shift in Japanese play in maybe the last year, in that people have been using more aggressive strategies. So oftentimes we actually seen 300 wood coming out first and various consulate rushes with the clubs, as you mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see if Mitoe chooses to do that, or stick with the more traditional Japanese play of just shrine booming and trying to win using a superior economy.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see what he can do here. Getting a quick preview of the matches to come today as well. After we wrap up Kaiserklein versus Mitoe, we'll be going into LordRaphael versus Haza. And that final match is still undecided. The results of this series will decide who will play Diarouga in the last losers match of the day.
Yeah, so if it turns out that Mitoe loses that, then that would actually be a rematch of a series we had there on day 1. So Kaiserklein's up 2-1, so there's a very strong possibility here that we might actually be seeing a rematch later today of a very close series that we saw there on day 1. I think that was a 3-2?
It was the 3-2, I think, and it's a chance for some revenge here for Diarouga.
Yeah, but it looks like the players are almost ready. And we'll soon be starting this Germany versus Japan matchup on High Plains.
Yep, here we go. Everyone's clicked in, and we are loading into game number 4 here of Mitoe versus Kaiserklein. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of the map, Kaiserklein playing as the Germans on high plains here. Going off right out the bat to get 50 coin and probably this 40 coin. Look, I'm betting that's going to lead to a market start with a buying wood type market start, and that's what it looks like.
Most definitely, yep.
There's almost always a way to get a market out when you're playing as Germany, and when you have 90 coins sitting in base like this, the way to do it is to mine a little bit of extra here so you can buy your first 100 wood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we have Mitoe spawning as Japan in the bottom left-hand corner of the map here. He's kind of been the only person to play Japan, right? I mean, who else? Maybe one other Japan game we've seen, but we've seen a lot of Japan on Mitoe, it feels like.
Yeah, and Mitoe, interestingly enough, is actually starting off with one shrine in the middle of the map. And is he going to go for a trading post? Because Mitoe's still gathering wood. We can see he's at 165 wood at the moment. And normally if you're going to start consulate, you build the consulate before you build the shrine, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not a consulate opening.
So it looks like he's actually going to build a trading post. And this kind of lends itself to one of those more aggressive strategies that we were talking about before the game.
No, he's building a consulate now. He found
building a
95
consulate.
Wood. I think what happened, maybe this 95 wood might have triggered a change, actually, because I mean, you don't want to necessarily be waiting until this TP gets built to go take a free 95 wood, so maybe that's prompting the change.
Yeah, it's very likely. And so we can see Mitoe, yep, he's going to be able to pick up this 95 wood uncontested, whereas Kaiserklein on the opposite side of the map still going to get a rare, respectable treasure, perhaps not as exciting as the 95 wood there, but he's going to net himself a 75 coin, so that should he'll be feeling fairly happy with that.
Yep, and unfortunately he had already bought his wood, so he won't be able to use it to advance his age up, but that extra coin will be something like steel traps, without having to mine for it, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's also possible you could actually choose to buy 100 wood there at the market just to help you get that trading post up a little bit faster during the transition period, so it'll be interesting to see if he does that, but that would only be a sort of a very minor adaptation that he could choose to do there.
Yeah, and there's still, on the map, it's still worth noting there's an 80 wood treasure in the middle of the map that neither player has found quite yet. And Mitoe poofing one explorer back home just to pick up the treasures around his base. Just before Kaiser actually comes into town, I'm sure he would have probably cycled through and grabbed all these treasures. So somehow we've gone from Shrine First into Heavenly Kami Port Consulate. So as vanilla and plain as you can get when you're playing as Japan.
Yeah, so it looks like Mitoe's game plan is just going to be that of a very long-term strategy, and that he's just going to try and defend Kaiserklein's raids early on, and then look to win through superior army during the later stages of this game. And Kaiserklein, I mean, if we consider what to expect from him, I'm imagining probably just some sort of Ulan semi-FF. Occasionally you can try a pike semi-FF, maybe build 5 pikes just to deal with the large number of shrines around the map. But he'll be looking to get up to the Fortress Age pretty quickly, and it looks like Mitoe won't be putting on any early aggression, so I don't think Kaiser will be doing anything particularly fancy in terms of strategy here.
Yeah, and I think what might happen here is we might see Kaiser just go and try to build a TP either next to that treasure, or because he's like he's just circling around it a little bit, and Mitoe does start it though, so that's definitely Kaiser's going to hunt down the low HP explorer though, and he's also sending a villager forward a little bit here. So
yeah, that's
a lot of things happening around this 80 wood treasure, and no TP in sight from Kaiser.
Yeah, and so anytime a Japanese explorer is attacking a treasure guardian, you have to be very careful that they could get that final critical strike in and take it down at any moment.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see who picks up the treasure, and of course I'm sticking with
Kaiser himself.
the Kaiser principle. Of course, Kaiser's going to pick that treasure up, as he always does.
But he's not going to TP, so all that extra wood is going to go straight into a tower rush, which is one of the most aggressive strategies you can play probably in the game, just because of how ridiculous it is to spend 250 wood on just a tower, right?
Yeah. So really interesting strategy coming out from Kaiserklein. I'm quite liking a lot of his German strategies that he's been pulling out this tournament. We obviously saw that mercenary play. I think that was yesterday. But so this outpost rush, basically what it does is just drastically reduced the distance between your unit shipments being spawned and the enemy's town center. So I can almost actually get Mitoe's TC and the outpost in the same screen.
Yeah,
so
this is 3 DOPs for sure coming out of this tower too.
Yeah, so it looks Kaiserklein here is going to be incredibly aggressive, and he started off with a barracks himself. So we'll have to see how quickly Mitoe's able to scout and adapt this, because Mitoe's been incredibly greedy. He's gone up to 120 shrine population.
All right, he's going to go straight into the base. I thought it might be like, I thought I counted the pop and it was going to be 3 DOPs going for the Wonder, but 8 bows walking right into Mitoe's base, and the Rax isn't even halfway up.
Oh, if he can prevent the racks going up with these 2 Ulans, that's going to be huge.
No gold for minutes either.
Yeah, yes.
No market, right? Where's the market? He's got no way to get to minutes. This could be like one of those perma-bell situations. Mitoe might have to even change his card. This is highly disruptive.
Yeah, and actually Kaiserklein's following this up with even more bows. He's not too worried about siege at the moment. He just wants to build units that do damage. And so yeah, he's built up. Has he built up all of Mitoe's villages?
Yep.
Not quite. We got 3 villages right at the bottom of the map, which are going to build a stealthy barracks. So Mitoe did manage to escape some villages, which is nice for him, and it will enable him to build a barracks.
Will it though? Oh, I thought he was going to leave.
Just about.
Yeah, this is exactly where you don't want to be as Japan, though, because you have such a low eco, and you just lost a vill there, but you have such a low eco that it becomes hard to even queue up villagers when you get belled like this, and Mitoe's been idle for a while, so he's basically, Kaiser's gotten probably 2, maybe even 3 villagers so far when you consider the idle time.
Yeah.
And still 16 bells villed and 1 Yumi in the queue, so meanwhile there's pikes, there's settler wagons, Ulans, everything is kind of coming out all at once here, and his Wonder's under threat. Well, he's still unable to gather, so...
Yeah, Mitoe's in really big trouble here, and Kaiserklein actually choosing not to go completely all in. We see the 3 settler wagons. He spawned them at the outpost, and that's just to get the extra 2 Ulans into combat a lot faster, and also enables him to put the settler wagons on any nearby mines later on in the game. But I'm not sure we'll be getting to that stage actually, as Mitoe he's managed to get 3 Yumis out, but he's going to need. He's not going to be able to reveal them really, and he's just losing even more villages.
Yeah, well, he's queued. The problem is there's no villagers being built, right? He shipped 4 villagers, which is so greedy when you're literally losing your Shrine Wonder, which is at 900 HP now, as we can see in the bottom right-hand corner there. And meanwhile, Bows, on the other hand, just picking off all your villas and keeping you belled. Usually, Japan only sees one of those 2 things happening, right? Usually, you're either losing your shrines or your villas, but usually not both.
Yeah, and I think that 4 vills was just because he knows Kaiserklein quite well, and he knows that Kaiser does actually like to ship 3 settler wagons pretty early on, even with a tower rush. So Mitoe was obviously confident enough that he can actually defend this. But I mean, I say defend this. I mean, he's lost the shrine, the big shrine, which is a huge hit to his economy. That's going to affect the gather rate on all of the shrines he currently has on the map, which at the moment is quite a lot. We can see is just about to go down to 140 population space there.
Yep, and even that 1 pike living at 1 HP is an important thing, because those pikes just, the more of them that stick around, the more of a clock you put your Japanese opponent on, and these 7 pikes are going to be running around the map. There's a huge pocket of shrines here. They could sit here for 2 or 3 minutes and just constantly do damage to Mitoe's eco. For now, just cleaning up this top pocket of shrines and setting up for a longer colonial game, getting his stable up, probably starting to make Ulans pretty soon here. Yeah. And meanwhile, Mitoe does have a pretty nice mass of Yumi, but he has taken quite an economic hit here, obviously, losing the Shrine Wonder, tons of idle time.
Yeah, I really like how Kaiserklein's done this. It seems that the objective of the Tower Rush was to kill the Shrine Wonder, try and bell Mitoe up as much as possible, and I guess any villager kills would be a bonus. But he decided that he wasn't going to carry on being all in and maybe taking some damage from the Minutemen. He was just going to go back and siege some shrines. But we can see that Mitoe's getting very aggressive now. He's pushing out, trying to kill some of these crossbows, which he's doing quite well. He just has to make sure he doesn't get flanked by any Ulans.
Well, he's called halt minutes in advance, so I think he's going to be okay, but what a surprising call, right? The Asian minutes do decay more slowly than the European ones, so they can do things like run across the map. 5 Ashy are out in advance, picking off a Stellar Wagon, and here in time, hopefully to stop these Ulhan from doing too much more damage. to the Yuumi, but gosh, there's like 8 Ulhan and 2 Ashy left, so this is going to be really tough for Mitoe. He's going to have to kite really hard to get out of this.
Yeah, and that was some really nice focus firing from Kaiserklein, taking down all the Ashes, and there's still
really nice
there's still
kiting,
four Ulans left. I mean, Mitoe's kiting, but
they're all dead effectively. There's only 2 left really.
Yeah, he's also got himself into his little checkpoint, which has stopped the Ulans. They're having to move around the right-hand side of the console. There are a few more Yuumis, but Kaiserklein's just pushing in with his infantry mass. And I mean, we can see the military unit population. Mitoe just doesn't have much on the field at all. And what he does have is not going to stay around for too much longer.
Yeah, the exactly the early game economic damage is just completely snowballing out of control right now. Those pikes are still around killing shrines. They've come back for more blood. 5 more Ulan coming out, and at this point, I don't know that Mitoe is going to be able to reproduce any units to ever stop this level of pressure.
Yeah, so Kaiserklein is he's pretty much sitting in Mitoe's base here. Mitoe is waiting for these 3 Nagi, which will do really well against crossbows, and 5 Ashies popping out. But it's
a nice pop, but it's too little too late type of situation here, I think. And Doppel's in the queue, Ulan's in the queue, and just from the units we're seeing, Mitoe's having trouble cleaning it up, and that's not even to mention the ones that are off screen killing Mitoe's buildings.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the military unit population, Mitoe is down to no villagers, and there we go, GG. Gets to play more games.
And that's the final game of the series here. Kaiser picking it up, 3-1. Really impressive strategies out of both players, and I think Kaiser just getting the best of Mitoe a little bit there in the last couple games.
Yeah, so that was a really interesting series, and once again, another pretty commanding performance there from Kaiserklein, doubling up on his really strong performance that we saw yesterday. He did a 3-0 yesterday and a 3-1, and that will now mean that Kaiserklein does move into the semi-finals. So we'll see him playing again tomorrow. And I'm just wondering at this stage, have you seen anyone who looks like they could possibly contend with Kaiserklein? Because he's looking like a really strong favorite to me, dispatching Mitoe, who's a very tough opponent, pretty convincingly there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Raphael is starting to come back and play again. He had a great series today. I think there's a lot of people who can take on Kaiser, but we'll have to wait and see until tomorrow at this point, right? Because Kaiser is through to day number 3 here.
Yep, so fantastic series there, and congratulations to Kaiserklein. And that's not the end of the road there for Mitoe. As you would have seen in the chat there, he was alluding to that he will be playing on later today. And do we know who he's going to be playing that match against?
Yeah, and we do. He's playing against Diarouga. We do have.
So that will be a rematch then of day 1, Mitoe versus Diarouga.
The rematch is happening. That's going to be at the end of the day. And before we get there, though, we do still have a LordRaphael versus Haza game coming up.
Yep, but before that, I think we're going to head to a interview with Kaiserklein to get his thoughts on the matchup and his thoughts on qualifying for the semi-finals.
Yep, we will be back shortly with that interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Kaiserklein, and I'm joined by Wicked Cossack. Kaiserklein here, who just beat Mitoe, maybe his biggest rival. Give a round of applause for Kaiserklein. Well, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're now in the semifinals, officially qualified for the semifinals. How does that feel?
Well, pretty good, obviously.
Now you have a day off, and tomorrow you have to play again. And you're going to play against the winner of LordRaphael versus Haza.
Yeah.
Do you have like a secret hope of that either one of them might win, or?
I'm sorry for Haza. I'm actually sharing his room at the hotel, but you know, I'd rather have Haza just because he's always been struggling against me. Out of experience, I know that he doesn't like my playstyle. While LordRaphael is just solid against pretty much any playstyle, except maybe Kinesi 1, I guess.
So how confident were you going into that series? Because I know you know Mitoe quite well. I think I might have mentioned on the cast even that you two have played a couple of team tournaments together.
Yeah.
Maybe those didn't go quite as well as your independent sort of 1v1 results. But I know you know him quite well, so I wondered if you were confident going into that, if you thought you had the measure of him, or if you thought maybe he could possibly topple you.
Well, I think it's pretty much 50-50 between me and Mitoe most of the time. He's beaten me several times in tournaments. I've also beaten him a couple of times in show matches and tournaments. And I was confident. I mean, yeah, I knew I would either lose or win, right? But I didn't really expect to win easily or something like that. I knew it would be rather close, and not especially confident. No.
Right. And, well, obviously, the German mirror is one we saw coming from miles away. I mean, it's your main civ, and Mitoe is very strong with it as well. But you didn't pick Kamchatka for that one, so you had to play it out on Deccan. Is that what threw you off?
Well, like, we actually was dancing a little bit with our civs on this map. Like, first he was Japan, then I went Russia. I didn't actually want to play Russia, I just didn't want him to play Japan, you know. So, and then we just danced a bit, and it just ended up being a German mirror because I picked Germany and he just picked Germany, and then, well, we don't have any reason to not bring up into that matchup, right? Yeah. So, no, that wasn't planned. We actually, I was actually thinking I would play France, but then he picked Euro, and I'm not confident as France against Euro, so I'd rather play German Mirror. Right,
but the German mirror played out quite strange, I must say, because, well, Mitoe went for War Wagons with Black Riders, you went for the Jaegers, so it seemed like you had a better composition.
Right.
Then you went full Ulan suddenly, and, well, I don't know what happened in the last fight.
Well, essentially, what I would have worked if I didn't trade my skirms. Like, basically, I couldn't afford to keep trading skirms in skirm wars, because I needed to keep all my Jaegers alive to actually snipe his War Wagons or Black Riders. So then it would work, because I just can one-shoot one of them each one by one, you know. But like I didn't really do that, so I didn't have enough skirms to snipe them, and I ended up having just Ulans and not really anything to snipe the Black Riders, and that's why it went that wrong. I think just with more Jaegers I would have been perfectly fine in that fight. It was pretty close still, especially with Cav combat. So yeah, but it was a pretty weird game. He also did some slow H stuff, right? He H'd with the skirms, and yeah, we bossed the naked FF actually.
Yes.
And he baited me with the racks. I was thinking he would go top, so I was even happier about my naked FF, because I was thinking, yeah, he's gonna go dops and I'm just gonna be H3 and, you know, kite them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So the next map, I believe it was Thar Desert, and you played Dutch against Mitoe's India, and you finished that out pretty convincingly early on in Age 2. So did you plan to do the whole thing in Age 2? Was that just because he did a really fast Age, or?
That's because we've played some games not to actually practice for this tournament, but just to like to warm up, kind of like 1 week ago, because Mitoe was a little bit rusty, and I played Dutch and he played India, and I actually a couple of times went for a big colonial timing, and it just worked. And then I figured that, I mean, it's not good, it shouldn't work, right? So then I mean, it worked in practice. So then I was thinking, you know, when I play the same matchup, he's going to expect me to not do it again and to actually go for something more standard. So I decided to go again for a timing. And I expected him to maybe push me, because he went for that super quick age up. So I was like, I'm not actually going to break his aggro, I'm just going to kill his units in my base. You know, I was hiding my huss and stuff, and then then he just didn't push, so I just went for it and crossed my fingers. And he just didn't have much stuff because he went for that weird low eco age up. So
yeah, low eco, but it was a 910. And after the game, you even said in the chat, "Hey, nice 910." So you actually you knew it because of his age up time.
Well, for one thing, yeah, it's impossible to age up that fast without. If you actually train wheels, I mean, chop for wheels, and it's also impossible to go 10-10 because it was not a wood start. Plus, on top of that, when we played our games, I mentioned he did the 9-10 once against me.
Right. Okay.
No, actually, that was yesterday on the computers. He went for a 9-10 in the
on the
same
LAN
matchup.
computers. Okay.
Yes, and he went for 9-10 in the same matchup. So then I knew what it was.
Right.
So he maybe gave it away there in his practicing matches.
Right. But then again, it's a mind game. I wouldn't maybe expect him to do it, but yeah, it's easy to scout anyway. So
So I was going to say, and then moving on to the next match, that was on New England. I believe you played Ottomans against Mitoe's Aztecs, and it felt like the two galleys kind of dominated that game. As soon as you shipped them, they sort of took down the Warhammer. Mitoe couldn't really take any fights next to that. So how did that game go for you, do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised and happy about the Aztec pick. I couldn't see how that was a good pick against Otto on this map. I think it's a decent matchup overall, but not on this map. Because usually you can't stagecoach as Otto against Aztecs. They're too fast. But on this map with the Galleys, you actually can. And then it's like really auto-favored. And I didn't know what he would do, so I was just like, yeah, whatever, just go Chan Apers Galleys. What can he do about it? And then I figured he's probably got a plan with some water boom. That's maybe the only reason why he's Aztecs, you know?
Yeah.
And so I just scouted the shore and saw a dock, and so it was kind of a weird pick from him, I think.
Yeah. Well, perhaps, but in the end he had like 3 times your eco, but it was way too late by then. So.
It didn't matter.
Still had stagecoach and straight TCs. I mean, 2 more TCs going up, full map control. Had kind of 1 foot in the water thanks to my TC, so I was just fine. Yeah,
definitely.
Regardless of ego. So.
Well, and the last matchup, you went for the tower rush, and is this something you like to do against Japan, or you're like, let's throw them off balance?
It's actually sort of decent against Japan overall. Not as good as standard play, I believe. But when the guy happens to go for Kami and Portuguese Consulate, and it's not a wood start, then he's going to be really slow, and I feel like he's going to have a hard time handling the tower rush. And I also did that because I had that wood treasure, and I was able to actually take a TP, and I was like, okay, he's in my line of sight. I'm going to just take a trading post there, so that he's going to believe I'm playing standard and not actually tower rushing. And so then I just tried to hide my settler wagon and go for that tower so that he wouldn't expect it. And it just worked really well, because as soon as I could deny the barracks, it's not over, but it's like really bad for him because he has no way to really catch up with my mass. I keep flooding crossbows. His big shrine was also too far from his town center, so yeah.
Yeah, so I guess final sort of question to ask you then would be, after your first 2 matches here, how confident are you going forward? Do you think you can make it all the way? Do you think you can be the first winner of the New World Championship, or what are your expectations?
Well, I can, but I don't know if I will, but of course I can, but LordRaphael also can, and Mitoe also, if he beats Diarouga, or Diarouga himself can. I mean, there's lots of people who can, but yeah, it does make me feel a bit more confident, obviously.
Okay, well, I guess that about sums it up. In 2 minutes, we have LordRaphael versus Haza. So thank you a lot for joining us today, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the interview, and see you guys.
Cool.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm joined by LordRaphael. Tell us a bit about yourself.
My name is Raphael. I'm from Germany. I live in Heidelberg. I study there. I'm 25, soon to be 26 years old. And yeah, I'm gonna be a teacher. I'm in basically my last steps towards finishing my studies, and yeah.
Fair enough. I heard that before you came here, you were frantically trying to finish a paper at your university.
It's kind of comparable to a master thesis, so it's a big deal. And yeah, I was basically too late to start, and then I was really occupied writing that stuff down.
Yeah, of course.
But I finished in time, so.
And now you can relax. You're at the LAN. The only trouble is though, you, by the sounds of it, haven't played too much. And you're the #1 seed in this tournament.
Yeah.
People are expecting you to perform. How are you feeling? What is the practice situation like?
It looks pretty bad, I'm honest. I haven't played, I mean, basically the last game I played was versus Super Napoleon, and I lost it.
Oh yes, I remember the 2 towns tournament. You played India.
Exactly.
Oh wait,
So
the bills cost wood?
Yeah.
Oh wait, wood is really slow gathering? Yeah, that didn't work out too.
Yeah, so that was the last game I played. I hope I can catch a few games before.
Yeah, well you did play Kaiserklein in a best-of-9 show match as well, and
yeah, it went all right, I guess.
Yeah,
5-4.
It was split over 2 weeks. It was a bit weird.
Sure.
A few months ago, you said you would quit Age of Empires 3, and you did. You stopped playing.
Yes.
But then I announced this tournament on the ESOC forums, and here you are, qualified as the #1 seed out of 8 players that made it. Are you back playing Age of Empires 3? Did you really quit? What was going on there?
I definitely planned on quitting entirely, but when you announced it, and I mean, the first LAN since 10 years or something like that, and yeah, it was too big of an opportunity to miss, honestly. and I really wanted to meet up with all of the guys, and yeah, so.
And here you are, you did it. To be fair, I don't really count what you did as quitting, because you were in every Twitch stream, you were still on the forums.
Oh yeah.
You don't really quit Age of Empires 3. I think it stays with, it's one of those things that stays with you forever.
Yeah. It slows down gradually. Like each time I come back or start playing serious again, the time frames in which I play really a lot becomes smaller and smaller.
And of course, you know, you're doing your studies, getting serious.
Yeah.
You're going to have less time to play as well. But with the definitive edition on the way, maybe, I don't know, at least I hope to see Microsoft sponsoring tournaments. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Who knows what they will do, but maybe we can see you at more tournaments in the future.
I'll definitely buy it. So.
Yeah, the definitive. Yeah. Okay, so Age of Empires in general, I think the franchise means a lot to us, to you, to the viewers. How did you get into it, and why specifically have you played Age of Empires 3, you know, so much?
I started playing Age of Empires 2 with my friends back then, so when I was like 10 years old or something like that, and basically my parents bought me Age of Empires 3 as a birthday gift, and from that point on I've played Age of Empires for 12 years, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a great, I mean, I've always been a history nerd. I also become a history teacher, so, yeah. And yeah, so the franchise fits perfectly, I guess.
It does, with that history theme. God, I imagine you as a very cool teacher when you know, you're playing in some LAN tournament for Age of Empires 4 and the students are like, oh my God, that's my history teacher.
I definitely mentioned that then.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't really know Age of Empire anymore. Like,
oh, that is true, yeah.
These days, it's all about those.
It's our generation, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, let me ask you about your favorite civs. You've played Age of Empires 3 for 12 years, you said. How many civs have you sort of played with? What's your favorite? What's your least favorite?
My favorite is probably the French civilization. I really like the tanky villagers. They are great, and they are also, I also played StarCraft for a bit with Terrans and SCVs, and I also always was a big SCV pull kind of guy, and you can do the same with French, and they're pretty straightforward. They are versatile, they're good in almost all aspects and have no real weakness, so yeah, they are my favorite.
France is your favorite?
I guess, yes. Also Russia is great, but I would go with France.
Yeah, I've seen you play Russia very frighteningly, if that's a word, a few times.
Yeah.
Even on maps like Thar Desert, where you could have picked India, you went with Russia. It was, but go on.
My least favorite would have to be either Japanese or China, I guess.
And that leads perfectly into my next question. You are not a person that plays too often with those Asian dynasty civilizations. I know you've played India, and that's a civ that we've seen you play before, but you don't play those two. How come? Is there a reason for that? And do you think your lack of experience with those Asian dynasty civilizations will be a problem for you in this tournament?
I don't think it will be a problem because there's enough other civilizations that I can play, and also Japanese isn't really the strongest at the moment, and China is also not really the civilization that is really on top of the ladder. So yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah. But it can definitely hurt because, of course, I'm more predictable than, let's say, Mitoe.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Mitoe, should he make it to the best of nines, and I think he stands a good shot, his really wide civ pool could be something that is quite powerful. For example, you and Kaiser, perhaps narrower because you play those European civilizations.
Although Kaiser is playing a lot of different civs lately, so yeah, I think he has quite a decent civ pool at the moment.
So Raphael, you're the #1 seed in this tournament, and arguably the best player in this room. Especially if you were, on form. I know you've not been practicing too much. We spoke about that earlier, but because of these circumstances, are you nervous about, maintaining that #1 status? Are you feeling nervous at all?
I'm not really nervous, but I wouldn't consider myself as the true #1 seed at the moment. I did actually pick myself as the #1 seed when we made the seeds, and I believed it was true, but at the moment I'm not at in my best shape, so I think other players do have a better right to be the #1 seed.
Just to clarify, in that seeding, where you ranked yourself was not considered. So
yeah, I thought so, but yeah,
you did anyway.
But I truly believed. I just ranked all of the players.
So in that seeding, actually, you and Kaiserklein were far and away quite close to the top. You broke away from the pack, so to speak, and then the next 4 people also were, a bit further down by a few numbers. It was considerable. So, people clearly respect you as a player. I'm wondering who you respect as a player in this tournament. Who would you predict to see in the finals?
Definitely Kaiser and Diarouga. Yeah, those two. And below that maybe Mitoe, and then everyone is packed up. But also I think Tappen has improved quite a lot lately, so I'm not sure how...
Tabben's jacked, man.
Yeah, he's jacked, so yeah. I mean, he's beaten Kaiser recently, I think, in Gua's Give You Anxieties sub-tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. He beat Mitoe in a best of 9 series as well. Is he on the cards? The seed 8?
He's a bit of a wild card. I haven't played him for quite some time now. When I did, I usually ended up beating him. But I think he's improved quite a bit over the last 4 or 5 weeks. So yeah, he could be another player to look out for, I guess.
Okay. Thank you for your thoughts. It's been really good talking to you. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. We are about to go live with Hazza 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 versus LordRaphael. The winner of this series will qualify for the semi-finals. The loser will be eliminated. I think that's right.
It sounds right. I mean, we're so deep in at this point. If people aren't getting eliminated, we might never go home. So.
Yeah, Hazza versus LordRaphael, second Group A, and the loser is eliminated there. So this is a big match.
Yeah, huge match.
You don't want to lose because you're out, and you definitely want to win because you get to go to the semi-finals. Plus, these two players pretty good.
Yeah, and they're battling for a chance, I believe, to end up facing Kaiserklein, actually. So, a lot riding on this.
New York, the hat.
Yeah, the hat's been getting passed around, right? I mean, I think that was on the desk when Prince was playing earlier.
Yeah, I think Eric's been wearing it, and now Hazza's wearing it. Everyone's been wearing it. It's a good hat.
Hopefully the hat can bring some good luck here to Hazza.
He might need it. Did you see the series earlier? LordRaphael performed very, very well. Looks like he's settled into the LAN environment now, and he really did a good job in his first match that we saw earlier today versus Eric, aka Snow, 3-0.
Yeah, he looks a lot more comfortable even now just sitting in the chair than he did on day one.
So, perhaps LordRaphael can show us that he is the #1 seed and that he can perform and that he's going to do very, very well in this tournament here. I expected to see him in the semi-finals, and maybe we still will. It's probable, as by the looks of it, Snow, aka Eric, having a chat.
Yeah, it looks like they must be talking setups or something like that. It always takes a little bit of time when you sit down at the computer. Even you gotta move over all your files, change all your settings, get ready to go here, and I'm sure that's what both players are doing.
Yeah, and they're both German, right? So they've got, I guess, similar keyboard layouts. You have to pick the German layout in the settings and all of that stuff. Also checking in with Hazza.
Yeah, things like having your Y and Z keys flipped maybe are a little bit odd.
Whatever it is, yeah. But we're going to do the map draft very soon. Both players are ready and in the chair, as you can see. But Hazza, I think he's going to have his work cut out. Raphael looks on form today. He did very well against Snow earlier today.
Yeah, he really did. Just bringing out all the stops. It was a pretty convincing series, so.
So, the first map could be Kamchatka, it could be Baja, California. Really, it could be a number of those maps. We're going to do the map draft very, very soon.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's interesting too with LordRaphael. We've seen totally different bands each time between the two series that he played. In one series he was lining up all the no TP maps, and then the next he was banning them. Right? Like I feel like anything could come out here.
I wonder what he does against Hazza then. It seems like he's thinking it through what maps he ought to get rid of depending on the opponents. He's not married to any particular map, it would seem. He's quite happy to get rid of whichever it needs to be depending on the series. It's not like he's got his maps and he goes with them.
Yeah, exactly. I think Hazza's a tough read when it comes to maps. I mean, the guys, usually when you get people who have played all the different game formats like Hazza has, he's very good at 3v3, possibly the best. And he's good at 1v1. When you get those types of players, you can't really get them on a map where it's like, oh, I don't know how to play this, because they've seen so many different situations.
That is true. We're expecting a lot from both. I think it's going to be a very, very good series. But the map draft is about to begin. Raphael has been instructed to pick his first civilization. And we'll see that appear on the UI. We'll see what his selection is very shortly. It appears that Thar Desert will be the first pick. So
that's got to be I feel like that's a Dutch setup, don't you?
That seems likely, doesn't it?
We haven't seen Raphael's Dutch yet, have we?
I don't think so. Deccan coming out. Hazza ensuring that he'll be playing Deccan. We've seen a lot of Ottoman from Hazza recently, and it seems that he's wanting to play them on Deccan, so will be enabling that.
Banning New England, which is another great Ottoman map, as we just saw earlier.
Yes.
There it is, Deccan being selected there, and New England disabled as well.
I think you were spot on with the Deccan pick. I think Taz is trying to line up, I need one map where I can play Ottoman, because he feels like he's really comfortable with them. Just trying to get that in there early. And we have our next ban coming through, Kamchatka. Second time now that we're seeing, the most standard map in the pool getting banned. Very interesting when you think about on the forums how often we're discussing, I want more standard maps, and then we go and put one in, and it's getting banned left and right.
That's right, yeah, this is Kamchatka being banned a non-trivial amount of times today, it seems. Maybe just, it seems like we see a lot of German mirrors on that map. Perhaps Hazard knows that Germany is, LordRaphael's strongest civ, or one of his strongest civs, and is, afraid to play against it. Would rather force him to play Germany on a map where, you don't have that TP line, where, like you've said before, you're always happy to get the one TP as Germany as France, but the way it's positioned, your opponent can't really get stagecoach or something like that.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's so nice about this format, right? I mean, even the standard maps can get boxed out a little bit, right? If you ban Kamchatka and you also ban, either Florida or Fertile Crescent, that kind of leaves you with just one TP type of map, because Baja California, you can get out there and get all three. High Plains, obviously, and New England, obviously, you can get out there and get a ton of TPs. So it's a really well-designed map pool, too.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the map pool. We've seen some. It's diverse enough. It's produced some really good games.
It's making the players think, too. Raphael is sitting here right now just pondering which map is he going to lock in as his second guaranteed map that he wants to play on.
Raphael picks now his remaining maps that he can pick. Baja California, as you can see, High Plains, Pampas Sierras, Fertile Crescent, and Florida. He picked originally Thar Desert. Pampas Sierras picking both of the non-TP maps. Seems like lining up the Russia.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it's exactly the opposite from Hazza, right? So Hazza's looking for those, I want to play auto, I want to play ATP civs. He's locking in High Plains, too. As you'll see, right there, they both popped up. So it's going to be the battle of no TPs or all of the TPs, it looks like, in these coming series.
Baja California banned.
And Fertile Crescent as the final ban after that.
So Florida going to be the only map that isn't picked there.
Yeah, I like this map pool. This would be a fun one to play. We're going to see a lot of good games.
Deccan, Thar Desert, High Plains, Pampas Sierras, and finally Florida there.
And I love that it's Deccan to start. We've had a couple times where we've made it to this point, right? Starting on Deccan, and with all the extra crates and just kind of the uniqueness of the map, it's produced a lot of fun for the event. Except for maybe that aggro block from Prince was maybe not so fun, but
We're getting to see Deccan first in the map pool in a couple of series now. Baja and Kamchatka banned there, so skipping right over to Deccan. I really, really enjoy games on Deccan. I for some reason, the extra resources that you start with, for me, they always make for really interesting games. You always start with a sort of wider array of options to you. Deccan it seems like a good map for 1v1.
Yep, and there's a ton of things we haven't even seen yet, right? I mean, you can build a market and buy a couple hundred food with some of these civs and do really fast age ups. That's just one example. You can go double TP, which we haven't seen yet. Again, lots of weird options and lots of opportunities. It's also bringing us civs like Ottoman who don't come out of the woodwork a lot at the high level. So,
do you think we'll see any food buying with the Ottoman? I feel like they just want to spend all their wood on TPs. So.
Yeah, auto you don't want to do that with. I'm trying to think.
You already age incredibly quickly.
I've bought food with India before.
Spain train, there it is. Spain train, Spain pain train. Choo choo.
In that picture is Hazza as the conductor of the Spain pain train. So if anyone's going to be playing Spain, it's going to be Hazza.
What map does he play Spain on, though?
I think that's what High Plains is for. I think that's when the pain train comes out.
That's exactly where it's played, yeah. He's got Ottoman on Deccan here, Spain on High Plains. I think Hazza's set himself up for two pretty good games. And then all he has to do is figure out that third win LordRaphael coming with Aztecs as his first Civ. It's not locked yet.
Haz is also playing around with the notion of Japan, which would break our convention here of expecting Ottoman.
Yeah, I don't think that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think Otto will happen, though.
France. Aztec versus France. Not locked.
That's a matchup that France seems to like. You know, the CDBs are quite hard to deal with all the very lightweight units that Aztec has.
Yeah.
So. Fingers crossed here. I mean, this would be a very interesting matchup to see. Because I mean, I really don't think that France has it in the bag by any means, but the CDBs often are surprising.
France is far and away my best Civ. The CDBs are, I think, very forgiving for sort of first lieutenant, captain level players.
We've had some fun games coaching back and forth. Didn't we? We did some ports and some French. Yeah.
We definitely did some French.
Okay, because I remember _French games.
Yeah. I've done coaching with a few players now, with Kaiser, with you, with Mitoe. Okay, switching. Looks like LordRaphael didn't like the matchup. He switched to Dutch, and now Hazza is offering British. So Dutch versus British. I don't think Raphael will accept that. That doesn't seem like a matchup that he'll want to take.
Yeah, no, I don't think you take anything into Brit really, except for Brit. That's why we always seem to land on Brit mirrors.
And apparently the Twitch chat is down. So if you're listening to this, the servers at Twitch that run the Twitch chat, yeah, they're not working by the looks of it. My chat died. I'm seeing a lot of messages people saying their chat died. So maybe we can see some of your messages, but I don't think everybody else can. Hopefully that will come back up. It's probably a global thing. I've seen this issue before. Every stream's Twitch chat just sort of died. But hopefully that's resolved quickly. It's a global thing. Yes, I'm being confirmed now that all Twitch chat is dead. Hashtag Mixer reign supreme. Hashtag Microsoft. Hopefully it comes back up. But British versus Dutch. LordRaphael is considering. It is Deccan after all. I wonder if the matchup is... You know, traditionally British is actually very strong against Dutch. I wonder... though if Deccan changes that very much.
It might. You do get your bank a lot easier, and when putting down a bank, Dutch tends to be a fast aging up type of Civ. So your gold crates go straight. You have to trade them at the market. Nothing. They just go straight into your vills, and you go right up with a fast bank. So British, on the other hand, have to use that gold to either buy wood with, right?
Right. So that's true. Dutch effectively have more resources on Deccan because the gold is more relevant to them. So that is something going for them, but I still just don't think that actually is enough.
Brit also, one other thing, Brit also has to build a TP, and building a TP is not great as Brit. Like, of all the civs to build TPs with, Brit, probably not your favorite.
Yeah. LordRaphael says, let's do it.
Wow.
So he needs to check his deck. That's fine, but I'm very surprised by Dutch versus British. That's... Fair enough. LordRaphael, he took a while to think about it, but that's what he's going with. I guess the alternative was, what was the matchup offered before? Aztecs versus France?
Japan or France, yeah. Neither of those felt good enough to the players, so... This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Like we said, the Deccan advantage might be quite helpful for Brit. Or for Dutch, sorry. Which might balance this matchup out.
Has a chuck in that paper. God, that's bright somehow. That's the player checklist there. Tells them what they should and shouldn't do and what order they should do things in and all of these things. But, okay, the matchup is selected, Dutch versus British. Let's take a look at Deccan, and then we'll get into this game and get it underway. LordRaphael versus Snow, game number 1 in a best of 5, the score obviously being 0-0. Let's take a look at Deccan. On Deccan, players start on opposing sides of a closed central plateau containing abundant wildlife and natural minerals. Your home city has taken an interest in the wealth of this region and its valuable trading routes, so has supplied your colony
with additional starting resource crates to jumpstart your influence in the area and put a wider array of strategic options at your disposal.
And we are back.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody. I was the color blue in the lobby, and Raphael was saying, can I be blue? And I'm like, yeah, you can be blue. And I was changing my color. But now we're back, and hello, everybody, and welcome. Yes, looks like we are going to get into this. Game 1 is about to begin here. Let's see how this goes. Dutch. Maybe it's reasonable, right? You get the envoy, and there's cows on this map. Up against British, you can't really get to them all that quick, and as Dutch, you're not going to build a trading post, so you've actually got 2 scouts to go and get them. Obviously, British trading posts are less common than other civs as well, but we've seen a lot of actual British trading posts on Deccan, given the Virginia Company build. So it might be that LordRaphael gets a really good start here, given that he has those scouts, and maybe that's a factor into his selection here. But spawning in the top of the map in the color blue, we do indeed have LordRaphael there with every crate he could ever want. Let's see how he handles the crate split there. No treasures in the vicinity, by the looks of it. Actually, there's a 30 XP treasure sort of hidden just outside of the line of sight, but I don't think he'll be sort of overly interested in it. Villages sorted, and now let's get those scouts onto the plateau. Yeah, one going to go on the trading post side and the envoy straight into the middle there. We'll check in with him in a moment, but Hazza. Sex sound. Okay. Hazza on the bottom of the map, using this opportunity to micro his crates.
Are you ready?
He's playing as the British there.
Yes.
And looks like he's going for, with his Explorer, a 20 coin treasure. Going to pick that up. And actually sending a villager, that other scouting unit, you can see here now walking past the mosque, is a villager. It's heading straight into the middle of the map here.
I love that. It's such a brilliant adaptation, because you're going to be building houses out in the middle. This is going to make all of your hunts last longer. It's going to make your opponent have to consider aggression right out the gate, and you might stumble into some of those additional yaks that are hard to find because the envoy's out there. That first bit of it obviously not panning out too well as the yak spawn on the other side of the TP, but he's still set up nicely to build a house out here, and that's going to keep the hunts in his base alive just that little bit longer.
Yeah, I guess now you have 2 villagers out here gathering, and you're right, it basically means that you're preserving some of this food should they be aggressive. But really, how aggressive is Dutch? Like, is that a thing? Versus British, I suppose it is in this particular matchup, right?
It is a British thing. If you kind of want to send one vill out to each hunt very early on and never walk any vills to any hunts in the game, essentially, except for that, because you build the house, so you can build all your vills directly onto hunts that way. And you'll see really good Brit players always doing, like you can see Haz is doing right now, is just really building houses all over the place just to both get line of sight and minimize that walking time. So it actually gives you more resources by sending that vill out there.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly, a second mana. So there's like 3 villagers out here gathering, which is actually really nice for him. But let's take a look at the treasures. 90 wood, LordRaphael, pretty good find, especially as Dutch there. He's going to pick that up. That's really good for him.
Yeah, it's a huge find on Deccan. It doesn't spawn every time, and unlike a lot of the ESOC maps, which usually you're guaranteed to have 2 big wood treasures or at least a big food treasure, that sort of thing, on the RE type maps like this one, there's no guarantee that there'll be any wood at all, and this is probably the only big treasure on the map.
But as a consolation, does get into hand combat immediately there, and is going to tackle that Explorer, take a lot of damage off him. He is full HP there, and that's going to be really, really nice. Interesting to note, Dutch did actually build a trading post, as we can see here. But now moving into that colonial age portion of the game, appears that I'd say age 1 I'm going to give to LordRaphael off the back of that 90 wood treasure. Pretty good there. And 50 wood as well. Has gotten a market down, and hunting dogs going up now pretty quick. Of course, he's Dutch with the 400 wood politician, but some damage on the Explorer, but can garrison in there. He's now going up to colonial. That's going to be fine. Yeah. Hazza on the bottom of the map, though, will be going up with the Philosopher Prince. So going to go up with that 500 food politician, actually.
Love the 500 food politician. I think it's one of the most underrated politicians in the game, just because the tower always just seems to be better for some reason. And At the same time, I think 500 food's great, and really interested to see if that's going to lead to more pressure, or if we think it's going to be more of a, use that so I can chop more wood and boom longer type of thing.
LordRaphael does pick up 50 coin, but taking a bit more damage from the Explorer. Has been very diligent. Obviously British, they don't build trading posts during transition. The Explorer doesn't have to do anything else, so you might as well just be aggressive and go looking for your opponent's Explorer, which is what he's done, and he's really made it work. Going to get a lot of damage in there. He's already winning, and then he's going to get 100 extra HP when he ages and just really, really crush there. Really, really nice to see. But Baja going to be up to the next age. Let's see what he has in mind. There's two very forward villagers from this manor house. Going to drop a stable.
Yeah, I love that. The early cav pressure, a lot of times when you're playing against Dutch, before they age up, Musk Huss is kind of your strongest bet, which is why we said Brits are going to be a great civ to pick here. On top of that, he's also got Vils fanned out, like we said, so he's able to very easily gather resources for a long time without having to really move or macro his villagers, and that's going to lead to more Hussars coming out of the stable.
700 wood coming down from LordRaphael there. Not going to start with the bank wagon in this matchup. Thinks against British you can be a bit slower, get that wood down. But maybe this is where he builds his military building. I don't think he's scouted the stable. This is going to be possibly a surprise, it being so far forward.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge surprise. I think we can't underestimate this enough. Like, one of the timings that these really good players definitely have in the back of their mind is when can 5 cav be in my base? And Raphael sensing something, accidentally pulling all of his vills. That was an accident, I think. She's still only got 1 vill on the stable, and he's gone for a 4 bank before stable. This 5 cav may stop the stable from even getting built. I mean, the Explorer's been sieging it. So we don't know exactly when it's going to pop. But look at this early snare coming in to make sure he's got a shot at killing all these vills. And he does get the stable up. Will he get a vill? So close. This one might get blocked, and they all get in.
They do all get in. There is a vill still out here gathering. Perhaps he knows it's there and can send a cav back. I'm surprised he didn't just drop 1 cav off to kill it there. But
he needs the house, though. He can't build any cav if he doesn't finish that house.
Oh my goodness, that's a big deal.
Everywhere. Look,
can he finish it? He does finish the house, but he is going to lose a vill for that. Let's take a look at units in queue. 1 Hussar.
2 vills.
2 vills going down. Thankfully did get the house up, but a lot of vills been garrisoned. I'm not certain he's going to be able to get a very big batch of cav out. Currently only 2 in queue, and 0 food. So we're going to only see 2 cav. Hazard's pressure has done a lot of damage already. He's killed with just 5 cav, 2 villagers, and 3 cav pop out, but on top of the 5 Hussars. And that's a bit. Let's go into LordRaphael's perspective, player 1, and see how he's going to handle this. Minutemen coming out.
This is going to be a tough hold. I mean, you might not even care about these minutes. You just want to chase down the Hussar, because once you clear these, there are no more Hussar ever coming. If you don't leave the base, he's never making another unit. So that's why Haz is really sticking in this. He knows he's got 5 more cav coming, and his opponent will not, so long as he stays in the base. Just going to keep taking these, quite frankly, horrible trades for him, because the Minutemen are just pelting these Hussars. And
just cav streaming into the base here. Lots and lots of Hussars.
This is for, and LordRaphael still has his shipment, so that 8 pike is not on the way yet. I'm so curious what do you think? You think he's going to, when this pressure's let up, you think it's 8 pike? There it is.
And now has the cav coming back in. He kind of does need the pikes.
Yeah.
Has is going to see them, and quickly, nice reactions, isn't going to wander into those pikes here. Forced that pike shipment. He's killed. Let's take a look. Units lost. 2 villagers. And done a bunch of idle time. He's killed 2 houses, apparently. I think one of them under construction.
One was deleted, yeah.
One was deleted. Hazza, I think, very successful there. Perhaps we'll see him now switch gears. Yeah, 700 wood coming out. And 700 cold. And macroing to age up their units in queue. Doesn't appear to have anything in queue. LordRaphael, though.
600 wood just hitting the floor for LordRaphael, and we talked about how much pressure was on LordRaphael, but he did a great job of keeping those 8 pikes together, keeping it calm until they came out, and he's lost 2 vills, sure, he's lost some idle time, but the Dutch banks continue to gather even when you're getting belled, so he is not by any means in a bad spot here. And when we look at the recalculated economic population, Brit does not have as sizable of a lead as they typically have, and I almost wonder, do you think he got away with the 4 banks?
It's interesting. He did lose 2 vills, and there was a lot of idle time. But you're right. He got 4 banks up. He's held. He's doing okay. But LordRaphael pardon me, Hazza going up to the Fortress Age now with 7 longbowmen. It feels like he, there's no need to continue pressure. Gonna go an Age.
I wonder, maybe it's the 2 Falcons here that's going to be the play. 5 Musk coming out here, that's an indicator that we're probably going to go for some Musk Falc action here. Those perfectly timed to deny this raid. Meanwhile, there's Cav chasing Cav at the top of the map, and Paz is getting back to gathering totally unimpaired. Do we think LordRaphael is probably going to age soon?
Oh, Villager going to go down from Hazard there. LordRaphael, nice pickup. Does take a volley on that Huss from some Musks, though. But yeah, LordRaphael, 700 coin coming in, looking to age up as well. But he is an age fast politician, so he's not really that far behind Hazard in terms of age.
Yeah, but it is also quite scary when your British opponent's able to get up before you do. And even with the fast age up, I think Brits is close enough that they're just going to make it up.
Yeah.
And this little bit of mismacro here from Raphael, costing him a little bit of time. He's going to have to buy an extra 100 food here.
Yeah, but ultimately does click the button. Going to be going up the fast politician, I would imagine, there.
Yep, and Musket's also rallied all over. Musket's going up the left, probably coming out of a barracks soon, some more units, but a small raid as well, happening at home.
Yeah, 2 Huss. LordRaphael really keeping him busy. 7 longbowmen do appear, though. Is the Vil gonna... Yes, it does get inside. Longbows do get a final volley and do kill that Hussar, nice. But Hazard approaching with the 5 Huss, Minutemen and Pikes mixed in there, just sort of looking for Vils. Has his Musk sieging the trading post. Hazard really, all over the map, and as is LordRaphael, just, groups of Cav everywhere you look, just sort of roaming the map, looking for stray villagers.
Yeah, this is a really hard match to follow all the action in. With the 3 Cav running back, it looks like, to defend, and the 1 Hussar sitting down. I think what's going to happen here is maybe a collapse on these TP units, which is, going to cost Hazza 5 muskets at a minimum. I really also am wondering what Raphael is going to ship in Fortress Age. Is it going to be unit shipments to kind of bolster his army?
He gets out there. Yeah, shall we take a look at LordRaphael, player 1's perspective, and see what he has in mind? 9 Reuters coming, 5 Reuters in queue.
That's going to be quite good for him here. That removes all the threat of the Hussar, and these skirms can start poking. But a lot of longbow, too, on the field, right?
Yeah, big fight coming in, though.
And there's nothing really to stop these Hussar, because the 9 Reuters are just now arriving. And Raphael's going to have to take a retreat here, because those 1 HP minutes are not going to be enough to kind of contest these longbow.
14 Reuters, 13 skirmishers, a couple of Hussars and Pikes. He was trying to siege down the stable, but not going to get that. Did save his TP, but now has us back on it with some Musks. Looks like those skirms might be interested in trying to save it. They won't get there in time, though. Lots of longbowmen, really, and veteran status now on them.
Yeah, this is more longbow than we typically see, and I love the idea of going longbow goon, because it kind of, the longbow, although they have to stand and fight, if you're careful about it, they do really well against everything. They do well against Cav. Ooh, look at these muskets getting caught out a little bit here by a raid. I'm not sure. Maybe it's worth losing the 5 muskets just to get to see that you were going to lose 5 villagers down here to a raid. Nice micro here, though, pulling the Cav back and not letting that musket get even a single swing.
The Hussar is going to continue. 1 low HP villager there, but this Huss can be handled by the 5 Vils. It's very low HP.
Yeah, I mean, good pickup from Hazard, recognizing that and punching it before he loses a Vil. And pressuring the stable now. This is one of those moments that either goes really well or really bad. Will Raphael be able to get back with enough units here to kind of collapse on top of this?
Hazard going to back out of that.
Yeah, there we go. Smartly getting out. He just doesn't have enough information right now to know what Raphael could have. And continuing to mass that longbow goon composition as well. What do you think's gonna happen here with Dutch?
He needs to. Soon he's going to need to get out on the map.
Yeah, I feel like the hunts are running dry.
He's running out of hunts there, but I think he'll be able to do it.
Yeah, he's like hiding these 4 Vils over here too, which is quite a significant number of Vils for him.
It's kind of hard to handle the... I mean, he does have a 5k mine, though, which still has over 4,000 gold in it, and his opponent massing up, a lot of longbowmen. I wonder if some sort of, cannons if he wants to stay in base a bit longer. But yeah, the trouble with that is Haza has a lot of goons and a few Hus there as well. Looks like these Vils going to get dunked on.
Yeah.
The trouble is, if you want to handle the longbows, you know, Dutch, he's got a lot of Hus. That seems to be the route he's going down.
This is very, very risky here with these longbow where they are, and because we are right in the middle of a Raphael Cav transition. He sent 4 Hus, built 5, and teching Vet right now.
Is going to get the snare on the goons with the Hussars there and flanking with some skirms.
Wow.
Haza a little bit out of position.
The pikes are just totally blocking him
Really
in.
nice
Where's he
from
gonna go?
LordRaphael there, really blocking these in. The unit's frantically trying to figure out where to go, but good positioning and movement from LordRaphael to box these in. And now he's going to be absolutely okay to get out on the map. Nice advantage there. He's still behind in military population, it would seem, but that's going to be really, really helpful to get those hunts.
And Raphael is going to take this all the way to the bank, it looks like. If you look back, there's an artillery foundry that was being built.
Oh, the 2 falconets. And there's there's a lot of.
I think they're safe. They're safe.
Okay.
There's not. He may lose one, but he's not losing both of those.
Yeah, there's a lot of longbows and goons in here. Good position. Like the goons are in a good position to fight the Hussars. The longbows are fighting those, and Pike's now coming in as well. Melee Reuters trying to take down the Falk, but he's going to trade them off against the pikemen there. Faust didn't get as much damage on the infantry, but it seems like he got all of those cav right, so it seems pretty okay.
Yeah, that was a pretty good trade considering. I mean, there was only 10 goons. I think that by having lost those goons, it put him in a tough spot, but not a horrible trade, all things considered, when you look at how many units has a loss right before that exchange. And he's also getting punished a little bit more because this artillery foundry, he had big plans, right? He was going to make cannons. He had all those goons up.
Yeah.
And everything's just kind of flipped on him when he got caught in the upper right.
And this foundry really far forward. LordRaphael can see it now, but nothing in queue, so not going to be seeing anything like that. Dragoons do get a nice volley. Haza does have that in mind, and staying out of range at the skirms there, so a couple of units picked up for free. Pretty good stuff.
Yep. And now I think Raphael is probably going to start slowly working his way around the map. I mean, Haza still has a lead in the score, by the way. I mean, if you look at the score, they're even in military, and taking that step back, Haza does still have that Brit Eco lead.
Yeah, he does have that Eco lead. It's actually looking quite good. He has a yes, he has an Eco lead. But what I want to mention is this church that's come down for LordRaphael.
Yeah,
he must be looking to send. He hasn't sent it yet. You know, what has he got textually?
The Stradoids. He doesn't have anything yet. He hasn't sent the.
No, he hasn't got the advanced church card. But I've seen him do this before. It seems like a
5 Hus, right in the
Hus. Yeah, nice pop. Exactly where they need to be.
Yep, and Hus are all over these skirmishers right now. Goons on the Hus, and Reuters in the back also on the Hus. Longbow's finally getting set up here. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to tip this in his favor. I mean, those Hus are quite powerful with the card on them.
Yeah,
and
15 longbows
left and right here. But
I think this is Brit's fight here.
The question is behind this, is there a stable up? And there's not. So Haza's got nothing but longbow coming back to this. Unfortunately for Raphael, he was anticipating a little bit different outcome here, and he's been making Reuter, but these last couple longbow are going to do really well against a couple of remaining skirmishers.
Yeah, he's going to funnel a few more Reuters in, trying to back out of the fight now. 9 Musk, okay, let's take a look at Haza's deck then. I suppose he's sent already 5 Hussars and 10 Longbowmen and 2 Falks. So that's the last military shipment available to him, and I guess he doesn't want to send upgrades just yet. Feels like he needs more military. How do you feel about that? I think from this position, an upgrade may have been better, but...
Yeah, he didn't say, actually, I was wrong, by the way. He does not have Cav Combat, and neither player does. I thought they both did. Just misreading the HP on the Vet Hussar, but that would have been... I think a logical next step, right? To go Cav Combat, as you're going to be building these Cav all game long.
Yeah.
Pikes in the back.
Minutemen being cool just to handle that. The Vils don't care. They're just he's like, whatever.
Yeah, you can try to pike my Vils, right?
Meanwhile, though, raid from LordRaphael. Hussars coming forward. Those Vils getting attacked up on the top here, and they're going to walk straight into some skirmishes, and that's 5 Vils going to go down.
Yeah.
Haz's army, it's in the plateau, it's coming forward there, but he may get some Vil kills, but these quite close to the base.
Hazza's gotten some Vil kills too just now. I thought I saw his Vil count drop for...
Let's take units lost. 7 to LordRaphael. Has been lost 5 to Hazza.
Yeah, look at this. These 9 musks that we were questioning are about to make a huge raid happen. And they're coming in from the back too, so they're getting at least 5 Vils here, right?
Oh, that's really, really nice.
He micros that.
And LordRaphael, he's not going to be pleased about that. He's already, behind in Vils, and he's struggling to make things happen. Meanwhile, the fight is getting underway. That looks pretty good for LordRaphael. There's a lot of Hussars and Skirms and Reuters mixed in there. The longbows aren't going to get away. They've got Huss on top of them.
Attack on him.
We've got 18 Skirms in there, as well as 8 Hussars. 6 goons remaining. Some more Hussars entering the fray, but I don't think...
Hazza can just get out, though. Those Vils stopped running on the right, and he killed 8 or 9 Vils, so he can just walk away and build more units.
It's okay, right? Hazza, he just keeps taking these trades, and he's got, 30 villagers more. At some point, it's just going to pay off. He just needs to not lose any fights staggeringly, and he's not. So this is he will eventually win if he keeps this up, and I think he knows that. You can see in the score
Look at the resources. So sorry. Look at those resources for LordRaphael. He has 2,500 coin. He's got like no hunting left. I mean, obviously he's about to send the church card and call those out, but that's a lot of coin.
Yeah, Stradiot's now coming. He's spent a lot of that coin. We're going to see, and that I think could be what he needs to do some work. Like it has to be. These Stradiots have to perform. Otherwise, I don't really think he can stay in the game much longer. His eco is just not going to keep up in the long run. He has got a reasonable army there. Skirms, the Hussars. Let's see if the Stradiots will...
He's really got to live in the trees here. This is to be a long fight for him because he needs reinforcing batches to come out. Trying to get those longbows into a spot where he can hide comfortably. Not quite getting there. Maybe a couple pixels away from getting there, and this 5 Huss on the right are getting distracted a little bit.
Hussars do pop, though, from the stable. Going to get on top of those skirmishers in a nice spot, though. 8 pikemen coming in from the 2 barracks. But it's a little bit too late. A lot of those longbows go down, but it's going to be what he needs to handle these Hussars and the Stradiots. But there's not much else mixed in here. LordRaphael, he's got a lot of stuff. This is what he needed to achieve. It's working.
It is, and this leaves him in a wide open map position. But look in his base. He's getting belled up by the leftover minutes in the 9 Musk card, and cavalry combat coming in too. There's towers up all over the map. Do you think that this is enough, or can Hazza just make pikes and stuff and just kind of buy time?
He's still got a very big eco. He's got 2 very good upgrades in as well. Pikes here. What's going up on the top?
Every single Vil Raphael has is slowly dying.
And the push is going to have to come home.
Yeah, this has to win the game. I mean, Hazza has got 50 more physical villagers than Raphael does right now. So there's a lot of room for him to lose villagers in exchange for time. It's just a matter of how will Raphael find these berry Vils, for example. He finds these like in a couple seconds. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, 7 skirmishers coming out. Raphael keeping that military lead up. That's exactly what he needs. This is very impressive from Raphael, closing a massive score gap.
Yeah, he's really doing everything he can here to just kind of win without an economy. Banks obviously still are a thing, but those muskets are just getting some damage in.
Yeah, good value from the muskets despite all of these units nearby. That's as much as Hazza could have hoped for from them there.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Hazza has been just kind of training, well, he does vet pikes now. I was going to say, he's been training colonial pikes, not necessarily your strongest unit, but I'm wondering, do you think we're going to start seeing any longbows start to re-enter the mix? Because these skirms just keep picking him apart.
Yeah, he does need some longbow, but at the moment there's just so many cav.
That tower's got a lot of builds in it too. I think
it does. I mean, look at that.
One more batch of pikes is probably go, and the 5 more Huss is probably go time for him.
Really trying hard here. Look, Hazza popping the Vils out, waiting for the units to task on them again. He's just getting as much damage as he can, trying to waste a volley should they turn around.
Get caught out by the Huss. They are. They're going to get caught out by the Huss.
Just in time. The outpost goes down just as 5 Huss come out, now bringing the pikes in. He's got more pikes here as well. There's a lot of pikes in this mix. Let's switch over to military units and see exactly how many. 18 pikes, 7 Hussars in this fight. And not really very many skirms at all. I think that's enough Hussars for Hazza to take this fight.
Cleaned up.
Yeah, and that's
He's
Hazza.
sending 6 longbow just to make sure he's got it.
Hazza is back in the game. He's evened out that military, trading off a few vills here, but he's still ahead economically, and I think Hazza has dealt with the pressure, and it's now his game to win.
Yeah, this is where the 75 vill lead is coming into handy. Obviously, he just lost 10 vills at that tower, but he was able to trade those vills for the army, which is what he needed to do.
Yeah, he traded them into, look at these veteran halbs being mixed in from LordRaphael, but they would have been good had, with the composition he had, but now it's all gone.
Yeah.
Halb's going to get picked off pretty quick here.
And this gold mine's the last gatherable thing besides one berry bush that has Raphael is on. And even if Hazza just runs away here, he can just kind of wait those two gathering locations out, and he knows he's gathering way more than his opponent, right? No need to pressure too hard, but looks like he also knows he has a huge military lead, and he's just going to get in there.
Yeah, just going to get stuck in now.
Those halbs, they're so slow.
What do you make of the halbs? It seems...
I think it made a lot of sense, because halbs do quite well against pikes and against hussar, which is the comp he was against, but it's almost a little too late now that his army got caught out.
Yeah. Now the villagers being forced off the coin mine here, and just far too many British units for LordRaphael to handle, pushing him back. That's the last of the skirmishers, losing a good chunk of villagers now. And GG coming out, and it looks like Hazza will take game number one in the series. What a great game. So many moments. There was that over here. Do you remember when the camera switches over? We had that capture where, Hazza lost a bunch of units. LordRaphael seemed behind, but managed to pick that up.
Yep, absolutely. And we thought that was a huge turning point. Then he hunts down the longbow in the middle of the map, gets both the falcons, but a really solid trade from Hazza. And then several trades later, we're looking at 9 musks in that same corner, killing like 10 of Raphael's vills, and just craziness all around.
Yeah, and then, that push from LordRaphael with the Stradiots, it really worked out, but Hazza he held it together and picks up the first game in the series. What a brilliant match.
Can we check the vill graph real quick? I just want to keep watching the LordRaphael. How many vills did he get to? 32 was the most he got to in a 24-minute game because of the continual raids from Hazza. You can see dips of vills all throughout.
Hazza just, proving his stuff as a mechanical player, a team game player, where raiding is, really important, and he's very skilled at that sort of just raw mechanics. Hazza performing very well that game. Really, really interesting to see. The vill count was very low for the Dutch player, but remember, all resources gathered. Dutch do have banks, but either way, it's not enough. British does keep up. But that does conclude game number one. I think, though, game number two will be coming up in just a moment. Let's get on out of this, and we will bring it to you as quickly as we can.
So what now? We're past Deccan, onto
the Thar Desert.
Yes, onto
the Thar Desert. Let's take a look at that map pool for anyone tuning in. We can see the picks and bans. Yeah, Thar Desert coming up next. Deccan was Harry's map, though, right? This is a map he wanted to play. He won that map.
Yeah.
But now we're moving somewhere without any trading posts. Not sure what Hazza's civs are like. He could India.
He could India, absolutely. I think it's so tough. I feel like I don't really know, because both these guys have a lot of options.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. We're about to get into game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between LordRaphael and Hazza. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The score is 1-0 in Hazza's favor. He won that first game with the British there against the Dutch in what was a very, very interesting game indeed. I had a lot of fun watching that. There were a few really brilliant moments. Bit back and forth. LordRaphael had a few good shots, a few really good pushes, but Hazza ultimately did eke out the victory. Deccan was that map, and it was a Hazza pick, as you can see. But up next will be Thar Desert, a no TP map, a map that Russia is very strong on, and indeed Dutch as well. Both civs that LordRaphael is very competent with. So I think coming up next, we are likely to see some no TP action and LordRaphael performing. Earlier today, we saw him eliminate the Snow 3-0, which was a really convincing victory. Hazza does take that first game, but LordRaphael clearly on form once again and showing us what he's made of. I think Thar Desert is where we're going to see a really, really good game from him.
Yeah, and I believe we were not in the game, but it looks like from the UI that Hazza has locked in Dutch, which is it's just putting his hand out saying, please pick the Dutch mirror. I want to play a Dutch mirror, right? Because Raphael is very confident with Dutch, and I almost wonder if Hazza's prepared for a Dutch mirror, right? You have to be if you're going to set this up for Raphael.
He has to be. He has to know it. But what are the other civs? I mean, Harry...
India.
Harry, yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he plays so much India just because he says it's lame and it's just a silly civ or something like that. But I have seen him play it in this tournament. Harry Hazza obviously thinks India's very, very strong, so I'm surprised he's not picking it here, actually. Hazza does have to pick first, though. He picked the Dutch. And we shall see.
Yeah, he's leaving to make a deck now, but Raphael has confirmed Russia.
Okay. Dutch versus Russia will be the matchup on the Thar Desert. Let's take a look at the Thar Desert, and then we will get into this game. Shifting sands and rolling dunes cast long shadows across the Thar Desert. This vast open landscape is far from barren, though. Gold is plentiful, and although food is not scarce either, the wild elephants are not easily controlled. Settlers will quickly find themselves out in the open as they venture away from their town in search of food. There's also no passing trade in the desert, and the native Udasi offer little by the way of alliance, acting mostly as an obstacle, which makes controlling the center of the map much more difficult than it would first seem. All right, let's get into this. The players are ready, the civs are ready, the map is ready, the flags are ready, the overlays are ready, we are ready. Everyone's ready, except the admin. All right, the admin's ready too. Let's do this. Game number 2 in a best-of-5 series. Hazza won the very first game here. Let's see how this goes. It will be Dutch versus Russia. LordRaphael not looking to tee up the mirror, or Hazza not being offered the mirror. In fact, LordRaphael going to play as Russia. That's interesting. But let's start with him. Playing in the color blue on the bottom of the map here. Here he is. 200 would start. Could consider a market, especially with that 55 coin treasure in his base there. I wonder if that will be on the cards, but probably not, given that in this matchup, Russia probably going to have to 14 village. I wonder if he'd actually prefer 100 extra food, something like that. Going to skip out on that 40 food treasure in base and just get out on the map. Of course, there's those 2 really big wood treasures that he's going to be looking for. Come across a 65 coin treasure there.
Yeah, and lucky for him, one of those is in his back corner, and it spawned in an odd way. Typically, they don't spawn.
Okay, we'll take a look at the wood treasure in a moment, but Hazza on the top of the map in the color red, playing as the Dutch, And he's going to come across a 50 wood treasure there, and a very small treasure. Ah, there's one. Hazard's found the first treasure up here, 90 wood.
Yes, and I think he's going to get that one outright. Raphael taking his time on one of the treasures that does 0 damage to you, the 65 coin. And very solid pickup from him. And like we were saying, if you look just at below out of line of sight for Raphael is the 85 wood, which I believe he will eventually find.
My Priz 50 sent a $5 coin shipment. Thank you very much for the support there. Yeah, he's not seen it, which is unfortunate, but thankfully it is a bit out of the way. It's not like Hazard can get both of them, but he's going to be pleased with the 90 wood treasure. It's a good start there and not going to be contested. 0
damage and killed the lion, by the way.
Impressive.
Very impressive. That's not easy to do.
Has a pretty good player, and LAN makes that easier, I suppose.
Yeah, but well, look at this. The Envoy is Spidey senses tingling, and he did go that little bit further down. And if he just goes and does this treasure, Raphael is not going to be any the wiser, and it's going to be an immediate, huge advantage for the Dutch player here in a matchup that's pretty tough. I mean, the wood's probably going to be needed.
Yeah.
Also, when you look at the herds, his herds are pretty far away here, so he's going to have to get on that. That herd on the left and the herd he's herding now. So good on Hazard for recognizing that in an aggressive matchup that you don't want to be caught with no herding done before you age up.
They are quite far away. He's going to want to get them in. Thankfully, though, Tabin's not in the game to back herd them, so
yeah,
should be okay. And he's playing as Russia. No, he's not. That's the Dutch player. Yeah, he's going to have to bring them in.
Man, he is really pulling out all the stops. Look at this. He's walking back and forth in a way that when you shoot the Tiger at certain angles, it will not reset. And he's taken 0 damage now. And if this doesn't turn, dang. I was hoping by some miracle it would not turn and he could have done both the wood treasures for free.
Yeah, he's going to be very pleased. That's a nice start. 85 wood there. It's a shame Raphael didn't see that given it was so close. But Hazard is now up to the Colonial Age, going up with the Quartermaster there for 400 wood. I think the game plan then for Russia is forward villages, blockhouse, and just be aggressive.
And rush,
versus Dutch. This is kind of what you need to do. You can't let Dutch get up to the Fortress Age for free. And LordRaphael, he is very, very good with Russia. We've seen this in multiple tournaments, including tournaments against yourself, Ryan. So I think LordRaphael, he'll know what to do versus Dutch, and I'm looking forward to see him execute on that. But now villagers gathering wood, and we'll see those forward villages pretty soon. But Hazard, here he is, now switching his villagers over to wood there. He's going to try and get that bank down. Looks like he's got all the wood. Those wood treasures are so juicy. That first bank's going to be really, really easy to put up. He's going to get it down so early.
He can put it up now. He's not even close to being aged up, which is usually a problem, right?
And he's going to get all the coin he needs for that first vill as well, which can sometimes be a problem as well. This is a brilliant start for Hazard.
Absolutely is. And he also sent a vill out into the fog, knowing the map is so important in these high-level games. Sometimes you don't even need to scout. He sent a vill out to find the second herd, and because of that, now he's going to have 2 full herds underneath his base in the event of a rush. And interesting, this blockhouse positioning. What do you think of that? It doesn't seem like, I know you could get it way closer. Let's just put it that way.
That's true.
Like Sampu's blockhouse is a couple screens over towards your base right now.
Maybe he's concerned of if you put it too close to your opponent, perhaps Minutemen or something like that. I've seen, given that he got 290 wood treasures and the bank would be up so fast, he could probably afford to make Minutemen and kill all 3 villages building it. So
I hadn't even thought of that.
Afraid of putting it that close?
Yeah, that would be quite scary, wouldn't it? I mean, getting Minutemen in a tournament game where your life's on the line would be pretty bad.
Yeah, so just playing it safe, building it back here. It's not a bad position, although it's not right next to any particular resource. It does give a lot of map presence. Like anything on this side of the map, he can see. It's got a lot of line of sight there.
Yeah, it also lines up nicely with the only remaining hunts on Hazard's side of the map. The 6 elephants just kind of hanging out up here. So if we do get to that point where Russia's accomplished that stalemate objective they have, we will definitely see that blockhouse providing a lot of cover on those hunts.
Here we go. First 5 muskets enter the fray there, and I'm sure. Also, he needs to put that down to receive the 5 Cossacks on time, which I assume are coming. They're now going towards the Dutch player's base there. But Raphael's done a very good job of getting his first hunt under the TC. They're basically underneath it, which is exactly where they need to be. They're going to put those hunts, position them behind the TC. These musks are going to have a hard time shooting any of Hazard's stuff.
Hazard's taking this super seriously, garrisoning exactly enough vills to 2-shot the muskets, the ruskets. without over-garrisoning, and he pulled that Vil back before seeing any units, just knowing the Russian timings. He's really being careful, and 5 Huss are close to popping out here.
Look at the snare from the
snare
Explorer.
This snare is going to force a really big exchange here. 5 Huss do very well against this composition.
Yeah, but 5 Musks coming in from the side there, but they're a little bit late. I think most of this fight will be over before they are sort of able to get in, and that way LordRaphael going to use them. You're trying to escape now.
Yeah, this Explorer snare is still a big deal, honestly.
Allowing him to get back there more easily. These Musks
and TC
stopped.
shots now coming out again to help Haza out here. Really not a horrible position. He's been able to gather outright with only 10 Vils in the TC. You know, usually Russia's trying to bell you up here for more than 10.
Yeah.
We'll see if he gets any Vils on this one.
He is stopping the wood being gathered though for the time being there. He's going to get out of here. No, he's coming back in.
Yeah, and also worth noting, 3 of these muskets are very low HP, well, 2 of them now. So when the next batch of cav comes out, it's very possible that those muskets could have just gotten cleaned up, which is why Raphael is on the way out.
4 Cossack shipment does come in, plus the 5 muskets.
Minutemen still online for Haza.
Yeah,
he's going off to raid, though, not expecting that second wave of Musk Hust coming into his base.
Is that an envoy just standing under the TC? Just free line of sight.
LordRaphael
just doesn't care. Back into the game though. Villager is going to get caught out in the open there. Going to go down. Explorer.
Rack's getting denied too.
Yeah, Explorer can see that there. Let's switch into player 2's perspective.
Yeah, we really want to see what Haz is seeing here. When are the minutes going to get called is the big question mark. There's no units in the field.
Yeah, let's switch into Haz's perspective and see how this will work out.
Minutemen on the way.
Going to get caught.
Minutemen on the way. They pop out now. Villagers in the fray as well, really trying to make the most of this Minutemen pop.
It looks like
Explorer back up too. Oh, that one HP Vil.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Yeah, I thought he could use the Explorer to get a few extra shots, snare those muskets, and let the Minutemen. But he's going to be able to get away unscathed.
Yeah, and this is really the problem when you're playing against Russia. Now 700 gold hitting the floor for Haza, and there's just it's just so disruptive having these units in your base all game long. You look in Raphael's base, Vils are just mining, standing around happily, and then you go back to Haza's, and there was just Vils walking everywhere trying to figure out where do I go now after all this chaos.
Third bank going down. He's lost 2 villages, which is, obviously you don't want to lose any, but it could have gone a lot worse, I think. Yeah. He's lost 7 Hussars in exchange for 6 Cossacks and 7 Musks. So I think ultimately I think this is quite a reasonable age 2. 3 banks. I don't know if he can get a 4th before aging. Perhaps he'll try for that, but LordRaphael...
He's not aging anytime soon.
No.
Raphael already has a stable up and Cossacks, another batch of 5, so it's going to be another really strong wave of Musk Huss without any relief for skirmishes to get a few free shots here.
The question is, can Haza get to the Fortress Age? It's looking tougher and tougher.
Or garrison his Vils even. Jeez, there's just so much pressure in his face.
Here he comes, a lot of muskets and Hussars standing on top of the TC. They're all 18 Vils, 1 going down there inside the TC.
2 more going down. Cossacks chasing down Hussars here, and there's nowhere for these skirms to go when they pop out. It just seems like the mass is too overwhelming.
Yeah. Mass overwhelming. What a card. 8 pikes do come out there.
In 13 Strelets to answer immediately.
Yeah. The pikes not going to be too effective with Strelets on the board, and even just going to chase the pikes down, bait them in there. Going to get back. Musks get the first shot, going back in for the bait, and there it is. Going to pull back again. Musks get another shot. Those pikes, Haza trying to control them, but they are going to go down there. 3 Huss do come out, but it's not going to be enough. The Strelets are not quite in his line of sight. Skirms come out, but I think when he sees these Strelets...
He does have some skirms out on the board. I mean, he kind of has to take this fight, right?
He's got a few there. The pikes are... Come on. No, they've all gone down. Some of the Vils getting back to work. He's had 18 in that TC the whole time.
1 HP, but there's 5 more coming in to reinforce.
Haza's somehow still alive.
Yeah, he's hanging on by a thread here.
Yeah, but those infantry getting closer and closer. That gap between the skirms being closed, especially with those Cossacks. They're going to chase them down.
Yeah, and I think the issue here is Haz has been
GG coming out, and LordRaphael takes game number 2, evening out the series there. I thought Haza, what a brilliant start, those 2 wood treasures. He got that bank up real fast, and I thought he would have, a pretty good hold versus LordRaphael. I thought that he could, that was what he would need to even out perhaps the skill difference. LordRaphael's Russia, very, very scary, particularly, on a map like Thar Desert, but 1-1.
Yeah, I think the big thing that happens when LordRaphael plays this matchup is a little different from other people, is he knows how to make every push he makes have cav in it, right? Like when you play against Russia, a lot of times people will be pumping out muskets and more muskets, and it's like, okay, well, I survived 5 Cossacks, I've survived 4 Cossacks, I've got some time. But immediately on that next push, there was 5 Cossacks out of a stable, perfectly timed. I don't know how he does it, honestly. It's quite good.
Let's take a look at the post game then, I suppose. What a quick, dirty 10-minute game, but a lot of action packed into that one. That was, actually quite exciting to watch there. Yeah. Military unit count, Russia with the Ruskits and Strelets, and just so much stuff here. But God, look at this. Hazard had so few, but did so much. Yep. Testament to his skill as a player.
Yeah, exactly. And he just never got to that point where he could unbell. And I think after watching this game, I'm pretty convinced that the only way you're ever going to be able to unbell as Dutch is if you are able to time your minutes with Hussar and your Explorer Snare and actually clean up an entire Russian army at least once out of those 3 or 4 pushes. Because otherwise, it looks like with the cav can keep coming. You can't just get rid of a few units. It's got to be them all.
We are now at over 300 subs, approaching 400. Our goal is 500 by the end of the New World Championship. Thank you so much for all of the support so far. Of course, a subscription does get you all of those emotes. It helps us out and it allows us to keep doing events like these. So we really do appreciate that. In terms of viewers, we're hoping for 1,000 on most days, and we'd like to break 2,000 at some point. That would be a really, really good achievement. But game number 3 coming up. The score's 1-1. I think let's settle in for a long one here. I think this could go all the way to 5 games. I'm going to make that call right now.
I'm with you on that. I'd love to see 5 games.
That Deccan game was just really, really brilliant there.
Yeah, a ton of back and forth and pretty amazing.
But LordRaphael did do very well on the Thar Desert. That was his pick. So both players winning their maps, so to speak. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. We just took a break for food. As you probably saw on the stream, I was sat on the floor chatting to all the players and some friends. But we are getting ready to go into game number 3 in this best of 5 series between LordRaphael and Hazza. At some point during the day, the evening food van does turn up, and it is only available for 2 hours. And sometimes these series can go on longer than that. So we want to make sure that the players do get fed. And of course, we use that opportunity to do so as well. But we will be resuming very shortly.
I was going to say, don't forget about us. We got to eat too.
We do have to eat too, yeah. But I feel like we're not as important. But
No,
maybe we're more important. I don't know. It's one or the other.
I think it's definitely the former. We're not as important.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, LordRaphael and Hazza, I believe, have now eaten. Get that blood sugar back up again. And yeah, they're in the chairs, as you can see. I can hear Hazza from over here. I don't know what he's saying, though. Just shooting the breeze. Okay. I wonder what the next matchup.
Did you notice the hat has switched out?
Oh, yeah, it has. He's got, it's still a cap, but that one's got the Escape logo on it.
Yeah, I wish he would just like pull it down a little bit more so we could just see it the whole time, but what a beautiful hat.
Yeah. I love that. We need to sell some merch. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd buy that hat.
I think that's like a one of a kind. But yes. We're here just to shoot the breeze, chat with you guys in the chat, and we'll get this underway very soon. As you can see, the players are clearly ready there. The next match will be... God damn it, the thing changed just as I was checking the map.
High Plains.
Yeah, High Plains. I was looking at New England. It's like, is it that? No, it's blacked out interjection. God damn it. High Plains. This is another hairy map.
Yes, it is, and the question is which civ to ATP with, you know? Port, Spain?
I think it's going to be Spain.
I think it's going to be Spain, too.
Hazza is, as we saw earlier from Duck's drawing.
We're missing out on the Spain train.
Hazza is the conductor of the Spain train, so I'm anticipating that. But really, anything's up. I think LordRaphael might use this opportunity to play some Sioux. I feel like at the moment, Raphael and a number of top players think Sioux is actually very strong in the meta at the moment. Obviously, the TP changes are still, you know, I think they're nearly explored now. But it was such a radical change on ESOC that it took a while to really figure them out. But I think people have figured them out now. And Sioux, it seems, with that dog soldier timing and those TPs that make up for the lack of hunting dogs, steel traps. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good civ. In High Plains, I think we've seen a lot of Sioux on.
Yeah, and we've done... well, when we made those changes to Sioux, right, they were really strong.
We saw the Spain part. Oh. Go back.
Close up on the Spain train, please.
Okay, can he get it back up again? Not quite.
Where's Callan?
Oh, there it is. The Spain pain train.
Yeah.
Choo choo. That does kind of mean that Hazza does need to play. Can you read the labels? Yeah, I think Hazza is the conductor in there.
And Mitoe's got his little axe and he's standing next to him.
Mitoe's in there.
And the other 6
He's a
players are all
Oh, right. They're being ran over by the Spain pain train. And like it's a beautiful Spanish flag. What a brilliant drawing.
We do have a civ selection, though. I don't know if we can get that up on the screen.
Otto, yeah. LordRaphael's picked Otto.
And apparently that is not enough to stop the Spain train.
It's not. Hazza selected Spain, and he greened in right away. He's now just going to check his deck, so it looks like it will be Ottoman versus Spain. It's not locked, but very probable at this point in time.
Maybe we'll see another matchup that I lose at all the time. The classic Spain versus double racks Jan Rush.
Yeah, let's click on this. And God, your mouse moves so goddamn quick. Holy crap. That's pretty impressive.
I haven't touched it.
Oh, right. That's just how it was. Okay. Yeah, we've got Twitch chat here, but Ryan keeps leaving it scrolled up, so I can't actually see the thing. That's fine, but you have to scroll back down again. Ottoman versus Spain, locked in.
All right.
Yeah! God damn it. I joined slot 2 and they kicked me. I've had a habit of that this tournament. I just see the games hosted and off I go, but a bit too quick. for the players. Those flags look glorious. Like, Ottoman is such a recognizable flag, and the Spanish one just like zoomed in a bit on the cross. Looks really good there.
Yeah.
I'm so pleased we had those made.
What is is it going to be the double racks Jan that we see all the time, or is it going to be just fight for the ATP line? What do you think?
Good question. I mean, Ottoman obviously wants to get on the TP line, and they'll have one from the get-go. So he's going to be on the TP route regardless. I wonder if Ottoman ages 400 wood and just pops as many as he can up. ATP just seems less effective when you're both going for it and you know that your opponent is a Civ like Otto where they can easily get one. It just seems less strong. So, Ottoman seems like a pretty good Civ against Spain just because it makes that ATP route a bit more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it does go to just like a classic FF and LordRaphael is the one with the stagecoach line, what happens then? I mean, I don't even know if I've seen that matchup. I've only ever seen Otto just go all in on a Spanish town center. But usually Otto is a Civ you pull out when you think you're behind, right? Like when it's a tough series, I need something that's going to surprise my opponent. And lately in this tournament, we've not seen that. It's been a lot of people confidently picking Otto first, like knowing they've got a game plan. So I can't wait to see what Raphael's going to bring here in game number 3.
Let's get into it. Game number 3 in a best-of-5 series. The score is 1-1. The matchup, as you can see, is clearly Ottoman versus Spain. Let's start with LordRaphael in the color blue. Here he is as the Ottoman. 300 wood start. So I expect to see, obviously, that trading post ASAP and indeed the house. But it's not 400 wood, so he can't get a mosque or perhaps a second TP a bit easily as he goes up to the next stage. But no muskrat treasures nearby, or at least they are below his base. The Explorer's just going to head on out, obviously, towards the trading route. Hazza in the north of the map in the color red, playing as Spain. It'll be a 100 wood start for him as well. 4 villagers crowded around that wood crate there. Not ideal, but he's going to fix that. Shoots that bison dead quite nicely, gets the villagers in and across. 70 XP there. But not going to chop wood for a TP. It's going to slow him down a bit too much, it would seem. So just going to stick with the one house and just get up ASAP. And that, that's fair enough versus Ottoman, right?
I love this decision too by Hazza, or by LordRaphael actually rather, to build the TP that's not the most obvious one. On the other hand, I think Hazza also did a good job of coming out here and looking for the typical TP to try to maybe get some damage on the Auto Explorer. He might miss a pass by going all the way down here, but he's going to get the first time the next pass comes around, and he's guaranteeing his Explorer safe.
Yeah, the obvious trading post to go for is, I think, this one, which you can see now. The TP's just finished, and if you go for it, you do get that first pass, and obviously this one as well. Sometimes you can even get the first pass in the middle here, but that's kind of risky, and people don't usually go for that. But as Ryan's pointing out, yeah, he wants to avoid that Spanish war dog and, of course, the Explorer, and he has done that. He's not going to be mauled by a dog today.
Yeah, and now Hazza's found a nice 80 food treasure, but that 80 food treasure is also going to stop him from walking towards the 95 wood, which I'm pretty confident with the walk distances here that you can't even use the dog to pull you back to that 95 wood in time.
Right, you can only pull the dog. Oh, he's pulling the Explorer.
Yeah, it's amazing. The Explorer pull with Spain, you can, when you use that, you can get around the map so fast. Like every time you pick up a treasure, the dog can then pull you back as though you never even stopped.
It's hard to perform sometimes, though. It's really, like, the pull trick is obviously much easier when you have multiple units, but trying his hardest just to get around the map as fast as he can and contest this treasure. Those few extra seconds of running could be the difference between picking this up and having it stolen there. The War Dog even going to make that so easy to pick up. He just walks towards the treasure. 80
See, like,
food.
he's going to pull now, probably. Maybe he'll pull. Let's see. Oh, nope, he's going for the dog to run ahead. Scout ahead for me.
There is a... one goes around one side of the TP and then the other. He's going to come across.
He's going to get a Vil treasure, which is maybe that's worth it to trade 95 wood for a Vil treasure, but...
Yeah, he's not going to get that wood. Looks like Ottoman has found it. So that's a pretty good treasure for him. But yeah, Vil treasure is kind of nice here. There is certainly that. LordRaphael, though, going up to the next age with the Quartermaster, all villagers on wood, and immediately after the wood treasure, going to dump down a TP right away. Going to make it really difficult for Harry to get that ATP and make it effective. Just wants to take as many as he can on the route in the meantime.
Yeah, and he's not going ATP. Shipman's still sitting around. And not too surprising considering how tough the Age 1's been for him in a way, right? I mean, he was scouting around a bit, took him a while to find any treasures at all. And, you know, you look up and before your ATP's even in, Otto's got 2.
Is that a third TP?
Yeah, I think Raphael's going 5 TP Stagecoach here without ATP. But,
Madman. 3 in a row.
I mean, if I were him, I'd be like, I'm going to make no units and make 4 TPs and just Stagecoach it and go Fortress. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Right. We saw Hazza pull out a really interesting Colonial Spain, and that was a lot of fun to watch. It actually really worked out versus
This
Prince.
would be a great time for it, actually.
Yeah, but it's just so ballsy to do it against Otto. You'd have to know what's up. But he's going to come across the Explorer. He sees 3 TPs. And perhaps it's you know, on the cards. The trouble is, as Spain, you have to commit to it before you have really any information, because you have to. You're aging up with 500 food, not 400 wood.
Yeah, exactly. And this Rax can go up well. A 4th TP is not dropped, actually. The wood just went away, so Stagecoach on its way. He's going to wait around here for a second, and when the 700 wood comes in, there should be another TP. Hazza brilliantly, though, pushing out 3 dogs here just to make sure that TP does not go the way of his opponent as part of this FF, and that might actually be enough to give him a clean FF here that he wants to get without the Stagecoach being too impactful.
Yeah.
Those dogs are gonna have to buy a ton of time though. You want that TP to start like as late as it possibly can start.
He's making it as hard as he can for LordRaphael to take it. He's on top of the route though. He's gonna place it here. I don't think he's quite in line of sight. 70 coin right for the taking, but yeah, he sees this. It's half health there with 3 dogs, half HP. Yeah, he's going to abandon it. He doesn't think he can get it up, trying to sneak that out. That's going to be really frustrating. 200 wood invested in it.
Yeah, the problem...
Just going to kite the war dogs. 5 Jans coming in. Okay, this makes sense, Ryan.
Yeah, he's definitely getting in, but the downside here is Raphael, being so persistent, was able to build half of the TP before his opponent was able to get the Jans out, or get the dogs in there. And so he's going to probably finish this for another pass of resources. All that effort is probably not going to pay off too much for him with the dogs now.
Yeah, he spent a lot of food on those dogs. The Stagecoach is in, and the TP will be up in time to get the pass there from it. So all good here. Jan's coming up to the top, and it looks like they're going to siege Hazza's TP. He really wants to get all 5 on the route there. Hazza, though, let's check in with him. 700 coin, followed by 700 wood. That very, very standard, very well-known Spanish FF.
8 pikes on the way as well. He's overpopped in a very odd way that you wouldn't typically see. So I think he's probably going to send 8 pikes just straight the other way, which I quite like. Knowing that there's ATP out here, that's going to keep the Jans from ever walking into his base. And he's also hiding some infrastructure here in the corner of the map, which is another interesting choice.
That's very clever, right? Like, this villager was picked up for free, and it's out on the middle of the map here. Like, Raphael is never going to see this house, so but if he does, it'll be a disaster. But it's nicely hidden.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly it's going to accomplish. It does provide line of sight for when the mine gets started, and it was convenient to build, I'm sure. But regardless, 8 pikes out on the field. They're sitting in base, actually. I wonder when they're going to go out.
They're on it. They're coming now.
No,
but
they're chilling. Maybe he wants it to be a surprise. Maybe it's going to be, you know, a pike rusher.
Yeah.
Vet Pike? You think Vet Pike's coming out?
Vet Pikes? Probably not.
Well, over the break, Hazza was telling me, he's like, those Vet Pikes are scary from the game we watched in Game 1.
That's true. We did see Vet Pikes, but he's aging up with the Scout for 4 Hussars. So I feel like if he wanted to do that, maybe he would have aged up with the guy that gives you 8 pikes here. I really like LordRaphael's decision to keep 3 Jans out here, though. You know, going to stop any pikemen, will make it harder for them to siege. 3 Jans could scare them away. But Hazza now almost up to the Fortress Age.
Yep, and how he's got to get the aggressive on fast. 5 TP Stagecoach as Ottoman. I mean, your recalculated unit population does not consider those Stagecoach TPs. So 18 vills to 19, but you also have 5 TPs. You know, it's like 15 vills at least, right? 15 vills. So Otto with a superior eco is not where you want to be.
Yeah, when you FF as Spain, you sacrifice so much Villi training time, right? Just because of the age ups and stuff. And God, when Otto's ahead of you economically, it's scary. But obviously, Spain does have a ton of shipments, and it's going to be very scary. But LordRaphael going to compensate a lot, picking up 320 XP there. Very cleanly done with the hand attack on the Janissaries, abusing the fact that those outlaws are tagged with cavalry. And LordRaphael, though he is going to get a few hussars trapped. That's kind of what Hazard needs to do. Just pick off a few units here and there, make his strategy much more sort of potent, but I imagine Hazard's falconets will be arriving very soon. He's trained some musks in transition, he's got those pikes, he's got those 4 hussars, he's got everything he needs to defend 2 falconets here, and it looks like it is go time. Cannon's going to pop, and I wonder if he'll try and pull the cannons forward just to get into... there they are.
Unpacking under the tower.
That's not ideal. But LordRaphael up to the next stage as well, and Vetjan not going to be queued just yet. Sieging down, losing a volley to Janfire.
Yeah, and these 2 Falcons are going to have to do so much work if he's going to have a chance here. And oh, wow. But they got really close, actually.
Get a volley. He does get a volley.
That was a pretty huge volley, but Jans just don't really die too easily, so that volley was a pretty big one.
Yeah, they do have a lot of HP. Vetjan now coming in. Going to siege the TP down. Jan's in stagger mode to have extra spacing to avoid the area damage. But going to get a volley on a musket there. Cannons coming forward. They're eager to get another volley. But LordRaphael not going to let him do that, just staying out of range. And now 2 falconets of LordRaphael coming out as well to match the 2 Falcs. So going to see a Falc war here.
He's got another Falcon in queue. He has his own artillery foundry, and I think that might be, very different.
Is another one in queue? I
thought
that was for Abba's guns.
No, he's building a
oh, wow.
Falcon. And I think that's going to be very hard to deal with, right?
I think that's really clever. This matchup, right? Your units are, without the Falcs just make the composition. Without the 2 falconets, musks and pikes are just a bit useless. And it's the same for the Janissaries. Whoever loses their Falcs basically is going to have a really hard time. It's very important that they trade evenly, and it's not going to be the case. First Falc goes down, and LordRaphael, really, really nice, especially with a 3rd Falc on the way. The 2nd Falc goes down. Harry not in a good spot now.
Yeah, these Lancers are going to have to kill everything, and they're not going to, right? I mean, that Explorer stayed a whole nother volley, and 2 Falcs are just ripping apart any infantry in the back line. Janissary is exactly where they need to be, covering the high damage cannons. Pikes are sneaking to the back line, but they do not do a ton of damage to Falcons. Wow, he is just slamming it in there. He's like, I at least want to kill 1 Falcon.
And the GG coming out. You cannot lose the 2 Falcs like that. And LordRaphael going to take game number 3, bringing it up to 2-1. He's now on match points. Very nice artillery control.
Yeah.
You have 2 very quick games for sure. Today is not going to be an 11-hour stream, it seems. So that's good for us.
For us, yeah.
Damn. Really nice Falc control from LordRaphael there. That artillery being used really nicely.
Yeah, and we didn't even get to see kind of the brilliance of training Falcs kind of play itself out, because like we said, Hazard needed to get a lot of value out of his 2 Falcs because of the ATP line. And it's really hard to get value out of your Falcs when your opponent's got 4 of them himself.
The train. The Spain, that needs to be torn in half. I feel like the Spain pain train has not worked out
today. The people on the train are the ones in pain.
Mitoe and Hazard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Let's take a look at that post-game here. Villager count. Just when Otto's ahead on Vils, that's the way he never was actually, but it was kind of close when you don't train any because of that. And obviously the all resources gathered. Otto's ahead because of just sending crates and getting that stagecoach. Military unit population, that was not a good fight for Hazard. Absolutely, he was the one receiving the pain from the train there. But let's get on out and head into game number 4. The score is 2-1 in favor of LordRaphael.
Yeah, it felt like the TP line was left open way too hard by Hazard there. You do have the dogs in H1. Maybe he could have tried to get out there and just deny that. But once the stagecoach got rolling, it was just destined to be exactly what we saw.
Otto with 5 TP stagecoach. That's rough.
Yeah.
High Plains out of the way. Pampas Sierras coming up next.
And Raphael up to pick again for the 3rd time in a row. He's been playing a lot of Russia here, which he's already played. He's already played Dutch once, but he's lost with it. I mean, could be an India game. Is this an India game?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't, LordRaphael, I've seen him play India, but I don't know if it's necessarily his first choice. And I think that's true for Harry too, but you have to be practicing India. It seems like a very strong Civ currently.
Yeah, in India is locked by LordRaphael here.
Okay.
So we will see that, and now the look of concentration as Hazza tries to figure out what do I do against India on.
He's like, God damn it! Do I have to play the India mirror? I really don't want to do that.
You kind of do, right? Because of the llamas on the side and
that's
no
the
TPs.
trouble.
It's a tough one.
That's the trouble. He doesn't want to, but he sort of has to.
He could try to repeat the magic that Tabin pulled off on day one. Go for the Russia.
Russia versus India. I don't think that's Harry's style.
I don't think so either, but
Harry styles.
Oh. He just locked it in.
He did just lock
in
Russia. Okay. He's going to try and attempt the Tabin magic. It will be India versus Russia on Pampas Sierras.
Maybe we'll see another 9-10. Who knows?
Imperial bureaucracy with 9 villages.
Yeah.
Well done, Mitoe. $50 coming in from Cry Jensen 4. Thank you very much. And thank you for all your really lovely comments on my YouTube videos, by the way. I do appreciate that. I don't reply to every comment, but I do read every comment on the YouTube videos. So thank you for that. And indeed, $50, we appreciate it. It's going to help us keep doing these events. But Hazza's back at his seat now. It will be India versus Russia updated on the UI. Do you think we'll see that final game on Florida? I did say earlier in the series I thought it would be all 5 games, so I suppose I have to commit and say yes.
Yeah, you do. I'm a little bit skeptical. I'll go ahead and say it. I think this is not an easy matchup to sneak a win out of, in my opinion, on the Russia side. Although we have seen Russia performing very well on this LAN, so.
We have, I think, just aggressive, but without the lag, like just controlling units and strategies that are, you know, very important and revolve around controlling your units well, such as a rush with Russia.
Yeah.
Do perform a bit better with, you know, this local area connection.
We also haven't seen a lot of villager defense, really, if you think about it. There haven't been a lot of like villas popping out of TCs to punch things, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of other things on players' minds right now at the LAN, so.
We are getting into this, though. Game number 1 is beginning now. Game number 1, game number 4 in this best of 5 series. India versus Russia. LordRaphael playing in the color blue. Spawning on the top of the map. Playing as the Indians. No treasures nearby that we can see. Getting those 3 vills into the TC, going to move them onto the ostriches or whatever they are, and then splitting them onto wood. Admin pause, looks like
a mine issue.
An admin rehost. Missing a 3rd mine, but I think he'll take the rehost because obviously he hasn't seen any treasures or anything like that. But where was the homunculus? It was. Okay, it's not right in front of his base or anything like that, so never mind. Thing is, if you have more info,
what out there?
Like sometimes even if you have a bad map, you might be tempted to keep it if you have like a great start. Maybe you're playing Germany, you get 200 wood, and there's a 90 wood treasure right next to your base or something. But the trouble is, you don't get to see any of the map. But maybe that's fairer because
I think it's better for sure.
Yeah.
Like that one game. The one story I always tell is on the, gosh, what was it, Hudson Bay, when I had my 1 TP slot not spawn in a SmackDown, and you and Zuda were telling me like we should restart, and I'm like, no way, I just got 125 wood and I see a Vil treasure, I'm not leaving this game.
Yeah, that's the thing,
I don't care, I'll build a different TP.
But they're not getting those opportunities here because...
Yeah, because I love this system. We find out within 3 seconds if it's bad.
Let's see if Harry can take this game. He needs to, or this is the end of his tournament life. And LordRaphael, if he wins this, goes through as the 2nd place winner of his bracket and takes a spot in the semi-finals. We're loading into the game now. LordRaphael, again, playing in the color blue, as India. This time on top of the map again. And we see a 30 food treasure in his base, guarded by an outlaw blowgunner. But don't think he'll be going for that. Of course, the elephants, we're going to be seeing them head over straight to the llamas on the west-hand side of the map. And that's exactly what he's going to do. A couple of ills on the wood there, and gathering up the crates. Hazza in the bottom of the map, in the color red, playing as indeed Russia. 100 wood and a gold start. His explorer doing the same. Going to ignore the wolf. Not even going to crack shot that. Not worth it. Just going to get straight over to the llamas. Perhaps he finds a bigger treasure to crack shot. And also, if you find the homunculus, you're going to want to...
There it is. Find it, right?
We found
because,
the,
yeah, he gets it.
Here's the homunculus. This is a big deal.
He gets it off of the TP, so he knows it's there.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, Hazza spotted it, but I guess he knows his opponent won't have done, so he wants to get the llamas in first.
Yeah, you got to get the llamas in first.
And that's what he's doing, but I expect him to go straight towards the Incan Humunnica.
Yeah, and
Raphael
being missed by Raphael on the cycle through.
Look at this aggressive scouting run. He's just coming straight down this side to steal Hazza's llamas.
Yeah, do you think he's ever going to go back and find that other one? Is kind of a curious question.
Yeah, I guess they're on the back. They are easy to come back to, but we almost lost this one. Yeah, it was getting a bit far away, but going to keep it.
The Humunca is going to get detected here on the retreat, for sure. Here, we'll see in a moment that the blue elephant's going to reveal that.
That's true.
Now, that's a really easy treasure for India to take, and it would completely change the dynamic of this game, right? If you have that, then your opponent can't blockhouse rush you. And if your opponent gets it, then, well, your explorers are in a really tough spot. So both players, I'm guessing, will be glued to this treasure. Yeah, Hazza starting it immediately, knowing how important it is. And Raphael going for a different treasure. Do you think he's not going to notice? Maybe he can just do both. He can just do both.
Go into his perspective. Let's see this. Player one.
He's coming back.
One elephant coming back towards it. This is going to be... He's finishing off that wolf. This is a big deal. This treasure is very strong, and India really wants to get this so that his elephants are safe and we won't see the...
Pause.
Okay. I have no deck.
Well, what's going on with India not having decks anymore?
Yeah, well, it took him a while to figure that out.
We'll need an admin to step in.
Yeah. I mean, that's down to Harry. I guess the admins will figure it out, but you know, this treasure...
If you were Harry, what would you do? Would you want to take the chance here on swinging for that?
Well, I think we verify if LordRaphael... Well, obviously LordRaphael doesn't have a deck, so... and he obviously wouldn't queue in without a deck, so...
Yeah, we have to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, if he literally has no deck, then obviously that was a mistake. You would never queue into a match. It's going to be a
rehost.
And I think that's fair enough, but I imagine Harry not going to be too pleased about that.
Maybe he is pleased. I mean, that treasure does spawn on every map. So, I mean, it's not like you can't get it the next time around.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe this next game he'll spawn and get it without having to fight over it.
Yeah, it could have been stolen there.
I mean, Raphael just picked up 120 XP, and he's contesting, and he won the cows, and he's contesting the treasure. So
that you make some good points. Harry's actually probably going to be reasonably okay with that, especially since there is a risk at the Humunca. We found out before the treasure was captured. I think that, you know, it's at that point whoever gets the treasure, if we then have to rehost, it's going to be frustrating for them if they got it, but we don't know. $51 coming in from Joshan, 300. Thank you very, very much. 51 though. 50 plus 1. That's one more than Cry Jensen 4.
There's also another $50 donation that we missed slightly earlier.
Warno AoE donating $50. Motherfucking Mitoe hype all the way from NWT, Northwest Territory.
There you go.
Oh my goodness, I got that right. Yeah, Mitoe spent a very long time getting here. And then he says that he almost died on a number of roundabouts with his father.
Roundabouts are scary in the UK.
There's a lot of them as well.
It seems like every corner you turn around and see another roundabout.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Whereas in the States, I imagine you drive for several hundred miles before you find one.
I could actually, in the States, look at a map of, I think it was Ohio, and you could tell, oh, I know where they are because that's like the only roundabout I've ever seen.
Right.
Like on Google Maps, I could tell where they were.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in this country.
And you have big roundabouts too. That freeway, like one of the freeways I came in on, like we got on this giant roundabout that went over the freeway even and back. I was like, why is this even a roundabout? It's so huge.
You know, I don't drive, so I've never had to deal with it, but learning how to do those sound like a... I guess in the UK you get used to it quickly.
Yeah.
And you don't have to... Oh my goodness, player 2 again.
Nice, I got in though. Thanks for holding the door open for me.
Yeah.
All right, you can join now. This is the second time that India's had a weird deck issue.
Yeah, not all of the civilizations have decks pre-built. Maybe 2 Indian HCs. Yeah, that's interesting. Possibly had 2 Indian home cities and picked the wrong one. But yeah, LordRaphael has fixed the issue now. Obviously, you need a deck. It's pretty impossible to play Age of Empires 3 without.
Yeah, it looks like the Raphael is unfazed, clicking in right away, and me blocking other people from clicking in. So there we go. Tournament life on the line, no deck. We are back for one more time.
We are. Let's get into this. Attempt number 3. Game number 4. In a best-of-5 series, the score is 2-1 in favor of LordRaphael. The matchup is India versus Russia. Clicking in on Pampas Sierras. Spawning with LordRaphael in the top of the map, in the color blue. Let's see these crate splits. Vills straight into the TC, and then those 3 Vills onto the crates, and then he manages the elephants after. Really nicely done there. No times are wasting, and those elephants split quite nicely. Going to have them explore slightly different paths to maximize llama gathering. Hazza in the south of the map, in the color red, playing as Russia. This time a 200 wood start, and he has a 40 coin treasure in base, but obviously going for the llamas first, ignoring that. Gonna crack shot an 80 wood treasure.
Yeah, I think Hez has almost decided after several of these games now where we've seen India get all the cows despite your best effort. Maybe he's better off just taking a great treasure when he sees it and gonna pick up this 80 wood, and he can always walk back up and try to steal some llamas later too. So
yeah.
I actually really like that choice.
I mean, you have those 2 options. It's sort of go for the llamas, or you get the first pick of the treasures whilst your opponent's busy. And in this case, he found a great treasure. 80 woods, really, really nice there.
He's even going to get a llama anyway. So it's like he basically only lost 1 llama compared to last game. And there's still plenty of chance for him to catch this other one, too.
Yeah, that worked out really well.
Ooh, 70 food. Is he going to get there for the steal on that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's close.
India's pretty slow at killing.
He's not going in that direction, though, so I don't think so. But, yeah, if he's 70 food for the steal, I don't think he's going to get a snare on that. He's going for it. Can he get the snare? He switched to hand combat, but it's too fast. The elephant is going to get away. Nice. Switching back to ranged mode. Does get the first volley there. Misses the second. But the elephant is going to escape.
Yep, and I think... I don't know that Hez is going to want to chase these elephants all the way down. Usually there's not great treasures in the middle, but hopefully he does this time, because 90 food is also sitting out here, and that will catapult India into the next stage quite quickly.
Yeah, he's not spotted it, though.
Yeah, see, it's kind of an expected choice. And LordRaphael also, I love that he wasn't being lazy with the extra llamas. He knows Russia has exactly 1 explorer, and he's making the most of it, right? He can go scout the entire map with his llamas and find all the treasures.
Oh, that's true, yeah. These llamas doing a lot of scouting, and he kind of knows where the explorer was. It was sort of in this southern region of the mini-map, so he's going to be pretty safe.
Yeah, and
it does take 1 volley from the outlaw rifleman, but it's okay. He's going to work on that 225 wood treasure.
Yeah, he's just going to start setting it up. 225 food.
Elephant. Going to scare it away from the 2 sheep treasure. Doesn't want that to be picked up. Going to add to the XP. Meanwhile, LordRaphael going to pick up that final llama. Are there any others?
There's 2 more, believe it or not. It's been a rough start for Raphael, but that one is sneaking out of the fog now, so it's going to guide him to find it.
Yeah, He's going to grab that.
Wow, look at this aggro. I've never seen an aggro so defensive.
One Vil in base on it. But
the only reason it wasn't touching the town center is because it would have placed over those 2 animals, right?
2 hunts there, yeah. That's quite funny.
Meanwhile, 2 villagers coming out for Haza, and the rush distance on this map, you can really feel it when you just watch the settlers go across the way.
Yeah, look, Haza coming out now. He wants to place down a forward blockhouse. Let's talk about the game plan and strategy here now that we've watched Age 1 play out. Haza still working away on that 225 food treasure. That's a really nice treasure for Russia, especially if he gets it by the time he clicks up. And I really like that, resetting the Guardian and now coming back in to go into hand combat versus it. That's
I think
so
he just
good.
waits. I think he just waits.
You think he waits? Okay.
Yeah, because if the treasure's not started, he can crack shot instantly, but India cannot do something like that. So you can always wait and hang out.
And if you're standing there, you can always contest it. He's going to be very safe with that. But it's such a good treasure for Russia. They sometimes struggle training units and villagers at the same time, and that's going to alleviate that so much. LordRaphael does scout the blockhouse, though, and both the elephants going to start headbutting it. Wants to get some damage on that ASAP. But Haza's game plan, obviously, is that forward blockhouse. We're going to make muskets. We're going to ship 5 Cossacks. We're going to try and cause India as much possible pain as we can whilst they try to get their eco going.
So last game, Raphael skipped steel traps. Do you think something like that's going to happen here, where Haz doesn't even have a market? He's probably going all in here. I think he's looking to turn the series on a really surprising, really high pressure rush out with this 225 food to back it up.
And that could work really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he aged up, I think, a bit. What did he get? 80 wood there. So in the early game, like he's going to have this blockhouse down really easily and have gathered a bit more extra food as a result of not having to gather quite so much wood. And that big food treasure does make it really easy.
Raphael's going through export first, though. I think that's quite wise. He's got a consulate up and ready. He couldn't be any more prepared for an all-in rush right now. He's not turning any units quite yet because he's housed. Where's his units? There we go. Gurkhas are started now. And here comes the first wave of units. But like I said...
But is back herding the hunt away deliberately with the Explorer there as he walks through the animal's going to be moving, switching into stagger mode with these Strelets just to get a bit of extra spacing from that area damage on the elephants there. Trying to focus the Sepoy that are nearby. 5 Cossacks now streaming into the base. 2 stomps! Oh my goodness, that's really good versus the Strelets.
Yeah, and the elephants are already dead.
Centuries.
First Minutemen come out. We have not yet seen a consulate tech come in. There we go. Hussars on the way. That's the thing to watch, is when those Hussar come out. Is Haza either going to be ready to stop them or
back herd again.
He'll have ran away.
That back herd is glorious. He somehow got that out of his base.
He's going in again, but the Hussar are popping any second now. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, maybe he sees. Okay, he sees that. He knows now that the Villies aren't going to be there. Instead, Ottoman committing to Hussars. If he can get out of here,
10 more Strelets are on the way. Can he just pull trick or something? Just buy some time and keep him interested here.
Is he trying to pull trick the Strelets? Oh, well, they're going to try and... Okay, he's sacrificing them, but is going to try and get down that last Sepoy before they all die. Switching into LordRaphael's perspective here, handling it very well, shipping 600 wood. He's not phased. Going to commit to his build, although he did have to send 3 Hussars and he didn't get the Ottoman Villies, but seems fine. He's okay. He's survived.
You know what? But the hauled minutes are gone, and Haza has lost 0 cav.
Yeah. And those hunts are being back-herded again. LordRaphael.
How is Raphael going to deal with this? He's got 2 Sepoy and nothing in queue right now. All he can do is he doesn't even have export for the Ottoman Vills, right? Did he send the Vills? Or the Ottoman minutes, sorry. He only has 113 export.
So he can't send Minutemen from the Otto consulate just yet. And...
Wow, what a tense moment here. We are just waiting.
Yeah.
This is sitting on a razor's edge. If Raphael can just get out a couple more units here...
Is he trying to bait another back herd? Is that blockhouse in line of sight? Can he do it?
He must be trying to.
No,
he's going back in.
Execute the elephant just as it gets up.
That's great. More XP and no healing, and
those Hussars standing on the hunt for him. Back herding. Oh, it did hit the animals, but actually it's going in the correct direction.
Yeah, here comes the 4 Soars.
And that's LordRaphael needs this. He needs units.
Yeah, I still wonder where the export went. I guess he must have gotten the Viltech, which is surprising here. It's hard to hold on with that, but he's almost got the export back for his minutes. I think they cost 200, right?
His tech's complete. It's 150. Something like that. If it's 150, he's very close. But he hasn't got the Viltech. He's tech's complete.
Maybe it's just that the Hussar cost more than I realized.
And these Vils perhaps have been built up a bit. Maybe he's not gathered too much, something like that.
This is a pretty bold move here, going for the raid when there's still such a large army threatening you from. But
it's going to be spotted by Haz's market there. I really like that market placement. He's just going to see any kind of incoming raid. Or is he? He has the line of sight, but actually not reacted to it. The villagers there out in the open, and it looks like LordRaphael going to be able to take down a villager when really he shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, that's going to frustrate him quite a bit, I'm sure. He's like, I built that market just to stop this raid and looked away at the wrong time.
Yeah. Second blockhouse going down off of the 700 wood here.
Will this Vil serve as the bait necessary? It's been cast into the sea here. Are the Cossacks going to get there fast enough? And it looks like the answer to that is no.
No, but he might be able to pick up the 3 Hussars. 1 Huss dropping that way just for safety reasons almost. Like he doesn't want to get caught.
Not worried about that Hussar. He's looking for the 2.
Yeah, but LordRaphael, the fact that he even split them like that,
out.
The fact that he even decided to do that is really, really impressive. All these small things, right?
Yeah, exactly. And look, this 1 Hussar. Oh, fuck. Okay, he did get caught. We'll slow down the cav, but or on the dead animal.
Does pick up the
but all this, meanwhile, is buying Raphael all the time that Ottoman typically looks for. To just get totally set up, right? I mean, he's got a reasonable army now, and Hunts are back under his TC, like we were talking about earlier. They were getting back herded a bit.
Yeah, but India...
Even the stable going down.
Stable is going down, but he's not got a market. Well, he has, but he's not really got any upgrades. Blanket filters, no civil servants, though, so he has kind of been squeezed a bit and has not got that great tech. And remember, tech's complete. We've not seen those Ottoman villages come from the consulate, so... The economy is actually very even here, and Russia kind of ahead on population. It's still pretty even game.
Foreign logging coming in now,
and that's gonna even. Well, that is what he needs. That's gonna give India the Vil boost.
Yeah, and she's starting to squeeze a couple market techs in, but just the fact that he's got the stable up is such a big deal. It's so hard to find the extra 200 wood if you're getting pressured, and now Zams can hit the field, right? So Cossacks just become kind of a lot less effective. I mean, this is the perfect time though for Haz to push. It's right when the first couple Zams are about to pop out of that stable. He kind of just wants to get in here.
Yeah, a couple of Zams, but straight into the Strelets. Gonna lose a couple immediately there, and a lot of siege on that stable there. Sawa coming in does get killed off. Bleeding out.
I like this drag box actually. This is pulling the Cossacks to the front where they want to be, and it's also repositioning his musket and his Strelets.
Really nicely done from Hazard there.
He really got in there fast. Minutemen coming out of the back.
Yeah, and a couple of the muskets going into hand combat versus the Gardener and the Soar there, forcing them away. Nicely positioned though. Stomp. A lot of Strelets going down there.
Yeah, it looks like we're on our way out of here as fast as we can get out, but those 2 cav that are remaining are going to cause such a problem.
Not ideal. Those hand cav, yeah, really causing those Strelets some problems. Just needs to get rid of this last Gardener, and then the snare will be broken, and he can escape from the ranged infantry.
So bad at killing anything, really. But he's trying to split off some units just to get out of here, but I don't think Raphael's falling for it. He's hunting him down.
And does manage to kill that final Hussar. Now he can escape. But it's stopping. Hazza, you got to get going.
Yeah.
And losing, this is a cleanup. That's what India needs.
Yeah, and all of that, there's a small Cossack raid. Maybe he'll get a Vil here. But I think that losing that army is a pretty decisive moment in the game here.
It does seem pretty decisive. LordRaphael, I think he's going to be quite pleased with that. And now, Imperial bureaucracy in, and all the market techs he could hope for. His economy's looking pretty good.
Yeah, look, he's trying to kind of close up the map a little bit. I think he wants to just try to find a way to buy some time here. 700 food though, shipping to his forward blockhouse with no Vils around. Gonna have to walk 5 over.
Yeah, gonna have to walk a few F5. Do we need that many to gather it? But that's what's coming his way. These Strelets trying to figure out what's going on.
Unsuccessfully. A second stable going down. Do you think that we might see like a big SOAR like boom or something like that? Big SOAR pop?
Massive sour tech switch. Perhaps. He's clearly looking to add in more production now. His economy's gotten to the size where he needs a second building to do that from.
Yeah, I mean, the ecos are relatively equal.
Yeah.
That's something that Hazza does have going for him right now. Camel attack coming in. This might be one of those power spikes that is going to prompt a push out here from the India player.
Yeah, I think Hazza will be okay if he's given like a couple of minutes, but LordRaphael, he's not going to allow that. Like these two blockhouses currently, there's just not enough Russian stuff to defend them adequately.
Yep, and these couple Cossacks do buy some time. 10 Zams chasing them down. Zams are pretty fast. They can catch up here if there's not muskets to block it.
Yeah. He just needs a bit of extra time to remass, and these blockhouses will be fine. But LordRaphael, I think he could push out into them.
Another raid on the left.
Taz
is doing a great job of keeping Raphael busy. You know, had he not been doing these types of raids, you wonder if LordRaphael might have just pushed out and ended the game already.
Yeah, this is what Hazza wants. And look, the Strelet mass is bounded back. This is just what Russia does.
Yeah, we're waiting for Boyers here, right? You really don't want to fight before Boyers comes in. So
yeah.
He did have to go for the 700 food because he got hit so hard on that transition. And now he's going 700 gold.
Okay, well, he's got 3 blockhouses in a stable. Perhaps he just wants to use them.
Yeah, totally a fine decision. Just it all comes back to that army getting lost. He's trying to close the gap on the army he lost. But he's going for raids while sacking the blockhouses here on both flanks. Raphael very quickly seeing both raids while continuing to siege.
First blockhouse does go down. Thank you for the gift subscription, by the way, Dorjo. That's 10 coming in. I spot PF2K. That's a name I recognize, but pardon me, everybody else. Thank you very much for the support, though. And good luck on your treasure dips.
We have
the succulent eggplant emoji worth 60 food. That's a good one.
What are we doing here? Is Hazza trying to age, or is he trying to go double stable Cossacks? I cannot tell. I'm hoping it's age because Raphael has not been skimping on the Zams.
It looks like age. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. You're right. He's rebuilt just in home. Oh, I see.
There's a Villian queue, so we can't see him age just yet.
I quite like this, actually. He's just giving up. He's built this extra blockhouse. He's just kind of giving up the map for a second. And he's already reestablished his infrastructure at home, so he's ready to go when he hits Fortress.
All right. And going up with the exiled prince, going to be up fast. Couple of raiding Cossacks are going to go down, though, but Musket's going to come in to defend them. But LordRaphael, good reactions. Gets back immediately. Not going to let those muskets fire.
Yeah, I think this is going to be actually a little bit of a quiet period in the game, and Raphael is actually also, I believe, not going to be expecting an age up here.
Yeah.
I almost imagine that if when Hazza gets up, I think Raphael will just cancel any military he's making. We'll watch the Gurkha and the Zam batch both be
Hazza's up. He's losing a few vills, or units rather, here and there, which is, not ideal.
There you go. He canceled them both. He's going to start saving to age while pushing. This is one of the most classic moves in AoE3. When your opponent ages up before you, you push as hard as you can and then save to age yourself, so you can hopefully offset that tech decision by pushing, but not be so far behind that you never get a chance to age yourself. And going straight past all the military production buildings with this fast cav, and he's going right down to where the villagers are.
Yeah.
And only Strelet's sitting behind the line. There's nothing in base to deal with SOARs.
Nice.
There's cav archers. There they come.
Cav archers.
What's the shipment going to be?
Yeah, let's go into Harry's perspective here. Player 2. Two falconets.
The two Falcons are a little bit slow, but I mean, I think it's what he needs to do. Two Falcons are difficult to deal with. We're gonna need to see a lot of cav archers, which is exactly what he's building. And there are blockhouses everywhere.
Yeah, there are. And now veteran Strelet's in as well. Really nicely timed from Hazza. And I thought, after that push, he was kind of out.
Yeah, he's playing this quite well. I mean, Raphael's also playing obviously quite well, keeping his lead, but Love the blockhouses, and I like the way that he's keeping control of the game. Somehow from behind, he's keeping control of the game. Right? There's Cossack raids. There's new blockhouses going up everywhere.
Yeah, very impressive and well done from Hazza. But LordRaphael now on the back foot. He's the one aging. Didn't really get too much damage done versus Hazza. Looks like Harry got up to the Fortress Age unscathed almost. Lost a few units here and there that were trying to raid, but
yeah, he is crushing this mine though. He's got like 20 vills on it. He's almost mined out all 2,000 coin. I wonder what he's saving for. Gosh, what a tense moment here as a lot of these vills are under pressure from Falx that he's going to have to pull all the vills back and find a new place to gather.
Yeah.
But
these houses are very awkwardly positioned. They're next to near these cannons. Going to lose pop space pretty quick.
Yeah, luckily they don't. Houses for India aren't really like a resource consideration typically because they're cheaper and they gather wood so fast.
You always have wood, yeah.
Like when I leave the houses in India, I don't really notice it very much.
He doesn't need the houses at the moment. He's at 114 pop there. LordRaphael up to Fortress Age.
Let's watch his food.
350
food just disappeared. That's got to be elephants, right?
Yeah, let's.
That is.
Let's go.
Weird. Okay, anyway, let's go to the fight. But it's probably Urumi coming.
Yeah, I want to see LordRaphael's perspective.
Oh, Mansabdar. It was the Mansabdar Gurkha.
What is LordRaphael up to? Can we see his screen? The answer appears to be no. Oh, there it is. Two Mahout Lancers coming with the Vettex on the way for a Sepoy and Gurkha by the looks of it.
Yeah, and the Mansabdar
pardon me,
as
not
well.
for the Sawas rather, which are now in.
Yeah,
the Mahouts against all of these Strelets are going to be, and against the two cannons, this is kind of concerning.
Yeah, and there's just not enough Cav archers here to deal with 4 Mahouts and all the Soar. So I think Raphael's probably just chilling out right now, waiting for a couple techs to finish, and then he's going to make something happen here.
This is where you send a Strelet in to see what he's got, and you...
This is where you run, actually.
Yeah, okay.
You're like, I'm getting out of here. I don't know what you're making, but I don't like it.
Okay.
And 10 Strelets are
here we go. The fight's
here.
about to start. Mahouts in the back there. Looks like they're the Zambaraks on the front in front of the
Cannons are really well protected, but that block didn't get started. 2 Falcons on top of each other, firing deep into the line here on the Gurkha, and still, I just don't think there's enough Cav archers, right? I mean, the Soar are just peeling through everything.
Yeah, one Mahout down. There's 3 Mahouts here in total. And it looks like the cannons are going to... They've got some damage done, but he's having to kite back away with the Strelets now. Nothing to protect them from the Soar. And, of course, those 2 Mahouts. Has he got anything from behind? No, units
but he does have Opries from above.
Okay, a massive Opry raid going to cause a lot of havoc, but how is these still alive? The Mahouts are being healed up. Okay, he's going to keep them off to the side.
They're full HP. Actually, there's not a lot of Cav left if your Mahouts aren't here, and the Strelets are actually somehow walking away. Castle in the middle, town center in the middle of the map. Jeez. That's the town center of disrespect, perhaps.
This is crazy.
Yeah, there are things happening everywhere. All those Opries did finally get cleaned up. 5 more Cav archers hitting the field to start killing the Soar on the side. He actually is going to probably be able to stop this town center, I think, right? No, the Mahouts are still there. They can absolutely get involved if they need to.
Couple of Ills going down here. Looking pretty good for India. Very even ecos. And he's going to get a second TC up, and he's got the military lead. And these Mahouts going into stagger mode, bit of extra spacing, avoid that area damage. But the Mahouts on top of the Strelets now, just chasing them down. They're not going to last very long at all. Getting cleaned up by the elephants there. And now Urumi have been called as well. This blockhouse under a lot of pressure. 7 Vils, 9 Vils inside it even.
There are just things everywhere. There's like 4 Strelets up here with 2 Gurkha that were left behind shooting. I mean, the Mahouts and Urumi are about to walk in, though. I think that's probably gonna put Hazza into the GG position.
Yeah, it's not looking good. A lot of Zambaraks, though. There's only 2 elephant, I guess, though. That's but the Urumi there.
Yeah, the Urumi are really the thing that's going to
trying to get away from the elephants. These Strelets, there's nowhere to go. They just keep... I guess, what? There's another blockhouse up here?
Yeah, there's also like 2 blockhouses on the right. There's stuff everywhere.
Harry has just blockhouses for days.
Yeah, exactly. These Strelets are still on the run. They're about to get like 4 or 5 Vils probably, right, before they die. And they've pulled the whole army
He's
back.
just
so
chasing him around the map. It's just madness. But I don't think he can keep it up. Like, he's going to lose them all. Look at Harry's perspective here. He's trying to do something with the Strelets, but the Death Ball has finally reached them. The Urumi and the Elephant's just going to absolutely slaughter them, tear through them like paper.
Yeah, it's just one of those cases where, you know, after the dust has settled, Raphael handling the multitasking a little bit better and has, you know, 30, 40 units of lead.
Yeah, and even having to make mills now. Harry, just no map control, having to get the hunts. The last of them being controlled by LordRaphael, who's 2 town centers.
Yeah, he's not going out without a fight, though. I love it. He's Vil punching. He's doing everything he possibly can to give it his all in this last game.
Yeah. 66 military population to 0. GG, well Indiaed. And LordRaphael does go through to the semi-finals. But a really, really great game there. And actually a really nice series. That was nice.
Yeah,
that was
what
a nice moment from LordRaphael there and Hazard. Good friends.
Yeah, these guys play a ton of games together. I'm sure this was fun for both of them, even with the loss for Hazza. I'm sure he had a great time.
LordRaphael back on form, though. 3-0 versus Snow. 3-1 versus Hazza.
Yeah, what do you think? Next series is coming up soon, interviews and all sorts of
stuff. I imagine. So up next will be an interview with LordRaphael. We've got to get his thoughts on that. That's important. I need to know what he was thinking. You and I, shall we... Actually, I guess I should interview you since you've got the next series coming up.
Yeah,
unless you want to join.
That break.
Yeah, there'll be a 15-minute break in between the games. We've got to get the next player set up and all that good stuff. But yeah, what a brilliant series. I think the only game that was kind of short and... But that was still really action-packed. The whole thing was...
Yeah, I mean, some of the games were short, but there was a ton of action, a lot of back and forth. That's what happens when you've got 2 players who have Raphael has a pretty aggressive style, so
yeah,
you end up getting some of those games.
But that will be the end of Hazza's tournament life. Give it up for Hazza, everybody. But let's get that LordRaphael interview teed up. We'll go to the sofa area in just a moment, but first a short break. We'll see you afterwards for the next series. Kaiserklein versus Mitoe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by LordRaphael. Congratulations, you've made it through to the semi-finals on Saturday, or tomorrow, actually. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. When I came into the LAN, I didn't really expect to get out of the group stage, but yeah, as the more games I play, the better I get. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bit more confident with each win, I guess.
It's looking like you're settling into the LAN environment now. You're getting used to the setup and having people in front of you and lights and all of these things. Yeah, the first day versus Tabin didn't go so well, but today you've been on fire. 3-0 versus Snow, and today 3-1 versus Hazard. That was a really, really impressive performance.
Yeah, I guess if you're confident, and I also did get my settings right today, then a lot more is possible. Like, I felt a lot better with my mouse accurate precision, I guess. Yeah,
that helps. Yeah, I can imagine that helping you play.
It felt a lot better today.
Yeah, good stuff. How did you feel going into that match versus Hazard? Were you afraid of him as an opponent? Yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh, definitely. I think Hazard is always underperforming. I mean, I always feel like his mechanics are so crisp and he's really good, but he just does like random stuff too often, chooses bad matchups, and I think that's holding him back, because I actually think he's a better player than Tuppen, in my opinion. He should have won, at least. That's what I thought, and so I was kind of surprised that he lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
That's interesting to get your thoughts. Speaking of bad matchups, though, traditionally, British versus Dutch is not something the Dutch player will usually want to take. What were you thinking there? Was it Deccan that made it different, the extra resources? You get that bank up much easier. What was going through your mind with that matchup selection?
First, I think I'm pretty good with Dutch. I'm usually a lot more confident when I play Dutch than, let's say, I play China, for example.
Right.
And I don't really know if it's really that bad of a matchup. I've been having a lot of success with Dutch versus Brits in the past few months, and so I felt a bit confident, and I also didn't want that Civ dance to go on, so I it wasn't, if I had to choose, I wouldn't have chosen that matchup, but it was all right. The thing is, I think on Deccan, it's a bit more Brit favored than I expected. I mean, I haven't played Deccan in a long time, and especially not that matchup. So.
Well, it was a very close game actually, and there were some very convincing moments from you. There was the first I wanted to bring up was where there was a bunch of his units, the British units, and you trapped them. You sort of sandwiched them in between where the trading route spawns. You know, that river. That must have felt pretty good. Did you set that up? How deliberate was that?
It was. I mean, I was going to raid myself or kind of move to the right, and I don't know. Usually, Hazar doesn't raid with like all of his Cav army. So when I saw that unit, I was feeling extremely happy because also I discovered my pikes and they were also pretty useful in blocking, and yeah. But I knew I still was behind because he had a pretty big lead by then. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it just evened out the game, because if that hadn't happened, the game would have probably been over.
Yeah, it could have gone to Hazard even further. And there was another really convincing moment where, you know, Hazard looked on top of that game, and he did come out ahead, he did win. But that Stradiot push, you had him on the ropes for a moment. He was like, you know, 70 vills, you were on like 45, 50. He was quite far ahead, but you somehow got these Stradiots out, made this massive push, and really, really had him on the ropes. I think if you'd found a coin mine just below where he was gathering, he just would not have been able to do very much at all. It was quite close. Do you realize that?
Yeah, I realized that. I knew I had to find his wills, but I couldn't really find his wills, so he kept getting units. And I also made a mistake that I didn't try to squeeze in Cav combat, because it also affects the Stradiots and they become just beastly with it. I think if I had Cav combat in there before that fight, somehow I might even have won, in my opinion.
Makes sense, yeah, Cav combat. I think Ryan was mentioning it too. But let's move on to the next game, Dutch versus Russia. That looked pretty easy for you.
Yeah, I mean, I know that matchup from both sides pretty well. Probably better than anyone, actually. And yeah, I mean, he did get extremely good treasures early on, so I was feeling a bit afraid that he did get out 5 Hussars, but then he wasted them, and basically that was game over.
I think he had something like 2 wood treasures, or
he had like 170 wood. Or
yeah, it was actually nuts. But after that, Ottoman versus Spain. Before the series started, Duck was showing the Hazard Spain train on the stream with Hazard as the driver of the train. But it looks like actually Spain was feeling the pain. It was the Otto pain train. That 5 TP stagecoach was monstrous.
Yeah. Actually, I was planning on picking Brits versus his Spain. But since I had to pick first, and I was afraid that I would get counter-picked with Brits, I just thought, well, Otto on a 5 TP map, it's pretty good, and it's not really hard to play. So yeah, I was surprised that he didn't even try to contest the TP line. But yeah, if you get away with 5 TPs and then age up slightly after Spain, it's game over.
I think the biggest moment for me in that game was his Falcons are pushing forward, they take down your stagecoach or your first TP there, and you ship 2 Falconets, you bring them forward, you've got this foundry in the back pumping out more Falcons, and I'm thinking this is a great idea, because you know, in that matchup, whoever loses their Falcons, the rest of their army just becomes a bit sort of useless. You need the Falcons to round out the composition, and you must have been, like, how pleased were you? What did you feel like when you got that first volley, the cannon goes down, and then you get the second one?
Well, I knew it was over. I mean, actually, I think the right thing to do would have been to wait for the other 2 Falcons, because 4 Falcons beat 2 Falcons 100%. But I don't know, I just felt like I could get the first shot off, and yeah, from that point on, I knew it was over.
Yeah, it worked out really well. The final game, we've got a minute left before the next match, so let's keep it short. India versus Russia. That was quite a long and hectic game. There just seemed to be units everywhere.
Yeah, I was extremely afraid that he would pick Russia. He did, because I think I have lost it twice or thrice this tournament. But yeah, I tried something new. I definitely gonna work on that matchup a bit more, because it feels rather rough at the moment.
Yeah, I think he got in that matchup an 80 wood treasure at the start. He managed to get 2 llamas still, which is quite impressive given that he went for the wood treasure. And then there was that big food treasure as well. Did you see that? You must have been thinking 225 food.
I actually didn't notice that.
Yeah,
to be honest.
It was so good. He got vills and muskets out and all sorts. But I think we'll leave it there with 14 seconds to go. Thank you very much for your thoughts and good luck in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for LordRaphael.
Welcome back to the New World Championship. We weren't gone for too long, so not sure welcome back is needed, but we are on to our last match of the night here. And boy, oh boy, is it going to be a good one. You've been waiting for this since day one.
Yep.
And who is it? It is none other than Diarouga and Mitoe having that epic rematch from the day one match.
Yes, so these two players are very, very evenly balanced, I would say, and it could honestly go either way. I believe the score from day one, it was 3-2 in Mitoe's favor, but honestly, the series could have gone either way. So Diarouga will be out looking for revenge, and the winner of this series is going to go on to the semi-finals. So this is a very, very important series coming up.
And the loser will be eliminated. This is for all of the marbles. This is our last game before we get into the semis, like you said. So,
yeah, and both these players are very, very interesting. I would say Mitoe overall, he's quite a balanced player. He's got a good level of strategy, but it can also bring the micromanagement and the macro. Whereas Diarouga, I think he orientates a lot of his play around timings and strategies, and he doesn't necessarily rely on sort of the raw micro and tries to outtask the opponents. So I'm expecting sort of a highly strategical.
I think a lot of mind games are going to happen. You're absolutely right. And mechanically speaking, I mean, Diarouga's tried some odd strategies that haven't panned out for him quite yet. I mean, think back to the Aztec mirror with Prince, where he lost an Aztec mirror to Prince, where he tried to do kind of his FI, FF type tactics, and he never quite even got out of H2 before he ran out of resources. So, I wonder, is he going to try to pull out more of those type of strategies, or go for something a bit more stable and solid, like he did in some of the later games?
Yeah, that's the problem when you're a heavily strategical player. Sometimes your plays look absolutely genius when they come off, but other times when they it doesn't quite go right, it looks really, really abysmal. But hopefully for Diarouga, he can put together some of his smartest plays, and we'll see if they work against Mitoe here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also so eager to see if we're going to see any more native civs come into the picture. We obviously adding their Aztec game would be great.
Yeah, I get the impression Diarouga's not overly keen to play Aztec. I mean, he was telling me before the tournament that he didn't feel that it was a particularly strong civ, and I think the only reason that he chose to play it against Prince was that Prince actually agreed to the Aztec mirror. And now Diarouga, having lost that single match there as Aztec, I find it unlikely that we'll see him pull it out again. I mean, I would love to see Diarouga try another attempt at Aztecs. He's probably one of the best Aztec players that we do have at the moment, and I know he likes trying those sort of fast fortress, fast industrial strategies with the warrior priest, and those are actually really entertaining to watch. So I would love to see that, but I'm kind of expecting that he's going to go back to more of his standard civs that he thinks are strong. So things like China would be one of his go-to civs, I feel like.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're going to see probably something that's a bit more standard coming out of Mitoe this series as well. I don't know that he's going to go for anything too wonky, knowing he's beaten Diarouga before, and he's been performing pretty well this tournament. I mean, losing to Kaiserklein, I think me and you both have been debating whether or not we made the right pick.
Of course.
Kaiser's just been playing so solidly, and Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I also wonder, I wish we could see the old vetoes on top of the new ones or something, but I wonder what happened and if the map vetoes are going to change. What are these players going to avoid, and what are they going to try to kind of repeat from the first series?
Yeah, that will be interesting. I'm sure their series yesterday will be playing on their minds, so that will certainly impact their decisions going into this one. I did want to mention, I think one of the sort of themes of day 2 has been players have, I would say nearly all the players have been significantly improving on their play from day 1. I mean, we saw that especially with the previous series, LordRaphael. He did not look up to snuff on day 1, but day 2 he's come back stronger than ever. And I think, again, same with Mitoe and Diarouga. Their play has looked a lot more solid in both of their matches today. Even though Mitoe did get taken out there by Kaiserklein, I think we're seeing a higher level of play here on day 2. So hopefully they're able to demonstrate that again here in this this final match.
And you know what? After that first series, I think because everyone's kind of new to LAN. After that first series, Tabin taking down Raphael. What happened immediately after that was everyone went to find the nearest computer they could find, and they started practicing, right? And even now, I'm just looking over. There's 2 people playing Age of Empires in the practice booth, and there's always someone playing. So I think it's no mistake that these players have all gotten a little bit more steady at the LAN. They've really been putting the effort in.
Yeah, and they've been sort of adjusting not only their strategical plays, but also the various technical settings have been adjusted, and the various mice speeds and all those good technical things. So everything should now be perfect. And I mean, you kind of expect on day 1 there's going to be a few teething issues, just getting into the swing of things. But I think we're now at the stage where we can actually see the highest level play that that the players here are actually capable of showing. So it's really nice that we're actually able to see that.
Yeah, and one question I have on the maps. Do you think New England is going to get a ban?
Ooh. So I get the impression Mitoe's quite practiced on New England, so I'm not sure he's overly... I don't think we'll see a ban come in on New England from Mitoe. As for Diarouga, I'm not sure. What's your view on that then?
Well, my read was Diarouga has I think he's first picked New England every time almost, but
has he really?
Maybe not first pick, but he's definitely picked it in, and he always seemed, he's got this China strat with the Frigg that we keep watching over and over again, and it just seems so effective. And I don't know if you're going to come with the counter strat and let him do it again, or do you just ban it if he gives you the chance?
Yeah, I guess it depends if Mitoe's been paying close attention to the to the previous series, and now that you do bring that up, I definitely recall a really strong Chinese frigate dominating a couple of games. But I do recall that Mitoe has actually locked in New England at least once on a previous series that I've casted. So I know that Mitoe is quite keen on that map as well.
There it is, New England first pick. I guarantee you Diarouga is sitting on that China. That China strat has been just absolutely carrying him on that map. So, sorry, for those you can't see on the stream quite yet, Mitoe has picked Kamchatka as his first map, going standard, and Diarouga, on the other hand, picking New England as his first pick. Vetoes rolling in, Pampas from Mitoe. And Trash Desert veto for Diarouga here on vetoing Thar Desert.
I was going to say, did they change the name of that map while it was gone, or?
Yeah, Mitoe's a little disappointed. He's saying he likes Trash Desert, so.
It's a really enjoyable map to watch. It's very aggressive, but yeah, we won't be seeing that here in this final series.
Yeah, now things are slowing down a bit. I think they got the obvious picks, the obvious bans out of the way. Wondering what to do next.
Yeah, the first series of picks and bans is always the fastest, and then the second round you kind of have to evaluate. Okay, what decisions did my opponent make? What did they lock in? And you kind of have to think about, well, why did they lock in that? Are they sort of planning on some water strategies or whatever? And so the second round of picks and bans is naturally just going to take that extra bit of time, as you just have to react to the decisions from your opponent on the first round there.
Yeah, and I think with the map pool thinning out a bit, I mean, I know Mitoe loves Deccan, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that get locked in, but Deccan hasn't been getting a lot of hate, so do you need to blow a pick on that?
Has or hasn't been
Has not.
Has not been getting
It's been in almost every series we've played, whether it's been picked or just kind of left open. Florida actually is one that people like Florida, Fertile Crescent seem to be the two that get left open at the end.
I think it just goes to show no matter what skill level you are, it's really nice to start off with lots of resource crates. It's just an enjoyable feeling. You just feel so much stronger, and everything happens so much faster. It's sort of just a feel good map. So it's nice to see everyone at every level enjoying Deccan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different than No Rush 55 minutes on Deccan 3v3, but these games do tend to be hard to play. But
I might change my opinion if it was No Rush 55. But luckily for us, that's not quite the rule set we have going into the new World Championship.
Yep, and just to summarize the picks here, we did indeed get a Deccan. Actually, well, first we got a Florida from Mitoe, and then on Deccan from Diarouga. So we're just waiting on 2 more bands here, and we'll be ready to get this underway.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if someone decides to ban Baja, California. As I'd say that's probably the most unique map left out of the 3. As that offers water play potential. And I think we have been seeing, in fact, wasn't it on the first series that Mitoe and Diarouga played, that there was a Portuguese versus China match up there on Baja, California, and I believe that Diarouga did try some water play. I know he's practiced quite a bit with our French fisherman, favorite French fisherman, who should probably not be named.
Yes.
But he's quite experienced on that, so it'll be interesting to see if maybe Mitoe might want to take that out of the pool, or maybe keep it in if he knows that he can actually beat Diarouga on that. Do you remember the result of what happened in the first series between that Portugal versus China matchup?
Yeah, China won, but it was not an easy victory. I think Mitoe knew that he got lucky on that one in a couple ways. Maybe not lucky, but it might be difficult to repeat that performance.
Right.
So I think he just wanted to get it out of the way. And High Plains band coming out, or not High Plains, sorry, Fertile Crescent band coming out. I think that was probably targeted towards getting High Plains out on the field, because I think Diarouga has Ottomans and a few other civs probably that he might want to pull out on that 5 TP map. We are about ready to get started here with the Civ selection process, that is, not the game. A little bit of, looks like there's a Brit lock-in from Diarouga, and Mitoe sitting on Brit as well from the selection. I do know that Mitoe, and whenever Mitoe and I play Brits, it's typically a Brit mirror, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is our first matchup as a Brit mirror.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've had one of these this tournament, but quite a common matchup, and usually safe to say it involves a lot of musketeers being made from either side, and often only ends up being musketeers made from either side, actually.
Yeah, he's going to take the matchup, but they're taking a Britmere in game 1, and we are about... Oh, Diarouga's going to do a quick deck check, so we got a minute here, but both players checking decks. I think they're very serious about this series. Want to make sure they've got exactly what they need in there.
Yeah, and I would say this this kind of matchup isn't necessarily too strategical. It's more heavily relies on your ability to multi-manage various things going on over the map, making a lot of manas, controlling various different musket groups, raiding, and I'm sure there'll be a number of fights happening at the same time. So to do well in this matchup, I've always felt that you have to be a strong mechanical player. So we'll see if both of these players are up to that task.
Yeah, this is a micro and a macro off, if you would. We're going to really have to... I'm sorry, just quickly joining the game there. This is really going to be a big micro macro off. The goal here is to get out as many muskets as you can, which is no easy task when you've got houses going up all over the map, villagers popping out everywhere, tons of opportunity to be raided. We'll also have to wait and see, is Diarouga gonna do something to change up that dynamic? Because Diarouga loves to take matchups that are relatively standard and figured out and just do something totally off the wall. Maybe it's some Virginia company, maybe some FF type thing. With a couple longbows to hold. Usually they're more macro-y type strategies like the Aztec FI, but we'll see if he's got anything to shake up that matchup.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that point. I I'd be a little surprised actually to see if Diarouga just plays it out 100% standard and we just see both players forward base and take it from there. So yeah, hopefully Diarouga will make a little adaptation that will make the matchup give it a little bit of flair. I imagine Mitoe though is probably going to play it standard as can be.
Yeah.
Don't expect anything too crazy from Mitoe. Within.
Well, yeah, hopefully not. I mean, we played enough of these. Anyway, we're getting into this game. It's game 1 of the rematch. Mitoe versus Diarouga. Britt Mir on Kamchatka. And spawning in the top left-hand side of Kamchatka, we have Mitoe spawning as the Brits and Teal, splitting those crates, 1 vill on each food crate, flawlessly done, and gathering up his first Garja goat. In the meanwhile, running to the middle of the map and switching over to Diarouga's perspective, we have very similar things happening, herding in those goats and going to the middle to look for the first wave of kind of huntable, or not huntable, I guess. What do you call that?
I think they're
the other goats. The goats that you can convert. We'll put it that way. 40 wood up for contention here is, and it looks like Diarouga does manage to get there, but he walked off of it though. Yeah, Mitoe's going to pick this up.
Yes.
And that puts Diarouga's crack shot on cooldown. Mitoe still has his up, and all the goats are still kind of hanging around the middle of the map, but the snare might kind of slow things down a bit. Mitoe trying here to do the attack backwards to bounce himself out. You can actually, if you time it right, I think this might be good. Yeah, if you time it right on your runaway, you can actually break the snare, and that prevents a lot of damage. So it's the only way to get out of the snare.
It's incredibly hard to do, though. It's something that I've never mastered. I'm sure I've tried it hundreds of times, and it never seems to quite break the snare.
Yeah,
but
it's tough.
Diarouga there, he's decided that, well, actually, both explorers are fairly full HP, and he's just going to take way too long there to take down Mitoe. So, and since his explorer had control of most of the map, he's just decided to go back, pick up a number of those goats, and he's actually going to try and get started on this 85 wood treasure. So
yeah, and is Mitoe going to see it is a really big question. He did go for he's going to find his own 90 wood, surely, which he might just start, and they might just trade the treasures, because there's 90 wood right here. He's going to see it, going to start it. Yep, they will trade treasures here. In all likelihood, it'll be quite difficult for, yeah, and he's not doing anything fancy here, no kiting, so Diarouga will pick up an 85 wood, and Mitoe will answer back. On the other hand, though, Diarouga did get all 4 of the goats in the middle of the map. Having seen these, he's going to have no choice but to go grab them. 2 goats is a lot. And Mitoe finishing up 90 wood, taking a lot more damage to do it safely. William Ball, not with us in the cast, but with us in spirit as the explorer for Mitoe. Both players dropping down 1 additional house with that wood.
Yeah, so they're immediately spending the wood. It does use up a few villager seconds in age 1, but it should pay back immediately, so it shouldn't slow down either of their age up times. But yeah, interesting to see the micro decisions Mitoe was choosing to do in picking up the treasure, in that he kind of elected to actually take the extra damage on his explorer just to ensure that he got the treasure safely.
Look at this. He's actually reset the one monkey, but he's got no HP, so he's gonna have to crack shot that monkey, and then I would almost, wouldn't you want to like walk away? I guess he's gonna try to do everything, but I would probably would have given him the 35 food just to not lose my explorer. Either way, both players well on their way to Colonial. 35 food traded for an explorer here, and both players starting to send out those early villagers that get out on the map and start to herd. This monkey also, by the way, will be quite big. It's going to be able to revive the explorer at a later point, which matters quite a lot in that early Colonial when you just really need to know what people are up to.
Yeah, he's going to absolutely need that explorer back. It feels just really, really uncomfortable when you're not able to just kind of breeze past the opponent's forward base and just kind of get a sense of how many units have they got. Do I need to be making more units, or maybe can I get away with that 5 villager shipment? So we can see Diarouga, he's already sent out a really aggressive villager, and he's actually building a manor in the choke point nearest, closest to Mitoe's base. Mitoe sent out the same villager. He's just going to kind of ignore Diarouga's manor, see that he's settled in there, and is also going to kind of decided, oh, this looks like a great place for a house. in the middle of a river, I'm going to come and join you over here.
Yeah, Diarouga building one less house than Mitoe here overall, which is allowing him to instantly drop his racks. And he is sending his outpost forward and snaring his opponents, which kind of actually matters quite a bit, because the slower that tower goes up, the slower your 6 muskets come if you're going to go for this 6 musket type strat. I almost feel like you have to... Oh, he's going for it for sure, because that tower position is incredibly aggressive, and you almost wonder if that should have been canceled and put back a little bit more, but both towers going up quickly. This game is going to hang on a razor's edge, and quite frankly might be over in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Mitoe is a big fan of this strategy where he ships the ships the 6 muskets, or occasionally the 6 longbows, just to get
700 wood just got in for Diarouga. Sorry to cut you off on that one.
Ooh,
this is a big chance for Mitoe. Yeah, if he's committed, surely. Yeah, look at 32 pop. He is timing this, and he's committed. That Explorer slow. Will that be enough to delay these muskets?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, is the shipment going to come in before the outpost?
He cancels it. He times it based on when the foundation goes down. So it should come out. Like any second now, it should come out of the tower.
Oh, and Diarouga's muskets have just walked
there they
right
come.
in.
And it almost doesn't even matter if they die, because now you've got this 6 musket lead that it's very hard to ever break. Mitoe's going to start working on the tower here. Yeah, the great poke from Diarouga here, picking up almost a full musket worth of trade. And he's kind of walked far away, though. Minutemen coming from Mitoe as well, just to really bolster this push. He is committed now, losing another musket, but I guess the Minutemen can probably... trading a nice volley here. More muskets coming out from Diarouga. Really nice job of just holding with less from Diarouga here, keeping the tower constantly shooting, targeting down those 1 HP minutes. And military pop starting to even up, actually, just from how many tower shots Mitoe's been eating, but those minutes doing work over there on the muskets on the right. And 6 muskets of Diarouga's come out. The siege is going to have to stop here from Mitoe as yeah, there we go. Muskets just all over the place. There's 6 longbow answering back with another unit shipment, not letting up. But again, Diarouga's managed to sneak 100 wood in, 700 wood in behind all this, and you know, that's a big difference.
It just keeps shifting the military unit population graph. Each player gets a new batch of unit.
Yeah,
there's another one in for Mitoe now. Mitoe takes.
But you know who still has 6 longbows? That's Diarouga. He still got that shipment, and these longbows nicely kiting out of range. Really tough for Diarouga to be sitting underneath all these fires, but both explorers coming back. It's just a non-stop back and forth here as units are starting to get cleaned up left and right. Wonder if 6 longbow, Diarouga's pop, 6 longbow must be in the cards, right? Coming out any second, actually.
Yeah.
But will the muskets come out in time with it? Oh, where are those longbow? There they come.
Just in time. And it looks like that's going to be enough for Diarouga to hold. So
maybe not. The muskets are all dying, and the tower can still do damage. 3 muskets. Where are those coming from? There's a Vrax in base.
Yeah, really nice focus fire here from Diarouga. He's completely ignoring Mitoe's Explorer. I think it revived their mid-fight. He's going to take it down now that all the muskets have gone down. But it seems that... Oh, 5 Vils coming out of the outpost. Can Mitoe get them to escape? It looks like he's going to lose one on the way out. The other ones might just get away. The longbows do have a long range. We'll see if they pick off this final villager. No, so he actually...
Yeah, he gets it.
So it was essentially the equivalent of a free villager shipment. And it looks like the forward base position is now under serious threat here.
Yeah, and Diarouga handled that so well. I mean, he had Minutemen and the 6 musket disadvantage, but he didn't ever kind of get so deep into range that he could take a good trade back from the muskets, and he slowly worked his way through that 6 musket shipment and bought the time he needed. And now Mitoe's the one on the back foot with 0 military population here and a villager deficit.
Yeah, so Mitoe's going to have to give up this position. So I'm wondering what his backup plan is now. We got our barracks frantically being built by 2 villagers in Mitoe's base, but we can just see Mitoe's resource count is just getting higher and higher because he's not really being able to spend it.
And that's even, I mean, that's important, but even more of a worry is just how far behind he is economically, right? I mean, they're at equal pop, but he has got no army, so he's going to have to invest so heavily to reproduce this. He hasn't sent 700 wood yet, though. I suppose that's the thing that's going his way.
Yeah, and then also, it'd be interesting to see if Diarouga just chooses to consolidate or just walk straight into Mitoe's base. But we have to remember Mitoe no longer has Minutemen available as well, so his defense is going to be even harder.
Oh, I forgot about that. And there's this unbuilt Rax foundation over here. I think Mitoe was planning to get 2 up, but now he knows he has to put it behind his base because of the delay.
It's 29 military population to nothing here, with no Minutemen available.
No 6 Musk, no Longbow. He's just completely... What you see is what you get, and Diarouga should not be afraid of anything here, knowing that all the military shipments and Minutemen are gone. It's really, up to Diarouga to give Mitoe the time if he wants. It's totally up to him.
Yeah, so I mean, Diarouga's giving him a small bit of time here. He's sort of patrolling back and forth. I think he's just trying to find loose settlers. There's actually a village
Hunts away.
Yeah. So we got a villager from Diarouga. Not quite sure how it ended up here, but he's just trying to restrict Mitoe's access to gathering any food.
If that Vil walks over here and hurts this, then that Vil was sent eventually, I tell you that much. This 5 musket raid not slowing Diarouga down at all. He's just kind of ignored it, sent a couple Vils away, and he's still in.
There's a 3rd barracks coming up here from Mitoe. Well, Mitoe was obviously stacking so many resources at some point that he felt he needed a 3rd Rax just to try and spend it, or maybe he was worried that this barracks at the front here was going to get taken down, and he wanted another emergency Rax. But that's just an extra 600 wood. It's pretty much all of his 700 wood shipment has just gone into developing 3 barracks as opposed to manors.
Yeah, he really needs to get some manners up and find that next hunt, because with where he stands right now, he's really kind of on his last leg as far as hunting goes, and there's going to be a lot of walking time. Meanwhile, though, Diarouga is already starting to boom out in the corners. I know there's some musket tension, but there's a little bit of booming happening over here. There's obviously that Vil hurting. He's walled off this choke. He's building houses up here. Basically, he's trying to lock in a position where it's just down to the muskets fighting. Like, he doesn't want any weird raids to happen. He doesn't want to be mismacroed. And these couple muskets over here just zoning off this Vil that's trying to solve Mitoe's hunting problem.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just having a quick look at the market text as well. Mitoe, he doesn't have an advantage there either. Unfortunately, he's only stuck on hunting dogs at the moment. He just hasn't been able to invest the resources in teching that up to steel traps. Whereas if you have a look at Diarouga's villages, he does indeed have steel traps and gang saw as well. So Mitoe seems to be in trouble on all fronts here, both military and economy.
Yeah, he has sent the Musketeer attack card. Unfortunately, not very many musketeers to attack with. So, yeah. Some interesting jacking here. I'm sure those muskets were trying to go this way, and that great wall placement by Diarouga totally protecting his Vils. Raids coming in from both sides. You got to wonder if this little corner raid's going to get spotted. Good timing here. 10 muskets coming out to defend, but Diarouga taking off a few pot shots here to kind of further that economic gap that's been causing Mitoe to fall behind here.
Yeah, it looks like we could have a potential base trade of sorts here on our hands. The majority of Mitoe's musketeers are towards the south. He's got a small raiding party towards the north as well, which Diarouga's on top of the one at the north. I'm not sure he's seen the one at the south. At the same time, Diarouga's main army is in the base of Mitoe, sieging one of his many barracks. I don't think Mitoe will be too worried about losing one of his barracks.
Ooh, lots of Vils getting found here by Mitoe.
Ooh, wow, yep, so that's a really nice pickup there for Mitoe. At the same time, he really needs to at least kill 10 villagers to try and even that up, but 2 or 3 there that he got will be very useful. But again, his musketeers to the north are now being cleaned up there. Diarouga's very on top of that.
Wow, more Vils dying though, another 5. This could be the turning point that could keep Mitoe in the game. I thought Diarouga was going to commit to that base trade. I mean, TC definitely could have gone down there, but I think he's just seen so many villagers over here in the middle of the map, and he knows he can force the issue. So going to pull his whole military over here and just try to stop his opponent from gathering that critical food to make more musketeers. Going to pick off these last couple of Vils and kite out of here, it looks like. But meanwhile, like we said, there's just a lot. Diarouga's still got that 5 Vil lead and still has a 20 musket lead. It's really just a matter of time before this hunt in the corner. Diarouga finds the time to just kind of push one of those hunts out.
Yeah, admittedly, Mitoe had evened up the Vil count quite a little bit, and he's now a bit more even on the market text as well. It's just that he now needs to even up the military unit count.
Yeah.
And that's quite hard to do because we've seen a small difference in shipments here. Mitoe's felt he's felt so pressured from being behind in units that he's felt the need to send 700 food to try and beef up his mass, whereas Diarouga's not had that concern and has actually been able to sneak in the second upgrade here for the Musketeers.
Yeah, and this wall segment going up is going to be quite nice. It will buy a lot of time that's needed to defend. He hasn't started picking up that food, and there's a lot of muskets coming in. I wonder if they're going to catch on to this and try to stop Mitoe from doing much there. He actually, interestingly enough, has no gold, and this is a really tough matchup because you really don't want to ever sell any food because you run out of the hunts and you're kind of out of the game. So it's very tempting to just not sell food here. Mitoe adding a third Rax, losing a couple Vils here. Just action everywhere as he's trying to reset his macro here. But realizing he's behind too much, he calls a good game.
Yep, and a really nice solid game here for game one. Diarouga picks up the win, and I mean that was all stemmed from the initial fight at the outpost. This is what we've been seeing from Britmirrors for quite a while now. It's turned into a super aggressive matchup. I remember when it used to be really heavy eco players, people going up to 200 mana population. Now it almost looks like a Russian mirror where you're just forward basing and shipping all the military unit shipments that you can.
Yeah, and you can see right here, Mitoe having 16 military population to only 5 from Diarouga, but this chipping away that he did here was just so effective to the point where those final couple longbow could squeeze out the lead on the forward base, and then he really kept his cool after that, right? He built the walls, he played safe, and did all the things that he had to do to make sure that wind didn't slip away.
I almost wonder if it's actually beneficial to have your units come out second. So not too far behind, obviously, but say just 5 seconds slightly slower, as the opponent will be sieged, and you sort of get to be able to kind of volley, pick your volleys on them, and then also your outpost gets a few more shots. I did like the position of Diarouga's outpost slightly more during that because it covered any new units coming out from Mitoe's barracks, whereas Mitoe's outpost didn't actually completely cover Diarouga's barracks, so if any units were made from Diarouga's barracks, he could have got them away without a single shot being taken on them.
Yeah, and I think, I know Mitoe's quite good at doing that 6 musket build. I think he thought, I can probably pull out this one even though people know it's coming now. And I think Diarouga showing us that if you know and you've prepared, you can stop the 6 musket rush with some very careful unit control. And I think the LAN component of this also helps, right? Because if there's any lag at all, it's a lot easier to just trade equal musket shots. But if you're in that low lag environment, you can just kind of pop in and pop out and get a couple shots off like Diarouga did.
Yeah, that's very true. So we're going to now be moving into the second map in this series, and it's going to be on Deccan. So Diarouga is going to have to pick his civilization first, and we just hopped into the game, and it appears that he's going to be leaning towards the Indians, which is a very popular pick on this map, and it's up to Mitoe to try and respond to this. What do you think Mitoe might pick here?
Honestly, if I were being honest, Mitoe's already picked now, but if I were being honest, I would have said India or China, something odd like that. Something not odd, but something like one of the Asian civs. But he's actually locked in as French. And players are going to go build their decks, and we'll see what French has to offer on Deccan.
I think traditionally France has always had a solid game against India. I know it's a matchup that Diarouga himself has discussed a lot, and he feels that India actually can struggle a little bit against France. Maybe it's a different story on this map. This is the home map for India. They benefit so much from those yaks, from those high resource crates. Though admittedly, I think France also benefits a lot from those high resource crates as well. They have a good opportunity to try and get a stagecoach up on this type of map, which can certainly tip the eco into their favor. So I think this is going to be, I would suggest that this would be a fairly even matchup actually.
Yeah, do you think that ideally you'd go for the 2 TPs on the left and try, because if you go for the 3 TPs on the right, you can certainly stagecoach 3 TPs, but a lot of times your opponent's going to go straight to those 3 or contest the 3rd.
The issue is you want to build a TP as soon as you start the match, and unfortunately on Deccan, and unless I'm missing something, I've never figured out. Yeah,
it's just a guess. I'm just saying, if you had your choice.
Oh right, which
one would you go for?
If I had a choice, it always seems that the two TPs are more out of the way. They're easier to kind of defend. They always feel a bit safer. But obviously, the free TPs is going to get you that bigger economic benefit. So I mean, just depends how greedy you are, really. I suspect most people would say that they would prefer the free TP stagecoach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking I would go for the 2.
You would go for the 2?
I would, yeah. I don't think I'd be that greedy. I think just having 2 TPs and stagecoach is pretty solid.
Enough. Yep.
Yeah, here we are. Players are ready. We're about to jump into game number 2 here. It is Mitoe versus Diarouga, French versus India on Deccan. Just loading in here. And on the left-hand side of the map, spawning in the color teal, we have Mitoe, the lumberjack himself. Got his village split right on those crates. For a second there, I thought there was a bug. I guess we have to for map, but I thought there was only 4 crates. All right, looks like we are out.
All right, so the native post not spawning correctly. I've seen that happen a couple of times on Deccan, so I don't expect that either player will probably be going for a native strategy, but it's can certainly affect the environment around where the native trading post spawns.
Well, as a person playing against India, when I want to use my native scout and explorer to stop them from building the aggro,
actually, that matters
a lot.
It does matter a lot. Now
it's actually,
that's huge.
Good.
Actually,
yeah.
I was just about to say it's a rather non-trivial component, but no, that still make it considerably easier for India to put their aggro fort down. So we are gonna rehost and ensure that second native TP does indeed spawn, and that the map is fair and balanced here for both of these players.
Yeah, just ensure it's as hard as possible for that aggro to go down. And here we go. Countdown is going. Once again, it is Mitoe versus Diarouga, French versus India.
Hopefully not as hard as Prince getting his aggro fort down on one of the previous games we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. We can only hope that we don't have a game like that again.
Mm-hmm. Painful, painful.
I think there's going to be a Mitoe missing a mine commentary, but we'll see. Spawning on the left-hand side of the map, we have Mitoe as the French again. This time I can actually see all the crates, which is a phenomenal thing. Yep. Mitoe missing mine, question mark?
Okay. Yeah, I think you called it off the bat there.
There we go.
Diarouga always looking for a person to direct his raids to, but
Are you ready?
He's fine.
Oh, Mitoe.
Turns out that this game isn't going to need more than 5,000 coins.
Yes.
Yeah.
As French, which is pretty accurate. I mean.
Yeah. So the coin mine hopefully won't be a big deal as you do start off with that 5k coin mine there.
It's got an odd rotation to it. This opening here being straight ahead of him, and this being relatively straight open as well. But we are with Mitoe again here. He is gathering up his food crates, dropping a market. He did happen to go towards a 50 wood treasure and that more protected TP line. I wonder if he's on your team or my team on that one. Team Greed or Team Safe TP.
Yeah, and
meanwhile, spawning on the right-hand side of the map, we have Diarouga as the India playing in the color red. Moving quite quickly here, trying just to get his villagers gathering up all these crates as effectively as possible. And he is on the hunt for yaks. Doing quite well in that, too. There's still 2 undetected yaks as of now, but I'm not sure if the native scout's going to see those. Let's check. No, not quite. Those 2 yaks will remain hidden in the ether of Deccan for a little while longer.
Yeah, and actually quite an interesting start there from Diarouga. We haven't seen this so far, but he's actually started off with a market and actually picked up those coin crates and immediately traded them to wood crates.
That's what I love that. I love that opener. I wish we would be seeing more of it because you just don't need the gold. I mean,
so the repercussions to this is I think it does slow down your rage up, but I'm only talking 1, 2, just a handful of seconds. Definitely not more than 5 seconds.
Wait. We got to focus on this moment right here. There's only one. I think the aggro can fit in here, but the guardians are there. Native Scout finding the Vil, and I think Mitoe is focused solely on this.
There's no way he gets it.
There's no way. He's got 900 food right now.
He drops
it in base as but not as a aggro fort. He's going with the eco one. What's it called now?
The Carnimata.
Carnimata. Thank you. I forgot. And safe stagecoach on the side here for Mitoe if he wants it. Already getting set up. So I think that's like the first major checkpoint in beating India at their own game here on Deccan, right? Is denying the aggro.
Yeah, that was quick decision making from Diarouga. I think it took him just about a couple of seconds there to decide the Carnimata would be okay to drop. But that's going to completely change his game plan because we saw he did want to go for the aggro. That was, if given the choice, that was his strategy of choice. So Carnimata plays out completely differently. I mean, it's so heavily eco-orientated. It is going to boost all the gathering of his villagers near the town center, but it's going to delay any sort of aggression that he might have wanted to put onto the French.
Yeah, and 90 wood coming in here in the meantime for India in transition. That will make up for a little bit of the pain here, but does kind of bend you towards more of an economic India, right? Because you're playing the eco game. You picked up 90 wood a little bit late. It's not going to help your rush or any sort of pressure, but it does promote things like a stagecoach line, which we're seeing coming out from Diarouga here. And Mitoe, by the way, also catching on to the few seconds that the cow came out of the black here and picking those up and starting to work on this 380 XP treasure, which I think might be a little bit of a sleeper treasure, and he'll pick it up, 2 or 3 minutes from now, and it'll give him that extra shipment.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Diarouga did add that trading post, and I'd be curious to know actually if he was always going to get a trading post in this matchup, or if he's now done a full adaptation and has decided because he's been forced to do a Carnimata and take things a bit more slowly that he's actually going to do a trading post in transition here. And I mean he's still very flexible. He can do so much with this. So we could see him going up to the industrial age, even trying to fast industrial, bringing out those Uramis, or he could play it out in age 2. We got a barracks going up here, so I think he might want to start pressuring Mitoe's stagecoach line.
Yeah, stagecoach is on the way for Mitoe, and steel traps as well. And it looks like he's going to probably send 700 gold or something like that for a more straight FF type approach. 4 CDB followed by 700 gold, that type of thing. Sorry, I can't count. He's obviously at 18 out of 20. Jeez.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason why we know that is because his wood count is lower than it should be, and there are no military production buildings in sight. Steel traps is in, but we should expect to see that quite soon. And Diarouga's Rax is built in a kind of defensive position here. It looks like I would be surprised if we see too many more than 5 Sepoy, unless he plans on going full colonial here.
Yeah, I think his intention is to pressure the stagecoach line. I'd be very surprised if he sent the 5 Sepoy to Mitoe's bases. The one thing French do have, the CDB, they've got the huge range resistance, so it's almost impossible to actually take down a CDB with just 5 Sepoy there. Mitoe would easily pick that up on time. Yeah. So yeah, we can see that the Sepoy actually now are heading north, and we'll probably head on over to that stagecoach. And during all that, Diarouga's picked up a couple of market techs himself, so he's carrying on boosting his economy.
Yep, consulate going down. That means 300 exports likely on the way. Still no stagecoach is finished, but maybe that tech just takes longer than I ever remember. But it feels like it should be done by now.
Is it in queue? Do we have it in queue?
Well, we haven't been able to confirm it. You can't actually scout for it, but based on the way the resources shook out, maybe he built 2 extra houses, so maybe he didn't actually do it. No, he didn't stagecoach it, so that's a total misread. But 5 Sepoy starting to work on this TP line and slow down the XP progression. We have to remember, because this is Deccan, everything's happening like in double speed. So there's a lot less XP in the game, and this TP is really important.
Yeah, so Diarouga is just going to go ahead on and siege that down. And to be honest, Stagecoach doesn't particularly matter too early on in the game, as XP for the first 10 minutes or so is possibly even more valuable than the resources, as it enables you to get out those powerful shipments, which Mitoe will now be able to send, as he's hit age 3 and he's immediately sent a shipment and will almost have another shipment by the time that first one comes in.
It was crates, though, interestingly enough.
So presumably he's going to be sending the 1,000 wood. We can see Mitoe's villager distribution there. He's got absolutely no one on wood. He's banking a lot of food.
Ooh, is it 1,000 gold for an FI?
Yeah, I think you've called it. Looking at this resource distribution.
Oh my goodness, we have an FI deck as well.
Brilliant.
12 skirm, 14 skirm, 6 cur, 3 falcons, and 1,600 wood. I think we are about to see that really powerful industrial age European gameplay against India. And Diarouga is kind of playing into his hands on this one, playing it super slow and safe in age 2 by making 10 Sepoys, slowly clearing out the TP line and building all these TPs. All of that plays, again, right into kind of the hands of the FI, because once Diarouga gets to Fortress Age, Mitoe's going to hit Industrial, maybe even before Diarouga gets up.
Yeah, so Diarouga does have enough resources in queue now to hit up to the Fortress Age, so it looks like that's the Taj Mahal, which again could actually indicate. So this gives you, I believe, 800 coin and the ceasefire, and so the main incentive to build this is if you're also going to fast industrial. So we could see both players hitting the Industrial Age fairly quick time. And just looking at Diarouga's villager distribution again, he doesn't have anyone on wood either, so it seems that he's gearing up as well to hit industrial, just as Mitoe clicks up. So Mitoe is going to hit that Industrial Age a lot faster than Diarouga, but I think it's looking like Diarouga is planning on also going to the Industrial Age pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be a better thing to have been in the France's position. I mean, look, he's already on his way to Industrial, but he's in a way where Diarouga might hit Fortress and then choose to spend resources, right? Before he gets to see the Industrial. And I also like to point out that 380 XP did get taken, which is quite huge when you're going Industrial and you're going to send big cards like 14 skirms or 2 heavy cannons. And there's a continual mass of muskets? No, just Minutemen. So maybe making a few muskets in transition, but as you can see with this FI strat, there's really not much resources to be had. You're pretty much committed to using your building houses to be able to ship those big unit shipments like the 2 heavy cannons.
Yeah, I mean that XP treasure is actually really huge when you consider that he's lost both trading posts. So Diarouga's XP progression is not going to be an issue. He's got a couple of yaks and he has 2 trading posts out himself. So we'll have to see how quick Diarouga can get up to the Industrial Age. He does have that ceasefire, so if Mitoe decides to put on any pressure, Diarouga can give himself that extra, I believe it's, do you know how many seconds the ceasefire is? It should give
30.
An extra 30
it's
seconds
at least 30.
if he needs
feels
it.
like it's like an infinity
Yeah,
time.
I imagine he will try and conserve that for a Eurome pop, so he'll only want to use that as a last resort.
Diarouga also saving up for the Industrial Age. He has the read, didn't have to cancel anything, and he's going to follow him right on up. 1,000 wood coming in. Diarouga was able to take because he's not going for kind of the surprise strat here, he's playing the more reactive game. He hasn't had to do some of the surprising things Mitoe's had to do. He hasn't had to send any gold crates, for example. 1,000 wood, a big beefy shipment coming in here. And he's also been able to send those French consulate crates to kind of bolster his economy. Mitoe's going to have a pretty tight window, I think, here to get ahead of 19 Eurome worth of shipments coming soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's gonna have the time though. So.
Oh, he's just saying. I guess he's just saying. You know what? I'm just going to go factories. Both factories on the way.
So he's going to go for an economic unit play. I mean,
India's late game is pretty bad, actually. They don't really have access. They don't have access to factories, obviously. They don't have access to all the upgrades, both economic and military upgrade type cards. Wow. So really, the big thing they've got is the Eurome.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you're too worried about any late game eco cards when you can just keep sending infinite Eurome, possibly the best card in the game.
I think you're pretty worried, honestly. I mean, what are you going to do with infinite Eurome against gendarmes and 2 factories?
So the issue is gendarmes are expensive, but I guess with 2 factories they suddenly become actually quite spammable. But there is, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned for the initial Urumi push. So Diarouga will be able to get out that 10 Urumi shipment with the Mansabar Urumi. That's just going to make them considerably more powerful.
Yeah.
And the issue we have is that ceasefire is available. So Diarouga can press ceasefire and move in with the Urumis to try and get a surround on any artillery pieces that are out, and just try and take a really nice engagement and try and win this game just off 1 engagement with the ceasefire. So Mitoe's going to somehow have to survive that, and if he can survive that, then he can use these 2 factories to give himself a really good late game.
Yeah, very interesting. The 2 factories are sitting on wood, and he is just spamming wood out. But it feels like Diarouga's economy and position just doesn't feel quite a bit better almost. He just spent a large stockpile of his resources. 2 heavy cannons coming out just to bolster that defense a bit. Now that he's established his factories on wood, I guess tech's being researched. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah,
not sure.
And in the meantime, now that Mitoe's 2 heavy cannons have spawned, he's going to start sending them into the middle of the map, and he's continuing to train musketeers. Is he getting the guard musketeers upgrade as France?
Yeah, I like that. 10% more HP as well.
Yeah, these are going to be incredibly strong. Not every day you see that.
Yeah, guard musks could put up a little bit of a fight against the Urumi, actually.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, there's a lot of Urumis, though, and Diarouga is now heading into the middle
Yeah,
of
but
the
there's
map.
also 4 heavy cannons, or 2 heavy cannons, 2 Falcons, and Mitoe is going to go back after snagging that treasure, and maybe this will prompt an action from Diarouga.
It's all going to come down to 1 fight, I feel like, and it's going to depend if Diarouga can get a good surround on those artillery while the ceasefire is engaged, and if Mitoe is able to somehow get the artillery into a good position and stop them getting surrounded. But at the moment, it looked like we were about to have the engagement as both players moved up on the plateau, but I think they were just teasing us, and they've kind of moved back again.
Yeah, and I don't know what you think, but it seems to me like anything in the trees is where Mitoe can probably win this, and anything in the open is definitely where Diarouga is going to take this fight really hard. Your point about ceasefire is really great. There's going to need to be some sort of walls, some sort of something to protect these cannons, because, like you said, there's so many melee-type units. Even the Sepoy getting into hand attack against, like, you can look at the stat line, 316 HP versus 240 on the guard musket. So the Sepoy are considerably stronger with that Monsubdar in there, too.
Yeah, and Diarouga's he's making the move, so we're going to have to watch the positioning of both armies very, very closely here. I don't think either army knows where each other is. Okay,
yeah,
so Mitoe's going to see Diarouga here coming from the bottom. So maybe he can use this cliff and the trees to his advantage by setting up the cannons next to this cliff. There should be only one way that
this is a great spot to be in. And ceasefire immediately. What do you do here? Do you commit to jamming this choke, or what do you do?
I don't know. He's not sure.
He's packing. He's packing. They might get jammed in the units, though. They might not be able to get out. 3 Falconet shipment, too. The time that's being bought here might actually give him time to get out enough cannons and spread them out.
They're not being able to.
He's deleting the market. He's trying to get out so hard, but those cannons are still not unpacked after the ceasefire.
Oh wow, they're all gonna go down. I mean, the only Falconets they're
so
safe.
Those 3 Falcons in the back are pretty safe, though. One Cuirassier up there slowly, somewhat trying to stop the Urumi, but gosh, so many Urumi right now.
The Urumi are just going to tear through this.
I think they're just going to tear through this. You're right, but I mean, only time will tell here. Yeah, they're definitely tearing through this. Any more shipments coming? Nope. And there's that ceasefire right there. It's totally jamming up the board here and letting him get all his units in there.
There's absolutely no way. and Diarouga takes the win there. So Diarouga goes up 2-0 in this series. Yeah,
for a long time there, I thought that it was good to be France on that FI, but
I knew the ceasefire was coming.
Yeah, exactly.
The ceasefire is incredibly powerful. You have to, as France, you always have to be aware if it's off cooldown and you have artillery pieces out. You've got to make sure you're near a choke or have walls nearby or a gate that you can somehow retreat to, or else it's very likely what's going to happen is what we just saw there. Like, you either have to commit and not pack up your artillery pieces and just stand your musketeers on top of them.
Yeah.
To stop the Uramies and the Sepoys kind of moving up and engaging in melee mode, which is it's a really ballsy thing to do. But as soon as you don't do that and decide to move the artillery pieces, well, I mean, we saw what happened. They just get swarmed, really. They get swarmed by the Sepoys and the Uramies, and there's nothing they can do at that point.
Yeah, and if you look at the resources as well, there was quite a bit of additional wood and gold left behind.
Oh, wow.
I think he was trying to squeeze in a Gendarme cursor upgrade, but Diarouga sensing the right time to get in there and taking game number 2. That puts us at 2-0. And as you can see on the right here, we're moving towards that subscriber goal, sitting right around 300. I can never tell what that flame is. Is it above or are we below? But it looks like we've crossed the threshold by now. Whoa, we are just shooting up.
It's a beautiful graphic, but very hard to tell exactly what number there is there. But it's been steadily increasing. So thank you to everyone that's been subscribing.
Yep, and again, that 500 subscriber count is our goal, and that moves us closer and closer to being able to do more great events. So
now we're going to be moving into the third game of this series.
Yeah,
and Mitoe's in a precarious position, isn't he? I mean, he now has to win 3 in a row, whereas from Diarouga's perspective, he's going to be feeling confident. Just won the first 2, and he's going to be seeing the semi-finals on the horizon.
It feels pretty good to be Mitoe in this position.
Mitoe?
Or not Mitoe, why I say that? It feels pretty good to be Diarouga in this situation. Having won those 2 games, he can relax a little bit, but also you don't want to relax too much because in the blink of an eye you could be at 2-2, right? Yeah. So he's going to have to keep the pressure on, and the other thing is there's a lot of momentum in games, right? So if the comeback train starts, it actually becomes harder to be Diarouga. So.
I've just had a look at that third map here, which is going to be New England, and I think, as you alluded to at the start,
the Insta-China, right?
Yeah, as you alluded to at the start of the series, Diarouga was really happy to lock in New England. His China strategy of shipping the big Chinese frigate into the pond and just kind of standing next to it and watching it dominate has been incredibly successful. So, Diarouga had to pick his civilization first, and as you said, instant China pick for Diarouga.
And you can see both the players smiling there. Diarouga's clearly feeling a little bit more confident. He's a little bit of smack talk coming out after this game and in the beginning of this one. He's kind of baiting Mitoe by saying 1 caravel incoming.
Yep, and
and he also has given me the nod in the chat that this game of Spain is for me. I love Spain, and Mitoe is not a big Spain fan, but he's probably got something up his sleeve.
Yep, so game 3 here, we're going to see Mitoe as the Spanish against Diarouga playing as the Chinese on New England.
Yep, heading into game number 3 here. Diarouga up 2-0. This is match point for Diarouga, and this puts him into the semifinals, and Mitoe may be eliminated right here. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have Mitoe playing Spanish, separating those villas again, getting out there and hunting, and on the prowl for some of these great 80, 70, 90 food treasures. Going to have to use those to try to get up as quick as he can to beat out his opponent here, who is Diarouga, spawning in the top right-hand side of the map in the color red, playing as China. He is going straight for that early TP that we love to see as China in the middle of the map. And he's stumbled into this 95 wood treasure right away, which means he's only chopping 100. He's only chopping 5 wood to get his house up, and that's exactly how you want to open as China. Mitoe's already got his work cut out for him at 40 seconds.
That's a fantastic start, yeah. So Diarouga had only just assigned a couple of villagers to wood there, but it means that he's not going to have to gather any additional wood to get up his village. So yeah, as you say, great start there for Diarouga. And if we have a look over to see what Mitoe's picking up, I mean, he's
it's a
picking up
rifle.
Cherokee Rifleman. It's a really strong and tough unit. It's low damage, but it's going to certainly help him to deal with that Chinese explorer and possibly help secure him a trading post himself in transition without fear of being taken down by a Chinese explorer.
Yeah, and Spain is such a nuanced civ to play, just because there's a lot, like this dog has to be used really well in Age 1, and you know, people say that Age 1 feels somewhat random, but you really can't, you can't say that when civs like Spain can consistently win Age 1 and consistently, you know, ensure that they get ATP set up, for example, just by using the dog, and in this case, Mitoe's using that advantage to pick up a few food treasures and get the rifleman. I think we've learned from watching many of these games that although you can secure this TP line, there's still going to be that like Chinese super frig thing that gets shipped. And last time Diarouga took out 2 TPs with it. I wonder if it has more range than a regular frig too, on top of being just way stronger.
Yeah, if I recall, I think it's something like 28 range, which if he ships it into this. Actually, I think if he ships into either pond, he's going to have access to at least 2
3 TPs if you get into this
possibly
pond,
even,
for sure.
Yeah, which would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, but Spain does get a lot of shipments, and so maybe it's the Frig 2 Caravel type thing that we saw. I can't remember who it was that we saw do that, but they were able to get back out of the water against the Chinese Frig. So
I mean,
another 90 food coming into it.
Yeah, we'd have to have a look at Mitoe's deck to see actually what water shipments he does have available to him there to try and counter this. So yeah, it's fairly standard there. He just has access to the 2 caravels and the frigate.
Ooh, villager treasure being started here, but Mitoe is right on top of it. This will definitely deny any sort of TP game, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be actually quite awkward for Diarouga to take, because to take it, he has to move his explorer to the actual treasure. Oh, and
ooh, he gets it. Mitoe gets it.
Yep,
and looks like. Yep, he does indeed get it, and he's got 2 dogs that pop out. He is committed to taking that TP line, and his shipment is gone. So there's an ATP play on the way here.
Right, so
there it is.
Yep. So he might actually be able to use that villager to help build the villager seems to be bugging out just a little bit. I think it got a little bit confused by the wall, but it's going to head on over to the trading post and start to help build that. While his explorer heads on over to another socket, so he can get up 2 trading posts at the same time and make good use of his advanced trading post card.
Yep, and Diarouga not being distracted in the slightest here. He is in his base, picking up food, dropping his wonder, getting ready to get to that fortress age where, again, we can expect that ship to come. I can't say it enough, because I really do think that's going to be a pivotal moment in this game. Is, you know, if it gets into this pond on Mitoe's side and is able to both, you know, harass his base and kill 3 TPs, that's going to be pretty game defining. Mitoe chopping exactly enough wood to build all 3 TPs, but not detect the stagecoach. So I don't think we're going to see a stagecoach come out here from Mitoe quite yet, and maybe that's because of the pond threat being so great. He knows he needs to get quite a few shipments out beforehand. Tower coming out instead of the food, making sure that he can control that middle of the map. And Diarouga's hurting here and just about to hit Colonial, so we'll probably see that 700 gold on the way.
Yeah, so it looks like both players here going for straight FFs. So yeah, you can see both players macroing to get that 300 coin, just so that when the 700 coins arrives, they'll have exactly enough to go up to the Fortress Age. So it's going to be fairly passive for the next couple of minutes. And then, yeah, what do you think? What type of unit composition do you think Mitoe will be looking to go for in Age 3? Is he going to start making lancers?
I think he goes boats.
Think he pure boats?
I think he's got to go boat and then more boats. Like that, I think he's got to send
in the ponds or on
in the ponds. I think he's got to send wherever that ship goes. He's got to spend his first 2 shipments on that, and maybe another tower or something. But I honestly think that when you know what a player's going to do, or I think I know, but when you know what your opponent's going to do, you can be very singularly focused on that at times. But let's see. Once you get past that phase, obviously you're going to want to mix skirms and lancers and all the usual things. So.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, we can see both players now just reaching enough resources to go on up to the Industrial Age. Mitoe is very...
Fortress Age.
Sorry, the Fortress Age, yep.
Flashbacks from last game.
Yep, yeah. Mitoe's very slowly sieging down Diarouga's trading post here on the right, while Diarouga's... I think he's managed to actually, luckily, get a convert there on an extra disciple and get an extra couple of dogs. So both.
There's the flag. He's ready. And let's see if this is where the flag will move. Line of sight. We're waiting to see it. And that TP might actually go down.
Yeah. And I'm also curious to see where Diarouga chooses to move his water flag, as Diarouga's water flag is actually still on the sea on the right, and it'll be interesting to know if he switches it to the top pond, which is half protected by Mitoe's outpost, or the bottom pond, where I think he's going to have access to more of those trading posts of Mitoe's to seize down. And in fact, Mitoe has now just shipped in 700 wood, so he can start to look at adding various pieces of infrastructure. So we got a stable going up quite forward, actually. I think that's even in line of sight here of Diarouga's trading post. So he's not overly concerned that Diarouga can see what type of production he's making.
Yeah, and Diarouga going for that classic skirm opener that he tends to go for, which has been throwing players off in this event, because they're so used to seeing the porcelain tower. And then you end up with those extra couple of skirms that are quite surprising in early Fortress. The flag did get moved to the pond,
it did.
So we are going to see most likely a shipment here. Let's watch for the 300. I think it's 350 coin it costs. We'll watch the coin on Diarouga and let me know if that goes down. He is decreasing his mining.
Yeah, I think he might actually have a
different shipment on the way.
Yeah, he's got a shipment on the way. So I guess Diarouga will probably wait till that till the boat comes in before he decides to complement his push there with the land army.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it might result in this trading post going down before it's out.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. It'll be nice for him if he can keep that trading post still alive.
Wood forward. But a caravel coming in. So if there's no ships coming from Diarouga just yet, that caravel may buy him the time he needs to both pick up those crates and finish off this TP.
And mortars, though. Wow. So that is perfect.
The anti-play here on this. He knew the one caravel was coming.
Are they locked on the second volley? They have.
They have. Oh. The fact that that's alive is going to buy some time, or is Diarouga is going to push so fast here. He sees with the TP line of sight, he wants to save his TP and stop that wood from being picked up by Mitoe. And there's Pure Lancer maybe coming as the follow-up, but it's not great to have lost the 400 wood.
Wow, and yeah, Mitoe was only able to pick up, I think, 80 of that wood, so that is Diarouga's left for the take.
Yeah, 2 builds coming in. And those hand mortars are going to be great for cleaning up the TP line. We can already see the score line. Mitoe going double stable Lancer with Spanish gold.
Spanish gold is coming as well.
He was really planning to play the long game here with the Lancers, so triple stable. What is going on in this game?
Triple stable Lancer. Wow.
This is a meme play, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah, there's a game that I have on YouTube where I go triple stable Lancer.
I didn't know it was actually feasible, but Mitoe here gonna show us how it's done.
Yeah, maybe this is why he said it was for me. He was just going to triple stable Lancer. The Frigg is now out in the pond as we expected, and unfortunately for Mitoe, he's not going to have a tower or much of anything there to contest it.
Yeah, so now that the Yang Wei is out in the pond, I think that might signal that Diarouga is going to slow things down a little bit. He's just going to kind of solidify the map presence he has. We can see a market going up, so he's going to start rolling in those economic attacks.
1,000 food. These Lancers are going to have to do so much work.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, Diarouga's just going to... It doesn't look like he's going to push into Mitoe's base at all. He's just going to be content just to clear out these teepees. And I think he's just going to sit next to this frigate probably for the next sort of 5 minutes. And it's going to be up to Mitoe to maybe get out 15, 20 Lancers and try and catch Diarouga having an awkward unit composition. I mean,
it's very possible, though, because he's got literally forever with these Stagecoach TPs. He still is in the economic lead, arguably, with 3 to 1 TP, and it's going to take time to clear all these out, rebuild them, and if you're going for a cheese strategy that's not getting scouted, which is just double stable, full cav with a couple goons and a lot of Lancers, it's going to be a lot of time for you to prep that composition.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at...
there it comes, 5 Lancers and 500 more gold.
And he's going to go. Diarouga does not have much anti-cav at the moment. He's going to have to rely on this frigate so heavily.
He's just going for it right now. He thinks this is his army count, this is his time to shine, but that boat is going to be able to really, really turn the tide here. Is he going to ignore the army and go straight to the base? Yeah, look at this. All the army immediately going to the coast to get into the boat.
Yeah, I mean, Mitoe probably won't want to take an engagement too close to the trees, as the Lancer's going to have a few parking issues, but he's going to choose to commit. Anyway, the boat is getting off some really solid shots. And a lot of the Lancers just aren't engaging there. They're kind of stuck in the trees, and probably not the best position for them to be in. He's got a couple of Dragoons in the back, which are getting off some nice volleys.
Yeah.
But this is not going well at all for Mitoe. And that boat is just absolutely crushing these Lancers, and the swords come out as well. And I mean, that's just going to turn this only in Diarouga's favor even more.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty over right now with just how hard that fight was won in Diarouga's favor. And as we said, that's why he keeps picking New England. People have not figured out how to deal with this China strategy yet.
Yeah, and at this point, it's very hard to see what Mitoe can do. That engagement probably could have not have gone worse for him, to be honest.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Diarouga is still, he's going to carry it on outplaying it really safe rather than just charging straight in. He's going to carry on sieging the TPs, and Mitoe's going to try and pick off a couple of loose units on the side, so he gets 1 cav for his troubles, but does lose a Dragoon on the way out there.
Yeah, you almost wonder if he should have waited until this last TP, because I don't think Diarouga would have stopped on the train to kill all the TPs. That could have been a better window, maybe, instead of being jammed in those trees. But as it stands, looks like we are remassing for round 2 of Lancer versus other things.
Yeah, but I imagine again it would probably go the same way.
I disagree. I think those Lancers got 0 chance to attack, and well, I guess maybe not now. There's 16 redcoats walk in.
Yeah, and I mean, Diarouga's preemptively moved his frigate again close to his army, and he's going to bring his army back. He doesn't want to take any chances now that all of the trading posts have been taken out. He's got two of his own trading posts, so he has the economic lead, he has the military unit lead, and yeah, I mean, Mitoe shipped a few more Lancers, so he is building back up his cavalry count. He's got a few war dogs there, but he's really going to need to take an engagement in an open area. So unlike what happened before, he's got to try and avoid the trees and try and make it so his Lancers can actually all start fighting at the same time. And he's even sent an upgrade to boost his Lancers there.
Yep, Caballeros.
Yep. So both armies are actually on slightly different sides of the map. Mitoe's moving around the left-hand side, prevented that TP from going, and the boat just getting so many free volleys again. I mean, it's going to take another huge volley on the Dragoons.
Is he just going to fight this without anything really being there? Yeah, he's just going to jam them in right now. He's going for it. There are so many Changed Out, so many veteran muskets in here. I'm not sure how, even with perfect goon splits here, that those Lancers can handle that much anti-venom.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the final fight of today.
I think so.
I mean, the military population graph is heavily in Diarouga's favor. Mitoe's army is melting. The Lancers have now all gone down. Only a few Dragoons remain. He's got about 6 Dragoons, and there Mitoe calls the GG, and Diarouga takes the series 3-0, and he advances onto the semi-finals onto Saturday.
Absolutely, what a way to end the day. Diarouga getting revenge after losing in their first meetup. Mitoe working his way through the winners match and right back to this rematch. Unfortunately eliminated here in the last match of today.
Yeah. So Diarouga's going to be feeling pretty happy about that. Mitoe would have hoped that his series with Diarouga was reversed with the one on day 1 perhaps. And yeah, I think Diarouga's definitely stepped up his level of play compared to day 1. That was a commanding win, really. That was no point did it look like Mitoe, especially in that last game.
Yeah, that was.
It seemed that Mitoe had lost his mojo a little bit, and Diarouga was on a serious roll.
Yeah, and I love that China strategy. I just love that. I mean, people have been struggling to beat it all day. I think Mitoe may have actually beaten it once, but it just feels really strong when you see it. And I love the innovation and having something prepared. And with the format, you can't even ban him out. He's going to be able to do that every time if he wants to. And just a really decisive series from Diarouga, and I think we have a challenger for Kaiserklein. If we get deeper into this tournament.
Yeah, so our two matches, our two semi-finals have now been decided for tomorrow. So I believe we're going to have Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael, which is just an absolutely insane match. That will be one of the semi-finals, and the other semi-final is now going to be Tabben, who absolutely dominated day one of this New World Championship. And he'll be playing against Diarouga, who we've just seen qualify here in commanding fashion. So those are our two matches tomorrow.
Yep, and we are wrapping up day one here, but don't go away just yet. We still have an interview coming with Diarouga, the winner of our last series of the day here. So stay tuned.
here. Look at his back! Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the New World Championship. This is the final stage of the stream, the final interview. I am joined by, of course, H2O and the man of the hour. Give it up for Diarouga. Well played. 3-0. You must be really, really pleased because that first series, you played Mitoe already in this tournament, and he defeated you, and then you play him again because, you know, obviously Mitoe played Kaiser, lost there, and then you get to play him again. How does it feel to actually play him again, but this time?
Well, I mean, of course, it's great. Like, I really wanted to have that rematch because I feel like I could have won that series. But, you know, on the other hand, it feels kind of unfair because he won against me the first time, and well, he lost the second time, which is not that great for him. But I think that since I won 3-0, I guess it's fine, but he's definitely one of the best players. Like, I'd say he's definitely top 3 or top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Mitoe. That's fantastic. Yeah. I have a couple of questions for you from the games. It's obvious you had a lot of things prepared. You look at, let's just talk Deccan, right? You were playing India, he was playing French. I think you mentioned after the game it was too obvious what was going to happen. Like, what was going through your mind at each step along the way?
Well, first I checked his deck and I saw that he had like no card in Colonial and probably like 7 or 8 in Industrial. So I knew that something was happening and that he was just not going to go for some IFF or Colonial stuff. And then I scouted his base a lot, and I saw that he made no units. Then he had like 10 Musketeers, I had 10 Sepoys, and he had to call the Minutemen. So I knew he was aging, and I was feeling very confident because, you know, Sepoy Urumi Maut is just better than anything France can do at this point of the game. So, yeah, I mean, he said that usually this should work, but I don't really believe it should.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. The ceasefire thing is like really game breaking. It seems like a lot of people are just really setting up for the ceasefire, and I love to see that. It's changed everything about how those matchups work. Because without the ceasefire, he can actually pull it off.
I mean, it's pretty broken. Like, if I could remove it from the game, I definitely would. But yeah, it's a tournament, so of course I have to abuse everything, but it's not really fair.
It's funny how it's called ceasefire, but it's actually used to orchestrate mass murder.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's not. They need to rename it. But speaking of abusing things, let's talk about putting a super frigate in the pond on New England.
The Facade.
The Merc Frig is what I've been calling it. The Merc frigate, where you have to pay to send it. It seems like you're very confident in that China matchup on New England.
Yeah, I mean, in New England, it's like all about the TPs and the small lakes. And China is really the best team at controlling it because of the mortars and that huge frigate. So if you play properly, you should like get these lakes easily. And then you're going to get the TP line. And, well, China is pretty strong in H3, so it should be fine against almost everything.
Yeah. Can I ask you, how do you feel about... You say, you know, you think China's very good on New England. Clearly it is. But how do you feel about Ottoman and, you know, their Abbas guns? They have a 3 galley shipment. Aren't they pretty good on New England as well?
Yeah, Ottoman is also pretty good on New England. But I think it's kind of a fair matchup because the Chinese FF is, of course, really good against Otto, like even on normal maps. And, yeah, sure, beginners are strong, but you're probably going to kill the galleys with mortars if you can send them. And then you're going to take the lake, and it's fine.
Yeah, it seems like you've been picking China a lot on New England. You've been doing that consistently throughout the tournament.
Well, I might not do this next time. We'll see.
Well, so long as I see you pick New England as your first map, I'm going to be, as the commentator, constantly saying China's right around the corner.
You've set the precedent now. You've set the precedent.
Hey, if it works, you know.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Anything else you want to say? What are your thoughts for tomorrow? You ready to go? You feeling nervous?
Well, to be fair, I'm very confident against Taban. Like, he's improved a lot for sure. He's definitely a top player, more top 8 or even more. But I mean, in practice game, I used to win a lot. And although he improved, I think I can still win a lot, and I'm probably going to win that series, I think.
I love the confidence, and it feels like you've really settled in from day one. You were a little nervous on day one, but totally different Diarouga at the end of day 2.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, the 4 players that have made the semi-finals, I suppose we ought to recap them. It will be LordRaphael, who did have a rough start versus Tabern, but has made it through now, will be playing against Kaiserklein tomorrow. And that sounds like one hell of a matchup, the 1 and 2 seed playing against each other.
Yeah.
This time, the last time we saw them play was in that sort of best of 9 show match, but this time, a lot more on the line. This is a chance to play in the grand finals of the New World Championship. But Diarouga, you've got Tabern as your opponent, and I think some people might say that's an easier route.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good, definitely, but yeah, it's of course easier than LordRaphael and Kaiserklein, yeah.
We'll have to see. Tabern has improved a lot. He beat Mitoe before in a best of 9. He won the 2 Towns tournament. He somehow beat LordRaphael on day 1. And now we see him in the semi-finals. It seems like he's unstoppable. So really, really looking forward to seeing your series tomorrow about that. But thank you very much for your thoughts. But to round out the stream, as I said, everybody, those are the 2 matchups tomorrow, the semi-finals. It will be Saturday. And of course, we're really hoping to reach that viewer record for Age of Empires 3. I think we've hit 1,800 with a bit of help from MemTV and, of course, T90 Official. He came in with a big 900 viewer host. So really pushing up to that 2,000 viewer mark that we're really hoping to get to. So if you're into Age of Empires 3, do let all the people you know that you may have played with in the past, if you've got them on Facebook or Discord or WhatsApp or whatever it is, let them know this is happening, because the semi-finals is tomorrow, and obviously that determines the winners for the grand final. And I'm really, really hoping we can breach that 2,000 viewer mark. That's going to be absolutely insane. But also, obviously, today and yesterday were very, very long days of streaming. 5 best of 5s. Yesterday a bit longer than today, but tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, they will be shorter days. We've got 2 best of 9s rather than 5 best of 5s. And as a result, that means the stream will be shorter, but it won't be, because what we're going to do is, before the stream starts, it will start at the usual time, but before the games start, I should say, we're going to have an extra hour of discussion, interviews, and all of these things. We're going to see if we can get some of the ESOC names up on the couch here. I'd like to talk to Garja, Diarouga, Comic K, Edie Holland. I said your name for some reason. We're talking to you now. Yeah, Eagle Mart, of course.
Yeah, you said this because you said Garja, I think.
Yeah, but your 2 names are definitely linked somehow.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Best Aztec players. One on the left, but the selfie camera's mirrored.
I guess there's...
That was a brilliant post.
I guess there's PrinceofKabul too.
That's true.
Since he was that Aztec mirror, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, that was good. That was definitely fun to see that Aztec mirror. But yes, tomorrow we're also at the end of the stream going to have a special subscriber-only stream. So this is sort of to help us reach that 500 subscriber goal by the end of the New World Championship. If supporting us and getting the emotes and basically helping us do Age of Empires tournaments wasn't enough, we will be having sort of an hour exclusive. It won't be as prepared as the, of course, public New World Championship, but what we will have, I think what we're hoping, Ryan, I'm roping you into this.
That you are. I think...
a show match between yourself and an undetermined player. Somebody...
Garja.
Garja?
Yeah.
Garja's on the cards.
Yeah, because, I mean, you played a lot in the past. I know you lost the last SmackDown you played against him. And, well, you won the PK Clan semi-final, unofficially.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So it's 1-1.
Yeah, you're betting it's Garja. I don't even know who it is yet.
It
so
could
only,
be Garja.
Only interjection here knows.
Yeah, and I haven't decided yet, so I don't even know. So help me decide, either on the forums or whatever it is. But H2O is going to play somebody
in the building, and it's going to be glorious. So that will be happening, a really interesting show match. And if that wasn't, enough reason to subscribe, do come along and watch that. So there is that, absolutely. But that is going to be it from us. Today feels so much shorter than yesterday. I don't know why. I casted 3 series today, and it's been absolutely brilliant. I've really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I have as well, and I'm looking forward to not only playing a couple games tomorrow, but also casting again. So there's going to be some incredible semifinal matches coming our way.
Yeah, we've got some really, really big games coming up. Best of 9s. This is where shit gets real and serious, and civ pools are really going to matter. How many civilizations you'll practice with and can perform well with really, really will matter now. These best of 5s, you can be skilled with just a few civs, and that works out. We've seen Kaiserklein do very, very well. He doesn't play any of those TAD civs and doesn't really play the War Chiefs all that much. We'll see. We'll have to see. Best of 9 is a lot more challenging, is the point that I am making. And that will be happening tomorrow. Thank you very much for the subscription there. I can't see your name because I'm not wearing Jasazun. I'm not wearing my glasses. I haven't been able to see the games all day, actually. It's been really frustrating, at least when I'm not casting. But I think, though, on that note, we will end the stream. We will see you tomorrow with the best of 9s that will be happening on Saturday and Sunday. And I'm very, very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you very much for all of the support. And we will see you tomorrow at the same time at 14 GMT, I think.